Charles' comment in the chats, Cloudy MG says, I'm just here to share that KFC wraps were better than McDonald's back in the day. Cloudy, that's a hell of a take, bro. So you know KFC actually just re-racked their wraps this week. The Twister is what it's called, baby. The Twister is back. And no, I don't eat hella fast food. So don't think, well, I don't know everything about fast food. I know, my big greedy ass. But no, I don't know if you're familiar. The Twister is back.
I didn't know first of all, why is it called the Twister?
I have no clue.
I was not aware of that. I didn't know KFC was in the rap game. I knew Popeyes was. I didn't know KFC was.
Hey, man. It's a game that if you ain't a part of, you need to get with. But Meal Mondays continue. So here's the thing. We got about 6 minutes left to go on the show. Denton Day is going to help put the show to bed while I get the rap going.
I'm excited to see what this final product is going to be. There we go. Chicken tenders. Looking good.
Look good.
We love some tendies. So we're going to put the show to bed with a story that has been my favorite story of the week because we saw some fights this past week in the NBA, most notably with the Thunder and OKC. Not too long ago, we saw the Charlotte Hornets and Detroit get into a little bit of a scuffle. So Charles Barkley was on with Buster Olney on Buster Olney's podcast. And take a listen to this. Buster Olney asked him about fighting. Who can fight better? MLB players, NBA players. And here was Chuck's response.
We know hockey players are the best fighters, right? Who are better fighters? NBA players or baseball players?
Neither one of them can fight, Buster. Neither one of them can fight. Baseball players, I tell you one thing that annoys me about baseball, when two outfielders run into each other and they both look like they're dead, that tells me right there they can't fight. I don't think either one of us can fight. Obviously there are a couple exceptions, but most NBA players can't fight.
I think James Johnson has something to say about that. There was a couple of OGs in the NBA that can really squabble. James Johnson's one of them. Isaiah Stewart, Beef Stew. I think Isaiah Stewart can fight.
I think he wants to fight.
Yeah, I know. Alonzo Castillo says, Taco Bell been in the rap game since day one. What a bad joke. Horrible joke. Damn. Don't act like. So here's what I'll say. There's a lot of bluffing that goes on in the NFL and the NBA when it comes to fights. Excuse me, the Major League Baseball and the NBA when it comes to fights. A whole lot of bluffing that goes on. So I get where Chuck is coming from. But there are a couple of MLBers that I know. You win some, you lose some.
Hey, Jose Batista knows that Odor got a heck of a right cross.
Woo. That's one of the guys. I mean, I just look at all the size that exists around the NBA. So if they were to fight each other, I don't know if that's what Chuck is referring to. If they were to have to fight each other, Denton, I mean, the NBA would kick Major League Baseball's ass. I don't think there's much of a debate about that.
I don't know. The baseball players have the hands, though, like the hand speed because they're used to the bats and the torque in the hips to deliver succinct punches. Isaiah Stewart's a fascinating just figure in this discussion. He said this week that he feels like he should win Defensive Player of the Year. And I don't know if that's because of fighting, but I don't think I've ever seen a highlight of this dude actually playing basketball.
No, he's actually one of the best rim protectors in the NBA, then, like statistically.
I would have no idea. I've never seen that.
He has one of the lowest opponent field goal percentages in the NBA in terms of being at the rim. So he's more than just a fighter. That's why I think the Pistons are legit. For that reason, like he really legitimately could tussle.
In that case, I need him to win Defensive Player of the Year, then we will call him the Secretary of Defense. And he was the only Secretary of Defense that I stand.
Yeah, especially what the hell we have going on right now. Okay.
Let's see the wrap.
We've made a lot of progress. That was a big-ass tenderloin, Denton.
That's what she said.
Wait. Oh, my God. This thing's still cold.
Oh, did you just get wrecked by a faulty air fryer?
Some of it's still cold. That was a big piece, though.
You got to pop it back in. You can't do the cold chicken. It probably smells good, too. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm kind of pissed. I can't lie. Are you kidding? Maybe it's because whenever you guys are in front of me, I just get nervous. I couldn't make the pancakes till I got off camera. I can't even use the air fryer properly. Are you kidding?
Maybe it was the tinfoil. I don't know the tinfoils. I think it blocks part of the stuff, like the air. You know what I mean?
You conspiracy theorist, you. That is actually crazy. No way, dude. So now I got to crank this bad boy back up.
That's a dud way to end a good show.
It is. It's a dud way to end the show. You can check out the entirety of the show on YouTube if you missed any of the stream. Appreciate you all locking in with us per usual. The Drake Toll Show comes your way next. Drake, help me out, brother.
This is Westwood One Sports.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Spring savings start early at Lowe's. Get a Cobalt 24-volt max leaf blower for just $99. It's powerful, lightweight, and ready to go. Plus, get 4 bags of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Don't wait. Get everything you need to start on your spring projects today. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/4. Soil offer excludes Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for our upcoming academy classes. Visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County PD is an equal opportunity employer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep. The combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle, ultra-fine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's biggest moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. As you headed out the door this morning, be careful. The roadways are a little bit slick. The tunnels look good. Southbound 895, no problems through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 looks good through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The inner loop of the Beltway, right at 795, an accident has the right shoulder blocked. And the outer loop of the Beltway, slow at Liberty Road. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson will take the field today with Team USA as they prepare for the World Baseball Classic. The country's best ball players will face off against the San Francisco Giants in an exhibition tune-up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time ahead of Friday night's opening game against Brazil. Here's Gunnar on what it means to don the red, white, and blue on the world stage.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to wear our country across our chest. But, yeah, I'm super pumped up about it. This will be first time we got to do it, and what a stage to do it at, so I'm pumped up for it.
Gunnar's Orioles teammates that are not participating in the WBC will play Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium in an exhibition matchup. First pitch for that one just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning, shifts over to all rain in the afternoon, highs in the mid-40s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe, the Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
In the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Ed Norris will join us in the 7 o'clock hour. Ed has me looking up at the damn moon. Said, oh, look up. It's a lunar eclipse. The moon is turning red right now. You can't see it from it's a ceiling right there.
You told me to look up. I just looked up. You didn't explain why. He said, Ed said look up. And I'm like, okay. Is he watching? I don't see nothing, Ed.
I look like Red Fox and the role he played in.
Harlem Nights was on yesterday.
You just, he threw sunshine up.
Harlem Nights was on yesterday, and my favorite scene was there where they're telling Quick to go apologize to her. It's like, man, even though she said everything's okay, go apologize to her. The whole swallow the orange juice thing. Well, swallow it and shut up, bitch. That's what he says to her. And then Red Fox turns and goes, yeah, she's got feelings, man. So make sure you go apologize to her. My wife's watching me watch it, just dying.
That's one of those movies. I don't care how many times it comes on, you got to watch it. I don't care what. It's like you may pick up on it 45 minutes into it. You watch it from that point. Yeah. It's disrespectful
turn the station.
It's
when that's on.
It's so funny because I was watching a video. Charlie Murphy's in it, obviously,
Yes.
and I don't know if people recognize him
quickly,
now.
Yeah.
But he's one of the henchmen for Sugar. So if you want to call him that. But I was listening to Kevin Hart telling Charlie Murphy's story where he had this all these dummies, those boxing dummies, like the heads and the bodies and stuff.
Yeah.
He said that Charlie Murphy, they were over there writing, what was it, Paper Soldiers, Paper Planes? I forget what the name of the movie was. Paper something. Anyway, he's over there and then they walk down to the basement and they see all these bodies with no arms and stuff. He's like, man, what the hell you got all these dummies down here for? He goes, man, I'm taking martial arts, man. He goes, I've been taking martial arts for a while now. And then they all start laughing at him, and he's like, man, I'll show y'all. Y'all want to laugh? He puts a video on. As soon as he puts a video on, he's at the wrong spot at some dude just whooping his ass. And then they all start laughing, and Charlie gets so pissed off. I could listen to these old Charlie Murphy stories, especially the really crazy ones.
He is an original storyteller, man.
So good.
We found that out when he told the Rick James story.
Man, I'm telling you. And the Prince one was just I had heard stories
Blouses.
about Prince playing basketball and how because
he's a great basketball.
He was a good college football player. Yeah. He was undersized, and I think wearing heels most of his life ruined his hips.
Who's the guy that used to hold the mirror all the time for Morris Day?
Oh,
that's not Jerome, is it?
I think his name is Jerome.
Vinny Serrato knows him.
Really?
Very well.
Oh, he spent some time up there?
So he was a heck of a running. We're from there, that area. He said he's a heck of a running back.
Well, I mean, you look at the athletes that you had. I mean, again, they would talk about Prince. If he had been taller, maybe he's playing, what he played, Division III or something? Yeah, whatever. But, hey, man, some things will surprise you. I don't know why it is. You're almost always surprised when somebody has another talent, like an actor that can sing. Like when Jamie Foxx started singing, you're like, well, damn, what can he do?
Well, see, Jamie Foxx used to sing on Living Color, though.
Yeah, but again, singing as a joke or singing making fun of something, I think is different than actually performing. And then Jamie Foxx tells this great story about Ed Sheeran slept on his couch for a couple of weeks before he became big. And then the way Jamie tells the story is he took him to an all-black club, and he goes, I'm going to put you on stage. And everybody's looking at him like, man, what you putting this redheaded white boy on for? And he went up there and just wowed everybody. This is before he blew up.
Yeah.
And, I mean, some of those stories are just crazy. Like, even when we had Craig Gasson, he slept on Eddie Van Halen's couch for a while. Some things are just strange out there, I guess, in Cali.
I slept on a couch for a while.
I did, too. But that's just because we got in a fight.
Famous.
Yeah. I got in a fight with my wife.
Neither one of us got famous for it. It's just how it was. 410-583-1057, that's the number. What time is shovels? Because I got one.
I think it's 8:45.
I got a shovel for you. Not for you.
Yeah.
But I got one.
You already told me who it's for.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's apropos because you get so many people. It's like, you could do this yourself.
Exactly.
Why are you texting me asking me to do this for you?
Exactly. Were you surprised about the trade, David Montgomery?
No, but the thing that was funny was if you were on social media over the past few days, there was the story that leaked out that David Montgomery wants out of Detroit. And so David Montgomery tweets and he goes, Demo told you that he wanted out of Detroit? Like, where are you getting your information from? And then 2 days later, he gets traded. So was there some passive aggressiveness there? Was that the team saying we need to move on and cut some salary? I don't know. But the fact that it happened, and the Texans made 2 trades yesterday. They traded away an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
And then they also got an offensive lineman back in this trade, I think, in getting David Montgomery. Or, yeah, they got somebody else. But again, these are minor moves. But I think David Montgomery, remember last time Houston made a move for a veteran running back? That was Joe Mixon. And he had a really good year.
Yeah, he got hurt last year.
But he got hurt. And that injury, I think he's done.
The Chiefs released Jawan Taylor, offensive lineman.
We'll see what happens. I mean, again, you're going to have some street free agents that the Ravens are going to have a chance to look at. And then the other story that was out yesterday is that they expect Max Crosby to be moved fairly soon, and A.J. Brown. Said the Ravens are in on both, whether that means they're actually in on making the move. They've made plenty of moves like this before, depending on what you have to give up, obviously.
I don't want Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
A.J. Brown's a problem, but he's still productive, so I take him. I think he's a different type of problem. I think Tyreek Hill is a problem just because he's a problem. He can't help himself. I think A.J. Brown's a problem if he's not being fed.
Do you think again, like locker room. I don't know what type of leader Jalen Hurts is and if that's his locker room and all that. I don't see a player coming in here and complaining like now the way that everything's constituted.
I think Jalen Hurts is one of those, let me put this the right way. He's a me guy, but not in a selfish way. He's a me guy as in, this is my area, I'm going to do my thing, you do your thing, and we're good to go.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a guy that takes over.
Like he's a guy that clocks in and clocks out every day.
He strikes me as that.
Hey, I got to be there 9 to 5. I'm clocking in right at 9 and clocking right out at 5.
He's going to do the right thing whether you do it or not, but he's not going to try to motivate you to do the right thing is what I'm trying to say. He doesn't strike me as that kind of guy. Good guy, but just not,
Good guy, stamp of approval.
410-583-1057 is the number. Joe's over there doing it.
Oh, I see.
World Baseball Classic begins this week. World of Stupids at 7 o'clock with Jeremy Kahn. But on the other side, Ravens have just over a week to get an extension done with Lamar. ESPN's Dan Graziano detailed how the team can get by another year without an extension. Not ideal, as Bishotti said, but there's a way. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Baseball is back. Follow 105.7 The Fan for season-long coverage. Big hits, walk-off wins.
Say goodbye to this ball!
Where rookies make their mark and legends add to the story.
This is the greatest place to play.
We'll cover the swings, misses, and everything in between. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on the Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Are you a road technician that is tired of service grind? Want to work for a company where your work is valued, and you truly matter? COP Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property engineering services for tenants, handling repairs, and preventive building maintenance, including in-house HVAC, plumbing, and electrical work. COP Defense Properties offer competitive pay, minimum 30-hour work weeks, excellent benefits, plus free training and development. Visit COPT.com/career to apply today. Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You got to check out Elephant in the Room in Millersville on Veterans Highway. My new go-to spot is locally and veteran-owned, featuring a menu of Southern-inspired comfort food with a Maryland twist. Visit eatdrinkelephant.com and tell them Rob sent you.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV. Built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Talent Appliances celebrating their 47th anniversary right now, and that means big savings on select appliances for your home. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Frigidaire, Professional, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just upgrading, now's the time. With nationwide delivery, it's easy to shop their beautiful showroom or online. And when you stop in, ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop today at townappliance.com.
For 100 years, we have had the honor of caring for Maryland families. The Center for Advanced Orthopedics, Ortho Maryland, is excited to announce the expansion and grand opening of our newest walk-in and therapy location, 120 Westminster Pike, Suite 200 in Reisterstown. Our practice is committed to offering prompt and accessible orthopedic care when you need it. No appointment, no problem. Simply walk in to be treated with orthopedic excellence. Visit orthomaryland.net to find our hours and locations.
Cut your heating costs this winter with $125 in free heating oil, only from your local HVAC pros at Petro. Use propane in your home? Ask about special offers. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO02 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. As you're headed out the door this morning, be careful. The roadways are a little bit slick. The tunnels look good. Southbound 895, no problems through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 looks good through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The inner loop of the Beltway, right at 795, an accident has the right shoulder blocked. And the outer loop of the Beltway, slow at Liberty Road. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
You have 6 senses. Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see the Big Bad Morning Show on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Why aren't you playing your air guitar, Jeremy?
Oh, I didn't have my headsets on. What you think about me? You like a little punk, some ska? You like that?
Keyword little, very little. Just a little. That's enough.
Oh, man.
Dan Graziano said what Steve Bisciotti said on a press conference about a month ago now, that the Ravens can do some things with Lamar Jackson's contract, although those aren't ideal. But that's a very, very... That's a credit card mentality.
Yeah.
You may push it back, but you're going to have to pay eventually. Lamar needs to get an extension done with this team. The team needs to get an extension done with Lamar. Whatever the holdup is, we need to get past this and get this thing done.
And basically, here's what he said. The Ravens have automatic conversion rights in the contract, meaning they can add more void years, convert salary to signing bonuses, and knock down this year's cap number by as much as $38 million. And they don't need Jackson's permission to do it. Jackson's contract already has void years for 28 and 29. Though, and Baltimore would prefer to do an extension and avoid dumping more cap charges in the future years where you get to the credit card mentality, for which he hasn't signed. Jackson still doesn't use an agent, and that has led to some complications in these kind of talks between him and the team in the past. So it's hard to handicap the Ravens' chances of getting it done. I think they get it done, but again, it's...
got less than a week.
Pretty
interesting. Just over a week, rather.
Yeah.
You think they get it done in that time, man?
I mean, if they don't, I think they go this route, and this isn't what they want to do.
That's not what I want them to do. Not at all.
Because if you're trying to win this year, you got to get that number down. Yeah, think about all the things it allows you to do if you get the number down for this year.
There are a lot of things that I've defended Lamar on. This is one I wouldn't be able to.
Well, because everything's set up.
If you want to win, you're going to get your money either way. Why won't you do this?
Do you think there's any chance that the Ravens are absolutely lowballing him here from what he thinks he's worth?
Can't lowball him.
I don't think, the number has to be somewhere in that market, even if he wants more. That's the thing. I don't think they're lowballing him. He may have an idea of what he wants, or this just might come down to semantics and getting it done. Maybe he's waiting to the last, that before the clock hits midnight, and that's when he presses against them to say, hey, this is what I want to do. But they feel like they have a good enough relationship, and Eric DeCosta said it through the media.
How in the world can you lowball Lamar Jackson? You can't lowball Lamar.
I mean, what he's...
Number one, I don't think the Ravens are. I don't think they would, but you can't lowball him.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to go look. Josh Allen took less money. Did you hear what he said? And I'm not. This isn't me praising Josh Allen and even saying this is something Lamar should do. He was like, "What's the difference of $5 million?" I'll tell you, it's $5 million. If my math's correct. That's what Josh Allen was saying when he took a little bit less money to stay in Buffalo with his extension. And I don't know that anybody owes any team a hometown discount, but if you were trying to win, signing an extension right now makes the most sense, unless you don't want to be here.
I don't think that's the case either.
I don't either. And again, I'm not saying that's where it's at, but like, if we get to the point that Lamar does not sign an extension and the Ravens have to do something like Graziano's pointing out, do you think we've got to the point where Lamar's kind of letting you know, hey, I don't want to be here?
Yeah.
Because he holds all the cards.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, that's why I'm saying this will be the one thing that I could not defend. Now, there are lots of reasons that if I'm Lamar Jackson there's some reasons I wouldn't want to be here. Number one would be the fan base. All right, get somebody else to do it. Well, you don't like how I do it. Get somebody else to do it.
I think for the group of people that don't like him and will never like him, I think there's some people that offset that with he can never do any wrong. Look, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Like he's fallible. He's made mistakes. We can talk about the postseason. We can talk about other things, but make no mistake about it. I think he's the best player in football.
I know this one dude, Joe, that I see 5 days a week that's close to the side that Lamar could do no wrong. He's close to it. Not quite there, but he's close to it.
That's got to be me then.
That's exactly you. 100% you.
No. I'll criticize him, but he's the best player in the league, man.
All right.
He's the best player in the league that's not a wide receiver. Let me stay on brand for a second. I mean, I've never – look, again, you know how I don't need to say this if people listen to me long enough. You know how I feel about Peyton Manning. Like, this cat does things on the football field that I've never seen anybody do. And
you talking about Lamar?
No, Peyton. Oh. No, Lamar, yeah. I've seen guys shot put it in the final year of their career from their ear. No, but again, like it's the only thing left for him to do is win the whole effing thing. That's it. Like people talk about if he stopped playing today, he has an amazing case as a Hall of Famer for just this short period of time he's played.
He changed the game. Because you can say Michael Vick did. No, Michael Vick wasn't a premier passer ever.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson is a premier. Lamar Jackson is the epitome of, that line I love from I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. The window of the stairs.
Yeah. What do you want?
The window of the stairs, man. I mean, I'll beat you running, I'll beat you throwing, but I'm gonna beat you.
I don't think I was I doing nights or were we here when no, I would have been doing nights and then also working with Garceau at that point where we were talking about Lamar, and it's like after year one and you got through saying this is for me, going, you can't run that option offense and expect to win consistently in this league. Remember when the Wildcat took over and people were having fun with it, and then all of a sudden 3 years later you're like, ain't nobody run that no more. Because they figured it out. This is so difficult because he's so dynamic, but once we got into that second season and he starts off with Miami and he drops a 50 burger on him, and I went, oh no, have you learned how to putt? What do you want him to do? You want him to stay in the pocket and throw, which everybody says, good luck.
And he didn't he lead the league in quarterback efficiency in the pocket that year? Touchdown passes.
He led the league in touchdown passes from the pocket.
Yeah,
to be fair, that year, Patrick Mahomes did get hurt.
Okay, so he would have been second?
Again, that's the point that people try to bring up. I'm just trying to throw all the other nonsense out. This stuff happens. And then when it came down to it and you're watching him play, like up until this past season where he had a hiccup and he wasn't playing well, he was the all-time leader in QBR in NFL history for the running back. Come on, guys. What are we doing?
As I said, Joe, there's this one guy I spent 5 days a week with as close to the he can do no wrong status.
I'll criticize him when he deserves it.
Never.
I'll just let you know when he deserves it.
Manny in Essex. What's up, Manny?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Jeremy, you always defend Lamar Jackson. Even if he does wrong, he's not good. You defend him all the time. Listen.
When did he do wrong? They're not good, and I defended him.
Listen to me. I love Lamar like you do. But there's a 1-0 here for me. Listen, if Lamar Jackson want to stay here, trade him to Arizona, which we have to pay him one time a year, get 3 first-round picks for him, and we build a team around a guy that wants to be.
We keep saying trade Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson has a no-trade clause. He determines where he goes. So us talking about where to trade him is irrelevant. That's going to be up to Lamar. We don't control. The Ravens don't control where he goes.
I just want to let you know, Pat Ricard doesn't have a Super Bowl either.
Listen, I'd rather talk about Pat Ricard than Lamar right now because Lamar has 1-0 here for me.
Neither is Pat. What do you mean? Lamar's won 2 MVPs. He's been the number 1 seed in this league, in the AFC going into the postseason. I get it. He hadn't won the Super Bowl yet. There's a lot of guys in this league that haven't won the Super Bowl yet. You want to take Pat Mahomes, Sam Darnold's goofy ass out of it? And who else? Who else have we had in recent years?
Matthew Stafford,
Jalen Hurts. There's a small group of guys that's won in this league that's out there right now. So, again, I love when people do trade him for 3 first-round picks. Yeah, and you still ain't getting fair value. That's stupid. That's just, Manny, I like you. That's just dumb. It's dumb, man.
Wind him up.
Trade him. And the best part is, like you even said, it's like, I don't even know why we're talking about this because you can't unless he wants to be traded. He holds all the cards.
Yeah.
No trade clause. Can't franchise him.
Can't do nothing.
What do you want to do?
World is stupid at 7 o'clock, but on the other side, Max Crosby is expected to be traded this week. It's been reported the Ravens will keep tabs, but do you have any hope that EDC will make the move? I kind of hope he doesn't. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Are you a road technician that is tired of the service grind? Want to work for a company where your work is valued and you truly matter? COP Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property engineering services for tenants, handling repairs, and preventive building maintenance, including in-house HVAC, plumbing, and electrical work. COP Defense Properties offers competitive pay, minimum 30-hour work weeks, excellent benefits, plus free training and development. Visit COPT.com/careers to apply today.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Ready for a better car buying experience? Head to Bob Bell, where getting you in the car you want today is the whole point. Shop an unbeatable selection at Bob Bell Chevrolet Bel Air, Bob Bell Chevrolet Baltimore, Bob Bell Ford, Bob Bell Hyundai, Bob Bell Nissan, and Bob Bell Kia, plus a huge inventory of quality used cars priced to move. From start to finish, Bob Bell makes every visit a great one with service you can count on. Come see us today or visit bobbell.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With the center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With
24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13 and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steele, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 1057 The Fan. From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. Be careful. Some roadways are slick this morning. The tunnels look pretty good. 895 southbound, a little bit slow through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, no problems through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop, an accident right at exit 19, that's 795, has the right shoulder blocked. The outer loop of the Beltway, you're on the brakes from Liberty Road to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The best baseball players in the country have assembled in Arizona ahead of the World Baseball Classic, and that includes Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson. Gunnar joins the likes of Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, and Paul Skeens, among others, to represent the U.S. in the WBC against the rest of the world. Gunnar has been very vocal about how much of an honor it is to don the red, white, and blue, and skipper Craig Albornaz is proud to watch his shortstop compete for a World Baseball Classic title.
Gets to play with the best players in the world because he's one of them, and, you know, he's earned that right. And deserve every bit of it. So I'm just happy for him that he gets to go and play for Team USA and showcase his talent.
Team USA will play in a warm-up game against the San Francisco Giants today in Scottsdale. First pitch is just after 3 p.m. Eastern Time. As for Gunnar's Orioles teammates that won't participate in the World Baseball Classic, they're back in Sarasota facing off against Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning shifts over to all rain in the afternoon, highs in the mid-40s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Steele, your home sold guaranteed realty.
I know I'm in the minority here. But I don't want to trade for Max Crosby.
Why? Do you think the asking price is too much, or you just don't want to vet pass rusher? There's other things you'd like to. Reasoning why? Or you just think maybe Max Crosby's star is fading?
I think a little bit of everything you just said.
Okay.
The price is really high. I think he's still a good football player. Had 10 sacks this past year. I don't know if it starts fading. I mean, he had a bad year in 24 because he was hurt, not because he's not productive.
Well, he was also yelling at the team about, hey, I'm ready to play, but they were tanking. So,
yeah,
has that happened too? Like, who knows if he would add it to his sack total? I like him.
He only missed 2 games.
The last 2, right?
Yep, he had 10 sacks.
The thing always comes down for me when we're talking about these types of players. I would tell you if I didn't like a player. If I thought, him. This guy's hitting the wall, whatever. I like Max Crosby a lot. It all comes down to the asking price, right? Everybody was saying, I'd trade a first-round pick for him. And again, that's why I'm glad people aren't the GM, because I don't think people understand how valuable picks are. Like, we've seen it. I mean, David Montgomery just went for a 5th-round pick, and granted, it's a running back, so I know it's not what But go look at the touchdowns he's had and what he's done for that Lions team. I mean, Sonic and Knuckles, right? That's what they were talking about with those two guys. You've got your speed and your power. And now that part of it's gone. They'll find somebody to replace them. I'm sure they'll be just fine. But, like, again, when it comes down to it, some of the trades that go down, you're like, that guy went for a fifth? You remember when Randy Moss was traded at the end of his career?
It was a fifth, wasn't it?
And then he just broke the touchdown record the next year because everybody thought he was done with the Raiders.
Yeah, because you had Tuiasosopo throwing to you.
Yes.
You know who it was? Tuiasosopo?
There was a handful of those guys. There was another. It wasn't just Tuiasosopo. There was another turd there. It was. I brought up Bubby Brister before. It was a player like that, like an old vet that.
Bubby Brister was an upgrade to the guys he had thrown to him. Bubby Brister, at least, didn't Bubby Brister win some games in?
Kerry Collins was the guy who was throwing to him as well. Yeah. So at the end of his career,
I was about to say that it wasn't the New York Giants Kerry Collins.
That was the drinking Kerry Collins. With all due respect,
that was kind of always Kerry Collins.
When
Kerry Collins was in Carolina with the Panthers,
they would talk about how much
with
that
the
guy
Panthers
could drink. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know some police that
ran into him.
Had to tell him to get a cab home.
Yeah.
410-583-1057 is the number. What would you give up for Max Crosby?
I mean, I think a mid-round pick, like a third, maybe. I think it's probably going to have to be multiple picks. Maybe it's a player and a pick.
So you're like me. I don't think they would give him to us for what I would give them.
Yeah, if they're asking for a first, like if they're asking for a second and that's all they're asking for, I think you have to look at yourself and say, are we a Max Crosby away from winning this whole thing?
And I don't think they're giving him up for a second. I think he's at 29 years old, coming off a 10-sack season. In fact, he won't be 29 until August. Coming off a 10-sack season. See, I think you said they were tanking, and that's the reason why they didn't play him. I think that's part of it. But I also think they want to make him healthy, make sure he's healthy for the trade.
Maybe, but again, like at the end of the year, that cat was he was on a trampoline and playing basketball saying, you guys are telling me my knee's not okay to play football. Here I am doing one of the things you wouldn't expect a guy to be able to do is jump up and down on a damn trampoline with it if he's in pain. And he was out there recording himself saying, look, the Raiders are lying to everyone. They should have been fined for that. Mm-hmm. They should lose draft picks for that. I'm sorry. Like teams are going to tank and they're going to try to do things, but if a player's healthy and he wants to play, you play him. Yeah. It's like, I laugh my ass off when people are trying to convince me. It's like, oh, Jaren Jackson Jr. got traded to Utah. And then they said, once they did their physical on him, oh, yeah, he got to have surgery. Then why'd you trade for him? If he had to, you know what I mean? Like, they did this on purpose. They wanted
Who got hurt on the flight there?
That was Jaren Jackson.
Jaren Jackson?
Yeah. He could have played the rest of the season. They said he was going to need surgery either way. So what's the difference if he has that surgery in the offseason or if he has it now? Because either way, he's ready for next year.
Right. Yeah. Tanking, man. You know how it works. But that's the thing that gets me. I get tired of the NBA getting called out all the time for tanking. Why do we only call them out for tanking? Because everybody else does it.
It's so obvious when they're doing it.
It's obvious when the NFL does. You just said you had a superstar pass rusher on a trampoline.
But I think it's more games. Like it's every night. You're watching, you're going, okay, why isn't he playing?
I got you.
Well, why are you benching that guy in the fourth quarter?
Everybody does it. Baseball does it. They all do it. They all tank. And to say we're going to stop them from tanking, how? You're never going to stop anybody from tanking.
So the reason I think it might keep, man, I don't know. Like this. So Micah Parsons went for 2 future first-round picks and a top defensive star. Parsons younger, but how much younger than Max Crosby? You know, like again,
and that's why I said I don't want Max Crosby because I don't think he's going to be let go for what I'm willing to let go of.
Yeah, Crosby's under contract through 2029 with a base salary of $30 million.
Let me just say this: I'm not giving you a first-round draft pick for Max Crosby.
I'm not either.
I'm not. That's why I don't want him. That's
why you're picking right now.
Exactly. That's why I don't want him. It's not his ability. It's the asking price. I don't think anybody, including Micah Parsons, is worth first-round draft picks. I don't.
So
how much better are the Cowboys going to be for those draft picks?
I mean, a lot better.
You think those draft picks make the difference?
Well, again, like you're trading a premier pass rusher. Those are hard to find.
How much better are the Packers because they got Micah Parsons and got away from let those draft picks go? How much better were they? He did his job, but how much better were they?
Yeah, I mean, he also got hurt too.
Exactly. So too many things can happen, and now I'm out of draft picks.
So let me give you hypothetical trades here. Bears trade DJ Moore, 2026 first-round pick, 2027 third-round pick, get Crosby.
Ain't no help.
I ain't giving that up.
Ain't no way.
Raiders get George Pickens, first-round pick, number 20 overall for Max Crosby and a second-round pick. I don't see that. How about this? The Bucks, Chris Godwin Jr., first-round pick and a second-round pick. I couldn't see it. And again, they're looking at the Chargers if they make a move. Second-round pick, sixth-round pick, fifth-round pick to get Crosby. See, that's where I think I'd look at that and I would consider that. I'm just not giving up a first for him at this point. 5 years, potential 5 years of cheap talent. You're drafting 14th, which means you're going to find somebody valuable. When's the last time you've missed in the teens? Right? Think about some of the guys they've got in that same area with Kyle Hamilton. You want to go Haloti Ngata. I mean, just they found some gems. So I'm not giving up this year's first round pick. Now, the one caveat here, they want a future first rounder, and I think he sets me up and I add this and that. All of a sudden, I may be going, okay, I'm listening to you. But
well, that's the team that might take a future first rounder because they have the number 1 overall pick. So they might consider that. They might take so would you give them a 3 this year and a 1 next year?
I don't know.
It's a lot of picks, man. That's a lot of picks.
And for people that are going to go, oh, my God, why are you – like, again, look at what this team does and how they draft. Like, they've had success. They're not usually out paying guys in free agency and bringing in big-time free agents. Who's the biggest free agent they've ever brought in? And don't give me the trades that happened either. I mean, D-Hop's one of the biggest names. And by the way, he's going to be a casualty.
Steve McNair.
At the end of his career. But you weren't paying a guy.
Earl Thomas was a free agent, right?
6 years, $120 million, yeah. Earl Thomas.
He didn't pan out.
No, his brother just caused so many problems. 2 guys sleeping in the same bed or whatever. Anyway, hear all those weird stories. But no, again, like
sleeping in my bed. Yeah. My brother.
Max Crosby, I think the guy's a difference maker. And again, I'm glad I don't have to make this decision, but I think I would be like the Ravens and I would covet draft picks.
We talked about the NBA a little while ago, so I want to ask you this. Let's stick with the NBA. Mm-hmm. Is it a mistake? Your team's out of it. Your superstar's injured. You have nothing to play for. Is it a mistake for guys like Trae Young and Giannis not to sit out for the rest of the season? We'll talk about that on the other side. Up next on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Combine is over, and we're less than a week away from the legal tampering in the National Football League. We'll talk about it from a Ravens perspective with Kevin Oestreicher. We'll preview the Orioles as they get ready for their upcoming season with great expectations. Got to be better than it was last year because last place in 2026 just isn't going to fly.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
David Montgomery is now a Houston Texan. The Texans reached a deal with Detroit on Monday to acquire the running back who made up one half of the Sonic and Knuckles duo in Detroit with Jahmyr Gibbs. Montgomery playing the role of Knuckles. It's a great move for Houston. They needed help in the run game with Joe Mixon's status uncertain. Montgomery comes in and is immediately running back number 1. And most importantly, he becomes a new playmaker for C.J. Stroud. You can never have too many of those. I'm dead.
It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Traffic sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. 833-83-VALOR.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Low 30s with a wintry mix this morning. Today, cloudy with chances of rain and a high of 46. This weekend, upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid to know.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Make an easy weeknight dinner with Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on Rayo's pastas, soups, frozen items, and 24-ounce pasta sauces with Prime. Perfect for an Italian-inspired meal with the family. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The roadway's a little bit slick. Be careful. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 looks good through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop is in pretty good shape. The Outer Loop, you're slow at Harford Road, and then again on the west side from Security to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Jeremy Kahn gave me flashbacks to the commercial break. Let's just leave that one there.
Yeah, please.
Ooh, boy. World of Stupid at 7 o'clock, and he won't repeat that. But right now, NBA, Giannis came back last night, 19 points, 11 rebounds. Team still got run out the gym by the Boston Celtics. But they're going nowhere.
Well, they have a chance, right, at the...
A play-in?
Yes. And if they get in with Giannis, They're going to be favored over whoever they play in that play-in.
Yeah, that play-in.
Again, I'm not saying he should come back simply for this, because you probably get matched up if you win your play-in game with the Pistons in the next round.
Yeah, they're 3.5 games back of the final play-in spot, which is the Charlotte Hornets right now.
Do you have the other
back on a 4-game win streak?
Who's on top of Charlotte right now? Because it goes down to 10 teams.
Atlanta is number 9, the Heat are number 8, and the Magic are number 7.
Ooh, the Tragic are falling apart, man.
There they are. They've lost 2 in a row. So right now, like I said, the next team would be the Bucks. They're 3.5 game back of the Charlotte Hornets.
Okay.
So you're okay with him. What about Trae Young, who's talking about coming back? He was ejected from last night's game from the bench. They have no shot. They are 16-44. They are 13.5 games back of the final.
Yeah, I mean, they just signed Julian Reese, and he was a starter last night for the Wizards.
Two-way.
But I'm just saying, like, you can tell what teams are doing. Trae coming back, I don't have as much, I don't want to say I have a problem with it. If you're healthy and you want to come back and play. But he's on a new team. I think he's trying to, like, finish his season or whatever, at least going into it, and getting to know some of these teammates and obviously the DC fans. Like, Trae Young's fun, but I'm telling you, you ain't winning with him. And when I say winning, you're not winning a championship because he can't defend anybody in this league. You remember when the Celtics, they had the King of the North, and they had Isaiah Thomas, and he was, he's really good. You get in the postseason, there's nobody on the floor he can defend.
And he doesn't mean Isaiah Thomas, the Hall of Famer. He means the other guy.
That guy was better at his age defending than Isaiah Thomas was.
So you're okay with Giannis because his team has a chance, but if your team doesn't have a chance, then why are you doing it?
I mean,
or you okay either way?
I'm okay either way. I'm so used to these teams just tanking. And again, I don't even have a problem with teams tanking, but you have to put players out. If your guys are healthy, you don't get to circumvent this and go, oh, he's sick, he's this. That's what they're doing. Or have them play in the game and then sit them in the final quarter because you're trying to lose. Like, that's BS, man. And this league, you know how much I love the NBA.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I've been trashing them all year long because you had teams tanking before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
What is that? You need to, and again, they have the best system with the lottery, but they need to tweak that.
Well, this year tanking is really bad, really good. You know why? Because you don't have 1 or 2 players in the draft.
You have 5. You have 5 that look like can't miss.
You got 5 chances to get a franchise player. So tanking, if I'm ever going to tank, Jeremy, this is the year I'm tanking. And I think that's what NBA teams looked at. Oh, these guys are good. Yeah. We better be one of the 5 worst teams in the league. I think that's what they're looking at. See, you have 5 franchise players at least in this year's draft. And you look at what happened last year. Everybody talked about the kid out of Duke.
You're talking about Cooper Flagg.
Cooper Flagg. No one talked about Knipple.
Nope.
No one talked about the Maryland kid. The name's just escaping.
Oh, Derek Queen.
Derek Queen.
We were talking about him here, but everybody else was like, is he going to be a lottery pick, top 10?
Exactly.
But even with Knipple, like, I can't fault anyone for saying, that white boy did what?
Yeah.
Like, he's going to break... He's going to break a lot of Steph Curry's records early on and they're shooting way more threes than even when Steph came up. And Steph wasn't a starter when he got in the league.
He just broke the rookie record.
Yeah,
and he's got 20 games left.
He's going to break a couple of them. That kid can shoot, man. I don't want to demean it. Like, he can shoot, but he can play. It's not like he's not Kyle Korver.
Like Steph. Steph could shoot, but Steph could play.
Yeah, and even with Steph's not a great defender, but he plays off the ball well. You know what I mean? Like, there's a big difference in some of this stuff when you're looking at it. And the draft that the Hornets had, they've got a lot of nice young pieces there. They just have to figure out if the head of the snake, LaMelo, is who they want to roll with because he's talented. But, man, is he a screw-up.
Knipple's averaging 44% from beyond the arc.
He leads the league, I think, right?
And he's averaging 88% from the line. He's a guard shooting 56% from twos.
It's crazy.
So he's shooting 50% from the field.
Basically.
56 from twos, 44 from threes.
It's impressive.
50%.
He's a good player.
As a rookie.
They even got Kalkbrenner and they have Diabate. Like, their bigs are kind of like they were rotating him. Kalkbrenner's another guy that they drafted in the first round this year who played more earlier. But the story's been Con Knipple.
Yeah.
I saw somebody said if the draft was today and Wemby and Cooper Flagg were in it, I would take Flagg over him. And I said, you're stupid. Now, the one caveat being is if you're worried about Wemby's health and you think it's not going to hold up because of his size and how awkward it is, if it's Wemby and anybody at this point, you're taking Wemby.
Kobe White was acquired to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So right now they have 5 players averaging double figures.
Yep.
They had 6, but they traded Colin Sexton. They would have had 6. Man, that's 5 players, 21 points, two averaging 19 points a game. Brandon Miller is the leading scorer.
Yeah, that's a cold dude, man.
He is.
He can shoot, he can score. And again, he's got to stay healthy, but that seems like very much like a finesse team to me. With Bridges being, I don't even like talking about Bridges because that dude's a trash human being, but Bridges being the most physical guy that they have, it's a lot of finesse. LaMelo's finesse. Kobe White, Con Knipple, even their bigs outside of Diabate, you're going, and Brandon Miller. It's a finesse team, and in the playoffs, you're going to have to knuckle down and be able to play defense if you want to win.
Yeah, I like them. I mean, you pointed them out to me, and I didn't know a lot about them. I started watching them, but I do. I like them.
Yeah, got to find out if Jerry likes them.
Jerry Bembry.
If he's changed his mind yet.
410-583-1057. Joining us right now, Ed Norris. What's up, Ed?
Quite the morning.
So you
kind of fun.
You saw the orange moon.
Yeah, blood moon. It was awesome. And they're very rare. A total lunar eclipse only happens every couple of years, maybe. It was awesome, though. It just, first the moon starts to disappear. It starts to get dark, and then it starts to turn orange and then red. It's wild. And it's like, what it is the moon, sun, and earth are all aligned perfectly, and the earth is in the middle. So it casts a shadow over the moon and filters out the blue light because of the color of the planet, our planet. And then all the red and orange light gets through to the moon and turns it red. It's so cool.
And every now and then,
it sounds like a Lucky Charms commercial.
Yeah,
green clovers, blue moons, orange. Yeah.
Every now and then, do you get a little bit terrified, and then I see the look in your eyes? Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, that's it.
The total eclipse
of the of the moon.
Yeah, of the moon.
Of the heart, whatever you want. It was fun. It was great. I was going for coffee. I was like, oh my God, it started already.
Yeah, Rob's saying this is for white people, and I'm over here going, I don't want to watch that.
No, I'm talking about the song you were singing.
You don't like astronomy?
I do. No, not astronomy. I watching what is it? Falling stars and looking at anything with space freaks me out, man.
Really?
Because you don't know what's out there.
That's why it's so cool.
I don't care about it. I don't want to know about it. Out of sight, out of mind.
We'll take a look at the Orioles' top 30 prospects list at 7:30, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Oh, so a couple things we're going to talk about. First off, I don't know if you guys saw it. People were claiming that Jim Carrey got cloned because of the way he looked at this, what was it, a film festival or something he was at? We're going to talk about that, and I'll tell you whether or not he has been cloned, no matter what people are saying. And we'll get into what I wanted to get into yesterday with Iran and Egypt are playing a World Cup game in Seattle, I believe, and it's on Pride Day of all things. Talk about the war, everything that's going on, and what that could mean for this. And Ed, I'm kind of interested to see from a security standpoint if there's something you can add to this, if there's any concern. So we'll get into all that in the world of stupid, some fun stories as well. That's coming up next here on The Fan.
Every day, complete coverage of Orioles spring training with Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and the entire Fan lineup as we gear up for opening day, March 26th, live from Pickles Pub against the Minnesota Twins. Baseball is back, and it's on 105.7 The Fan.
Are you a road technician that is tired of the service grind? Want to work for a company where your work is valued and you truly matter? COP Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property engineering services for tenants, handling repairs, and preventive building maintenance, including in-house HVAC, plumbing, and electrical work. COP Defense Properties offers competitive pay, minimum 30-hour work weeks, excellent benefits, plus free training and development. Visit COPT.com/careers to apply today.
We're joined by Dr. Zaid from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. Dr. Zaid, as summer sports ramp up, what trends are you seeing in young athletes?
As kids begin club sports in the summer, and also after they return from summer break, we do see a big rise in overuse injuries, especially in the knees and shoulders.
So what do you mean by overuse injuries?
Pain that can develop over time, often without a specific injury. For example, tendonitis in the knee is common. While it's usually something minor, it's important to make sure it's not something more serious like stress fractures or cartilage injuries.
What about shoulder injuries?
Shoulder overuse is just as common as the knee, especially in a lot of summer overhead sports like baseball, volleyball, and swimming. Usually these injuries respond well to rest, physical therapy, and anti-inflammatories, especially if they're treated early.
And how about more serious injuries?
We do also see a lot of acute knee injuries like ACL or meniscus tears. These shouldn't be ignored. Continuing to play through them can lead to long-term damage. Recovery time does vary, but early treatment is key.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with an orthopedic or sports-related injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-8877. 800-885-8877. Again, that's 800-885-8877.
This is the Game of the Week Report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Monday night's pro basketball schedule is set to bring the heat as the postseason nears. First, a marquee showdown takes center stage as Cleveland hosts Philly and are eager to climb the standings. And out west, Denver heads into Oklahoma, and Salt Lake City will take on Golden State as they look to upset one of the league's most experienced teams.
The Game of the Week Report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Because right now you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech, or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit CFGBankArena.com for a list of upcoming events.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson will take the field today with Team USA as they prepare for the World Baseball Classic. The country's best ball players will face off against the San Francisco Giants in an exhibition tune-up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time ahead of Friday night's opening game against Brazil. Here's Gunnar on what it means to don the red, white, and blue on the world stage.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to wear our country across our chest. But, yeah, I'm super pumped up about it. This will be first time we got to do it, and what a stage to do it at. So I'm pumped up for it.
Gunnar's Orioles teammates that are not participating in the WBC will play Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium in an exhibition matchup. First pitch for that one just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning, shifts over to all rain in the afternoon, highs in the mid-40s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Keep your home comfortable all year long, no matter the weather, with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com to schedule a free inspection and consultation today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, let's start it off with this. Don't know if you saw this story, Ed. Disgraced mayor's son screamed at her after the drunken romp with a team at a pool party. Son said, "You effed my best friend." This is a real story, guys. The teenage son of disgraced Louisiana Mayor Misty Roberts was overheard screaming that his mom effed his best friend after the drunken pool party where she allegedly had sex with a 16-year-old boy. Jill Weaver, the best friend and former sister-in-law of ex-DeRitter Mayor, DeRitter Mayor Misty Roberts, told jurors that overheard the tense exchange between Roberts and her son after she was asked to come to a boozy party around 8 p.m. Woman's very good. The mayor's very good looking, if that means anything to anyone. But what are you doing sleeping with a 16-year-old kid that's your son's best friend? Dude, and I know it's a mental illness for these people, but again, this is what you're doing at a party. You allegedly bought these kids alcohol and all kinds of stuff. He said, "Oh, great, you called your mom." Weaver recounted Roberts saying at her second arrival at their party. Weaver would eventually text her own son to lie till you die about that chaotic night and admitted she spoke to Roberts about how to keep the kids from reporting the alleged assault. This is just unbelievable.
Jeez Whiz.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about I don't know.
And I know these are
themselves or not, but
I know these are categorized as mental illnesses, but it's just a shame that these are mental illnesses.
The mayor. She's a good-looking woman.
Where, there are other mental illnesses.
I just think people, that's a go-to for too many bad behaviors.
Yeah.
It's the one thing, you could think about this. How many times have you heard the word, particularly from women about their ex-boyfriends, ex-husbands, he's a narcissist. He's just classic narc. Do you know how few people in society are actually narcissistic by definition, by medical definition? It's like 1% to 4%. It's that's a dot.
Would it be better? It'd be better. He has some narcissistic traits. Like he's not narcissistic, or is that?
How about we didn't get along?
Exactly. It didn't work out.
Everybody's a narcissist. If you don't like what they do, he's a classic narc. Everybody's a narcissist. Everybody.
Yeah.
It's so overused. And like this, they can't help themselves. Yeah.
So the mayor resigned. She ended up resigning. Roberts now faces 2 charges of carnal knowledge of a juvenile and indecent behavior with a juvenile, according to reports. She's pleaded not guilty. Okay. All right. We'll find out what happens. Her son yelled, "You F my friend." Let's get to this. Iran and Egypt, they are going to play a 2026 World Cup G match on June 26th at Lumen Field in Seattle. That we brought this story up in the World of Stupid before because on that day, I don't think they could have picked 2 better countries to have Pride Day. I don't know how that's going to go over with those. They're not going to be happy.
Who says they have no sense of humor?
Yeah. So outside of that, Ed, how much, again, with the bombing of Iran and all the things that have gone on, should there be any concerns over this game? Should it be like how would you approach this?
Oh, it depends what position, I held at the time, but I would approach this, I'd like to do every day, but now it's just heightened. I mean, you already saw that the guy was wearing the, property of Allah sweatshirt who was killed. He killed 2 people. It's happening. I mean, it doesn't even have to be organized. There's going to be people acting on their own. There's going to be sleeper cells that are activated because they've been here. And not to get into a border discussion, but there have been a ton of Middle Eastern terrorists. I mean, people from that portion of the world who have come over our border, some known, some unknown. And they're here and they've been here. So I'd be, extraordinarily on guard. I'm sure everybody's on high alert. The NSA, I'm sure, is listening to everything, and we're talking to all informants and things like that. But it's not just this. This is a big one because it's fresh and it's right now. But this war is going to go on, the terror war.
Yeah.
There's a book I'm in called 1,000 Years for Revenge. I'm only mentioned because of my 9/11 experience or my Al-Qaeda experience. But think about all the high profile events that would gather the world. What's more American than the Indy 500?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Kentucky Derby. All these things.
Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl's the obvious one. Yeah, well, but I mean, just coming up this year. Yeah.
What about us playing in other countries now too? You could sit here and talk about the safety in your own country and all the things you can do. Mm-hmm. Now you're relying on other governments to make sure, hey, nothing's going on. Do they have the same policies that you do? And
the same capabilities you do.
Exactly. So this last story is really, really interesting because Joe, you can chime in on this. If you guys saw it, or if you didn't, there's a picture or a video of Jim Carrey He was allegedly at a French awards ceremony. And so he's interviewing, and then people put the side by side, and it looks like either Jim Carrey had a bunch of plastic surgery, or as some people think, that wasn't really him. Now, Joe, you're saying this is is this a drag queen, I guess? Like, and she does makeup?
I don't know that. This just says a makeup artist.
But I think that makeup artist does drag as well, and that's where they were. So go ahead.
Their name is Alexis Stone, and they claim that they were Jim Carrey. So that they had a mask, a hyper realistic mask, and then did makeup and like put
dangerous, man.
I mean, it's hard to tell because Jim Carrey's representatives are emphatically saying no, that was him.
Yeah. This is Jim Carrey's publicist has dispelled all the rumors surrounding the actor's appearance at the 2026 Caesar Awards. Speaking with People magazine, the rep strongly denied all speculation suggesting that the masked actor may have been replaced by an impersonator at the event in Paris. And Joe, the other thing that you pointed out is like Jim Carrey's kind of been a guy about like just living his life. It doesn't seem like he's the type of guy that's going to go out and get plastic surgery.
Yeah, he's been like love yourself, love who you are for like the last 10 years, and then all of a sudden he's just completely changed.
He can make his face into anything anyway. Yeah. He doesn't need plastic surgery.
So let me turn. I don't know if you looked up the picture, Ed, and obviously usually I'd spin the computer around to let you see it.
Which one?
I can see you, by the way.
The one on the right is the one that was at the award show?
Yes. With the longer hair and then the cheekbones that look like. And again, when Joe came in, Joe's like, you're going to say what? I don't know which one it is. I thought it from the publicist saying it's definitely him. But the comedian 64 sparked alarm at the Caesar Film Awards in Paris, where his face appeared fuller than in previous red carpet events. Triple board certified plastic surgeon Dr. Rafi Hovspian breaks down the changes in Carrey's face. And then he basically he said, look, a lot of it shows mild hollowing and some skin laxity consistent with age is what the doctor's saying. If anything, the changes here appear consistent with natural volume loss and dermal thinning. But it does look like he had some work done. I don't know, man.
It sure does, man. I'm looking at him. If that's it, he looks like he's had some work done.
Yeah. Here's the other point. Compared to earlier images, there seems to be slightly increased fullness in the cheek area, which he says could be due to mild hyaluronic acid filler. Is that the stuff people were shooting in their wieners at the Olympics?
Hyaluronic acid? No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Really? Yeah, the ski jumps.
I don't want to look that up on
the ski. Hold on, this isn't something I just made up.
I remember this. I remember this story.
They were saying it gives them more lift.
Yeah, it's aerodynamic. That was only a couple weeks ago that you brought that up.
I think it was helium.
Yeah. Hi. Acid filler or temporary post-treatment swelling if volumizing treatments were recent. So it said it could be just a little bit of swelling if he did have some work done. But yeah, I mean, kind of weird to look at those pictures. And there's obviously something different about his face, right?
Yeah.
It's not just me.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
He's not really out in public as much as he was like in the past too. So we haven't seen him in a long time.
What did you say they injected themselves with, Jeremy?
Hyaluronic acid.
What is
hyaluronic acid?
Yep, that's six jumpers are allegedly injecting their penises with there. You're right.
Is it hyaluronic or
hyaluronic acid?
I wasn't
to gain advantage at Winter Olympics.
Hey, look, Ed, I've only heard that word twice, and one was when people were injecting it in their wieners, and then now with Jim Carrey. So I think I'm going to remember that.
Hyaluronic acid. People use it just to plump up their face and stuff. It uses in face serums.
Plump it up.
Just
That's
saying.
a little stupid.
There you go. Ken McCusick joins us in studio at 8 o'clock. But on the other side, Team USA plays the Giants today in an exhibition game. At 3 p.m., first game is Friday versus Brazil. Are you ready for the WBC? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Combine is over, and we're less than a week away from the legal tampering in the National Football League. We'll talk about it from a Ravens perspective with Kevin Oestreicher. We'll preview the Orioles as they get ready for their upcoming season with great expectations. Got to be better than it was last year because last place in 2026 just isn't going to fly.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
You can sell your home as is, but the wrong cash offer will cost you. The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will buy it for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee, TESSIR.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With the center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13 and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Spring can be a tricky season weather-wise, but new windows from Window Nation can keep your home comfortable, no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in Baltimore City, southbound to 895. You're on the brakes, Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound is slow, Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, an accident right at Bayard Street has you backed up there. Be careful in that area. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good. The outer loop, slow Harford Road to Providence. And then again, you're on the brakes from Liberty Road to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
You know, I went to the Air Force Academy for 2 years. Wanted to serve. I was intending on serving. Ended up transferring out to LSU and won a national championship there and did some cool stuff there. But there was, a big part of me that was, fully intent on serving in the military, as a career after college. And so this is, it's not serving, but, this is a pretty close second.
That's why I love Paul King so much. Air Force guy. Air Force. That's right. Protected and serving. Transferred out, went to LSU. He did all right. He did all right.
He's fine.
Yeah. We forgive you.
He's and again, when we start looking at some of these guys, I hope he lives up to the hype. A lot of times when guys get hyped up this much, we see the injuries, the Steven Strasburg stuff.
Yeah.
But man, he is fun to watch pitch, and he has if you've ever watched. We've done this with plenty of pitchers where they show him throwing a pitch out of the same slot, and it's 3 or 4 different pitches. Good luck to you to figure out which one's coming out of that hand at that given moment, because they all go in different directions. It's just unbelievable, man. He's got incredible stuff. So I hope he stays healthy. And for his sake, and I hate saying this for Pirates fans, that he gets the hell out of Pittsburgh unless they're going to start doing something to try to actually win there.
Yesterday, Ed, on ESPN radio show, they were criticizing Tarek Skubal because Skubal says he's only pitching one time in the World Baseball Classic. And he was saying, Skubal was saying, I hate it because I really want to contribute more, this, that, and the other. And they were criticizing him for only doing it once and making it seem as if he hated it. Saying basically that if you're going to pitch more than once. Your thoughts on that?
I'm confused. He's hating because he's not allowed to pitch more than once?
Yeah, he hates it that he's not going to do it because he wants to make sure he's available for his team and he's healthy for his team.
He says he's just going to pitch once, though, right?
Yeah.
So it's his decision.
It's his decision.
That's ridiculous. First of all, I don't know how you guys feel. I'm going to watch this because it's the World Baseball Classic. But to me, this holds no real... It's not that sexy to me. The only things that really matter is, and I feel the same way about hockey. I mean, the Four Nations was fun, but it was meaningless. I just think these things they're fun, but the only things that matter to me in world competition are the World Cup and the Olympics. That's the only thing I get excited about. So, and to answer your question, I don't blame them at all. I mean, that's the only, every time they have this, the only thing I'm concerned about is injuries. Who won the WBC last year and the year before?
It was Japan won the last time.
Japan was in the house.
I remember Shohei striking out his
Didn't the
team.
DR win like 2 years ago or something?
Well,
U.S. won.
U.S. won 2 years ago?
It was Adam Jones. Not 2 years ago was, the last time was Japan.
Here. WBC history 2020. Oh, where are we at?
Well, I guess the DR 2 years ago. Just wants to know if I'm right.
2017 was Team US. 2013 was the DR.
Yeah, they haven't won in a while.
2023 was Japan. And then you go back to 09-06. I think that's
DR. They don't
Asian team.
Yeah, the last team that won it was Team Japan. DR goes back.
Oh, here
a
it
while.
is. Yeah, Japan, USA, Dominican Republic, Japan in 09-06. That's back before we started putting our baseball players in it, right?
No. You mean Team USA?
Yeah.
Just minor leaguers.
Yeah. I'm saying major leaguers, yeah.
Okay. Now, and I hear what you're saying about the Four Nations game or the tournament because you had the Olympics. But for years, for many Olympics, baseball hadn't been provided the Olympics. I think the WBC exists because of that reason, to be honest with you. They're not coming back in 2028. Yeah.
Because, hockey's more widely played than baseball, I think, worldwide, because you think about, all the Nordic countries and Russia and, and then obviously the U.S. and Canada. There's just a lot of people participate. I'm not sure, other than Latin America's got a lot of baseball. I don't know.
So it's funny to me, looking at this, because the whole thing with Skubal, I've said this before, let's take preseason games. I've never understood putting a guy in, he's got to play 2 series at least. He's got to play 2 series. Are you worried about him getting hurt or are you not? Skubal's okay to pitch 1 game, but not 2? Is that, you don't have just as much chance to get hurt in that game? I don't know. Again, it's his decision. It just seems weird to me. Either you want to play or you don't.
I hear you.
I don't get just going to play 1 game.
Well, because if you look at the guys who, Shohei Ohtani, which I thought was really weird, was used as an example. When did they win the World Baseball Classic? What year was that, Jeremy?
20 Japan, you mean?
Yeah.
20. Oh, I just closed it out. Here, hold on. WBC champions, because they won the first 2.
Was it 23?
23.
23. All right. When did Shohei have Tommy John surgery? Shortly after that, he started having arm issues. He pitched 3 times in that. And to me, on the show, they were using, Shohei, he pitched for his team 3 times and going on and on and on. I thought to myself, and shortly after that, had Tommy John surgery. I think you have enough talent that you could just pitch once in the WBC. I don't blame him. As a fan, do I want to see Tarek Skubal pitch more? Yes. But as a baseball player, an executive, a GM, and a manager, yeah, I love the fact that he said just once. You're right. He can get hurt that one time, but the more you play, the more you risk a chance to get hurt.
I don't know. Like, again, I'll go back to it. It seems weird to me. Either you want to play or you don't. Like, you have just as much chance of getting hurt in that first game as you do in the second game. If it's about that, if it's about injuries, he's saying he wants to be ready for his team. If you want to be ready for your team, then stay there with them and work out. If that's what you want to do. But, like, again, I don't know. It just seems.
When you have the choice to do both, you exercise that choice. I'm okay with it. Like I said, as a fan, would love to see him pitch more. That's the selfish part of it. But I understand why he's not. You know, if one game with Tarek Skubal is better than a game with almost anybody else in that rotation, maybe except Paul Skeens. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on. I can't wait for the World Baseball Classic, to be honest with you. Is today's game, exhibition game, Joe, do you know, is it televised, 3 o'clock game?
MLB Network.
It is? I can't wait. I'm going to check it out.
The Netherlands are playing the Orioles? Or was this old?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
I don't know. I missed that. That's Canada's playing Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
Israel's playing Miami. Who is that playing? NCA playing the Mets. Is that Nicaragua, I guess? Yeah.
Probably.
Brazil's playing the Athletics, so Brazil's favored. No, I'm kidding. Athletics have a lot of young talent, but this is kind of cool. I like this.
Ken McCusick joins us at 8 o'clock. But on the other side, Orioles' top prospect list came out.
Loaded again.
Loaded once again. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Baltimore County Police Department.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for our upcoming academy classes. Visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County PD is an equal opportunity employer.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. You have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state, so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
There are a lot of myths out there about how the Maryland Lottery works. Playing the lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not. Things like, some games are luckier than others. The fact is, the odds, prizes, and playstyles vary, but one game is just as lucky as the next. Check out the details for each game and make decisions based on the facts. Learn more facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in Baltimore City, southbound to 895. You're on the brakes, Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound is slow, Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, an accident right at Bayard Street has you backed up there. Be careful in that area. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good. The outer loop, slow Hartford Road to Providence. And then again, you're on the brakes from Liberty Road to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The best baseball players in the country have assembled in Arizona ahead of the World Baseball Classic, and that includes Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson. Gunnar joins the likes of Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, and Paul Skeens, among others, to represent the U.S. in the WBC against the rest of the world. Gunnar has been very vocal about how much of an honor it is to don the red, white, and blue, and skipper Craig Albornaz is proud to watch his shortstop compete for a World Baseball Classic title.
Gets to play with the best players in the world because he's one of them, and he's earned that right and deserve every bit of it. So I'm just happy for him that he gets to go and play for Team USA and showcase his talent.
Team USA will play in a warm-up game against the San Francisco Giants today in Scottsdale. First pitch is just after 3 p.m. Eastern Time. As for Gunnar's Orioles teammates that won't participate in the World Baseball Classic, they're back in Sarasota facing off against Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning, shifts over to all rain in the afternoon, highs in the mid-40s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Ed Norris down in Florida. Orioles top 30 prospect list came out according to baseball, MLB.com, prospects. I'll give you the top 10. Number 10, Enrique Bradfield Jr. Number 9, Aaron Estrada. Number 8, Esteban Mejia. Number 7, how do you pronounce his first name, Joe? Aloy.
Oh, you're talking about the Hawaiian player that we drafted in the...
I think it's Wahiwa. Wahiwa Aloy. I think that's how you pronounce it.
God, I hope that's wrong.
It is. He says correct. Wahiwa.
Hey, I'm not saying I knew, but I was just hoping it's wrong so we could keep replaying that.
Number 6.
Kawi. Wahiwa.
Will be catcher, outfield, first baseman, Ike Irish.
Yeah.
Number 5, I didn't get the positions. I'm sorry. Bradfield's an outfielder. Estrada's a second baseman outfielder. Mejia is a right-handed pitcher. Aloy's a shortstop. Number 5, right-handed pitcher Trey Gibson. We've seen him a lot.
He's the guy everybody's talking about.
Number 4, Luis De Leon, left-handed pitcher. Number 3, outfielder Nate George, a name that I don't think people talk about enough. Number 2, outfielder Dylan Beavers, who's with the Major League roster. And number 1, of course, Major Leaguer, the catcher, first baseman Samuel Basayo. By the way, Nate George is an outfielder as well. Your thoughts on these guys, Ed? How many of these guys do you know of already?
Very few.
Okay.
I mean, very few. Obviously, the ones I know, the only prospects I know are up here right now playing, is Bradfield and, Abisayo, obviously, and guys like that, Beavers. Not many. I looked through the list. I thought I had the old one. I looked through the 26 list, and I did not know many of them.
What about you, Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, look, I learned about more and more of these guys. Obviously, some of the names up there were guys that they just recently drafted with Ike Irish, Eloy, and some of those players. Happy to see, like, when they do these lists that Basayo and Beavers are still up top. But, again, when you look at what the Orioles did, not only in the draft, they did the right thing last year with the way that the season went, no matter how much people didn't like it. Getting a kid like Boston to come in and be, trade for him with the Padres and get yourself what could be a frontline pitcher, a tall lefty that he slings it downhill. And you got a bunch of these guys that I think, finally, when you're looking at the prospect list, it's pretty highly rated again. We were getting to that point where it seemed like it was a little thin after the top guys. And then now, over the past 2 years, they've loaded that. And I think the one out of them, because we've already seen the two up top at the major league level, is I've heard so many good things about Gibson and George.
Yeah, Nate George, man. I'm telling you, I like the guy.
I want to see
Only
both.
19 years old.
Yeah.
You know what I love? Out of the top 10 prospects, only 4 of them are major leaguer and AAA guys. I mean, that means you got 6 young guys in your rotation in your top 10 prospects. That's good. That's restocking. You got a single A guy. You had 3 single A guys. You got an A+ guy. And you got a couple of AA guys. I love that. I mean, you got guys that maybe down the road in about 2 years will be ready for you, and you don't know what your current roster is going to look like then. So you'll have these guys locked and loaded, ready to go, or good trade bait.
Yeah, and they got a bunch of catchers in their farm system too, which, I mean, look, we can sit here and talk about it. You've got 2 guys at the major league level that you like at that position, right, with Basayo and Rutschman, and we don't know what the future holds for either one of them. But you've got catchers galore in your farm system, including, I don't know where they envision Ike Irish playing, but he plays catcher, outfield, and first base. He probably plays every damn position.
Don't forget about Creed Willens, too. He's a catcher.
Yeah, I mean, Creed, and people have talked about him. I mean, I'm 6 feet from the edge, and oh, sorry. I was going to start singing Creed. No, but again, he's another guy that he's ranked 19th in the system, and they've been talking about him for a couple years now. So I like the system's stocked. The kid Boston I talk about, they got back from San Diego, 6'8", 20 years old, 240 pounds, and he is just, I can't wait to see him at the major league level. If, in fact, that's where he gets, because who knows, with the prospects you have, you can definitely make moves to better your team this year if something goes awry.
He's talking about Boston Bateman, the left-handed pitcher who's in A+ right now for the Baltimore Orioles. 410-583-1057. Antonio from Rosedale. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Happy Taco Tuesday, guys.
Same to you.
Will there be any surprise additions to the Orioles 40-man roster for the start of the season? And you guys have a wonderful day.
You too. I think there's a chance that there'd be a 40-man roster. I'm thinking about opening day roster. I don't think any surprises to the 40-man roster, no. I was thinking, he said 40, but for some reason I was thinking opening day.
So I guess
40-man roster is what it is. I don't think there's going to be any surprises.
Well, I think if we're going to sit here and talk about what could be surprises, the Vance Honeycutt thing's not happening. Kerstead. I almost had it. Kerstead.
He's on the 40.
What I'm just saying, like I'm not talking about the 40. I'm talking about the roster that we end up.
That's the same thing I was saying. He said 40, so 40. I don't think there are going to be any surprises on the 40.
But I think what he meant was what at the major
the opening
level,
day roster.
Yeah, because there should be no shocks at the 40.
Right.
You put whoever you want
So
at the bottom of that.
I think some of the biggest surprises, Ed, for the opening day roster is going to be who's not going to be on there. Like maybe you don't have a Ryan Mountcastle on the opening day roster, something like that. I don't think any additions are going to be surprises.
I don't either. And I thought before injury, I thought Kobe Mayo may have been,
I was just going to say that to you. Like, was he a guy that wasn't going to make this roster before those injuries?
Yeah, but him making it's not a surprise now.
Yeah.
I think the closest thing to a surprise, Jeremiah Jackson. Will he be on the opening day roster?
But with the injuries, doesn't he?
But that's the closest thing to a surprise.
I mean, what if Kerstead made the opening day roster?
Do you know what's going on with his Kerstead, Ed? Do you know that story?
No.
Okay. Jeremy's been calling him Kierstad from day one.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So one day last year, and I forgot to tell Jeremy, Eston said, man, tell your boy my name is Kierstad.
And I told him, I said, I'll tell Ed so he knows. But apparently it's me. It was me.
Oh. But yeah, I think, So you're saying Kierstad would be a bigger surprise than Jackson? Jeremiah Jackson.
Well, because I don't think anybody thought about him coming into the season. You're like, oh my God, we got this logjam in the outfield. You got Beavers, you got Cowers, you got Tyler O'Neill, you traded for Tito Ward, and then all of a sudden it's like, does he make the team as a defensive center fielder? You traded for Blaze. Blaze can play center. It's like, where do you have room at the major league level?
You say you may call him Kierstad, but he's still Tito.
Yeah, Tito.
Yes.
Tito.
Ed, when I get down there, I gotta explain that to him. Hey, listen, let me tell you something, man. Yes. If somebody calls you Tito, just roll with it.
You got to explain. We were talking Terry Francona before,
that's
and
it.
then you kind of got you're like Tito Ward. He's like, who?
Well, he went to a bunch. We went through a bunch of Titos, and Rob kept getting the first names, and everybody was Tito. And I was like,
that's right.
He has words for it. I said, no, it's Tito.
Yeah, that's right. That's how it started.
So if you hear Tito Ward, you just roll with it.
Yeah, it is what it is.
He was interviewed during a spring training game, and I was up at DeSantis. And somebody didn't even know I was there yelled, Tito! So it's growing. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Orioles opening day roster, I think, is going to be one that is power pack. I think this team's going to mash. I do. What they do in the field, that remains to be seen. I think the biggest question marks for this team is defensively. Defensive question marks. Because you're going to put probably a guy at third base who's not a very good third baseman defensively. You may put a guy at second base whose best position is third base. What's O'Neill in the outfield? What's he like?
Even though they say Blaze's best position is third, I don't think he struggles at any one of those positions. I think that's that cat's calling card, is that he has such a strong arm and he's so good defensively. Yeah, I think he could be that play third base for you every day and wow you. But I also think because of his super utility abilities in playing the outfield and playing second base, I think he'll be fine wherever you put him.
You don't know.
I don't.
Kim McCusick joins us at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports the Ravens are looking for safety help.
He doesn't know.
Does that mean Washington and Gilman are on the outs? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Combine is over, and we're less than a week away from the legal tampering in the National Football League. We'll talk about it from a Ravens perspective with Kevin Oestreicher. We'll preview the Orioles as they get ready for their upcoming season with great expectations. Got to be better than it was last year, because last place in 2026 just isn't going to fly.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In a major defensive shakeup, the Washington Commanders have informed four-time Pro Bowl corner Marshawn Lattimore he will be released. The move, coming just 16 months after Washington traded 3 draft picks to acquire him, clears $18.5 million in cap space. Lattimore, who's 30 in May, currently rehabbing a torn ACL. Now will test the open market. I'm Drake Toll.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Maroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help your packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The bracket battle is on all month at Bob Bell Nissan. Drive home a brand new Nissan Versa for as low as $19,114. Score slam dunk savings, fast financing, and we'll beat CarMax offers by up to $2,000. Shop BobBellNissan.com today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in Baltimore City, 895 southbound. You're on the brakes from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is slow Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop slow Green Spring to the 83s. The Outer Loop slow in the usual spots, Bel Air Road to Providence. And then again from Liberty Road to Baltimore National Pike. An accident on the Outer Loop at exit 16 at I-70 slowing you down there. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
You have 6 senses. Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see the Big Bad Morning Show on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
I want security, yeah. Without it, I'm at a great loss.
Man, sing it, Otis. Wait till Otis sees us.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. This is that. We're coming up on that legal tampering period soon, aren't we, in the National Football League?
Yep.
It's Wednesday? Tomorrow? Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday. You can tamper.
They say if it was tomorrow, it'd be more talk than we're doing right now. So Jeremy Fowler says this team is in need of safety help. Now, Lloyd Gilman came over via trade. Good move for the Ravens. Adarius Washington was a guy that contributed as well in the past. Do you think those comments mean one of those guys, if not both of those guys, out? Yeah,
I mean, if I'm going to draw any conclusion, I'd say yeah.
I see. The problem I have is like we don't know what direction they're going in, and how they feel about some of the guys that they made moves for. You're going to want some depth there, but is that ultimately a position that you got to go do something now? Not that this is going to happen in the draft, but there are all kinds of stuff being floated out now about Caleb Downs having a torn meniscus and his knee might be degenerative. The guy that they considered the best player in the draft. At safety, of course, you're not going to pick him number one overall because of the position he is. But, like, could he be a top 10 pick? Of course. Does he slide with this injury news? That's something. I mean, it would shock me if the Ravens took a safety at 14.
Did anybody else, were you taken by surprise by that kind of news? Because that was one position I thought, nah, they're fine. Yeah. I was just a little surprised. And it made me wonder, like, what's up with one of them?
Surprise would be if they went and got one. So Jeremy Fowler saying it doesn't surprise me. These guys just have their opinions, man. I don't.
That's true.
I take it with a grain of salt. Really, I wouldn't know what Jeremy Fowler said if it wasn't part of the show.
Right?
You know what I mean, I wouldn't know what he said when I looked at the show rundown. I went and read it, or I should say, listened to it in its entirety, so I can get some context. Other than that, I wouldn't know what he said.
Yeah,
because these guys give I pay attention to the, Jameson Hensley's of the world, guy we had on yesterday from the Athletic, we talked about yesterday from Zreback.
Oh, Zreback.
Those are the guys I follow because those guys are out there every day. Cordell Woodland, Vinny, those guys are the guys there. Those national guys, I really don't. I listen to them on, what happened, and they break it down after the fact. But what particular teams are doing, don't worry about that.
But you also don't know what's a smokescreen, what was leaked out by an agent, what was leaked out by a team.
Right.
I mean, we have the liars luncheon every year. Why? Because, again, you don't know what's truth and what's not.
And it's intentional.
Yeah. I think, like looking at the draft coming up, though, it wouldn't shock me to see them take a safety, but I don't think they're taking one high.
Yeah.
I mean, again, they're going to draft some offensive linemen. I'm sure there's going to be a tight end somewhere along the way, a defensive lineman, and how it breaks down. They have a lot of picks, but most people are just going to focus on what do you do in the first 2 days. Like, I want to hear your first, second, and third round pick because those guys are the ones I expect to probably have an impact year one.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
What's up? Hello.
Hey, man. First of all, hey, Jeremy, when is that, what is called the Liars Luncheon or whatever?
Yeah, when is it?
When is it?
I got to look it up. When is it this
right
year?
before the draft.
But what?
Well, it don't matter. Look, hey, EDC, I know you listening, man. I need an invite to the luncheon this year, good brother. But yeah, back to the safety thing, right? I don't know what's up with these reporters, these Ravens fans. I'm in a Ravens space yesterday. I hear Ravens fans saying they want Caleb Downs. What we need Caleb Downs for?
He's the top-ranked safety in the draft.
Yeah.
So, how many safeties we need?
2.
Go out there, look. But if I had to choose between Adarius Washington and Gilman, I like Gilman. But for some reason, right, when we started pumping him up during the season, he started missing tackles. He started, missing interceptions. Now, AD, shout out to him. He tore his Achilles. He came back late in the season. I mean, he was missing a little bit of tackles, but, he had to get his feet wet. If I was anybody, I'm bringing back AD, and I might bring back my man Geno Stone, man. Why not? Hello?
Why would you do
y'all
that?
have a great Tuesday, though, man.
I'm with you, too.
Right.
You too, Trippy. I get what he's saying, not on the Geno Stone thing, but he's not saying Downs isn't a great player. Just saying at 14 you have other needs.
Yeah, but if he's the best player in the draft, can you pass on him at 14 if he slides? Unless it's the slide's legitimate and you're really worried about medical. Like, if that guy falls to me at 14, I don't care what their needs are, I'm taking him.
Thielen, the guy from Oregon. He ran the 4.3. The white guy ran the 4.340. He's like the second ranked safety in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, but again,
if he slid later.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's the juggling of it to see where you're at. The one thing that the Ravens do is they will look at the board, identify who they think they're going to get, and if they get to the point where they're picking and there's 3 players there that they like equally, they're going to try to trade back and try to find some more value and hope one of those players slides to them, in my opinion. That's what I think happens.
410-583-1057. You think they trade back?
Ultimately, yeah.
I think they're going to trade back. I don't think they're going to pick in the first round. Well, they're not going to pick at 14.
Yeah.
If they pick later in the first round, maybe, but I think we're going to be watching the draft and around pick 12, pick 13. We're going to hear that little bell that goes off because there's a trade, and that trade will be involving the Baltimore Ravens. I don't think the Ravens are going to pick number 14. I don't think they'll pick before 14 either.
Yeah, they're not moving up, I don't think. And again, the reason, if you look at this draft, it's a weird one because the best players in the draft aren't at these marquee positions that you're used to taking guys number 1, pass rusher, quarterback. And again, I understand Mendoza's probably going to go number 1 overall. But when you look at the guys that they've listed as the 2 best players, Caleb Downs and Jeremiah Love, Love's a running back. We don't know where he's going. I still think it's going to be first round. But if Caleb's medical is fine and he slides, again, the guy's a freak of nature. And now Sonny Styles has left up the board too as a top pick.
There's some that's saying Love. There's some that's saying Love might be the best all-around player in the draft, but yet he might not go in the first round. That's ridiculous.
It's a running back.
Crazy, actually.
That's absolutely ridiculous, man. I don't doubt the fact that he might be the best all-around player in the draft, but the fact that we're talking about he might not go in the first round is crazy talk. Marcus in Baltimore. Marcus.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning, guys.
Another man. How are you?
I'm good. So since I think the last time we were this high up was when we picked Ronnie Stanley.
Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah. Kyle Hamilton. This is like
Stanley was number 6.
Yeah, Stanley was higher, but
but Hamilton was after Stanley. But go ahead.
This is the first year where I don't know which direction we're actually going to go in as far as like where we're going. I'm sitting out here like listening to you guys like Caleb Downs might drop to us. And all honesty, in my opinion, if one of those pass rushes are there, because I just don't think that all of the top guys will make it like out of the first round. In my personal opinion, if one of those pass rushes are there, I'm taking one of those, and then the second I'm going for an offensive tackle. But as far as like a safety, like I probably wouldn't take a safety until like the third.
I wouldn't take a safety that high either, man.
I wouldn't either unless his name's Caleb
Marcus,
Downs.
let me just ask you a question, though. Why? Is it because we have such strong safety play right now with Kyle Hamilton, or you just don't believe the safety has that much value?
No, it's not the value. It's just because, like, you could bring back an AD. Like, you could bring back a Haloi Gilman. Now, you could draft a guy in, like, the third or the fourth for depth, and you still have the freak of nature that's Kyle Hamilton sitting out there. So it's not like we're like, oh, no, we need a safety. No, we need a pass rusher. We need an offensive tackle. Like, and then those 2 guys, that's what I would, like, prioritize in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I'm with you, Marcus. It has nothing to do with the player. The player is an absolute stud. It has everything to do with the need. If you have strong players on your board that's still there, thanks a lot for the call. I'm going in that direction. I just am. Ryan Ripken joins us at 8:30, but on the other side, he's here in studio. Kim McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com. Up next on The Fan.
Join the sports talk conversation. The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. If you're looking for a true Baltimore spot that does it all, check out Mount Washington Tavern. Whether you're catching college basketball with friends, hitting happy hour, or grabbing lunch during the week, the Tavern delivers great food, cold drinks, and that neighborhood atmosphere everyone loves. So come watch all the college basketball action here. Great views, great crowd, and the perfect game day energy. And for St. Patrick's Day, expect festive food, drink specials, and a fun, can't-miss Baltimore celebration. Plus, don't miss Chesapeake Oyster Week, March 20th through the 31st. In collaboration with the Oyster Recovery Partnership, the Tavern is celebrating local Chesapeake oysters with a specialty menu, all supporting shell recycling and oyster restoration. So join us from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and taste oysters that give back to the Bay. And of course, enjoy fresh oysters from Prince Edward Island and Cape Cod. Their oysters are great. It's one of my favorite things about the Tavern. They always have a great selection, and that's a great event, the March 20th and March 31st. And when you're there, say hello to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution, your local partner for resolving tax issues. You've heard me for years talking about addressing your taxes on your terms and our A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. When I'm looking for a trusted partner for my business or a personal project, I turn to the BBB and their membership of verified accredited businesses spanning an array of services and industries. If you are a trusted business that wants to expand your reach and visibility as an accredited business or a consumer looking for peace of mind, start today at bbb.org.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
When you need a new HVAC system, you need it fast. Call Constellation Home. We'll rush out to your home and give you a same-day estimate that will come back the next day and install it. Is that fast enough?
You need a hand, I can assure you this, I can help.
Visit ConstellationHome.com today. You can save up to $3,000 and we'll have your new HVAC system up and running tomorrow. For next day installation, call before 1 p.m. Constellation Home, 10605.
I can help.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free non-alcoholic drinks or beer or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand, answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson will take the field today with Team USA as they prepare for the World Baseball Classic. The country's best ball players will face off against the San Francisco Giants in an exhibition tune-up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time ahead of Friday night's opening game against Brazil. Here's Gunnar on what it means to don the red, white, and blue on the world stage.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to wear our country across our chest. But, yeah, super pumped up about it. This will be first time we got to do it, and what a stage to do it at. So I'm pumped up for it.
Gunnar's Orioles teammates that are not participating in the WBC will play Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium in an exhibition matchup. First pitch for that one just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning, shifts over to all rain in the afternoon, highs in the mid-40s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the big new Luck Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery with 50 chances to win on each ticket and a huge instant top prize of $5 million. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Fresh back from the gorillas and the lepers. He is Kim McCusick.
They had lepers there?
Hey, Rob. How's it
Yeah,
going?
people were missing all kinds of body parts. Don't touch them.
Ken's showing me the video, how close he is to the gorilla. And I just said to him, that's why people die. That is why people die.
Yeah, a silverback can pick up 1,800 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll watch it from TV.
He was pretty much picking up one leaf at a time and eating it.
Yeah, he wasn't even swatting the bugs away.
Yeah.
You know what's amazing about them? Not to get off this start, but have you ever seen a skinny gorilla?
No,
and they're vegetarians.
They're whoppingly fat. Yeah, they're yeah.
Do gorillas only eat? They're only vegetarians because like chimps eat other animals.
Chimps are more
people on vegetables,
huh? I ain't seen a gorilla eat a human being yet, have I? Huh? Here, anyway.
Hey, let's talk some football. Tyler Linderbaum, what's the deal? Rumors are that there's been an offer on the table, but no rumors about him accepting that offer.
That's right. So we got all this weirdness with the agent not returning calls, which sounds a little bit like Lamar Jackson, honestly, in terms of some of the weirdness going on. It looks like he's unlikely to be back at this point. One of the things that the Ravens are usually very smart about in terms of making sure they get a contract done before is while there's still some divisible benefit on the table. So the player still has games to go and risk associated with playing, then the Ravens still have an advantage in terms of getting a deal done. And most of the players, they got done. There are exceptions in Ravens history, with the big one being Joe Flacco after his Super Bowl MVP was unsigned and they didn't have the room for him to be franchise tag.
Right.
So, but in this case, I just don't see him coming back. He's going to hit the market. There are going to be lots of suitors out there. The Ravens, frankly, should not pay a number well in excess of $20 million a year, in my opinion. And Albert Breer is reporting he might be looking for $25 million at this point. He's a average to below average pass blocker in the league, depending on what metric you look at. And that's not something you really want in any offensive lineman. So I'm out.
So Ken, how these things always have domino effects. How does this affect other people we're talking about, like Isaiah Likely?
Yeah, well, Isaiah Likely, it probably improves the chance that they retain him if Linderbaum is lost. He could still then get the franchise tag, which is only about $15.05 million this year. He's done some things, I'm afraid, that have hurt himself with the Ravens behaviorally. And we've all heard the rumors about the party that he supposedly threw when Harbaugh was fired.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that is a good optic for him. So he may or may not be back. I think one of the things that plays in his favor is Lamar probably really wants him back.
What about Kohler?
Yeah, blocking tight end, he'd have some value around the league, like Josh Oliver, particularly with teams who scouted him originally out of Iowa State, where he was their whole offense pretty much when he was there. But the problem with a player like Pollard, what makes him not a really sexy free agent signing is he doesn't do anything exceptionally well, but he's a balanced special teams, receiving and blocking value. And the Ravens could retain him on that basis, or some other team may step up, recognize his value, and give him a little more than the Ravens want to pay.
Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com, joins us. All right, Ken, let's talk NFL draft. We heard some people, callers, and us prioritizing what the Ravens' needs are in the draft. Your thoughts? What are the priorities for the Baltimore Ravens in this upcoming draft?
Yeah, if we go from top to bottom, let's just do it quickly here because I think we're going to have lots of opportunity to go through this list. I think interior offensive line is right at the top, and especially assuming Linderbaum is gone, I think it's there for sure. They've got options now at all three spots. They could field a interior offensive line of Voorhees, Bullock, and Emory Jones to start the year, but I would expect competition from 3 new players, 1 UFA, and probably 2 draft picks. At those spots. The interior defensive line, we've heard, weird and non-clear messages from Matabike about a potential of returning. Mm-hmm. I know there's a local podcast guy who's saying he's heard that it's happening. I'll believe it when I see it. He's a big domino in terms of what goes on. I think the Ravens have, and probably should, go after a 1 or 3 tech of their choice anyway with one of their day 1 or day 2 picks. The cornerback group would be next. I mean, they're a very old group. They really need to get younger there. Wiggins entering year 3 as the leader. They've got a couple guys in terms of the Kone and Longer being the 2 guys who got drafted and hurt last year. And they've got Tampa and Martin, who are younger guys, but none of them is really at the point on their trajectory that you'd hope they were. And then the edge is the 4th really big position. They've got the building blocks are Green and Robinson. That's all they're starting from. So it could well be a round 1 pick. I heard a caller, just talking about any of the top edge guys. To me, if it's a top 3 edge guy, I think that's a reasonable choice. So that means David Bailey of Texas Tech, Ruben Bain of Miami, or Arvell Reese of Ohio State. They would all be great if they dropped to 14. The guy that I'm not as high on is Keldrick Falk of Auburn. He's been mocked multiple times to the Ravens, but he's a guy who's a very raw pass rusher, length and size to play the run well, but I see him as a pretty big reach at 14, kind of more like a Courtney Upshaw type, a little bit bigger, a little bit better against the run.
Again, I just got a broader question about the Combine. There seemed like there's a lot of amazing performances this time. A lot of people running 4.3, 4.2 even. We got, Washington from Arkansas ran like a 4.3, weighs 230 pounds. Is this real, or are they tweaking this like the radar gun in baseball? Like, this just seems very unusual. We have so many really fast people in the Combine, and some of them very big.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't heard anybody hypothesize that, but that's fairly reasonable. So the way they do the start would be the place where they could tweak something about how times would be improved. I don't know if you remember ever watching the Combine in the past, but there were a lot of false starts. And people would move their arm inappropriately, and that would cause the clock to start. But if they change somehow the way they start the clock, Ed, I think that's certainly possible. I don't think there's anything happening, as soon as they're up out of the blocks. But I do think that they possibly are giving people better starts.
Washington ran that time, and he had trouble getting out of the blocks.
Yeah, it was. He did look to seem to stumble initially in the first 10 yards or something.
Yeah.
Mike Washington, an interesting player there, by the way. He does not have the college missed tackle force rate you'd expect of a guy who's 6'2", 228. He's right around .20. Whereas Jeremiah Love is at .28, is a missed tackle force machine, can do it pass or run or whatever. But I think Washington, you're pointing out, I think he probably ends up going maybe round 2. Which would be too rich for the Ravens, but I'm sure somebody else is going to fall in love with that speed and size.
So kind of what we talked, two-parter here. If you like Caleb Downs, you kind of touched on it. If he slides, if a player at a position of need that you don't need, that you have rated as one of the best players, first off, are you taking him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ultimately, I think you and I are kind of in the same page here, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think the Ravens end up trading back. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on the opportunities they could have at that number?
A lot has been made of the fact that there won't be a lot of teams trying to move up, and that 14 could be an unattractive spot. I think it's completely dependent upon who falls. Caleb Downs is one of the really interesting dominoes because he's apparently got a big medical flag for a degenerative ACL issue. The Ravens have not had good success drafting players with injury medical flags. Wiggins, I think, had a minor one. But, the big ones at David Ajabo in recent years, if you go back a few years, Brashad Perriman, was known to have a significant knee issue when he came to the Ravens. So I don't think that they are likely to draft a guy like Downs, which is unfortunate because I absolutely love his play. But I think he's a guy who probably may fall into late in the first round, not even in the top 15 anymore.
Will Lamar Jackson sign before the deadline for him to sign? We'll get Ken McCusick to weigh in on that. Up next, right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Combine is over, and we're less than a week away from the legal tampering in the National Football League. We'll talk about it from a Ravens perspective with Kevin Oestreicher. We'll preview the Orioles as they get ready for their upcoming season with great expectations. Got to be better than it was last year, because last place in 2026 just isn't going to fly.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, have you been to the dentist this year? Recently? 5 years, 10 years. Yeah, don't do that. You really have to go. And I get it. A lot of people have anxiety or fear of the dentist, but Dr. Lairfield at Smile Design can really put that aside. There's sedation options that, make whatever you're having to, whatever procedure it is stress-free, very comfortable. It's not worth worrying over, frankly. And you need to go to the dentist because it's important, not just for your teeth and gums and your oral health, but your oral health is connected to your overall health, your heart, everything. And then there's your appearance. How about your self-confidence and your psychological health? That's important too. And if you've been, worried about your smile, you don't smile in photographs anymore and things like that, your teeth have yellowed or you're missing a tooth or teeth or whatever, they take care of all of it. Everything from teeth whitening to implants, and they do it in a great atmosphere. Dr. Lairfield and the whole staff, he's a nice human being. He just really is. I've met him many, many times. Just a nice man, and it puts you at ease. And so's the whole staff. So, listen, go on in. Just see what they have to say. The consultation's free. The number 410-321-1100. Make an appointment. See what I'm talking about. And please tell me I sent you there.
Traffic brought to you by Heil Plumbing, Maryland's go-to since 1977.
Mysterious basement leak, unexplained water in the yard, or a high water bill? I'm Eddie Heil, owner of Heil Plumbing and Sewer. We'll locate the break, give you clear pricing, and replace your water line fast. Schedule your visit at heilplumbing.com. That's HEIL plumbing.com.
This month, tap into the frenzy with Hoops at Horseshoe Casino. Every Friday in March, swipe in to reveal guaranteed prizes or take your shot at their Hoops at Horseshoe game. Horseshoe Baltimore, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
AC unit or heat pump cranking, but your home's still uncomfortable? Window Nation keeps your home comfortable no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com to schedule your free consultation today.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. Southbound 895 in the city, crawling from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes, Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The inner loop of the Beltway, slow Park Heights Avenue to the 83s. The outer loop is slow in the usual spots, Hartford Road to Providence, and then again Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike. 83, the JFX southbound, you're on the brakes from Old Pimlico Road to past Northern Parkway. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. As the Ravens move forward, a lot of this is all about the money, as it is for everybody else in the National Football League. You need room under the cap. One of the biggest ways they can create room under the cap is a Lamar Jackson extension. They got a little bit over a week for that. Do you think, not saying they can't extend after that, but in terms of the league year, do they get it done before then, in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the actual financial implication will be if they have to pay that bonus and how that gets paid out. But it probably means that it can't be prorated over the extension period, which could be Lamar being in Baltimore for 6 more years. I think it's important for another reason. I think it's critical to get Lamar extended in order to make other UFA commitments.
Right.
If Lamar's only going to be here for 2 years, and in fact, let's face it, if Lamar doesn't sign this year, doesn't extend this year, the Ravens may be forced to trade him before next year. I mean, that's the darn truth of the matter. It's a horrible thing to have to face, but if they can't get him extended now, they've got to look at that reality. If they have to trade Lamar, then they're really looking at rebuilding.
And he has
the roster.
to accept the trade because he's got the full no trade.
Yeah, no, you've got a good point there. So they may have to let him play it out.
He holds all the cards, which it's a tough thing, but they gave it to him.
It's crazy. It's really wild. Anyway, how do the Ravens rank as far as? I mean, I think they do well in the draft, particularly mid rounds, but they seem like a team that never makes moves to move up to the top 10. They stay where they are, or they go back, and they'll get aggregate picks and things like that. They've surprised everybody picking Lamar Jackson with that 32 that year. Are they different than other teams?
Yes, I mean they are really different, and I think DaCosta is playing it right to basically say, oh, these late round picks, they're just lottery tickets anyway. And then, of course, he's trying to accumulate every lottery ticket he can because the Ravens are better at that. Okay. Theoretically, I don't want to go too deep into this because this could be a long conversation of itself. But the JJ chart is the chart everybody trades on. It's an extremely steep chart of value by pick.
Jimmy Johnson.
Yes. Okay. Developed in the 90s. So anyway, most people who've studied the thing recently think valuations ought to be a little flatter to a lot flatter. By the time the Ravens pick, usually in the 20s or even later, then the Ravens, the steepness of the curve is mostly past. Okay, so it doesn't matter that much, but it's the valuation that the league uses in virtually every trade. If a trade happens on draft night, I almost always know exactly what picks are being traded just based on the team that they're trading it to. That it really has to be that way. So the Ravens, I think they'll trade down. I think it's one of the really good possibilities this year. They have 11 picks, and this is going to seem foolish, but they need more than that. They've got only 48 players under contract. It's the very fewest in the entire NFL. It's a scary proposition. The Chargers have 63 players under contract by comparison. Wow. They're at 48, last in the NFL. So now, admittedly, a lot of those guys are not going to make the roster, or they're going to be on injured reserve for the year, or whatever. They're not all going to make the roster, but they need those guys to select from, particularly places like the offensive line, where they need bodies in order to find the developmental choices that make sense.
So in hearing that, does it make it less likely, you think, for an A.J. Brown or a Max Crosby coming here? Or, and if they do, is it like, hey, we're giving you these picks, but we'd like to get a couple other picks back, even if they're at the end of the rounds?
That I don't think that was ever serious at all.
Okay.
So I think the Max Crosby thing is ridiculous. I think that DaCosta addressed it in the one of these meetings. There's been so many of these meetings now. It's kind of getting hard to call them apart. But he said that it's really tough when you have to trade the draft capital and then also pay a huge contract. And that's in either of those cases, that's what we'd be looking at.
Ken McCusick joins us, filmstudybaltimore.com. Ken, and I'm not saying it's going to happen in the first round because very seldom does it happen in the first round. But do you see the Ravens addressing the inside or off the ball linebacker position in this year's draft?
I can make a case for it, and I never am willing to do that. Like, I was so opposed to the Patrick Queen draft pick when it happened. The guy I wanted was Xavier McKinney, who went to the Giants and had a great career. But in this year, Sonny Styles is such an outstanding athlete, and the Ravens are in a transitional period with Roquan Smith, where this might be his last, or probably will be his last year in Baltimore. Buchanan is hurt. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why, from a need perspective, he could be at the intersection of need and value.
And no one's talking about that position as a need position.
No.
But I think it is.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I think they need to draft one at some point. The other side of the coin is, Rob, that the Ravens have been so good at developing UDFA inside linebackers that the feeling is that the team can always pull the next rabbit out of the hat, and I'm not sure that that's a safe bet the way it used to be.
Well, Wow. So I didn't even know how to phrase it. Like, with all this said, what's more important now is, focusing on the draft. Does Lamar's contract impact what we're going to do here? Because there's so many things happening right now. And this, even the inside linebacker position, when you mentioned, Roquan and Buchanan and stuff, that wasn't even on people's radar. How do you see this playing out in the next, week or so? Because, they've got the deadline with Lamar, and then the draft comes up in April, and just a lot going on.
Yeah. I mean, one interesting thought experiment would be, what percentage of your draft capital would you be willing to concede right now to have Lamar's contract extension worked out in a reasonable manner, same structure as the last time, yada, yada, 4 extra years, and you get an AAV that's at the high of new high for a quarterback, but is not, radically higher than that. I mean, I think that might be worth 10% of the Ravens draft capital to have that happen. So the Ravens ought to be trying very hard to make it happen. Now, they're not trading draft picks to Lamar to do that, but I'm just trying to give you a relative sense of importance. Yeah.
So, Ken, one of the interesting things is we've heard wide receivers mentioned a lot around the Ravens draft pick. Saw the weird interview with Mekhi Lemon and people were talking about. Do you think wide receiver is in the cards where they're sitting, or do you think even there's a chance of trading back and maybe looking at wide receiver then? Or, I mean, look, the Ravens are going to go best player available. I just don't know how they perceive these wide receivers.
Right. I think Mekhi Lemon lost some stock, and there's some question over what his 40 time is right now. So I think there are real questions about that. I don't see him as the Ravens guy at 14. I could be wrong, but let's see it play out. None of the other guys I really like that much.
So the other thing that I read, that I don't know if it changes people's minds on this, with Mekhi Lemon talking, they said the interviewer before that question was asked and he was given the answer, had said something to him the effect of questioning his height and his size, and he took it personal, and that's why he looked so angry in that next question. But I don't know. Again, I don't think wide receiver makes a ton of sense there unless it's someone that they absolutely think they can't pass on.
Yo. Ken McCusick, tell us all about Film Study Baltimore, my man.
Oh, well, just back from our trip. We haven't posted content much, but we have an interesting thing coming up this week. We're going to talk to a guy who has a mathematical formula. He's working at Wharton and wrote a paper on what's the probability of blowing a lead. It's much higher than you would expect by his metrics.
There you go. Thanks a lot, my man. I'll talk to you again next Tuesday.
He's back from fighting the rains down in
be here
Africa.
next Tuesday, but you have fun with that. Shovels, that's 8:45 on the other side. We're talking baseball with Ryan Ripken up next on The Fan.
Faniversary is back. Saturday, April 4th, starting at 1 p.m. at our new location, Barrel House Live in Falston. Join the Fans, hosts, and special guests along with food and fun. We'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet your favorite fan personalities. Ask questions. Get uncensored answers. Know Your Show returns with a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary. Celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 till 4. Tickets $25. On sale now at 1057thefan.com.
Hey, we all know real estate agents, don't we? Let me tell you about the one I trust and recommend. His name is Vinny Steele. It's me, Rob Long. For years, I've been telling you about Vinny Steele with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty because his results and guarantees are truly different. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. You know what that means? It means a $400,000 home. That's $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. You just don't even know it. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. Vinny's upfront written guarantee is simple and powerful. He'll sell your home at 100% of market value, or he'll pay you the difference. He's unbelievable. I love him. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele, 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801. Or go to VinnySteo.com. That's Vinny, STEO.com.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Get your car ready for spring adventures. This month at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service location, buy 3 select tires and get 1 free. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer ends March 31st. See store for details.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The
H&S Family of Bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
It's time for the Medical Minute powered by Ortho Maryland.
This is Dr. Beatrice Grasu, hand surgeon at Ortho Maryland. Here we are in the middle of winter, and oftentimes patients say that their joints hurt more due to the colder temperatures. There really is something to this. When it's cold outside, our blood vessels naturally constrict, decreasing the full blood supply to our bodies. This can increase your pain and inflammation, as well as cause stiffness in the surrounding muscles and tendons. If you find your body is more susceptible to colder temperatures, please consider wearing warmer clothing, heating pads, warm insulated gloves, and using stretches in the morning to get your body going. Certainly, if anything is too flared up and not improving, then don't hesitate to come in for an evaluation. In my world of hand arthritis, it is common to see joints triggered from overdoing activities such as shoveling the snow or in our day-to-day life activities like typing. I'm here at Ortho Maryland and happy to help you diminish your achiness and orthopedic pain.
To learn more, visit orthomaryland.net.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowe's.com/same-day delivery.
Get premium protein options at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on beef chuck roast and stew with Prime through March 3rd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. Southbound 895 in the city, crawling from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes, Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The inner loop of the Beltway, slow Park Heights Avenue to the 83s. The outer loop is slow in the usual spots, Hartford Road to Providence, and then again Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The best baseball players in the country have assembled in Arizona ahead of the World Baseball Classic, and that includes Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson. Gunnar joins the likes of Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, and Paul Skeens, among others, to represent the U.S. in the WBC against the rest of the world. Gunnar has been very vocal about how much of an honor it is to don the red, white, and blue, and O skipper Craig Albornaz is proud to watch his shortstop compete for a World Baseball Classic title.
Gets to play with the best players in the world because he's one of them. And, you know, he's earned that right and deserve every bit of it. So I'm just happy for him that he gets to go and play for Team USA and showcase his talent.
Team USA will play in a warm-up game against the San Francisco Giants today in Scottsdale. First pitch is just after 3 p.m. Eastern Time. As for Gunnar's Orioles teammates that won't participate in the World Baseball Classic, they're back in Sarasota facing off against Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning, shifts over to all rain in the afternoon, highs in the mid-40s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris down in Sarasota, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, roughing it up in Baltimore. Well, shut up, Ed. Joining us right now, Ryan Ripken. What's up, Ryan?
What's going on, guys? How we doing today?
Doing well, man. How are you?
I'm good. I gotta say, we're talking about rough up here. Wasn't it like 60 degrees 2 days ago?
Yeah, it was. I mean, that's just Baltimore. The weather is, it
sucks. That's the word you're looking for. Sucks.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It sucks. But
it's
you know
bipolar.
what?
The weather is bipolar.
Hey, it is. But we got baseball right around the corner.
We do. And speaking of baseball, I know you would have loved to have had a chance to play in the WBC for Team America, Team USA. Recently, though, one of the teammates, Tarek Skubal, has kind of been under fire because he says in order to be ready for his team, he's only going to pitch once in the WBC. If you're on that team, would you have a problem with hearing that from Skubal?
No, this is the harsh reality of this compared to, what happened with the Olympics or any other sport. These guys still have to go play. And then if you're Skubal specifically, you're playing for that contract of a lifetime this year, right? Yeah. So no one in that locker room is going to fault him for doing that. And there's only, I think, 7 possible games if the USA, goes the distance.
Right.
So, I, of course, as a fan, would love to see him pitch twice. But, I appreciate that he's going to at least be out there. But that's just the situation. Yeah. He's got to, he's one injury away from not having the largest baseball contract in history. So I'd be smart. Oh, and by
Ryan, your phone's breaking up, buddy.
Hey, amazing.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Got you now.
All right, I blame the weather for everything. What I was saying is, no one's going to blame Skubal for playing for his team and his contract. All will work out.
I'm okay with the decision myself. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ed.
My question is, you've played the game. You've played with these guys, a lot of them. When you watch baseball this time, you're watching spring training, what are you looking for? What do you look to see, and what impresses you? Because I'm looking at, the Grapefruit League standing. The Pirates are at the top. They won 71 games last year. They're 9-2 in the Grapefruit League. They may win. What does this mean? What are you looking for?
To be honest, wins and losses, I like to see guys fight throughout the organization, the guys that come up and make some noise. Results, to me, really, they vary for players. So like Tyler O'Neill, if Tyler O'Neill hits 900 or 100, I don't care. I care if he's healthy when the season starts, right? Because he's proven he's a big league hitter. Now, some of these younger prospects, I'm really curious on Kobe Mayo gaining confidence, Heston Kjerstad getting off on the right track. But that's the thing with spring training is there's no correlation that you're going to go have success in the regular season, but what it can do is be a good starting point for players trying to get going. And I'll use one more example. No one was ready to admit that they wanted Brian Baker to start the year on the Baltimore Orioles big league team, right? Injuries happened, And you know what? Brian Baker was one of the best relievers for the Orioles till he got traded. So that's how I look at it. Each player has a plan as well, too, just to finish this thought. So don't look at the numbers, so to speak, for some of the established guys. They know what they need to do to get ready. And look no further than Corbin Burns a few years ago, 6.75 ERA. Why? He went, I got to work on this thing now, because in the regular season, I got to be focused on getting guys out, and I can't be playing with my repertoire of pitches.
So what if what Trevor Rogers is doing is for real? Like, I was trying to give some instances of pitchers that had rough starts, Chris Carpenter, Roy Halladay. You could look at Lucas Giolito, Dylan Cease, and then they just found it, and you're like, oh, my God. I don't know that he can be as good as he was last year, but if he's anything close to it, we have something special.
Yeah, I mean, if Trevor Rogers is Trevor Rogers of last year, he's not just an all-star. He's not just the best pitcher on the Orioles. He's the best pitcher in baseball if he does that, right? So I'm with you. 80% of Trevor Rogers last year is going to be a top-of-the-rotation guy. But what I do love with Rogers, I'm not saying he's going to repeat what he did because, again, that's amazing, right? Like, that's a really hard thing to do. But watching how fluid he is, how efficient his body's moving, and then I just like to see the fact that he's so deceptive. He can throw 93 right by somebody. I think that's real. I think that Trevor's starting to scratch the surface again. And the thing that I love and that people forget is he proved he could dominate for a stretch his rookie year in 21, and then he was hurt all this time. So, yeah, I am very, very optimistic on Trevor Rogers' outcome, but I don't want to put that pressure that he's going to be the 1.81 ERA he had, because you know what that put him? That would put him ahead of everyone else, because there was only one pitcher that had a sub-2 ERA last year, and that was Paul Skeens, who arguably is the best pitcher in the game.
No doubt about that. Hey, Ryan, tell us all about the Ryan Ripken Show.
Ryan Ripken Show, Monday through Friday. Might be having a guest this afternoon that doesn't like to do a lot of interviews, but people definitely know him in the baseball industry. I'll say that.
There you go. Hey, Ryan, thanks a lot, my friend.
I appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
You too. 410-583.
He got Eddie Murray?
1057. That's the number. Baltimore's big bad
This
morning
Marshawn
show.
Lynch.
Does it seem like the Ravens won't sign Lamar to a new deal by the 11th of this month? We'll talk about that at 9 o'clock. But on the other side, Ed Norris, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah, I'm going to have to give it to, the Washington Post. I have to. I can't resist this one. It's just, you talk about shaking my head.
If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS 1057 The Fan. Shovels next.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Combine is over, and we're less than a week away from the legal tampering in the National Football League. We'll talk about it from a Ravens perspective with Kevin Ostreicher. We'll preview the Orioles as they get ready for their upcoming season with great expectations. Got to be better than it was last year, because last place in 2026 just isn't going to fly.
Next on Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Well, it didn't happen last night, but when the Wizards win, you win too, thanks to McDonald's. McDonald's has hooked me up, so download the McDonald's app to redeem this deal. Of course, when the Wizards win, you get yourself a $2.50 Big Mac the next day on the McDonald's app. And I want you guys to pay attention to the NHL. When the Caps play, if they score in the McNugget minute, it's the last minute of any regulation period, home or away, you will get yourself a free 6-piece Chicken McNuggets, been a $1 purchase the next day in the McDonald's app. Download the McDonald's app to redeem this deal. Offer valid at participating McDonald's. It's valid one time per day. Visit the McDonald's app for details. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but the Houston Texans have traded for an old man running back. That's right. They grabbed David Montgomery from the Detroit Lions and now add him to the list of Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon, David Johnson, Mark Ingram. Remember, Rex Burkhead played in Houston for a little bit. They're just addicted to the old guy running back thing. I'm Drake Toll.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. we guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. It says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Traffic sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. 833-83-VALOR.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Take your best shot for additional savings at Bob Bell Kia. Don't miss out on these slam dunk deals. Choose from 4 models under $30,000. Drive away today. Visit BobBellKia.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway, slow Greenspring to the 83s. The outer loop, you're on the brakes, Harford Road to Providence, then again from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike. The tunnels, 895 southbound is really slow from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes, O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom is brought to you by Jerry's Chevrolet. Shop for your next new or used Chevrolet right now at jerryschevrolet.com.
Time to give shovels. If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS. Ed Norris, who gets your shovel this morning?
Washington Post. I mean, people may have heard about this. They're getting criticized by everybody for this. I find this to be like so disturbing, and I'm not even getting politically. I just think they have lost their way. You know, it's obviously centered around the current war in Iran. their description, basically, they put up, like a little post about Ayatollah Khamenei. And they described him, quote, with his bushy white beard and easy smile. Ayatollah Khamenei cut a more avuncular figure in public than his... He's known to be fond of Persian poetry and classic Western novels, including Les Miserables. Look,
what is that? What is it?
I'm not joking. This is real. You have to read this, and it's like, what the bleep am I reading? Would you say Hitler had he cut a nice figure because Hugo Boss designed the uniforms?
No, he's a vegetarian.
He was good to dogs.
He loved dogs.
This is just like, it's stunning and outrageous that they did this. You got to look at. He just murdered 38,000 of his own people, and they estimate that may be 10% of the actual figure. 10%! And then he blamed Trump because Trump called the rioters, whatever. In protests, they're all rioters. This is insanity. They've got a history of massacring his own... Since they took over in 79. I mean, they've been doing this for 47 years. They've been hanging gay men from cranes. They've been murdering their own people. They have so many human rights violations over the years. 1988, 2026, obviously. I mean, 81 executed, massacred 3,400. In 1988, they executed up to 30,000 of their own people. And now they just killed 38,000 or 36,000, depending on the number. And that may be 300,000 because that may be 10% of the reporting. And the Washington Post describes him as avuncular. You know what avuncular means? Kindly, gentle. Basically, it's an uncle figure is what it really means. It's like, do you know they've been the worst, the most consistent enemy of the United States for 47 years? Have you guys lost your friggin' minds? Seriously, have you lost your minds?
The Ayatollah.
You'd be the first one they came for, you schmuck. Like,
me?
Not you.
Oh, sorry. I just said Ayatollah. Jesus, Ed.
I mean, you. I mean, the writers in the Post.
You people.
God, outrageous.
Well,
Jeremy Kahn, who gets your shovel?
It's not piggybacking, but it's the Smoothie King in Michigan. For the life of me, I don't understand it. You know how I feel about Trump. I don't like the guy. I don't mind saying it. I don't like him. Right. Some guy walks into a Smoothie King wearing a Trump sweatshirt, hoodie, and then they refuse to serve him. It's like...
Really?
What? Yeah, the two employees got fired. The Smoothie King, the video was out, and a woman posted it, and she's like, "No, get out of here. I won't serve you." And you're going, you won't serve them because they're wearing a hoodie with something you disagree with? Like, it's just the dumbest thing. Like when we went back to the cakes for gay couples and stuff like that, and it's like, this is against this, it's against that. It's like, what are we even doing here?
What are we doing?
It's so stupid. Just serve them. Sell them smoothies. Let them go drink their smoothie. But instead, you had to make a scene.
If he wore a shirt that said F the police, they probably would have given him a freebie.
The most divided time of my lifetime that I can remember.
Oh, all of our lives. Absolutely.
My shovel goes to one of our faithful listeners and callers.
For this.
Mike in Baltimore.
And I think we're all going to agree with this one once you hear it.
So yesterday, I'm getting ready for a playoff game that did not take place because of snow, but a state playoff game. Mm-hmm. Now, you can only imagine what's going through my head right now. All right? So I get a text from him. What's the address where you guys are playing? Now, my response was, I have no idea. I would have to look that up. Was a suggestion to him.
Yes.
His response to me was, cool, let me know. Dude, I'm not here at your service. Don't get niceness. Don't get it twisted. I am not here at your service.
I thought he was going to go, I am not nice.
I'm seriously, dude. Seriously, you could the same amount of time that it took you to text me and wait.
What,
Jeremy, what did you do this morning when I told you?
What's the name of the place you guys?
Riverdale Baptist.
Riverdale Baptist.
The same amount of time that it took you to text me and wait, you could have looked it up yourself.
Is it 1133 Largo Road?
That would be it. That would be it. What did you do, Jeremy?
Well, there's this thing called the internet.
Or you could do this. You could go in your navigator and just type in the school. And you don't need the address. Don't text me asking me for an address.
Oh, by the way, can I say this?
Don't. I mean, and again, don't give me homework. And a lot of you do this. You text us stuff. Hey, Rob, could you look up? How about you look it up? I'm not curious. I'm not curious about it. If you're that curious, you look it up. You call in and tell us facts that ain't facts. Like, that's not true. Well, I thought, did you look it up before you called? Because while you're talking, that's what I'm doing. I'm rebutting you because I'm looking it up. And what you're saying isn't true. Don't text me asking me for an address. In the world of smartphones, you can do the same thing that I got to do to look it up. I don't know addresses. I really don't. It's to landmarks. I type in the landmark.
It's like phone numbers now. You remember phone numbers when you were a kid because you had to. They're on your phone. You don't have to remember them anymore.
I am not here at your service, man. That is not my job. This ain't 411, bro. I'm serious. I am not. Oh, that chapped my ass big time, dude.
Apparently.
Cool, let me know. I'll let you know to look it up.
When's the makeup game?
Today.
Does 411 still exist?
It's crazy. Where are you playing?
Riverdale Baptist.
Oh.
Where's that?
Tell me, cool, let me know. You don't want me to let you know,
and
man.
Again, let me just say this, because I know people don't mean like it's just you're starting the conversation. People want to interact with you and things like that.
Yeah.
But if you have something that you literally texted me that, and if you hadn't texted it and you just punched it in, it would have saved you so much time and you would have got the same answer. I don't know. I get it so much with sports questions. Is this guy playing? I don't know. Look it up. The hell, man.
Hey, dude. Hey, it chat my ass. Cool, let me know. No, Mike. That was me telling you I'd have to look it up. I'm not. You look it up. I don't need the address. You need the address. Because I just type in Riverdale Baptist School. I type that in and into my navigator. And it gets me there. That's what I do.
I told Rob one of my least favorites is when you get the phone call and you miss the call, and then someone sends you a text saying, hey, when you get a second, call me. And it's and again, out of the 10 times I call back, one time it's actually something important. The other times they could have been texts. Come on. Oof.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Let's go out to Mike. He's not there yet.
He can call.
That's not fair, though. What if he needed to know how long his charging cord had to be once he left? That's all he's trying to find out.
You are an ass, man.
Hey, man, where y'all playing tonight?
No, he didn't. If he asked me that, I get that. Yeah. Where you play? What's the address? What? So you know where we're playing, but you want me to give you the address.
I love that.
You will be on. Mike, let me pull over and look that up.
You know what I mostly do? Most of the time, I'll sit there and go, no, I ain't send this son bitch a text back. I can't believe you just asked. You know what? He's going to text me again if I don't send him the answer. Here, let me send him the answer again.
You and me, two different folks.
This is true.
Mm-hmm. We are two different folks. Hey, tell us all about the 8 o'clock sponsor, my man.
Every day, Lions Den sponsors this segment. You know, we talk, stats, and now we're talking trades and drafts and things like that. But it's pleasure, passion, romance. How about that?
Hey, what's the address?
Of it. Well, it's funny you ask. There's locations throughout Baltimore, Cockeysville, Catonsville, Severn, and Pasadena. But look, they got your off-field game covered, too. Everything you need to score where it counts. You know where.
I got one better. Ed, I just bought this. Where is it okay to put it? Everywhere.
It's like, what's the difference between, whatever.
You just realized you shouldn't say that on the air. Is that what just happened?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, man.
Yeah, anyway, pleasure, passion, romance, lionsden.com. Check them out either way. Go into the store, check them out online.
Thank you very much. And we'll talk to you on a Hump Day Wednesday.
All right, man.
Man, 410-583-1057. Daily Line with Jeremy Condon, 930. But on the other side, does it seem like the Ravens won't sign Lamar Jackson to that new deal by next week? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and Mike Bordick join the Fans team coverage of spring training in Sarasota. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for daily updates right to your phone.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Brewers with West Midland Sports. An upset could be brewing in the Natty. West Miller's Bearcats have really raised their game, ranking number 9 overall on board Torvik over last month. Credit to their stifling D. Facing A.J. DeBonta and a BYU team that refuses to guard, the Bearcats could claw their way to their 6th win in their last 7. Give me Cincinnati minus 1.5 at plus 100. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app.
today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, everyone. This is Jeremy Kahn from 105.7 The Fan, here today with this week's PNC Achiever, Caden Wilson, a senior at Eastern Tech. Hey, Caden, welcome. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Congrats on being a PNC Achiever. PNC Achievers show leadership on the field, in the classroom, and, of course, in their community. And you've done just that. Let's talk about your on-field action. Tell me what's been your favorite memory so far.
Probably just during, rival games against Sparrows Point, any big play we have when, the crowd gets all crazy, any of those times.
You're also a very dedicated student. I see you're a member of the Honor Society with a GPA of 3.6 and also currently interning at the Maryland Bar Association in Towson. Tell me about that.
It's really cool opportunities once you get to be a senior. Definitely interning at the Bar Association is really cool work experience for me.
PNC Achievers are also known for giving back to the community. In addition to excelling on the field, being the current president of Eastern Tech's One Love Club, a co-founder of Eastern Tech's Morgan's Message Club, and you were selected to represent Eastern Tech and Towson University's outstanding Young Women's Leadership Program this year. Tell me a little bit about that.
One Love Club and Morgan's Message, they're both national nonprofit organizations that advocate for student-athlete mental health and domestic violence advocacy. They're just all really cool leadership experiences. I like the community they bring.
Caden, you truly are a PNC Achiever, and congratulations again. Join us next week as we recognize another PNC Achiever who gets it done on the field, in the classroom, and in their community. It's all sponsored by PNC Bank. This is Jeremy Kahn saying achieving isn't just for high school kids. Go out there and try to achieve every day, just like Caden. Thank you, Caden, and thank you, PNC Bank. We'll see you next week.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Right now, Town Appliance is celebrating their 47th anniversary, and that means savings on select appliances for you. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. With nationwide delivery, Town Appliance makes it easy to shop at their beautiful showroom or right off their website. Ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson will take the field today with Team USA as they prepare for the World Baseball Classic. The country's best ball players will face off against the San Francisco Giants in an exhibition tune-up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time ahead of Friday night's opening game against Brazil. Here's Gunnar on what it means to don the red, white, and blue on the world stage.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to be wear our country across our chest. But, yeah, super pumped up about it. This will be first time we got to do it, and what a stage to do it at. So I'm pumped up for it.
Gunnar's Orioles teammates that are not participating in the WBC will play Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium in an exhibition matchup. First pitch for that one just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning, shifts over to all rain in the afternoon, highs in the mid-40s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
There's a sense of urgency there, and I don't want to say they're not sweating it because we all know Eric's been very honest how difficult these negotiations were the last time, and I'm sure they're setting themselves up for it again, but I don't sense the angst yet with the situation. I think there is confidence that they'll be able to reach a deal with Lamar, and both sides are on the same page. Now it's just about, getting the deal done.
That's Jeff Zree back from Ravens Collective Podcast just yesterday. I thought it would be done by now. I honestly did. I thought there would be no chance that this wasn't done by now. The fact that it's not done, I'm starting to worry just a tad bit, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Starting to worry, yeah.
Well, look, the closer and closer it gets, it's you're getting to that point where we're going, what are your motives? Because, look, as a fan, you're looking at the situation, and maybe you look at it differently than Lamar. Mm-hmm. We don't know what the situation was with the coaching. Did Lamar say anything, not want some changes, whether it was offensive coordinator, head coach, whatever? Obviously, disappointing season. But now you get to this point where we've said it numerous times. He holds all the cards. So you're kind of, if he waits until the last second to tell you this is what's going on, you're just kind of stuck. And you need to hope that he changes his mind. And you're sitting there basically waiting in what I would deem to be football purgatory going, does he want to be our quarterback at any point? And look, this isn't me saying he doesn't want to be. But the longer and longer this goes, I think people are going to start to question that. And I think that's fair. Like when you look at him being here, and we've already talked about the things that the Ravens can do of adding some void years at the end and getting this down like $38 million, which is possible, but you don't want to do that. You'd rather get the extension and change everything up the way that you can. And the Ravens can do that even without Lamar's permission because he's still going to get all that money regardless.
He's going to get all of it. But right now, my only question is, and this goes back to the people that you talked about earlier, other than you, people who basically he does no wrong.
He's other than you.
Other than you. Other than you. How does he not want to help the team financially and put better players around him?
Well, this is the easier one to understand as opposed to the first time he came in getting his contract and all the negotiations and things went on there. You're trying to get paid. You're trying to get that contract that sets you up for the rest of your life. Now, right now, I'm not saying that he's, how they have players slotted in the draft now. You know what you're going to get. Mm-hmm. But you know what the market is and where you should be around, right? Mm-hmm. So are we penny pinching if it's the Ravens side of it? Is Lamar asking for too much? Or what are the conversations like? Because, Eric DeCosta said that he and Lamar speak all the time.
Yep.
And then those two talk.
I believe that.
And I do too. But again, the longer this goes on, I think it's more valid that fans start to question what's happening.
Does Lamar kind of put a wedge between his relationship and the fans if he doesn't do this?
Yeah, it gives more ammo for the people that you were kind of alluding to as well that hate him no matter what he does. Guy could cure cancer and they'd still hate him. Those people, yeah, they're looking for things to take shots at you. They're looking for things to say negative about you. For the other fans, the ones that think he can do no wrong, I wonder, do you start to look at it and go, Does he want to be the quarterback of the Baltimore Ravens? Where do you want to be? And you could say all the right things and be saying things behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what starts to bother me. And I think you don't like it either, the whole passive-aggressive nature.
I'm a huge Lamar Jackson fan. You know that, Jeremy. He's my guy. However, not signing an extension, I still love him, but it makes me wonder whether or not he cares about the future of the franchise, meaning maybe he doesn't care about the future of the franchise because he doesn't see himself in the future of this franchise or part of the future of this franchise.
So if that's the case, why was he so involved in hiring the next coach?
It doesn't make sense. That's my point.
Well, hold on.
So which kind of implies to me that he's like, all right, I'm going to sign or I want to see how this first year goes and we'll kick the can. And he'll get more money if he does that because the cap's going to go up.
But understanding how you can help your team out this year.
Yeah, seeing how the first year goes, you put your team in that credit card mentality, man, so you're not helping yourself down the road.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he cares.
So if he doesn't understand that the credit card mentality may help him now, but not in a couple of years, then he's saying to me that he doesn't see himself here.
They can get it down. They can get it down to around $38 million this year.
Yes,
for the cap.
They're going to pay for it though.
I understand that, but I'm saying in his mind he might feel, all right, well that's good enough. You guys can still maneuver with this because DaCosta I feel like is probably going to try to play it like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. And even Bisciotti said we can work with that.
And he also said that's not ideal.
Not ideal, but you can still work with it.
Well, you're not going to completely throw your quarterback under the bus and say, you know what, I don't like that. That's not ideal means I don't want to do that. I'm only doing it because I have to. That's not what I want to do. You know, so to me, it doesn't change my opinion on who Lamar is as a player, but it makes me question whether or not Lamar is fully invested, because fully invested is if I rework a deal, I'm still getting my money. You can just put it in other ways where it helps you or which helps us.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason not to do this is they're not offering the type of money that maybe Josh Allen, Mahomes, and some of these other guys
we
got.
know that's not the case.
Yeah. Or you just don't want to be here. And again, the reason you involve him in the coaching staff, he already had all this set up beforehand where it's the no trade clause. You can't franchise him. He had all that set up. I think letting him be involved in the coaching hire and asking him questions and having that is you trying to say, hey, we want you to be a part of this franchise for the long haul.
And see, some of you right now are going to insert your opinion on him not having an agent, saying if he has an agent, I don't think so. I don't think it matters whether Lamar has an agent or not. Lamar's going to do what Lamar wants to do.
I feel like an agent would actually probably tell him to wait because he's going to get more money.
Well, I think the agent would tell him to do it now because the agent gets more money now.
I guess it just depends on the agent. If the agent's patient enough to just wait one more year.
And maybe that's the case, Joe, but I don't think an agent is going to tell Lamar what to do. I think Lamar, just his personality tells me, from everything we read, no one's going to tell Lamar what to do.
Yeah.
Lamar's not working for an agent.
Well,
the agent's going to work for Lamar.
And one thing people need to remember is that when he signed that last deal, it came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
DaCosta was ready to say, all right, like, this is it. We're ready to move on. And Lamar called him right before the draft and said, I'll agree with that.
I was just playing. That's what he said.
It is weird. We just, like, again, nobody wants Lamar to leave.
Nobody.
Because now you're looking for your quarterback. And for the people, I shouldn't say nobody. Manny wanted to trade him for 3 first-rounders.
As long as he kept Patrick Ricard.
Yeah. No, but the point is, like, having him here and having him in the fold, like, he has everything. He has all the say-so on what he wants to do. And the longer you wait, like, they're not asking him to do anything that's just doesn't benefit him. Signing an extension, unless you don't want to be in Baltimore,
makes sense.
Benefits everyone. It benefits the front office to go out and get more players. You're locking up more guaranteed money. Mm-hmm. You're getting a bunch of it right now, even though you probably don't need it right now. But the way it's set up, I mean, it's beneficial for all sides.
Jeremy Collins, Daily Line at 9:30, but on the other side, we want to hear from you. Lamar Jackson, does it look like this contract extension will get done by the 11th of this month? Are you worried about his future if he doesn't sign? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Combine is over, and we're less than a week away from the legal tampering in the National Football League. We'll talk about it from a Ravens perspective with Kevin Oestreicher. We'll preview the Orioles as they get ready for their upcoming season with great expectations. Got to be better than it was last year, because last place in 2026 just isn't going to fly.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Spring can be a tricky season weather-wise, but new windows from Window Nation can keep your home comfortable, no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Hey, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original. Dishing out their legendary Fat Delicious award-winning crab cakes and steamed crabs from the location on North Point Boulevard. Even though it's still cold outside, you can enjoy some hot steamed crabs in the comfort of their dining room. No need to wait for the warm weather. Costas has steamed crabs available daily at their original location on North Point Boulevard. And if you haven't checked out the new location at the Fairgrounds in Timonium on the second floor of the grandstand, you need to. It features all your favorites from the original Costas Inn, including crab cakes and sandwiches, tons of TVs with live sports, a new draft system holding 12 beers on tap, and there is plenty of parking. So swing on by and check them out. They're open for lunch and dinner daily on the second floor of the grandstand. And don't forget, whatever the occasion, the Costas Inn can deliver crab cakes for your loved ones anywhere in the country. Check out both Costas Inn locations today, and when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Conn sent you.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
The Fan gives you a chance to see Metallica. Life Burns Faster. Coming to Sphere Las Vegas. This national contest hooks you up with travel, 3-night hotel stay, and tickets to see both nights of the opening weekend of Metallica's Sphere residency. All thanks to Q Prime. Download the free Odyssey app, create your account, and favorite our station. Listening for an hour is your daily entry. Then come back each day for more chances. Rules and info at 1057thefan.com.
We playing Baby Hold On to Me. Ravens are saying we're trying to. Sign the extension, man.
What it do? What it do?
What it's not doing. Not signing. Does it seem like the new league year starts on the 11th? Does it seem like the Ravens and Lamar Jackson going to sign this deal? Or are you starting to worry that this deal might not get done?
I mean, I think we are, but I think DaCosta knows what's going to happen.
The guy's going to say what he wants.
Yeah.
I guarantee he's worried about it.
I mean, look, you have to. It's the head of the snake, right? It's the most important position on the field, not wide receiver. Like, again, that's why who was it that Oh, God, who was the running back they talked to? Oh, Share My Love.
Yeah.
They asked him about pass pro, and he said, well, yeah, you got to be good at pass pro. You got the $50 million man next to you. I'm making $2 million. This guy's making $50. I got to protect him. He said the quiet part out loud for running backs. Yeah, as good as I am, and everybody's saying I'm one of the best athletes in this draft, I have to be able to pass protect.
The best quarterback in the draft, Jeremy, may not be top 10 player, but he's going to go number one.
Yep.
The best player in the draft might not go in the first round.
I think he does, but it's crazy to even
that
think
even
about
conversation
that.
though. If you say he's not going in the first round, nobody's arguing with you. They'll argue why he should, but they're not going to tell you you're wrong.
The only time I would say that is if there were red flags surrounding. You know what I mean?
There's none.
There's nothing.
No character, no fit, nothing.
No.
Daryl in Baltimore, are you starting to worry?
A little bit. Look, there's nobody a bigger fan in this city than me than Lamar Jackson. But Lamar's the kind of a guy. He's a different kind of dude, man. From what I've been, from the years I've seen him.
That's what I said. I don't think it matters whether he had an agent or not, man.
No, it don't, man. He just that type of guy, man. But I'm worried a little bit, but I think they'll get it done. But I'm, like I said, I'm just hoping beyond hope that he'll straighten things out. But I want to say this though, Rob. Man, this is why I call you my little brother, man. You were so funny. That was so funny about the phone call. The guy wants you to.
Yeah, man.
I said, this is why I call him my little brother. Because that's what my little brother who's passed now. That's what he would do. This is exactly why he was at. I'm not calling. I'm not doing.
Hey, thanks a lot.
You are playing tonight, though,
We
right?
are playing tonight. Riverdale Baptist at 6 o'clock.
Daryl, you got Rob's number here. Let me send it to you.
Playing against St. Francis.
Listen,
I blame the people that throw this tournament. Because Nick Miles and I try to talk them into letting us play this game in Baltimore.
Was the weather that bad? I know they have to do this because
if the game
safety,
was played in Baltimore, guess what? The game would have been played last night. It was the travel that everybody was worried about. Because our school didn't call it off. St. Francis didn't call it off. We were going. But it was the travel. If they would have taken our suggestion, we said, you will get the gate. We'll give you the gate. We're not trying to make money off the game. You can have it.
I know you can't admit to this because it's high school sports, but do you and Nick have a friendly?
What do you mean?
A friendly wager.
No.
Go ahead. When the cameras go off, you let me know. Like a little wink. No, I'm talking about lunch or, I'm not talking about laying money on the line.
No, we don't have anything. We haven't even discussed this. We don't do that.
Okay.
Let's go to Baltimore and get Chris. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. I'm not worried. My only thing is I just believe personally Lamar is waiting to see what Justin Herbert gets.
That could be.
That's what I believe is the holdup with this contract with Lamar, because Herbert has more guaranteed money than Lamar got. And the average per year works in Herbert's favor. So that's what I believe in the holdup is.
When is Herbert signing? Didn't Herbert just sign?
They signed months ago. I mean, they signed in 2023 together. But Herbert waited till Lamar got his first.
And then, But again, how much is left on Herbert's deal?
Yeah, I don't think Herbert's up for a new deal anytime soon.
Justin Herbert contract.
We're talking about extension, guys.
Yeah, he signed a 5-year, $262.5 million deal in 2023.
Yeah.
If he's waiting to see how much he gets on his next one, he ain't going to be here. He'll be waiting somewhere else.
Mike in Baltimore. What's up, Mike? Hello.
Hey, I'm here. Hey, look, Rob, you told me a new one on the air, but you left out something, man, and that's not right. Now, I told you that I texted Riverdale High before I even texted you, and I couldn't come up with nothing.
How the hell did you text the high school?
So, wait a minute. When I told you Riverdale Baptist, you asked me the address.
One key word. Once I texted you, okay, cool, okay, then I put in Riverdale Baptist, and that's why I got the address. But I texted Riverdale High, and I kept coming up empty. So that's when I asked you for the address. You ignored the text where I said.
You know what? You know why I ignored it? No, I ignored it, Mike. I'm getting ready for a state playoff game. Why are you bothering me? Why are you I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for a state playoff game. Why are you bothering me? You could have Googled Maryland State High School private school play, and you found all of that out.
Mike.
It's on my social media page.
Mike, let me talk to you because this is something, again, this cat over here, he's giving you a hard time. You know why?
And couldn't come up with nothing.
You know why? You know why? Because Dean Kramer said the same thing to him when he kept coming up to him on his starts. He goes, I got a game to start today. I ain't got time to talk to your sorry ass. Mike, you got Mike in his feelings, man. Last time, remember when you made him cry before?
I didn't know make Mike cry.
He said, "You crying?" No, remember? Are you crying? His voice was cracking.
You heard? Did you hear the wind? Some gun out there charged his car up again. Rob,
Mike,
you dropped something. No, Mike, you dropped something.
By the way, when you get into kind of, I don't even want to say this inner circle because we have our own circle and then it extends where we mess with some of the callers and stuff like that. But when you get into that, so you have to realize.
Oh, I'm coming at you.
The bus stops for no one. It stops for no one.
Nope, Mike.
I don't care if you're charging your car or not. Here it comes. But you got to admit, like, Mike, if you were doing something and somebody texted you out of the blue and your mind's on one thing, and I can say this because Rob and I were talking, like, your anxiety was off the chart.
Yes.
Because he's like, man, I want to make sure we get this game in. And the worst thing happened, that you had all that anxiety, and then it just goes out, and guess what? It's back today. Here it is again.
Exactly.
So make sure you text him later to get that address.
How many times did I say Riverdale Baptist? You type it in Riverdale High School.
He said I texted Riverdale High School. What's their number to text them? I didn't know they had a text line. Who texts the high school? The hell are you talking about?
Where y'all at?
Hey.
What time y'all game?
Man, how bad would it have been if he didn't hear it got postponed and he drove all the way there, had to charge his car there to get home? Man, that's a long night for Mike.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I intentionally didn't text him.
Yeah.
I was so mad that he saw it on Facebook. I wanted to see if his car would make it down there and back. I had to stop in Millersville. Man, you went to the elephant in the room? No, I had to charge my car.
No, I had the car in the middle of the parking lot. That's what I had.
Oh, boy. Okay. We're going to leave below. Joe LaCroix's Encore 945, but on the other side is the Daily Line.
All right. So last night, good night. I went 4-1 in my top plays. We'll go over what happened. The one loss would have been NC State, which was just frustrating because that would have made it a perfect day in the top 5. So we'll do that next. I also want to tell you, 2 tickets to see Bush on April 9th at the Anthem, courtesy of IMP Bush. Anyway, 410-583-1057. I almost just gave up my cell phone. 410-583-1057. Caller number 5. Get yourself a pair of tickets.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
What if weight loss didn't have to be a struggle? At Life Med Institute, they offer the power of tirzepatide, along with advanced medical therapies, including hormone optimization, IV infusions, and medical-grade supplements. They also offer nutritional guidance to help you shed pounds and regain energy. Life Med's on-site medical providers provide personalized care so you can feel confident every step of the way. Don't wait to feel your best. Start your journey today. For weight loss that works, call now to schedule your free consultation. 410-575-1200 or just visit lifemedinstitute.com. Also, new year, new you. If you're feeling tired, unmotivated, or not just yourself, low testosterone could be the reason. Life Med Institute specializes in TRT to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. Their experienced medical team creates personalized treatment plans tailored to your unique needs. Say that 5 times fast. Don't settle for feeling less than your best. Take control of your health this year. Call Life Med Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit them at lifemedinstitute.com. They have clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Again, 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com to get set up wherever it's convenient for you. And make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery called Lux, and it has a top prize of $5 million. Yeah, $5 million. So go ahead, try your luck with the new Lux scratch-off. And please play responsibly.
When you need a new HVAC system, you need it fast. Call Constellation Home. We'll rush out to your home and give you a same-day estimate. Then we'll come back the next day and install it. Is that fast enough?
You need a hand, I can assure you this, I can help.
Visit ConstellationHome.com today. You can save up to $3,000 and we'll have your new HVAC system up and running tomorrow. For next day installation, call before 1 p.m. Constellation Home, 10605.
I can help.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution, your local partner for resolving tax issues. You've heard me for years talking about addressing your taxes on your terms and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. When I'm looking for a trusted partner for my business or a personal project, I turn to the BBB and their membership of verified accredited businesses spanning an array of services and industries. If you are a trusted business that wants to expand your reach and visibility as an accredited business or a consumer looking for peace of mind, start today at bbb.org.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The best baseball players in the country have assembled in Arizona ahead of the World Baseball Classic, and that includes Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson. Gunnar joins the likes of Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, and Paul Skeens, among others, to represent the U.S. in the WBC against the rest of the world. Gunnar has been very vocal about how much of an honor it is to don the red, white, and blue, and skipper Craig Albernaz is proud to watch his shortstop compete for a World Baseball Classic title.
He gets to play with the best players in the world because he's one of them. And, you know, he's earned that right and deserve every bit of it. So I'm just happy for him that he gets to go and play for Team USA and showcase his talent.
Team USA will play in a warm-up game against the San Francisco Giants today in Scottsdale. First pitch is just after 3 p.m. Eastern Time. As for Gunnar's Orioles teammates that won't participate in the World Baseball Classic, they're back in Sarasota facing off against Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning, shifts over to all rain in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-40s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
All right, here we go. Went 4-1 last night. Just to recap real quick, I had, NC State, that loss. They were getting 10 points. They got blown out. I think they were down 17 at the half. At one point, I think when the tip-off started, it was close. So I had that going for me. But everything else in the top 5 hit. Cleveland State, Ooey over. Didn't have to sweat that. I think I said I thought one of those teams would score into the hundreds. Or score well into the 90s and maybe even hit triple digits. And to look at the pace of that game, where are we at here? Got to go back to it. This was one where, 101-93 in regulation. It's just ridiculous. Those guys do not play defense, and people see 170 and go, oh, my God, that's too high. It's not. Columbus and the New York Rangers, they go over. That hit. Sacramento State is a small favorite. They won. And the under in the Arizona-Iowa State game hit. I missed on the 2 other plays that I had. Rockets-Wizards under 224. Felt like that was on pace and we were good. And then all of a sudden the Wizards scored a bunch in the 4th. And then over Nashville, Detroit 6. Look, that was a push for me. I said there were 6s out there. I still liked it at 6.5. So if you got it at 6.5, that was a loss. But the top 5, finally a nice night to sit here and talk about after 2 bad ones. Where do you want to go tonight? We'll start with the NBA. A couple of things that I like that I didn't make plays. I like the over and the Raptors in their game. Did not make it a play. The line movement changed from yesterday to today. Didn't like the line movement I saw, so I stayed away from it. Same thing with the Sixers. Yesterday getting, 5 or 6 points, and then I wake up this morning, it's already at 8.5, which leads me to believe somebody's going to be sitting. So I just didn't touch it. And again, it's difficult now with the NBA to try to give out plays during the day this early, because I can give out something and all of a sudden they can go, well, Paul George and Embiid and Maxi's not playing, and that line moves all the way the other way, and you're going, well, somebody's going to send you a message. Nice pick, loser. Okay, gotcha. Anyway, NBA, I do like the Lakers and the Pelicans to go over the 235.5. In the NHL, I like Pittsburgh and Boston over 6.5, and I like Calgary as an underdog. I think Calgary shows up today. They're plus 115. I like them in that spot against Dallas. I think they pull off a minor upset. Where else? In the college hoops, I have 6 plays tonight, and it's weird. I'm on 3 of these teams minus 1.5 points, which I always say if you're going to take them minus 1.5, you might as well just take them on the money line and pay a little extra juice. Some people don't like to do that. Some money guys will tell you not to do that. I don't care. I'd rather have that win than me sitting there kicking myself because we won by 1 and now I lost the bet. But there's a couple of them tonight. Boise State, I like them to win. I like UCLA to knock off Nebraska tonight. And my favorite play is Cincinnati over BYU. Cincinnati's favored by 1.5. This Cincinnati team is the team that just, was it Kansas they beat the brakes off of the other day? I like them at home. I think Texas Tech blows out. I like Texas Tech minus the 10 against TCU. And then 2 overplays for you. These will be 2 extremely high-scoring games. Oklahoma State, UCF over 168.5. I feel like I'm losing my breath. Toledo and Miami of Ohio over 162. Miami of Ohio is still trying to stay undefeated. Toledo plays fast, so I think we see some points scored here. If I were to give you my top plays on the day, it would be Cincinnati, UCLA, Boise. I'm on all of those. I like Pittsburgh, Boston over, and I would probably throw in Oak State and UCF over the 168.5. I think that's the highest scoring game in college today. So there you go.
There you go. 410-583-1057 is the number. I'm going to tell you an upset according to Vegas and according to the record. Clemson beats North Carolina at home tonight. Well, they're on the road. They're
on the road, yeah. North Carolina's at home. I could see that. I thought about making that a play. They're getting 3.5. I like that spot. But when I start, it's one of those things where you start going through it. In years past, I've literally written down all the plays I like, And then I start going in reverse from the least, the ones I like the least out of the ones I really like, and then go that route. But it did not make my list today. There is some good games tonight. If you're in for that for your viewing pleasure, in the top 25, there's some good teams playing, as I talked about. I think we see some upsets tonight. I wanted to bet Georgia. Georgia's getting 1.5 from Alabama at home. I think Georgia's live. Who else? Virginia's hosting Wake Forest. It's a big number, so I didn't look at it. Same thing with St. John's and Georgetown. Florida's in action, but they're favored by 23.5. And Kansas is only a 5.5-point favorite at Arizona State. I found that line interesting.
Why is that?
Because I just thought they'd be favored by a little bit more against Arizona State. If we went back and looked at these teams, so Kansas is 21-8, Arizona State's 15-14. It's a tough conference, obviously, and I think some of it we were talking about Houston initially when Houston was at the top, not number one, but in that top 5. They still are there, but Houston had not played the big dogs in the Big 12 yet, and then they had that stretch of where it was like, here's Iowa State, here's Texas Tech, here's Kansas, here's Arizona, and I mean you saw how they played. They can beat anybody in the country, but at times they struggle to score.
Let's go back to Kansas for a second. I think Vegas recognizes the thing I recognize about Kansas. You never know what you're going to get with them. You don't. You never know who you're going to get. And I think that team is a little fractured right now because of what's going on with Peterson. The treatment that he's getting. And I don't mean being treated, badly. I think, he's not committed, not dialed into that team, and I don't think he's being called out about it. That tends to fracture a team a little bit. What I'm surprised about is Nebraska on the road, UCLA. UCLA is favored in that game, 1.5.
So Nebraska had that stretch. So I went against Nebraska over the weekend. Who did they? They had USC, and that's when USC let us know after you put the bet in, after you tell everybody to bet it, that Baker Mazzara is no longer on the team. They dismissed him. Gilbert Arenas' kid's still there. But then they got blown out in the second half. After having a double-digit lead, they got blown out in the second half. Now, Nebraska is kind of on, I don't want to say their West Coast trip, but obviously USC, UCLA, this is back-to-back road games for them. I do think some of the, for lack of a better term, the shine came off of Nebraska when they lost, 4 out of 7, I think, or 3 out of... They had a couple of losses there in a stretch.
They're still top 10, though.
Yeah. They're very good. They were undefeated when that happened. They won their first, 18 games or something?
Yeah, they lost 4 out of 6.
4 out of 6. So I think that's where you look at that and go, okay, well, maybe some teams have figured out something. UCLA is a decent team. I'm not telling you they're great, but the fact that they're favored by 1.5 is what gave me pause.
And coming off of their most recent loss to Iowa, they only beat Penn State, Maryland, and USC. And Penn State and Maryland were at home.
Yep. So it makes you wonder. And Iowa's totally falling apart. Iowa lost at Maryland. Iowa keeps losing games to teams that they have no business losing to.
They've beaten 3 teams who have a combined 14 conference wins. Those are their last 3 wins. So, I can kind of see now. And on top of that, you got to travel to the West Coast. Well, you don't have to travel to the West Coast because your last game was at USC. Yeah. So I guarantee you were out there already.
It's back-to-back road games. But the other part of
the
this
travel portion shouldn't be a factor.
But you know what happens? If you're a novice bettor, or let's say you like to gamble, fans do it all the time where they go, oh, my God, the number 9 team in the country is getting 1.5. You're telling me they're not going to win this game against UCLA, who's not good? I don't know. Is Nebraska 9? Is that what they are?
Yeah, they are 9.
And then people fall in love with that number, not realizing a lot of people that vote on this don't watch all the teams play. They'll look at last week's top 25. They'll look at what other people are voting on and then throw it in there. And again, I don't expect everybody to see every team.
Because I don't understand why they're not top 10 in the country. When you go through that stretch, you lost to number 3, you lost to number 9, you lost to number 13. That says you're not worthy of top 10.
Yeah.
You got to beat those teams. I'm looking at their highest ranked wins. They haven't beaten the top 10 teams since early in the year when they beat Michigan State by 2 when they were ranked 9th in the country.
You have their schedule up right now?
Yes.
What's their best road win?
The best road win?
Yeah. Did they beat any ranked teams on the road? Because
Michigan State was at home.
Yeah.
They beat them by 2.
That was it?
No.
Yeah.
The fact, Jeremy, they are 1-3 against ranked teams. They played Michigan State early on. No, I'm sorry. They're 2-3. Oh, Illinois. That's their best road win. I missed that one.
Yeah.
That was early on.
I was wrong on that one. Yeah, because I was all over Illinois. I'm like, this is the spot. And Illinois, laid an egg in that game.
Yeah.
I don't want to take it away from Nebraska getting a win, but
it was 83-80.
They should have won that game handily.
They should have, but
it was one of those spots that I like to bet, man, Illinois had another one against Michigan this past weekend. I was on Illinois and they let me down.
Joe has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Combine is over, and we're less than a week away from the legal tampering in the National Football League. We'll talk about it from a Ravens perspective with Kevin Ostraker. We'll preview the Orioles as they get ready for their upcoming season with great expectations. Got to be better than it was last year, because last place in 2026 just isn't going to fly.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You guys know me. I don't pump up a place unless it is legit, and this place is legit. You got to check out Elephant in the Room in Millersville. They are locally and veteran-owned. And on Monday, March 16th, Chef Rock Harper, winner of Hell's Kitchen, will be hosting a private dinner with limited availability. A private event with one of the best chefs around. This is something you don't want to miss. Elephant in the Room, now open on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Tell them Rob sent you. Check out the website, eatdrinkelephant.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. A bizarre bit of NBA history last night in Washington, D.C. as the new Wizards star Trae Young was ejected against the Rockets. Only problem is Trae Young hasn't played a single game for the Wizards and is still hurt and was in street clothes. He just ran out onto the court during a third-quarter scuffle and got the boot. I'm Drake Toll.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. we guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
My shovel goes to one of our faithful listeners and callers, Mike in Baltimore.
And I think we're all going to agree with this one once you hear it.
So yesterday, I'm getting ready for a playoff game. It did not take place because of snow, but a state playoff game. Mm-hmm. Now, you can only imagine what's going through my head right now. All right? So I get a text from him. What's the address where you guys are playing? Now, my response was, I have no idea. I would have to look that up. Was a suggestion to him.
Yes.
His response to me was, cool, let me know. Dude, I'm not here at your service. Don't get niceness. Don't get it twisted. I am not here at your service.
I thought he was going to go, I am not nice.
I'm seriously, dude. Seriously, you can the same amount of time that it took you to text me and wait.
What?
Jeremy, what did you do this morning when I told you?
What's the name of the place you guys?
Riverdale Baptist.
Riverdale Baptist.
The same amount of time that it took you to text me and wait, you could have looked it up yourself.
Is it 1133 Largo Road?
That
Upper
would be
Marlboro?
it. That would be it. What did you do, Jeremy?
Well, there's this thing called the internet.
Or you could do this. You could go in your navigator and just type in the school. And you don't need the address. Don't text me asking me for an address.
Oh, by the way, can I say this?
Don't. I mean, and again, don't give me homework. And a lot of you do this. You text us stuff. Hey, Rob, could you look up? How about you look it up? I'm not curious. I'm not curious about it. If you're that curious, you look it up. And that's the encore for the day. Yes, I said it, and I say it again.
I love it.
Ed and Towson, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you feel?
Good.
I got a question, Rob, but both of y'all, actually. Because you deal with both the men's and women's basketball. In this tournament coming up, and let me just talk men's. In this tournament coming up, what's going? And I looked at Michigan State last night. Some good games out there on both sides. Which one is going to factor in the most, or is going to be a bigger influence? The front court, the back court, or just like Houston, balanced with athletes? They don't have a true big.
Guards win tournaments.
Yeah,
guards win tournaments unless you have a guy like the unibrow.
Oh, Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis. The guards win tournament. If you have the best guards, you're going to win the tournament. That's just how that happens. Now, in today's basketball, when you have 6, 7 guys who have guard 6, 8 guys who have guard skill, yeah, that's even better. But guards win tournaments. Period.
Like I'll give you the caveat, like Rob's talking about, like Syracuse with Carmelo Anthony. Anthony, like you get him the ball, he could be on ball. You get across half court, you can filter him the ball. They also surrounded him with good players as well and shooters. And I think Rob's right. The problem with having big men, I would say problem with having big men, when your big man's your best player, you still have to get him the ball. And if you can't get the ball up the floor and you're getting pressure and feeling it, man, does it show, and then it's like blood in the water for teams that press.
Now it's time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show, brought to you by Gray Insurance Group.
A couple of national days today. Today is National Pancake Day, so go to IHOP. Today is also National Cold Cut Day. Today is also National Anthem Day. Yeah.
Like,
you know, it's the national anthem. It's like,
is it the national anthem day or is it like national
national anthem day?
Okay.
Yeah. Some birthdays in entertainment today. Jackie Joyner Kersee and John Bon Jovi turned 64 years old today. Today, former NHL player Brian Leetch turns 58. Singer Luke Combs turns 36. And Jason Tatum, when is he coming back? Tonight?
Friday.
Well, his birthday is today. He's 28 today.
Wow.
All right, here we go. Former NFL receiver Santonio Holmes and actress Rebel Wilson both celebrate a birthday today. Joe, who's older?
Santonio Holmes.
Who's older? Jeremy?
I'll go San Antonio Holmes.
San Antonio Holmes, you're
Yes.
wrong. Rebel Wilson is 46. Santonio Holmes is 42. Happy birthday to my niece, Rakira. Her birthday is today. And happy heavenly birthday. Today would have been my mom's 74th birthday. So happy heavenly birthday to you, Mama.
Mike sent me a message. He said, Jeremy, your boy Joe Rockhead really threw me under the bus today. Get his ass. Or I'll get his ass. It ain't work out the way you thought, Mike. Mike, we still love you, though.
Oh, yeah. If I didn't, I wouldn't talk crap about you.
Yeah.
Joe Rockhead. All right.
Maybe he didn't want me to tell you.
Next time you come to one of my home games, we're not going to let you use the socket. Call it Uber.
All right, here you go. I'll start you off with a diet tip. Eat food off of other people's plates. Those are their calories. They don't count. I can try that. My wife and I have the same sense of humor. We have to. She doesn't have one. I failed my driver's test today. The instructor asked me, what do you do at a red light? I said, I usually check my emails and what people are up to on Facebook. It's my wife's birthday next week, and she's been leaving jewelry catalogs all over the house, so I got her a magazine rack. I always like that one. I accidentally glued myself to my autobiography. Anyways, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. What do you call a book club that's been stuck on one book for years? Church. Where are we at? What do you call someone who buys budget-friendly beef? A cheapsteak. I'm not saying that cosmetic surgery cured my depression, but it definitely put a smile on my face. My half-brother and I, well, we're not allowed to play with chainsaws anymore. Here we go. Walking home last night, I passed a slice of apple pie, an ice cream sundae, and a lemon cheesecake. I said to myself, the streets seem strangely deserted. Desert.
Yeah, we got it.
This is not good.
Don't like it.
I told my doctor I broke my arm in, or the doctor, I broke my arm in 3 places. He said, don't go to those places. Where were we at?
Those obvious ones are always funny.
Yeah. Why couldn't detectives find the person who killed a Green Bay Packers fan? Because it was a he said cheesehead. That's just dumb. I crossbred cauliflower with watermelon, and now I have an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to infiltrate that dermatologist's office. They're just too good at finding moles. And last one. What does a house wear? A dress. A dress, Joe.
You asking me for the address again?
What is it? There you go. I guess I got more time. You want me to keep rolling? Oh,
Vinny and Haynie up next. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Taco Tuesday.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan.
If you got a problem, I don't care what it is. You need a hand, I can assure you this. I can help. I got 2 strong arms, I can help.
With a Constellation Home Service Plan, our certified techs fix your home equipment with no charge for labor and covered parts.
I got 2 strong arms, I can help.
Learn about our service plans at constellationhome.com.
It would sure do me good to do you good. Let me help.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat, unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable, regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Take your best shot for additional savings at Bob Bell Kia. Don't miss out on these slam dunk deals. Choose from 4 models under $30,000. No credit? Bad credit? No problem. Shop today at bobbellkia.com.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson will take the field today with Team USA as they prepare for the World Baseball Classic. The country's best ball players will face off against the San Francisco Giants in an exhibition tune-up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time ahead of Friday night's opening game against Brazil. Here's Gunnar on what it means to don the red, white, and blue on the world stage.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to be able to wear our country across our chest. But, yeah, super pumped up about it. This will be first time we got to do it, and what a stage to do it at, so I'm pumped up for it.
Gunnar's Orioles teammates that are not participating in the WBC will play Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium in an exhibition matchup. First pitch for that one just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning, shifts over to all rain in the afternoon, highs in the mid-40s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Keep your home comfortable all year long, no matter the weather, with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com to schedule a free inspection and consultation today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
think there's definitely a difference in those first couple seasons where the expectations are low, but our expectations are high. And that is the tough part, is just keeping those expectations with the team and not letting the external noise kind of get to you. And, we got a lot of good guys on this team who have experience with that, and I think we're built for it. There's nothing worse than having to, watch your team from the sidelines and just wanting to be out there to help and, be a part of it and be in the mix. So I think especially like from the catching position, it's like going from not being in every play to being in every play is just such a huge change. And, I love catching and love being a part of the team, and I want to be a part of it all year and make a run.
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, you can obviously look for excuses in the year, but that's just obviously it was the reality of the situation, and I felt like I went out there and worked my butt off every day to do the best I could. I was proud of the way I went out there and just locked in focus-wise each and every day. And yeah, it sucks that we didn't make playoffs, but to be able to string together a decent year I was pretty proud of it.
It's Gunnar Henderson, going to be part of the U.S. team World Baseball Classic. There'll be an action later on this afternoon against the Diamondbacks. Giving you a check out on ESPN. But Gunnar, coming out of spring training last year, hurt. Remember, missed the first week plus of the season. And brilliant 2023, which got him Rookie of the Year. Was an MVP-level player in 2024. Starting shortstop for the American League All-Star team. And then last year, by pedestrian standards, he had a really good year. But when you put Gunnar Henderson on this $400 to $500 million contract guy, and who knows how the finances will change or what the lockout will do to maybe calm salaries. I don't think much. Could be looking at $700 million. I mean, the guy's only, his mid-20s. He's a really young player. But he had a good year based on other shortstops. Like Bobby Witt has become the dude. But Gunnar's not far behind him. And the skill set is definitely similar. And Gunnar Henderson, his injury kind of set the tone for the slow start to the season. And then Cowser gets hurt in the first series. Suarez gets hurt in the first series. Westberg gets hurt in the first series. And it just kind of started a season-long trend in which the Orioles wound up using 70 players.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bad team and a banged-up team. But Gunnar was proud of him, bouncing back and having a good year. It was a good year. But it wasn't an MVP year. It wasn't an all-star year. And it wasn't a playoff year. It got better defensively. The power numbers dipped 20 homers. It's not like he missed 40 games. He missed like 10. The power numbers dipped significantly. But as he talked about after the fact, there was an impingement in the shoulder, and he couldn't really get his thing rolling offensively because health, which we didn't even know about. He didn't even mention this, don't only get in here, until the Birdland Caravan back in January. Not to make excuses. I guess that's what it is. But it was kind of an interesting drop in power for a guy that you think you could just plug and play. There's 25 right out of the gate. So Gunnar Henderson, yeah, it sucked you to make the playoffs. Not only did you make the playoffs, you finished last in the division after 3 straight winning seasons and leading the American League in wins just 2 years early. Then we heard from Adley Rutschman. And you just heard him say it was brutal, paraphrasing. Sitting on the bench watching my team scuffle. When he did play, he scuffled. A scuffle that's going back since the All-Star break, as we've talked about a million times, since 2024. Got off to a really good start at spring training last year. Didn't carry over into the regular season. And just as he started to get it together, he got banged up. Both obliques cost him significant time. Second half of 24, he took the foul ball off the wrist right before the All-Star break. And was never the same after that. And then if we remember, he missed a start or two because of a bad back late in 24, even though he has never used excuses as a reason. Well, last year, you kind of got it built in. You spent 2 stints on the IL. But Gunnar stud. Adley, stud reputation, stud accomplishments. but someone that's been trending in the wrong direction. I mean, his OPS last year was below 7. That is unacceptable. So we'll see what he brings to the equation, health permitting. And he had a really good game Saturday in spring training as he doubled and hit a home run. But Adley Rutschman is kind of the foundation guy, and you heard him say expectations were low when we first got here. He's the one, Nolan, that started the big expectations because he was 1-1. Yep. And then you got Gunnar in the second round of the same draft, who became a dude. But Adley's the guy that was kind of the Pied Piper. And you talk to the players, you talk to the guys that cover the team. Adley might not be a vociferous leader, might keep to himself in a lot of areas, but he's kind of the guy that, sets the tone and is respected within that clubhouse. So if he's back to being Adley Rutschman, you go back 2 years ago. No, let's go back to July of 24, year and a half. Hey, who's the starting catcher for the U.S. team in the World Baseball Classic? It's Adley Rutschman. It's not even on the team. It's Cal Raleigh, who had an MVP-level season himself. So his stock has fallen for whatever reason. Injuries, maybe he got a little girthy, maybe his plate discipline started to get a little out of whack because that was one of his strengths. He could elite ball strike recognition skills. I know a lot of Oriole fans are down on Adley Rutschman because Samuel Basallo, as Adley was plummeting, Basallo was rocketing up the rankings, who they've already extended. But Adley Rutschman, I still think, is a major piece to what they're trying to accomplish here in 2026. And after a last place finish in 2025, anything less to get into the playoffs is going to be an unacceptable year. 83 and, let me do the math. There's 162 games, right?
Yep.
83 and 79 is not going to cut it, Nolan McGraw. And they're not going to get to the playoffs if Adley Rutschman is hitting 220 with 9 bombs and 29 ribbies and spends 2 stints on the IL. I don't think.
That he's that, it's that contingent on one guy? I would disagree. I think they can make
if he does that, you think they're a better team or a worse team?
Well, it's bigger than one person, is what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying.
I think last year, it wasn't just Adley. I mean, everyone either stunk or was hurt. I maintain that. I think I said a couple weeks ago, the Orioles don't need Adley Rutschman to even be on the roster to get to where they want to go. I mean, you can't put all this weight in one guy, especially one guy who hasn't shown it in years. Interesting part of his comment there about the noise, right? The expectations that came with transitioning out of the rebuild. And he said something about, we got the right guys in the clubhouse. We got the right mentality. And we're going to leave the noise to the outside. And maybe I'm reading into it a little bit, but that made it sound like the noise infiltrated the clubhouse over the past couple years when those expectations were drastically increased after winning all those games in 23. And it was a very young roster. Sure, they did some moves to bring in veteran guys pitching, but it was usually just one guy every year. And it was a rotating cast. You get Kyle Gibson in there for a year, then he leaves. And someone else comes in, they leave. Someone else comes in. So there's really was no leadership continuity, which is why I keep harping on the Pete Alonso thing, right? Because he's going to bring you the offensive firepower. He's going to bring you the on-the-field stuff, but he's also going to guide this clubhouse where they need to be. He's going to teach them what they need to do to actually take that next step. And hopefully, coming from a big market in New York where the noise is always deafening, even when it's not deserved, there's always some chatter. He's more equipped to handle it than anybody.
No doubt about it. But guys like Adley, Gunnar, at this stage of their careers, they need Pete Alonso to hold their hands and tell them how to navigate through 162 games.
I agree. Well,
you know what I mean? So I'm kind of disagreeing with you. I think a lot of the noise was, their manager got fired in May. They were the first ones that had to address it because the general manager and the owner just sent out an email and a press release. And then Tony Mansolino, hey, Tone, what's going on, bud? I'm doing all right, man. Well, you're the manager today. Go get some points. Mm-hmm. And now he's thrown into the media. It's a game they got clobbered, too, by the Red Sox, and Adley Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson, and all the young players had to address the media and talk about their manager getting bleep canned instead of the general manager, who didn't meet with the media until Wednesday in Milwaukee in front of a very limited media throng locally. That should have been before the game. So I think a lot of that noise was creeping in, and the fact that they were 0 for 5 in playoff games the previous 2 years, I think that was becoming a thing, no doubt about it.
And him getting fired came after not a 500 start, not a somewhat medium. No, they stunk it up for well over a month. So that's pressure.
And they had the quintessential Orioles loss the night before against Washington, remember, which led to his ouster. So there was noise coming in, and then the local noise gets somewhat loud, but the national noise started to creep in, like, what the hell's going on in Baltimore? Michael Elias did a crap job putting together the starting rotation. What the hell's wrong with all the young players? I mean, they didn't have a guy hit 20 home runs last year, a year after finishing first, I think it was second in the majors in home runs. They had been one of the biggest bashers in baseball for the better part of 2 years. And then last year had a hard time just putting runs on the board. So I think the noise, was there, but there's no longer excuses. And I think Adley Rutschman and Gunnar Henderson and Westberg, if he's around, they got to go out there and do their things. Eflin's been a tenured veteran for sure. I mean, they don't. Helsley's a veteran player. I mean, come on, handle your business. Pete Alonso, tell us how to deal with this.
I think clean that up a little bit. Not teaching them how to swing a bat. How do you go out there and play 9 innings every day? But clearly, they were not capable of taking on the leadership role. They were both given, and they're not the only two guys. The door was open. Anybody on this roster, anyone of this young core want to step up and be the leader, the clear number one voice in this clubhouse, feel free to do it. It's all yours. Anybody can come grab it. And nobody did. Nobody was that guy. So you needed a Pete Alonso.
That's not their personalities. Their personality is how they play on the field, and O'Hearn was that locker room guy, so they had some veteran guys.
And Odor, but I seem to remember Adley Rutschman at the end of every inning being the first one to hit the pitcher. Gunnar Henderson was
part of it.
Yeah, Gunnar Henderson was very effervescent when they were winning.
When the going's good.
Yeah, so that's, I think, more of an indictment. It's like they kind of were like, we're used to being like awesome. Now we're not awesome anymore. And they didn't respond to that well. Now, Pete Alonso's coming from a Mets team. How big was their collapse? I mean, so he's kind of lived it too, where the outside noise is a lot louder than it is here in Baltimore. But either way, Nolan says if Adley Rutschman doesn't play an inning, the Orioles can still get to where they got to go. I couldn't disagree with that more. But that's why they play the games.
Basayo's going to have a hell of a job catching.
He'll be all right. But anyway, Orioles play the Netherlands today. A lot of familiar names on the Netherlands team, like their manager, Hall of Famer Andrew Jones, former Oriole Jair Jurgens. Well, briefly, former Oriole. He's the pitching coach. And some others on that ball club. Trevor Rogers on the hill for the Orioles today. Tomorrow back at it against a major league team. That would be the Houston Astros. That game will, in fact, be on television. Jeff Zrebiec from The Athletic has gone down since we're 6 days away from legal tampering, 8 days away from the start of the league year. Today's tag day, right?
Today,
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Orioles. Ravens aren't? No.
What's that, 25 mil?
Nah.
Yeah. There's no tag coming.
So we'll go down Jeff's list of free agents to be. Who stays, who goes, whether or not you agree with it. We'll take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. We have a lot to get to. We're going to get to it. It's Turn It Up Tuesday. It's Vinny Haynie, Nolan, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw here on The Fan.
Baseball is back. Follow 105.7 The Fan for season-long coverage. Big hits, walk-off wins.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Where rookies make their mark and legends add to the story.
This is the greatest place to play.
We'll cover the swings, misses, and everything in between. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on The Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato, and I got to tell you, Town Appliance, officially my new go-to spot for appliances. Now, I went over there on Sunday. Beautiful building down on Owings Mills. Beautiful building. Walked in. Pizza ovens. Oh, what a beautiful big pizza oven when I first walked in the door. Big red pizza oven. And all the appliances there. They have different appliances ranging from whatever price range you want. High end, middle, low, And I went in looking we needed a refrigerator for our basement. So I got a General Electric GE refrigerator, a beautiful refrigerator. And the thing that's cool about it is the delivery. They're going to deliver it Monday through Friday. They have delivery days, and they're going to take the old one, which, I paid a couple extra dollars for, but hey, I appreciate that. So I went and, got a chance to meet Mayor and Mayor when I walked in. I said, hey, Mayor, both of them there. And great showroom. You need to go in, take a look at it, but they've got it. You want it, they've got it. Whatever you're looking for, they have it. So right now, the perfect time to shop because Town Appliance celebrating their 47th anniversary. That means up to 50% savings on select appliances. Not only that, but Town Appliance is having a giveaway that you don't want to miss out on. So go to their website for more details. Now, with decades of experience, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee, they'll match any price from any authorized dealer. Celebrate 47 years with Town Appliance. Visit the showroom in Owens Mills. That's where I went. Call, text, or start saving online right now at townappliance.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Are you ready to take the next step in your life and education at University of Maryland Global Campus? Now is the perfect time with undergraduate and most graduate classes starting March 11th. Apply today and put your goals within reach. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Going to be honest with you, everybody's tired. Everybody's got an opinion about what you should be doing, how you should be living, who you should be trying to be. I'm not here for all that. Sometimes you just need one simple thing. Something that actually feels good, not impressive, not complicated, just good. That's why I like Lion's Den. No judging, no weird vibes, just real stuff that works. However you live, whoever you are, you don't got to explain it. Just got to do it. Feel something good. Lion's Den. Visit Lion's Den in Cockeysville, Catonsville, Severn, and Pasadena, or online at lionsden.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Probably separating the results from the process, really. I think early in my career, and you probably could attest to it, that, we want results right out of the gate, being young guys and, want to prove ourselves in the big leagues. And I didn't quite realize how result-oriented I was until I got sent down, and I really had to, reinvent myself and
Trevor Rogers, and his results were immediate. First-round draft pick of the Marlins, made the All-Star team as a rookie, finished second in the Rookie of the Year voting, 2021. We were talking about it last year, Nolan. It was India won it. Rogers, I believe, was second, and Harrison Bader was not Bader. Who's got pitched for the Dylan Carlson was third, the outfielder, who's now finding a different place to play. I was like, damn, the Orioles have two of the top three rookies from 2021 on their team, which is the Dotem Jack squat in 2025. And then Trevor Rogers, still dealing with an injury, was hurt in spring training. Came up and made that great start at Fenway Park in the second game of a doubleheader. Didn't factor in the decision, but it was the best start of the year by an Oriole at that time. Gets sent back to the minors. And then comes back and is absolutely filthy. He was in August, for instance, 4-1 with a 129 earned run average, 41 Ks and 42 innings pitched, 6 walks, which was huge. 199 batting average against. He was pitcher of the month for August. And then in September, last couple of starts, I guess he got lit up a little bit. But he did enough from June, when he started to get starts, through September to get Cy Young votes. He was 9-3 with a 181 earned run average, whip below 1, 090. I mean, he doesn't throw 102 miles an hour, but he throws hard enough. And he's big enough, and he's deceptive enough, and he has the mix, added the sweeper to the equation. And he was awesome. And when the Orioles first traded for him, Nolan, were you at Pickles that day at the trade deadline? Because we were doing BBT downtown.
Not quite sure. But I remember how I felt about the trade.
It was Kyle Stowers, who I was like, no room at the end. Where's he going to play? And then Norby, who I liked. Go for Rogers. Stowers last year was an all-star, and Norby's going to be their starting third baseman if he could stay healthy. So that's kind of a win-win trade for both teams. But I'm like, Trevor Rogers. And then he sucked when he pitched for the Orioles and got demoted to the minor leagues. I mean, going back to that debacle of counting on hurt, Bradish's arm blew up, Wells's arm blew up, Rodriguez went down in July, means he made 2 starts, he was done. It went from, hey, man, they have too much pitching, to trading for Rogers and Zach Eflin at the trade deadline because they didn't have enough. And Albert Suarez was a godsend for that year's team. But for Trevor Rogers to come out of, I don't say nowhere, but, let's say the depths of despair, to be one of the best pitchers, arguably the third best lefty in the American League behind Skubal and Crochet, I don't think that's a stretch at all. 2025.
Right.
I mean, He was great. And what a coinky-dink. He gets it together heading into his walk year of his contract.
Hey, that's just fine.
Yeah, let's do it.
You'll take it. Because at the time of the trade, it's something that maybe gets lost in history, is that obviously the trade looks much more favorable now. But the bigger issue at the time is that, you just said it, they were so desperate for pitching, and you went and got a guy that at the time should have even realistically been viewed as a project. Like, he's trending in the wrong direction. If he's going to help us and be what we need him to be, we got to fix something here. There's a like, that's not typically what you're talking about when you acquire someone at the in-season deadline, especially a pitcher. So that only made it worse. And then the demotion and everything. And honestly, even after that Fenway game last year, he had to wait even longer.
Yeah.
Which was even starting to become a little puzzling to the fans. Like, look, I'm not willing to say that Trevor Rogers is a world beater after one start, but my God, we're so desperate here. Let's give him another shot. At least let him, work his way back into the minors if he's going to stink it up. So I was stunned by what he did last year, because when it became 3-4 starts in a row, wow, what a heater. This is incredible. What could be here if this happened last year? Then it became a month. Then it became 2 months.
Yeah.
And giving up 2 runs for him and only 5 and incomplete was considered a bad outing for him.
Yeah.
And that happened like once.
And that's how the expectations changed. You went from hoping he gets through 5 innings to like Nolan said, I was surprised when someone got a hit off of it. In September, it's like, man, what's wrong with Rodgers? But last year at Oriole Park at Camden Yards, where they moved the wall in, still wasn't Camden Yards when it first opened, and fly balls to left were flying all over the place. 7 starts, 4-1 with a sub-1 earned run average. At home last year. 151 batting average against it. On the road, 244, 5-2 record, and 11 starts. So this guy was a beast last season. So now Eddie's pitching great in spring training too. But expectations are high, unrealistically high. We've talked about it. If he's got a sub-2 earned run average, he's going to get $40 million next year on the open market. But if he can just be, I'll take 16-9 with a 3, whip in the 1-ish area, keeps the home runs to a minimum. I'll take that in a freaking heartbeat.
And makes 32 starts.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Huge.
Locked in.
Yeah.
175, 180 innings pitched minimum. That's the kind of baseline stuff you look for in an ace, which when I watch him pitch here in spring, as limited and as small of a sample size as it is, he just has that kind of ace look on the mound. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's my brain that once I saw him pitch well, that just makes him look instantly more favorable. Everything he does now is, oh, look at this guy, isn't he? I'm going Collinsworth on him. Isn't this guy the greatest or what?
He's the Mahomes of pitchers.
Exactly. But it does have that feel to it. And if we're going to go back to that project comment I made, fair is fair. As down as people have been, and myself included, on the way this team has developed players at times, young players. Rodgers not as young, but still, for him to be as bad as he was when he got here was a project. They knew it as soon as they traded for him. And for him to become what he was, you give him a ton of credit for sure. He says a lot of it was between the ears. He gets credit for that. But the team gets credit, too, for actually developing and making that project worthwhile.
No, the expectations are through the roof. But he's got to be a guy. Bradish has to be what he was back in 2023 when he pitches. Kyle Bradish gets people out. Eflin's coming from the back surgery. Kramer's solid. Get his 28 to 30 starts, and you know what you're going to get from him. Sometimes the home run ball will get him, but other times he'll look brilliant and get you 7 strong and all of the fun stuff that goes along with that. So the rotation and Shane Baz might have the best upside of them all. So there's potential here, but I don't want to get all hyperbole. I think the offense is going to be really good, health permitting. I'm still skeptical on the starting rotation. They'll be better than last year because you couldn't get any worse. But the bullpen, is Helsley going to be the dude he was at St. Louis, or the guy that got lit up in New York when he was tipping his fastball?
Big question.
Teeing off on him.
We really don't know. And the problem is, Molesky said it yesterday, is that if he struggles for any bit of time, how soon are you hitting the panic button? A little bit, because you went through it with Craig Kimbrell, right? And that wasn't that long ago. So life without Felix Bautista has been miserable. You can get by, and hopefully Helsley's the perfect guy to not only get by, but be a little bit better than that. But you saw with Kimbrell that just because there's a pedigree, just because there's a guy who's been there and done that a million times in his career, if it goes off the rails, who's your backup? You like Kittredge, you like Wells, but they're setup guys, right? And if they're thrown into the fire, like maybe a Yennier Cano was at times when Felix...
Aiken last year.
Throw him in the mix too. Like, sure, I trust him as a back-end guy, but to be the closer, there's just a little extra juice that comes with that even an elite 8th-inning guy can't always translate to the 9th.
And still working on arms and developing some within. Wolfram's having a great spring training, which is good because he throws hard and everyone likes 100-mile-an-hour fastballs. But if you want to predict the Trevor Rogers outcome for 2026, get in here at 410-583-1057. Same with Adley Rutschman. Nolan said if he didn't even play for the Orioles, they still have a chance to win. Are you going that deep with Samuel Basayo and the faith there? I am not. But we'll see. They start the games coming up in less than a month. The Orioles' expectations are better. Well, they were actually high last year. Did not live up to them. I mean, maybe tempered enthusiasm for this year's Orioles ball club. You want to get in, you can. 410-583-1057 is the number. NFL pre-agency starts next Wednesday, but legal tampering starts in 6 days. So we're going to start. Well, guys are already starting to get cut. We're starting to see roster maneuvering, but when's the money going to start to flow, and how much is Tyler Linderbaum going to get, and will he get it from the Ravens?
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery called Lux, and it has a top prize of $5 million. Yeah, $5 million. So go ahead, try your Lux. Luck with the new Lux Scratch-Off. And please play responsibly.
Spring is almost here, and with it comes our notorious spring rain that can wreak havoc on an old, worn-out roof. Don't let your home fall victim to leaks, mold, and water damage. Honor, respect, and trust your roof with Valor. Call 833-83-VALOR. Tell them I sent you, and Valor will honor 50% off all materials, no interest or payments until 2027.
Honor, respect, trust your home to Valor.
Supporting our veterans.
833-83-VALOR.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
Daddy, I'm cold,
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
C-A-L-L-A Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
The
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The best baseball players in the country have assembled in Arizona ahead of the World Baseball Classic, and that includes Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson. Gunnar joins the likes of Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, and Paul Skeens, among others, to represent the U.S. in the WBC against the rest of the world. Gunnar has been very vocal about how much of an honor it is to don the red, white, and blue, and skipper Craig Almernaz is proud to watch his shortstop compete for a World Baseball Classic title.
Gets to play with the best players in the world because he's one of them, and he's earned that right. And deserve every bit of it. So I'm just happy for him that he gets to go and play for Team USA and showcase his talent.
Team USA will play in a warm-up game against the San Francisco Giants today in Scottsdale. First pitch is just after 3 p.m. Eastern Time. As for Gunnar's Orioles teammates that won't participate in the World Baseball Classic, they're back in Sarasota facing off against Team Netherlands today at Ed Smith Stadium. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. And tonight in Washington, the Capitals host the Utah Mammoth as they look to bounce back from a 6-2 loss to Montreal last Saturday. Puck drop for this evening's tilt at Capital One Arena, slated for 7 p.m. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A wintry mix in the morning shifts over to all rain in the afternoon, highs in the mid-40s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Keep your home comfortable all year long, no matter the weather, with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com to schedule a free inspection and consultation today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Coming up top of the hour, Randy Miller covers the Yankees for NJ.com. New York, big expectations as always in the American League East and beyond. Find out how they look health-wise. What's going on with Dominguez and Volpe, some of these young players. Are they ready to reascend to star status? Stick around for that. Whip around, 11:15. Matt Wyrick joining us from the Baltimore Sun, 11:30. Orioles taking on the Netherlands today as a prelude to the World Baseball Classic. Trevor Rogers, who we just talked about, is on the hill for Baltimore. But Ravens news yesterday, and I don't really know what any of this means because, I'm not exactly the most healthy guy walking the face of the planet. So I'm sucking down some black coffee here at 20 of 11 on a Tuesday. But Eric DaCosta announced Monday that Dr. Nick Gilly has been hired as the organization's vice president. And whenever you get a VP attached to things, it puts you in a status situation. Vice President of Health and Performance. Gilly will lead integrated efforts across the strength and conditioning, medical, nutrition, and sports science teams to optimize player health and performance. Dr. Gill, more than 2 decades of elite high performance experience, including nearly 20 years with a renowned New Zealand All Blacks rugby team. Most recently as the head of health and performance, widely regarded as one of the world's leading performance coaches. So whatever the hell that means, Ravens already have a strength and conditioning coach. That's Scott Elliott. But this guy sounds like, if you're old enough to remember, old Mackie Shilstone. Guy that worked out with boxers, and I believe the Williams sisters try to optimize strength and nutrition to build body mass, but keep the fat and hopefully give them some ideas how to limit injuries in a high collision sport that they play in. I mean, that's just kind of
Sounds
kind of what happens here.
Sounds like, Bob, that he's got a ton of experience. And to give him a vice president title, they had to probably pay him a lot and give him a title to get him away from the rugby situation where he was. And, hey, I give Eric credit. I mean, if he's a well-renowned guy and it helps your athletes. And, you've got a strength coach who does that. And, this guy can provide, more things about nutrition and everything else. And it seems like he's got a wide range of things that he's going to kind of oversee.
Would this fall into an analytical sort of, it's not a numbers-driven thing, or is it? I don't know. I mean,
I think it's about, helping, with pulls and all,
non-contact.
Yes. I think, because, I mean, rugby's basically football with no pads.
Right.
So they probably train similar.
You're moving, it's like you're moving down the line, once you kick extra points and all that stuff.
So, it'd be interesting. I guess the players will probably dig his accent and stuff, I'm sure he's got a,
he could speak French as long as he gets the job done. Jordan Reed, ESPN.com, 2-round mock draft, post-combine. Came out today, Ravens with the 14th pick, take the guard from Penn State, Ione, because it looks like Daniel Lele is going to be out the door, which we'll get to when we come back from the next break. But had a really good season, good combine, and would be an immediate upgrade.
Yeah, and he's a left guard. And, he would be a day one starter. And he's a thick dude. I'll probably do film on him tomorrow. I've done 4 of the tackles so far, and I haven't done the guard yet. But he's a guard that is probably worthy, of that spot. But he's a plug and play. You draft him at 14, he's starting at the left guard spot immediately.
Yeah, Ravens gave up 45 sacks last year, so trying to tighten up that and, penalties and such. In the second round at 45, and granted, we're still in the early stages of getting all this information coming your way, everybody, but Zion Young, edge rusher out of Missouri.
Yeah, 6'6", kind of a long guy. I'm kind of anxious to see him on film. The only thing that I get nervous about with guys that are that long is long striders. They don't have the nifty feet as a pass rusher, So I guess, when you got a guy 6'6" like that, you're probably looking at a guy that you probably play inside and outside, and you're looking at his versatility. And I'll get into the film with him on him probably. I'll probably get pass rushers after I get O-line.
Yeah, and in theory, if those 2 picks happen, which they probably won't, because predicting the NFL draft, you have a better chance of picking a perfect bracket in March Madness, which, by the way, has never been done with the 68 teams. They fill 2 needs.
Big time.
And one is a plug and play.
Yes.
And Ione, and we'll see what goes on with the second-round pick out of Missouri, who, could play with his hand in the dirt and can play off the edge. I mean, it sounds all very touching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because I'm guessing, Bob, in that mock draft, probably some of these tackles, are probably gone.
Well, I'll give you right now before we get to a break. First tackle off the board. This is according to Jordan Reed. Yes, Nolan, we're at the mock draft phase of the offseason. Monroe Freeling, Georgia goes 6 to Cleveland.
And, Bob, I mean, he's the thing with him is, I just did him today. He started like 16 games his whole career. So he is super athletic. Was a basketball player. He's 6'7", 3-something. He needs to get bigger, stronger, and all that. But left tackle skills, I kind of agree with Jordan Reed. Is he going to be the best guy, this year? No, but maybe, a year or two. Kind of reminds you a little bit of what people thought of Lane Johnson when he came out of Oklahoma. Very athletic guy, because remember he was a tight end at one time, and this guy was a basketball player. Super talented, but really raw right now. But he's got the long arms, and he's got everything that you look for in a left tackle.
Second tackle, real quick, is Dolphins kid from Miami, Moaga.
Yeah, and he's a right tackle only, Bob, because of his arm length. And, you would have to prove to me that he can't play right tackle before I put him in at guard, because he's extremely athletic and he could play guard too.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. We'll come back, reset the program for you. Talk Yankees with Randy Miller from NJ.com. The Yankees trying to get to the World Series, win it for the first time in, 17 years? I mean, I can't pop off. The Orioles haven't even been to one since 1983. Whip around 11:15. Baltimore kid got his first NBA hoop. Talk about that. Matt Wyrick. Talk about those Orioles as well. Less than a month away from opening day. And free agency coming up next week in the National Football League. Ravens had a lot of those. Who stays, who goes? Jeff Zrebeck wrote about it. We'll talk about it.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill are the only holdovers from last year's opening day roster of outfielders. How does this year's group compare to 2025? Also, the Ravens are reportedly monitoring Max Crosby's trade market. Do we think EDC would pull off a blockbuster move? And what could it cost? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo returned last night for the team, and they lost by $1 billion to a Celtics team without Jaylen Brown, which begs the question, why is Giannis even playing? Why do the Bucks want Giannis to play? Sit him for the rest of the year, trade him in the offseason, get a better draft pick. This should be easy for Giannis and the Bucks. I'm Nick Custos.
Spring savings start early at Lowe's. Get a Cobalt 24-volt max leaf blower for just $99. It's powerful, lightweight, and ready to go. Plus, get 4 bags of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Don't wait. Get everything you need to start on your spring projects today. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/4. Soil offer excludes Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like 2 delicious desserts just high-fived. Snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7. Or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell
definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Jeff Zrebiec, The Athletic, as he does annually, put together the list of Ravens free agents and who stays, who goes, whatever circumstance. I mean, Ravens right now, $19 million. Cap space. Cap's up for 301. 301.2 or something along those lines. We know Lamar's cap hit's pretty significant.
74.
Going to have to get that straightened out and all of the fun stuff that goes along with it. But we'll start with the top guy, Tyler Linderbaum, 25 years old. Started every game. He's been here 4 years, started every game, third time. Made the Pro Bowl 3 times. As we heard Eric DeCosta say at the start of Combine, market-setting contract offer, which was revealing because the Ravens really don't ever talk about that sort of thing in that detail. He hasn't signed that market-setting offer just yet. And we're, 6 days away from legal tampering when things start to get done. That being said, $22 million per year looks like what he's going to be asking for, which blows away what Creed Humphrey makes. What's he, 18? All of that. Jeff Zrebiec predicts that Tyler Linderbaum will stay in Baltimore. But if we're here a week from today, which will be the 10th.
Oh, he's gone.
And he hadn't signed. He's already signed with somebody else.
Bob, he's the type that Monday he'll sign. Monday, he'll have an agreement with whatever team, probably by noon, 1 o'clock on Monday.
Chargers need a center because Bozeman just retired.
Yep.
And Joe Ortiz is the GM there. Giants, we know Harbsey.
The only thing, Bob, is with the Chargers, didn't they just pay Slater, the left tackle?
And then he got hurt.
And then you got Alt, your right tackle. And then you're going to pay, I don't know if you can afford
Washington needs a center.
Washington needs a center.
They just got there.
Anybody, Linderbaum fits with any team like a McVay, a Shanahan, anybody that runs the West Coast zone stretch stuff fits him to a T. And he would be awesome in any of those. And I could see Harbs, going for him too. Or maybe even like 10. Who has like 90-some million? I think the Raiders have 90-some million. Maybe the Raiders, sign him. You're going to have Mendoza and, your O-line's not that good. So I could see that. You get a young centerman and they got a lot of money.
Nolan, what do you think? Tyler Linderbaum, will he be the starting center for the Ravens when they open their season in September? Opponent and date to be determined.
I'm going to say no at this point. And I was in the yes camp for the longest time, but this price just keeps going up. And I can't just sit here and say that it's all BS. It's all made up. Somebody's going to give them that money. I didn't think that we'd get to a point where we're talking 22, 23 million a year, but if that's the going rate, if that's what someone else is going to pay him, then he's free to take it. And he should absolutely, as Vinny's been saying for a while now, test free agency. You're doing yourself a major disservice by not even sitting down with the other teams that want you.
And even if they're making him market-setting money?
Yeah. Well, his market-setting money might have been, Bob, that might have been 18.5 or, whatever. But, all of a sudden, when did we hear 22.5 after the combine? So I would assume then that the agent knows that he can get that. That's why we're hearing that number. He wants $22.5 million. So teams must be talking in that range.
Cap space, top 5 right now. Tennessee, 93, almost 94 mil. Raiders, 88. Jets, almost 88. Chargers, 84. Commanders, 70.
Chargers, 80.
84, almost 85 mil.
Yeah. That would be interesting. That would be.
The Ravens have 18.5, 19.
Yeah. They're just waiting. They've still got, in their plan, I'm sure they've got where they probably can get $50 million, with Lamar and with Humphrey and, cutting some people and stuff. But, like Zrebek's list, there's a lot of dudes that they're going to want back, too, that are going to cost them some dough.
I'm going to stay positive. Just like Adley's going to make the All-Star team this year, Nolan, for the Orioles. I think Tyler Linderbaum stays because he likes it here.
All right,
and they're going to pay him handsomely.
If Linderbaum's staying, I'm saying that we wouldn't hear that probably till Sunday, maybe. Deals get done at last second, but the Ravens that have to go, it would have to begin with a 2 for sure.
When we come back, we'll talk baseball, Yankees baseball at that. Randy Miller, NJ.com. That's NewJersey.com. New York, always high expectations. Could Aaron Boone finally be on the hot seat after all these years of being on the hot seat, but still keeping his job? I think we all agree if George Steinbrenner was the owner, he'd have been fired like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Whip around 11:15. And then Matt Wyrick, Baltimore Sun, talk about those Orioles. I've got the Orioles lineup today against the Netherlands, too.
Hi, this is Jim Palmer. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage, Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student-athlete in your life.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Town Appliances celebrating 47 years in business. And they're marking the occasion with great savings on select appliances. Discover over 70 brands, including Bosch and more. So if you've been thinking about upgrading your kitchen or laundry, this is your moment. With nationwide delivery and a beautiful showroom off Reisterstown Road, they make the entire process simple. Be sure to ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Stop in, call, text, or shop online today at townappliance.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of offers found nowhere else. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start March 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers is making his third appearance of the spring today when the O's take on the Netherlands in an exhibition matchup ahead of the World Baseball Classic. The sample size is small, but he's totaled 5 scoreless innings with 6 punch-outs to kick off his quest to repeat last year's tremendous results. Even after experiencing new personal heights, Rogers told MLB Network that the unusual journey to that point is not lost on him.
Separating the results from the process. You know, we want results right out of the gate, being young guys and, want to prove ourselves in the big leagues. And I didn't quite realize how result-oriented I was until I got sit down and I really had to, reinvent myself.
And the NFL continues to roll out announcements for their growing slate of international games. The plan is for a record 9 matchups to be held outside the United States in 2026, including a trip to Madrid for the second year in a row. The Falcons have been assigned to that one, and the expectation is they'll be the designated home team. This could impact the Ravens as Atlanta is one of their 9 road opponents for next season. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Valor Roofing. Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials, plus pay no interest until 2027, saving you big. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with rain expected this evening, highs near 40. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Turn it up Tuesday, cranking it to 12. You want it loud, send a request, plus for text on it, 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Orioles taking on the Netherlands later on at Ed Smith Stadium. Give you the lineup. Talked about it earlier. Trevor Rogers on the hill for the Birds. But let's talk about the Yankees, who go into every season with high expectations. Covers New York for NewJersey.com, NJ.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome into the show Randy Miller. Randy, good morning. Thanks for joining us here in Baltimore on 105.7 The Fan.
How you doing?
Getting all choked up about baseball season, aren't Now, we look at this Yankees rotation, and look, the Orioles were brutal last year, and they did some things to upgrade it in the offseason. But Garrett Cole, Carlos Rodon, obviously, Randy would start there. What's the ETA for those two throwing baseballs in anger for Aaron Boone here?
Garrett Cole really looks good so far this spring. He's coming back from Tommy John 2 years in a row, some issues, and I think I saw him pitch a live BP last week where he was blowing 97-mile-an-hour fastballs by a judge, and he probably could push it and come back early in the season, but I think they're going to really play it safe with him and bring him back till probably around the 1st of June. I think they expecting some setbacks here or there, but nothing so far. Carlos Rodon is a little further behind. Rodon had a great year last year. I think he had 18 wins, and after a terrible first year, decent second year, really good last year. He had the loose bodies removed in the offseason, and he's been throwing bullpens and says he's fine, but he has not thrown live BP yet. I think that's coming soon. Originally, we were hearing that he might miss one start or two starts, and they might be able to go with a four-man rotation in the beginning because he'd be back so quickly. And I think we're looking at sometime in May, early May, I think, is the best-case scenario with Rodon right now. And he's had a lot of injury problems in the past, so I think they're going to play it safe with him. And the fact that they still think they have a lot of depth right now. Freed, of course, has the rotation. Will Warren last year did a great job as a rookie. I still think that their bullpen is going to be, or their rotation is going to be really strong, and then down the road they'll move Will Warren to the bullpen. Ryan Weathers they picked up in a trade he pitched I think 5 innings the other day in his first game. He'll end up going to the bullpen when Rodon comes back. Will Warren will go when Cole comes back, and then they have Schlittler who came on. We heard a lot about him at the beginning of the year last year, and pitched, I think, once or twice in some spring games, and all of a sudden he starts in Double-A, Triple-A, and he's up and he's pitching that big playoff game against the Red Sox, I think the do-or-die wild card game, and they really have high expectations for Schlittler, too. So Schlittler had a little bit of back soreness in the beginning of spring training. They shut him down from throwing off a mound for a week, and then he was fine. So I think he'll be okay.
Now, getting to the lineup, and we know about Judge, and we'll get to Stanton and all these guys as well, but Trent Grisham, monster season, took the qualifying offer. Jazz Chisholm, all-star monster season. Expectations they could come close to duplicating, or is there any skepticism, Randy, that one or the other, maybe both, will maybe dip a little bit from great offensive productivity in 2025?
Well, when I look at Grisham, he had 34 homers last year, but I looked in three seasons in a row before that, he hit around 180 or so. So I don't know that you can count on him having another big year. When you look at the Yankees in spring training, I know it's spring training, but you look at all these great averages. They're scoring a ton of runs, and I know it's spring training, but Grisham's the one guy that isn't hitting. He's 1 for 12, and it just makes you wonder, here's a guy that got this big contract. Is he going to make his, now he makes his money, is he going to go back to hitting 180 again? I don't know. The year before, he had a bad first year with the Yankees. His defensive metrics, while he had won a couple Gold Gloves early in the season, he did not do well when you look at the above average rankings in Baseball Savant. But they're going to start the season with Grisham as a center fielder. And I think Jason Dominguez, who's had a great spring, is probably going to start the season in the minors. And Dominguez is a kid that they signed him for $5.1 million at 16 years old, and had an okay rookie season, but the expectations were so high. Had that great Martian nickname, and I think he ended up hitting about 258. He was terrible in left field. But now that they got Grichuk, they just signed him. I think Grichuk probably be on the team to start the season as the outfielder. One thing really working against Dominguez is while he's a switch hitter, he's not not good from the right side. And the Yankees that lineup is so left-handed heavy with Grisham and Austin Wells at catcher and Ben Rice at first base and Ryan McMahon at third base and Bellinger in left field and Grisham in center, that gives them, I think, we hope he's going to start to see the shortstop when the Caballero will be a short, but eventually he'll be in that rotation to be a play against lefties. So I think that Dominguez is going to start the season minor. So there's not a whole lot of drama going on in spring training because most of the team is set. A couple bullpens up for grabs, maybe one or two bench spots. They haven't really had injuries yet. You got to figure it's coming at some point, but things are going very smooth in Yankee camp so far.
Boy, we just jinxed them, didn't we? Randy Miller from NewJersey.com, NJ.com, joining us here. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. You mentioned Anthony Volpe, and, you know, a hometown kid does well, wins a Gold Glove his rookie season. His defensive metrics really took a step backwards last year. The offense struggled. How rough of a 2025 was it for Anthony Volpe, and how domed up, borrow a word from Ryan Ripken, did he get? And is he in a better headspace this year than he was, say, in September of last year?
Well, he played most of the season last year with a partially torn left labrum, and he comes from the Judge camp. I'm not going to make excuses, but clearly it affected him in the field. It affected him at the plate. Volpe's a great kid. He's the All-American kid. He's from New Jersey. He lives in Manhattan now. Comes from a family of 2 doctors, and just a great kid. But a lot of scouts will tell me, and I tend to agree at times, that the Yankees screwed him up. And this analytics of baseball has him trying to hit home runs. This is a guy that should put a little more Luis Ariz in his game. Cody Bellinger does that. For a guy that's won an MVP, a 47 homer season with the Dodgers, Bellinger will take a pitch and go to left field and have a 78 mile an hour hit the left or a 60 mile an hour hit the left. You don't see Volpe do that, and I would like to see Volpe do that. And this is a really big year for Volpe because the Yankees' number 1 prospect is a kid named George Lombard Jr. His dad played a little bit in the big leagues, is now the bench coach for the Braves, was with the Dodgers coaching for a while. And this kid, the Yankees think that he's the next prospect that's going to be their next big star coming out of the system. I'm not saying he's going to be another Judge. He's a shortstop, but he has Judge intangibles, Judge makeup. He already is defensively better than Volpe. Last year was his second year out of high school. He played a lot of the year in Double-A, got beat up a little bit, played higher than he should have. By the end of the year, he did pretty well. He's a 5-tool kid, and I think he could be major league ready by next season at some point. So at some point, the Yankees are going to have to decide what do they want to do with, do they want to bring back Chisholm? They're already 2 left-handed. Can they move Volpe to second base and Lombard becomes a shortstop? I think my guess is that's the long-term plan because Chisholm wants a lot of money. Another big wild card that we didn't talk about is what's up with Giancarlo Stanton. I talked to Stanton last week. He normally does not talk about his health, and he really, really opened up to me, and it created a lot of panic from fans. I asked him, I said, I know you're playing with this tennis elbow in both arms. I know you're in a lot of pain. How bad is it still? And he didn't want to talk about it, and then he finally comes out and tells me that it's so bad that he can't open a bottle. He can't open a bag of chips ever. He can't open a bag of everything, and he realizes that he's going to be in tremendous pain for the rest of his career, but he wants to stay off the IL. Last year, he he missed the first 70 games with this elbow issue. He comes back, plays the rest of the season, plays about 70% of the games, and his home run clip last year from the end of the season was higher than it was in his 59 homer season with the Marlins in 2017, his last year with Miami when he was the NL MVP that year. So the Yankees are hoping that they can get 70% of the games out of him, and he can be effective. But that's a big part of their lineup, and especially when you factor in they're so left-handed that they need that right-handed bat in there to stay off the IL. And he's making his debut today against Panama, so let's see if he can stay healthy.
Hey, Randy, when do we start to see a decline in Judge? You know, I mean, he's been MVP caliber for a long time, but Father Time catches up to everybody eventually.
Yeah, I think he's going to be 34 in April. I certainly haven't seen it. Judge is a absolute workaholic. I did 17 years of the Phillies, and this is my 11th with the Yankees. I did a couple years of hockey in between, but he's one of the hardest workers, best people I've ever been around in any walk of life. There's a kid that's from an hour and a half east of San Francisco, and he now lives in Tampa. He gets all the players to come down there early. He gets himself in great shape. He wants to steal a lot more bases this year. I think he stole 15 or 16. He would like to steal 25, 30 bases. I think when Stanton is off the payroll, I think he has 1 or 2 more years after this year. They'll start working Judge into DH more. I think he's still an elite fielder. I know he played center field a couple years ago. I know he has to ice his knees. I think eventually he'll play more DH. But as of right now, there's certainly no signs of him slowing down at all. And the guys now are in much, much better shape than they were when I started covering baseball in the mid-'90s. It's just it's an all-year thing, and he's at the cage hitting and working out all year around Tampa and the facilities there. And I don't think we're going to see him slow down for another at least 3 years or so. That's my guess. I think we'll be a really good age 34, 35, and 36 season of him, and let's see what he does. When I talk to scouts, they look and they say to Juan Soto, this is a guy that's a candidate to slow down more than an Aaron Judge because of the body and how he handles himself. So I think the Yankees are going to get potentially another 3 years more of 320 with 50-plus homers out of him at least.
At least he struggles against the Orioles. Oh, wait a minute. Randy Miller, NJ.com, talking about the Yankees down in spring training. Randy, appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and hopefully we can talk to you before opening day and get the always fun predictions for what should be a pretty interesting American League East this year.
Well, I think the Orioles are definitely going to be better this year. The AL East is a great division. The Red Sox are good, and it should be. Look, I love gone to Oriole Park for games. I'm a native Pittsburgher, so you got my first baseball memory is the 71 World Series. It's probably before your time, but Pirates, Orioles, 71, 79. And one of my best times of spring is we have dinner with that Kenny Singleton, an old Yankee announcer who still lives in Baltimore and golfs with, I think, Ross Grimsley and some of the guys. I know he used to go golf with Al Bumbry. Yeah, but I love going down there, and it's a lot of fun. It's one of my favorite ballparks, and Oriole fans are fantastic, and that's always two of my favorite trips of the year.
Thank you, Randy. They did move the press box. It gets ready for that this year.
Actually, I forgot about that. It's no longer going to run.
Randy Miller, have a great day. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Randy.
Take care.
There he is. Randy Miller thinks the Yankees still robust in a lot of areas. We'll come back, reset the program for you, whip around, roll through that real quick, and then we'll talk Oriole baseball with Matt Wyrick. What does he think about the new press box? Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Orioles taking on the Netherlands today. Give you the lineup as well.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill are the only holdovers from last year's opening day roster of outfielders. How does this year's group compare to 2025? Also, the Ravens are reportedly monitoring Max Crosby's trade market. Do we think EDC would pull off a blockbuster move? And what could it cost? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Lions are trading running back David Montgomery to the Texans, according to NFL Network insiders. Detroit will receive offensive lineman Juice Scruggs, a 4th-round pick, and a 7th-round pick from Houston. Montgomery spent 3 seasons in Detroit. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport reporting several stories, starting with the Texans making another trade, sending offensive tackle Titus Howard to the Browns for a 5th-round pick. Cleveland also agreed to a 3-year, $63 million extension with Howard. Meanwhile, 35-year-old pass rusher Khalil Mack is planning to play in 2026. Mack will explore his options in free agency after spending the last 4 seasons with the Chargers. And the Commanders are releasing cornerback Marshawn Lattimore and have notified him of his release. Lattimore played in 9 games last season before tearing his ACL. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old.
She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat, unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable, regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-8877. 800-885-8877. Again, that's 800-885-8877.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right, time for the Whip Around here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles taking on the Netherlands today. Line up for the Birds. We'll talk about this more with Matt Wyrick a few minutes. Dylan Beavers, right field. Taylor Ward's in left. Pete Alonso's at first. Mounting's your DH. Sammy Basayo is behind the plate. You got your wish, Nolan. No Adley Rutschman today. See what they can do. Leody Tavares in center field. Jeremiah Jackson at shortstop because Gunner's now with the World Baseball team. Brian Ramos is at third base. And Aaron Estrada, one of their top 10 prospects, international signing guy, he's at second base in support of left-hander Trevor Rogers. Last night in the world of college basketball locally, Morgan beat Norfolk State 90-84. Bears having a good year in the MEAC. Coppin's been acceptable, but they lost last night at Howard. I was watching some of that on ESPN Plus. I mean, you can watch anything on ESPN Plus, but Coppin and Howard couldn't get the Morgan game, though. But either way, they lose by 20. Duke and Arizona both won on the national level. We'll talk about March Madness with Terry Palm coming up around 1:30. NHL tonight, Capitals back on the ice taking on the Mammoth of Utah. If the playoffs started today, the Mammoth are in, the Caps are out. How about that?
Yeah, the Caps got 20 games left. You know, I mean, that's kind of the negative for the Caps. And like you said, Bob, they're sitting at 69 points. Boston's at 71. And they have to play Boston 2 times yet. So those are going to be huge 4-point swing games when they play Boston. But, yeah, Utah's having a real good year. They're in right now, you know, in the wild card. They only have 66 points. But, I mean, the Western Conference, other than Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota, it sucks. You know, those 3 teams are all, you know, 80-some points, and the others are 60s and 70s, where the East is really strong, and it's going to be tough. I mean, the Caps may have to go 14-6, you know, something like that, because all the teams in front of them are you know, Pittsburgh and the Islanders have won 5 in a row. Pittsburgh 7-1 and 2, you know, in their last 10. Montreal 6-2. Boston's 5-2. So I mean, and Columbus is right on their tail, 1 point behind them. And Columbus is 8-1 in their last, you know, 10 games. So everybody is playing pretty well right now. So the Caps cannot afford to lose many games, and especially they've got to win their home games because they have a losing record on the road, the Caps do.
Trade deadline is Friday, right?
Friday,
NHL.
3 o'clock.
So keep an eye on that as Washington tries to get back into the Stanley Cup playoffs, and based on preseason expectations and when they surpassed expectations last year.
No doubt.
This year, because of last year, Joe B said when we had him on the start of the year, they'll be better than last year. No.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing is, you know, last year, the Caps, they had the buzz with the OV, the goal scoring, you know, so there was a lot of, and they were playing really well. Carlson's been out for the last few games, so I don't know. They just have a hard time scoring goals. That's the thing I see.
It's the whip around. Vinny and Haynie 105.7 The Fan. Turn it up Tuesday. Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. And the NBA last night down in D.C., a Baltimore native, former Maryland Terp, made his NBA debut, and in doing so, got his first bucket as well.
Into Reese. He collides with Şengün, no whistle, and that's his first NBA points.
Off the glass, did foul out as he had a tough time with Şengün and Kevin Durant on the perimeter. But Julian Reese gets his first NBA basket, made the start last night for Washington. So congratulations to him. Now, there was controversy in the game because I was watching it. Eason shoves Watkins like through the paint. Like it was like a cartoon. Yeah. No foul calls. No foul called. Houston scores on a layup. Ensuing inbounds. They get up to half court, start jostling again. Trae Young, who's in street clothes, expected to make his debut Thursday, by the way. He comes off the bench, gets ejected from the game. Drew Gooden on Monumental Sports was losing his mind. Longtime NBA player, former Kansas great. So Eason should have been thrown out on the first shove. Yep. And then they re-engaged. So Eason does eventually get a double tech and is thrown out of the game. But Trae Young, who's not even in uniform, gets tossed. I don't think that'll affect him for Thursday because the Wizards play tonight too.
Might affect his pocket.
Yeah, but it was wild to see. He's running out there and the referee tosses him, and it was a crazy scene down in D.C. But that was last night. Also last night, the NBA locally related Clippers beat Golden State 114-101. Pat Spencer, Loyola Boys Latin, of course, from the state of Maryland, 9 points, 2 boards, 5 assists. Kawhi Leonard had 23 for L.A. And this day in Maryland basketball history, today's March the 3rd, 1983, down in NC State. Terps beat the Wolfpack 67-58. Coming from behind in the final 3 minutes to do so. Adrian Branch had 17. Ben Coleman 15-9. Freshman Len Bias had 12-7. Maryland beat NC State twice that year, and within a month, NC State would win the national championship. They were a bubble team. Maryland lost in the second round to Houston, who NC State would beat to win said national championship. 1985, Virginia. Maryland beat the Cavaliers 60-55. Adrian Branch 23. Len Bias had 10. 2001, Cole against number 7 Virginia, 16th ranked Terps. Hammer time, Puffy Pants 102-67. Juan Dixon 21. Lonnie Baxter 15. Danny Miller and Terrence Morris had 14 apiece. And then on this day, Cole Fieldhouse, last game ever at Cole, where they moved to the Xfinity Center. Second-ranked Maryland beats Virginia again, 112-92. Juan with 23. Chris Wilcox, 21-11. Lonnie Baxter, 20-8 for the eventual national champions. When we come back, talk some Orioles with Matt Wyrick from the Baltimore Sun. Trevor Rogers, man. Guy's going to pitch himself into a big, hefty paycheck. I don't want to get that far ahead as the Orioles going to spend some money on this guy, but hopefully he duplicates to some level what he did last year. Get to your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Then news from the Nest at noon. Get back to this free agent list for the Ravens. Tyler Linderbaum, will he stay or will he go? Jeff Zrebeck from The Athletic says he stays.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
Go to callamazing.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. Got that Febreze car on the vents, living life with that just clean freshness. Febreze car, if you know, you know. Up to 40 days a scent on low. My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. That's right. Breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hi, this is Jim Palmer. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage, Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Just a few years ago, the national narrative around the Orioles was their transition from rebuilding to competitive. All the prospects they had cultivated at the time was the biggest source of hope, but that hope quickly turned into expectations once the team won over 100 games in 2023. Now a lot of that goodwill has disappeared as the O's try to rebound from an extremely disappointing 75-win campaign a year ago. Adley Rutschman told MLB Network the team is looking forward to rising to the occasion.
I think there's definitely a difference in those first couple seasons where the expectations are low, but our expectations are high. And that is the tough part, is just keeping those expectations with the team and not letting the external noise kind of get to you. And, you know, we got a lot of good guys on this team who have experience with that, and I think we're built for it.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the big new Luck Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery with 50 chances to win on each ticket and a huge instant top prize of $5 million. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with rain expected this evening, highs near 40. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday, crank it to 12. Pick a song you want aloud. We got it. Send a request, Passport text line at 410-583. 105.7 Nolan McGraw taking care of business. On the other side of the glass, Orioles taking on the Netherlands today. World Baseball Classic starts this week. All the pool play going on. Orioles against the Astros tomorrow down in Florida, less than a month away. 23 days away, as a matter of fact, from opening day. Joining us now from the Baltimore Sun on the Window Nation guest hotline to talk about what he has seen so far from the team. He is Matt Wyrick. Matt, first of all, good morning. How you feeling?
Morning, feeling good, fellas. How are y'all?
Doing all right. Let's talk about the utility battle for the Orioles. We know Westberg's going to start on the shelf. Same with Jackson, who looks to be trending in a much more positive direction, getting back sooner, I guess, Matt, than we anticipated. But Jeremiah Jackson, the Weston kid, others in the Tyro Estrada. Is it too early to handicap who the air quotes utility infielder will be, if in fact they even keep one of those guys?
Yeah, I mean, certainly they have Blaze Alexander, who kind of is the main utility infielder, but he's going to have to play pretty much every day, either second or third base to start the year. It does seem like Kobe Mayo has the inside track to getting one of those roster spots. The question, as you lay out there, is who gets the second one. Will it be one of these infielders? Could it be a Heston Kjerstad if he hits his way onto this roster to give a left-handed bat on their bench? However, that does really load them up on outfielders where, you know, if somebody were to get hurt at second base, who maybe steps in there. So I think Weston Wilson, Jeremiah Jackson, Tyro Estrada are probably your three that you're looking at right now. Estrada on a minor league deal. Same with Weston Wilson. And then Jeremiah Jackson, who has been playing a lot of second base here in spring. He's actually starting at shortstop here today. So certainly getting a lot of looks at that spot. It's shaping up to be a competition, I think, that we're really seeing unfold in real time. But I think all three of those guys are in the running.
Now, Matt, we look at the rotation. It's Bradish and it's Trevor Rogers at the top. Rogers, Bradish, it's Finkel, Einhorn, whatever you want to do. But what kind of an impression has Shane Baz made so far? Made his debut last Friday. I think last time we had you on, Keith Law told me and Nolan he's got top of the rotation stuff. Might be the inch for inch, pound for pound best guy in the Orioles rotation. How's it been so far for a guy that the Orioles traded a lot to get from the Tampa Bay Rays in the offseason?
I'd say, honestly, it's been the loudest bullpen sessions of any pitcher in camp so far. The stuff is there. Wicked breaking ball, velocity that rivals anybody on this pitching staff. So to have that in the rotation, a rotation that last year had the lowest average velocity among its starting pitchers in MLB last season. To get that infusion of velo for this group, I think is going to help other guys in terms of getting different looks for opposing teams during series. But also, Boz, it's clear why he was a top 100 prospect, and I really do think that getting him away from Steinbrenner Field, that right there is going to make him a useful middle of the rotation arm. And if this pitching staff can find a way to unlock him, he could certainly take a step forward and be a true from the rotation starter.
Matt Weyrich, Baltimore Sun, talking Orioles here on 105.7 The Fan. Birds taking on the Netherlands down at Ed Smith Stadium. Trevor Rogers on the hill for Baltimore. Let's get to the closer. Ryan Helsley's the guy, 31 years old, about 2 years ago, almost 50 saves for the Cardinals. Got lit up with the Mets, and I know a lot of Oriole fans. I'm sure you've heard it, Matt. Oh, it's Craig Kimbrell. 2.0. Well, he's younger than Kimbrell was when he came to Baltimore, but he did kind of crap the bed in September like Kimbrell did in Philly the year before the Orioles got him. Are there any parallels to this, or is it just kind of, he had one bad month, was tipping his pitches, and now everything's going to be ready to rock and roll here?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a guy who a year ago right now we were talking about was one of the best closers in baseball, coming off of one of the most dominant reliever seasons we've seen in quite some time, leading the majors with almost 50 saves. So I think that Helsley is a lot closer to his prime and his peak than Craig Kimbrell was when he came to Baltimore. And while it is basically a one-year deal with a player option for next season, both sides very motivated to have him be back to form. You know, he did talk about some mechanical changes he made after the pitch tipping. There's a problem in New York, and it kind of messed with his mechanics. And so it was kind of a back and forth of trying to find that middle ground of where he can stay within his mechanics, but also not show the baseball. So he thinks that he's found that middle ground. He's been able to get a full off season of getting used to those changes. And now, you know, with this coaching staff, and with the way this bullpen is set up, I think they are fully relying on him, not just to be a closer, but to be maybe what we saw from Felix Bautista in 2023, the multi-inning, super high leverage guy as well.
Now, Matt, now Jackson Holiday threw last Thursday. He's going to hit this Thursday. Does that up his timetable maybe to where he's ready a little sooner than they anticipated?
I mean, I still think opening day is pretty much out of the question at this point, but they were hoping that it would only be a couple of weeks after opening day that he'd be able to return, and that definitely seems within play. Maybe a week later than he would have liked to start picking up a bat. But at the same time, you know, while he doesn't look like he's going to be playing any Grapefruit League games, I would imagine that once the season kicks off, he'll be able to start a rehab assignment pretty quickly. I just was watching him out on the backfield today, doing some agility work with Jordan Westberg. So he's doing stuff on the field. He's basically started doing some throwing. So pretty much everything but swinging a bat. And once he's able to do that, it'll just be a question of does he have his full grip strength back, and what is his timing to play? Matt,
real quick for you, the Orioles starting third baseman on opening day will be who?
I'll go with Kobe Mayo.
Put some Mayo on that thing. He's Matt Weyrich, Baltimore Sun. Matt, appreciate the time. Enjoy the game today against the Netherlands. And we'll talk to you before opening day, and we'll definitely see you at Camden Yards in a few weeks here.
Yes, sir. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Thanks. You got it, Matt Weyrich. Everybody, we'll come back, reset the program for you. Take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Say hello to Nolan McGraw. More in-depth news from the Nets coming up. Get more in-depth into this free agent list. Where's the Turn Up Tuesday money? Counting that hopefully at 12:15. And then Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire. Talk about Lamar Jackson's new contract. When's it going to come down? And as Tyler Linderbaum played his last game as a Raven.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill are the only holdovers from last year's opening day roster of outfielders. How does this year's group compare to 2025? Also, the Ravens are reportedly monitoring Max Crosby's trade market. Do we think EDC would pull off a blockbuster move? And what could it cost? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The team that should trade for Raiders star pass rusher Max Crosby, the San Francisco 49ers. Pairing Crosby with Nick Bosa would give San Francisco a fearsome 1-2 punch at the edge. If Fred Warner can stay healthy, if Brock Purdy can stay healthy, it gives Kyle Shanahan his best chance to win a championship. Yes, the NFC West is absolutely loaded, but give San Francisco Crosby, and I think they win the division next year. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
There are a lot of myths out there about how the Maryland lottery works. Playing the lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not. Things like, you should keep playing to recover your losses. The fact is, you should never try to recover money by taking additional risks or making impulsive decisions. If it's not your day, just walk away. Learn more facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly.
Look, everybody's got an opinion. How you live, who you're with, what you should be doing. I'm not here for all that. Sometimes you just need something simple, something that feels good. No overthinking, no explaining. That's Lion's Den. No judging, no weird vibes. Just real stuff that works on your terms. You don't owe anybody an explanation. Lion's Den. Feel something good. Visit their stores in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena, or check them out online at lionsden.com. It's a great place. It's just a great place for adults for a lot of fun for a lot of reasons.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Bob Haynie. Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. Got some Kiss. Chosen by you, the people. I think you want to hear loud, send a request. Plus, we're text line at 410-583-1057. News from the Nest coming up in a matter of minutes. We're going to talk about Jeff's Rebeck story today. 19 unrestricted free agents for the Baltimore Ravens. Who stays, who goes. We were talking about Tyler Linderbaum, and Nolan and Vinny both think he's going to go.
Yep.
I'm going to be optimistic, drink the purple Kool-Aid, and say he stays. Jeff Rebeck thinks he stays. Let's get out to the phones. Let's go to Daryl in Baltimore. What does he think? Daryl, thanks for holding. How you feeling?
All right, how you guys doing?
All right.
Good. Hey, I've called a few times about Linderbaum and everything. Here's what I think. Here's what I hope. Here's what I think. I don't want them to sign Linderbaum. I'd rather see, because to me, Linderbaum, man, he just gets pushed back in that backfield up the middle too much. He needs help. I don't think he's big enough, man. For that kind of money, I just don't. I'd rather see them maybe use some of that money and sign as likely as on a franchise tag and go out and do something different with the offensive line. I mean, because to me, Linderbaum is not worth $23 million to me. That's just my opinion.
All right, Daryl, thanks. And he's mentioned likely. You're already paying Andrews $12 million. How much do you want to commit to your tight ends financially? Because likely he's going to want probably what Andrews is getting on the open market.
Yeah. That's going to be the difficult thing because, all right, if you lose Linderbaum and he gets $22 million, you don't want to pay $22 million. All right, so what are you going to pay a center? Are you going to pay a center $10 million? Something like. If that's the case, then you're probably what you're doing is all right. You're getting your center for $10 million, and then you still got $12 million of that you would have paid Linderbaum for $22 million. How many more guys are you signing? That's the thing. How you got to look at it, okay? Because they got a plan B in place if they lose Linderbaum. So I'm not sure who it would be or how they would get there. But, maybe it's like, okay, if we don't pay Linderbaum $22 million, we can sign 4 guys, and that's how you kind of got to look at it.
Another guy to get into real quick before we get to the top of the hour and then bring Nolan in as well. Chidobe Awuzie, who Eric DeCosta signed last year. And, he is an asset to the defense. He had a history of injury problems, stayed relatively healthy. He's 30 years old. Could be looking at, maybe his big payday, perhaps. And as Marlon Humphrey has hinted, and Eric said last week pretty much that Humphrey's coming back at a reduced rate, but coming back nonetheless. Jeff thinks that Chidobe Awuzie is going to be moving on to another destination.
Yeah, I mean, corners, it's not a great corner draft, so that helps Awuzie, in the free agency and stuff. Yeah, I would imagine that. Because if Jesse Minter says that, I'm playing mostly zone, which Awuzie, that would be good for Awuzie, and I'm guessing Marlon, 19, I would think his salary this year, Bob, I would think it would be below 10. That's, or right at 10. I think he'd be taking a hefty haircut, with Awuzie. Yeah, would you like to have him? No. Yeah, you'd like to have him, but you just can't afford everybody.
Nolan, let's reintroduce Nolan McGraw, everybody. Nolan, how you doing since the last time we spoke, which was about 10 minutes ago?
I'm doing well.
All right.
Actually, everything's changed. It's fire and brimstone over here. I can't believe it.
God, it is an insanity thing over there. So what do you think of Awuzie there?
I mean, I'd love to keep him. Maybe I was higher on him than the average person last year, but I thought he really stepped up to the plate. The problem, though, is that if he wants anything more than a one-year deal, it's probably off the table for the Ravens. And if you look at his career track record, you mentioned the uncertainty when he arrived here. And that was kind of the thing that, people viewed Jair Alexander as almost more of a safer bet than Awuzie, which is laughable in hindsight. But yeah, he's kind of been an every other year type of thing from a health standpoint. You go back to 2019, a full 16-game season, plays 8 the next year. 14 and 21, plays 8 the next year. 15 and 23, 8 the next year. So 14, book it now. He's playing 8 games next year. You can set your watch to it. I just think, I don't know if he would break the bank, but I just don't know if it's going to line up with the Ravens' tight cap situation, which is unfortunate because, if it's not him, Humphrey's good as gone from a financial standpoint. Well, somebody's got to play corner. And that could end up shaping up with the result that a lot of fans would groan at, which is them swinging in the draft for a corner yet again.
Yeah. You know what would be interesting? When I heard you talking about Linderbaum and all that, when I think about it is, if I could have Max Crosby, if they said, okay, we could only afford if we go up to $22.5 million for Linderbaum, we could have that, or we could trade our 1 and 3 and get Max Crosby. What would you prefer?
Ooh.
I'm still all in on Crosby.
Oh, hell yeah, but
even at the expense of Linderbaum.
With no in-house replacement for him, then you got to swing for an interior
probably
offensive
a younger one just because of cash.
Oh, first and a third for Crosby. Where do I meet him?
No, I know.
What gate at BWI do I wait for to get this guy in town?
Right.
But he's signed, he's young.
But
he's
when we
badass.
talk about cap, we talk about choices.
Right.
And
that's a choice that they need to make for real. I mean, it's maybe the biggest need. If it ain't O-line, it's pass rush. Those are the two biggest needs on the team.
Yeah, typically you'd say, let me take away from an area of strength to try to boost an area of need. Well, this is 2 areas of need here. So it is actually a good hypothetical because, contract-wise could end up being close. I'd still go Crosby. I would. I mean, I think he's closer to being the best. Well, see, now that I say that, there's...
What, you got Garrett?
There's so much depth with pass rush talent in the league. Where Linderbaum, you could say
M&T Bank unless they're coming for another team.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah,
but I just think that I'm so desperate for pass rush that I just want to see it.
I would, if it was me, I'd take the Crosby deal and then I'd get me a center somewhere else. That's what I would,
And then you let Minter and Weaver work their magic with Mike Green. And some others within the interior of the line. I mean, it might be a pipe dream to hope Matabike comes back to any semblance of what he was.
Be good.
But, that still appears to be maybe a long shot. But how much more can Travis Jones bring to the equation as a guy that gets to the quarterback and collapses pockets here?
Oh, if he's just one-on-one, big time. He's going to be he's going to keep getting better and better, I think. I think he's got Pro Bowl potential.
When we come back, more of the free agents, some staying, maybe most of them are going. It's 19 of them. What are your thoughts on that? Orioles taking on the Netherlands today. Nolan McGraw said in the first segment of the show, the Orioles could still get to where they need to get to without Adley Rutschman. Are you buying that? I'm not.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Town Appliances 47th anniversary is happening right now. Check out their website for a mystery giveaway, plus up to 50% off select appliances right now. Ask for Mayor and Mayor and visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
DMV join us March 7th at 4:30 p.m. when DC United takes on MLS Cup champions Inter Miami CF in a must-see matchup at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. Experience the excitement of the black and red. And don't miss a day full of great soccer when Miami head coach Javier Marciano and company come to defend their title against Renee Weiler's DC United. The first 50,000 fans will receive a DC United rally towel. Grab your friends and family, put on your black and red colors, and get ready for an unforgettable match. Visit DCUnited.com/tickets to secure your tickets today. That's DCUnited.com/tickets.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Get ready to succeed again with our affordable online programs. Classes start March 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night, starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free non-alcoholic drinks or beer or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand, answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Gunnar Henderson is one of many players in the Orioles organization leaving spring training this week to join their respective countries for the upcoming World Baseball Classic. This will be Henderson's first time competing in the event, and even though he'll have to change positions to make it work, he's all in on the opportunity. Here's him explaining to MLB Network how he changed up his offseason prep because of the WBC.
I think it's just being a little bit more intentional early, which, I mean, I'm intentional in all my work, but just I got down here the 2nd of February, so I've been down here for a little while trying to get my body ready to play back-to-back games, because we're not having to do that until pretty much the end of the spring.
The United States will play their first game this Friday against Brazil. Manager Mark DeRosa has already announced that Logan Webb will start that game, while Tarek Skubal will make his one-off appearance on Saturday against Britain. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with rain expected this evening, highs near 40. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your station for the best Ravens coverage. News from the Nest with Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Window Nation. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
Lamar gets away. Lamar throws, finds wide open Isaiah Likely. And that'll take us to the second quarter with a long game to the 25.
Amazon Prime on the call. Al Michaels talking about Isaiah Likely. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. News from the Nest here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Isaiah Likely, one of the 19 unrestricted free agents that the Ravens have here in 2026. 25 years old, 14 games last year, only 1 touchdown. Mm-hmm. And I broke down the stats a couple of weeks back where 2024, Likely and Andrews combined for over 1,000 yards, almost 20 touchdowns, 100 catches. Last year, didn't even come close to duplicating that production. Likely's really dipped, never really got it going after the foot injury. But at 25 years old, he hits free agency, the open market for the first time. The Ravens have already extended Mark Andrews, paying him a hefty salary. DaCosta did say at the combine he'd like to keep Likely, almost kind of explain where there are scenarios in which he could do so. I don't see it. Jeff Rebeck, by the way, breaking down the list, he said Likely goes, and we pretty much talked about it right after they signed Andrews. Well, yeah, Likely's gone, and I would think it'd be a stunning turn of events if he wasn't.
Bob, I was just thinking, because you mentioned like which teams had money. You know who'd be a good fit for Likely? Chargers. I think the Chargers would be in Mike McDaniel offense and Ortiz being out there and stuff, former Ravens.
Well, the Gadsden had kind of a breakout year for them.
Yeah.
The young tight end.
But they have 2.
Hey.
Yeah.
We can improvise and adapt in play calling here for sure.
I think, if he doesn't get the money that he wants, which maybe he doesn't, which I'm guessing he's going to probably want at least what Andrews got. If he's not getting that, he'll do a 1-year deal and then, try to have a big year and then go make his money.
Yeah, Chargers almost $84.5 million out there on the open market. What do you think, Nolan? This is kind of a foregone conclusion that Isaiah Likely has played his last snap with the Ravens?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no doubt about it. Although what Vinny was saying there, it is interesting. We've just assumed that his value across the league was regarded as pretty high, right? But it's all been potential-based. You look back on his career, injury-wise, blocked by Andrews, whatever it was, he never had that one season where it was like, okay, all the pieces came together. This was the full breakout season. Then maybe some teams out there, or all the teams out there, view him and say, well, we like the potential, but I'm not paying for a what if, at least not that much money. So whether it's, not meeting his financial demands or saying we're not comfortable doing anything more than just a 1-year prove it, his market could be lower than we long assumed.
Well, I guess what you would do is, what you would study if you really liked him and we're gonna pay him. You would look at the film of the games. All right, let's go look. If I'm a team, let's go look at the games where Andrews was out and he was the guy, and then see what we would have.
Second half of 23.
Pretty damn good.
There's your story right there. It's Dave Casper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's something, right? But ultimately, I think the conversation around Likely has just been, well, man, just give him a shot, see what he can do. And if you're looking for what free agency really should be, which is more of a slam dunk guarantee, at least for guys that go early next week, he's far from that.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't expect him to be off the board on, Monday or Tuesday.
Charlie Kohler is another free agent. 27 years old. Not the pass-catching threat that likely or Andrews is, even though he's had his moments, but more of a blocking guy. Jeff Zrebiec thinks he stays.
Yeah,
maybe out of necessity, because outside of Andrews, you don't have any tight ends.
I mean, yeah, because really when you look at it, Josh Oliver was a blocking tight end, and he got 3 years, $21 million when he went to Minnesota. So he got $7 a year to be a blocker, and he was a legit blocker. You know?
And he can bring a little to the pass-catching equation, too.
Whereas the point I'm making is Kohler's not your dominant blocker. I mean, when I watched him at Iowa State, he could not block, I mean, he's big, he's what, 6'6", 6'7", 260, 265. He's not a knock you off the ball guy. He's a shield guy.
Well, according to Jeff Zrebiec, the Ravens' value is blocking.
Okay.
Charlie Kohler there. All right, let's get to the defense. Draymond Jones, traded for him. 29 years old, had 7 sacks last year, 2.5 with the Ravens. And, hey, let's not get crazy. He wasn't Terrell Suggs.
No.
Or Boulware or Matthew Judon, for that matter. But he tried. And you noticed him at times.
Yep.
But noticed him enough where that you make him a priority in regards to, he's part of a pass rush that wasn't all that great. And he had a half a season in Baltimore. I mean, I like him, but I'd still want to see what else is out there. You know what I mean? Jeff Zrebiec says he gone.
Yeah.
He goes.
Yeah, probably
Bye-bye.
so. He'll probably, maybe he gets more money than the Ravens would want to pay. But I thought that he did a nice job in the run stuff, too. I thought I thought it was a good move, for the Ravens. At the time. And you know what? That's to me, if I'm Eric, that's a Jesse Minter call. When they evaluate them and stuff, when they evaluate the free agents, and they rank them and everything else. And, he's not going to be the number one guy in our rankings. All right. So, all right, let's try to get boom, boom, boom. And and they may come back to him if they don't get the guys they, prefer.
Rough estimate on his market value. This is from Spot Track, $10.3 million a year. So, that's not. My reaction to that was that's actually somewhat affordable. We were talking pass rush contracts, but again, you're talking about a guy here who's probably going to be in that 5-6 sack range every year. This past season, splitting time between Tennessee and Baltimore was a career year in a lot of ways, but he's still maxed out at 7. And in my opinion, just far too quiet in the sack production realm, especially for what the Ravens needed out of him after that trade. He was disrupting. Vinny said it. He was great against the run.
Yeah.
He's good all-around player, very balanced. Tries hard, seemed to fit in really well in the locker room. Can't say a bad thing about him. But he's not that bona fide elite pass rush. Or I don't even know if he's going to have the chance at like an outlier year where he has 12 or 13 sacks.
I don't see that.
I feel like he's going to be in that 5-6 range his entire
What do
career.
they say the value for Oweh is?
Good question.
And by the way, with Draymond Jones, getting back to him real quick, he had that little burst of games in Tennessee where he got most of his sacks. He got his 5 sacks with them within the span of a couple of weeks.
So by comparison here, same website, Spot Track, 19.3, your annual projected value for Oweh.
Woo! Who had no sacks when he was in Baltimore, and then got 7.5 in L.A., and we'll get into all of that good stuff when we come back, talk about that very subject. Kevin Ostreicher, Kyle Van Noy's another free agent. 34 years old. And David Ajabo. Remember, Ravens got a steal with him. Only one stealing was David Ajabo.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill are the only holdovers from last year's opening day roster of outfielders. How does this year's group compare to 2025? Also, the Ravens are reportedly monitoring Max Crosby's trade market. Do we think EDC would pull off a blockbuster move? And what could it cost? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Okay, class, let's begin. Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat, unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable, regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for the positions of police officer, experienced police officer, and cadet. We offer competitive starting salaries with sign-on bonuses, great medical benefits, tuition reimbursement, plus incentives for military veterans. For more information, visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County Police Department is an equal opportunity employer.
For 100 years, we have had the honor of caring for Maryland families. The Center for Advanced Orthopedics, Ortho Maryland, is excited to announce the expansion and grand opening of our newest walk-in and therapy location, 120 Westminster Pike, Suite 200 in Reisterstown. Our practice is committed to offering prompt and accessible orthopedic care when you need it. No appointment, no problem. Simply walk in to be treated with orthopedic excellence. Visit orthomaryland.net to find our hours and locations.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house. Something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you buying?
Straight cash, homie.
Or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Turn it up Tuesday. Orioles are taking on the Netherlands today. And leading off for the Netherlands was supposed to be Jurickson Profar. But Jeff Passan, Nolan, from Espen, just tweeted out that Jurickson Profar just got popped for steroids. He's going to be suspended for the entirety of the 2026 season. He got popped last year right after he signed the big contract with Atlanta. So Jurickson Profar. Now I'm asking this because I don't know the answer. Is he playing today or?
So, yeah, it says here from Passan, not only will he forfeit the entirety of his $15 million salary and be ineligible for the playoffs, if that was any question. Profar will also be ineligible for the World Baseball Classic.
So Andrew Jones is going to have to make a lineup change for the Netherlands here.
Wow.
about less than an hour from first pitch.
Well, I mean,
Craziness.
it is an exhibition, but that's a bad look.
Oh, 100%. And look, I've never taken a steroid other than the prednisone stuff, and it's not to build your muscles, just to get rid of things. Yeah. So I don't know what the protocol is or what sort of banned substances are in these supplements that people take. So, I mean, 2 years in a row.
So they didn't say what he tested positive for this time, but remember last year for the 80-game suspension, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name of the actual drug, but a hormone typically made during pregnancy that can encourage testosterone production. So there you go. Whatever it takes, man.
Yeah,
if you're not doing whatever it takes to win, are you even trying?
If I have to be pregnant for 6 months, as long as I'm getting on base and earning my $15 million, that's all that matters. Anyway, buy or sell, where's the money?
We're not having any money, Bob.
Right.
The Dow is down 656. S&P's down 92. Nasdaq's down 328. DraftKings up 51 cents. Under Armour's down 17 cents, 690.
Well, how about Malik Willis? He could be earning some money here very shortly, depending on who you ask. The top quarterback in free agency, maybe the top free agent overall. That was what NFL Network said, or NFL.com when they put out their free agency rankings. He was at the smack top of that list, even ahead of bona fide pass rushers, O-linemen, major other positions of need. He got that recognition. Some even theorizing that he could get a deal in the range of $20 to $25 million a year. It's not bad for a guy who only has 6 career starts across 4 years. Now, if he gets that, it would be just barely top 20 quarterback money. It would come in actually right behind Baker Mayfield and right before Justin Fields, who signed a similar deal with the Jets. Vinny, are you buying or selling that he gets at least $20 million a year?
Oh, I'll buy that. I just think just because there's so much competition that he's going to get the money. And for Malik Willis, how happy you think he is? There's only one probably first-round quarterback. Yeah. So that makes his value that much greater.
$89 million cap space for the Jets, and Jeff Howe from The Athletic says the Jets could possibly pursue him. He also says, Howe, that 49ers are going to ask for a first-round draft pick for Mac Jones. Boy. I mean, look, Phillip Rivers was playing in December games for a team trying to make the playoffs. Why not? Go for it all.
Speaking of Baker there, by the way, who's in danger of being bumped out of the top 20 in terms of quarterback money, add him to the list of guys that's going to need a restructure, actually an extension here this offseason. Throw him in the Lamar camp. 26th the last year of his deal. He's 31 years old. 52.9 is the cap hit. That's got to move. That's got to move big time. So he'll be getting paid here. We'll see what the waiting game looks like with him and the other quarterbacks.
And he deserves it, because what's he making? 30-some million, right?
Yeah, it was like 33.
Yeah. So, I mean, he deserves to make more money.
How about the Orioles here? Some unfortunate injury news to kick off spring training, but since then, mostly good news out of Sarasota. One of the bright spots, Vance Honeycutt, who appears to be extremely determined to make up for his shortcomings a year ago. How about 3 homers and 3 at-bats? It's not too shabby. Scorching hot start to him for his spring. And maybe, with the roster getting depleted by the World Baseball Classic, he could get some more reps here in the coming weeks. In college, his reputation in terms of power, roughly 25 homers a year. I know college game, much different bats, all that stuff, but that was 25 homers and roughly 300 plate appearances. He had 430 plate appearances in Aberdeen last year, which only led to 5 home runs. Buy or sell, Bob, the power will be back. Honeycutt will hit 25-plus homers this year.
Through multiple levels, probably. I'm going to go ahead and buy that. I mean, he is toolsy. Strikes out a lot. Couldn't really put the bat on the ball at all. 2025. But even everyone we would get on to talk about Vance Honeycutt, criticizing his lackluster play, talked about how great he is defensively and how fast he is. So he's got physical attributes, and power is one of the advantages that he has as a hitter, assuming he hits the ball. But I would hope for a nice bounce-back year for Vance Honeycutt. He's a right-handed bat, which, the Orioles don't have a ton of. Well, I got O'Neill. Well, anyway, Ward's a free agent. Get the point. So, yeah, let's do it. Being positive today until somebody pisses me off.
Our friend Ryan Wilson has been hard at work creating an endless amount of mock drafts, trying to gather as much info as possible about all these players. And as he starts to dive into specific team needs, he says the Bills should be looking to be very aggressive this year in pursuit of a wide receiver. Quote here from Wilson says, the uncomfortable truth for the Bills, their roster is good enough to win 12 games, but it might not be explosive enough to win a Super Bowl. That leads him to wide receiver, something that was very weak for Buffalo this past season. Ryan says that they need to go up and trade up in the first round to get Ohio State's Carnell Tate. Now, depending on the mock draft, he's going either around 5 or 6, no later than 9 or 10. So in the top 10 for sure. More from Wilson says the question shouldn't be, can the Bills afford to move up? It should be, can they afford not to? Buy or sell, Vinny, the Bills will in fact move up in the first round for a wide receiver.
I'm going to sell it just because they need defensive help desperately too. You know, and free agency wise, are they going to go get a receiver? Possibly. But I don't think they move up because they need their draft capital to get some defensive players too.
Maybe Pagula can apologize to Keon Coleman. Motivate him a little bit more. By the way, Jordan Reed's mock draft today, Nolan has Tate going 9 to Kansas City.
And that seems, I mean, we'll see how it changes in the next month, but depending on who you ask, he's, top 5. It's a lot of movement here. Last topic for today comes from baseball and comes from the AL East. Hard to identify some clear expectations for the Tampa Bay Rays. No one picking them to finish at the top of the division. They weren't picking them to do that last year, but even still, without a home, they managed to win 77 games. It's below 500, but still, for a bad team, it's actually pretty decent. Big part of that was a breakout season for Junior Caminero. 45 homers, 110 RBIs out of nowhere at the age of 21. Now, he looks like a potential budding star for their future. Maybe the most encouraging part of all those stats is the fact that his home runs were pretty evenly split between home and road, so you can't even say that he was taking advantage of the temporary home ballpark. Buy or sell, Bob, Caminero's 25 was not a flash in the pan. He'll be an all-star again this year.
Yeah, I'm going to buy it. He's only 22 years old as well. I mean, that 45 bombs, 110 ribbies, that came out of nowhere. And Aranda at first base had a really good year for them as well. They traded for Gavin Lux, who used to be kind of the prospect of the du jour for the Dodgers way back when. They always kind of find these guys. And if Shane McClanahan can stay healthy, he's missed 2 years. He's one of the best lefties in baseball. So, and you got Pepio, who we love very much. They'll be a pain in the ass like they always are. But Caminero is for real, Nolan McGraw.
You just got to learn the name of who the new villain is. That's the problem with them, is that this guy's going to torch you for 3 years max, but you better learn his name, and then it'll be someone
Diaz kind of comes to the top of the... Anyway, we'll come back, talk to Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire. Tyler Linderbaum, is he gone? Is they likely as a way that he stays? Or are they both going to be ex-Ravens coming up here in about a week or so? Stick around for that. Talk more about the Orioles as they take on the Netherlands today. Get more into this free agent list for the Birds of Baltimore, the second Birds of Baltimore, the Ravens. Jerry Palm will be joining us at 1:30, palmbrackets.com. Bruce Pearl, former Auburn coach, doing a lot of lobbying for Auburn on national TV at the expense of the only undefeated team left in college basketball. How does Jerry feel about that?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan.
Tune in this Tuesday, March 3rd, as we feature this week's PNC Achiever, Caden Wilson. Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Thank you to all those that nominated these amazing student athletes.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
Daddy, I'm cold,
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
C-A-L-L-A Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Big Bad Morning Show fans, Rob Long here with Vinny Steele, your home sold guarantee realty, Maryland's MVP realtor. Vinny, how do you make spring selling a slam dunk?
Rob, my game plan to win this spring is simple. I guarantee to sell your home at 100% of your price, or I'll pay you the difference. Sell with certainty and the most money guaranteed.
Friends, get to know Vinny Steele like I have. Call or text him today, 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
There are a lot of myths out there about how the Maryland lottery works. Playing the lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not. Things like, playing the lottery is a good way to relieve stress. The fact is, you shouldn't play the lottery when you're stressed. If you've got a lot on your mind, just play another day. Learn more facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Baseball is back. Follow 105.7 The Fan for season-long coverage. Big hits, walk-off wins.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Where rookies make their mark and legends add to the story.
This is the greatest place to play.
We'll cover the swings, misses, and everything in between. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on the Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers is making his third appearance of the spring today when the O's take on the Netherlands in an exhibition matchup ahead of the World Baseball Classic. The sample size is small, but he's totaled 5 scoreless innings with 6 punch-outs to kick off his quest to repeat last year's tremendous results. Even after experiencing new personal heights, Rogers told MLB Network that the unusual journey to that point is not lost on him.
Separating the results from the process. We want results right out of the gate, being young guys and, want to prove ourselves in the big leagues. And I didn't quite realize how result-oriented I was until I got sent down, and I really had to, reinvent myself.
And the NFL continues to roll out announcements for their growing slate of international games. The plan is for a record 9 matchups to be held outside the United States in 2026, including a trip to Madrid for the second year in a row. The Falcons have been assigned to that one, and the expectation is they'll be the designated home team. This could impact the Ravens as Atlanta is one of their 9 road opponents for next season. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Playing the Maryland Lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not about your favorite games. Learn the facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with rain expected this evening, highs near 40. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Turn Up Tuesday. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Weather's not all that great, but we're here for you. So keep it tuned to the stations. We get you covered on all things Orioles, Terps, and now the Ravens. Combine's over. Ravens have the 14th pick in the first round. 11 overall free agency starts next week. League year is the 11th, which is 8 days from today. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass, joining us now to talk about everything that has unfolded so far and how busy the next 10 days are going to be throughout the National Football League. From USA Today, it's the Ravens Wire. So welcome back to the show. Window Nation guest hotline. He's Kevin Allstriker. Kevin, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Yeah, free agency is on the horizon. There are a lot of decisions the Ravens need to make. I know the franchise tag and transition tag deadline is coming up at 4, although I'm not expecting any Ravens news there, so it's exciting.
What is exactly market-setting value or contract for Tyler Linderbaum and your confidence level that he'll take that deal? And give us a scenario in which Isaiah Likely will continue to play football in Baltimore if there is one.
Yeah, I think that the first part of it is that's the golden question of just what would that be? Because there have been a lot of reports about potentially Tyler Linderbaum wanting $25 million or around $25 million per year. So if Baltimore offered the record set or market setting contract, well, Creed Humphrey's getting $18 million right now. So is that the Ravens offered $100,000 per year or more, $1 million per year or more, or was it upwards of 20? So I think that rarely do offensive linemen of Tyler Linderbaum's quality hit the open market. And when it does happen, it's with kind of weird situations, and this being the fact that the fifth-year option amount was around $23 million. The franchise tag is now all offensive linemen, so it's not just split up by center position, guard position, tackle position. It feels like the longer this goes on, the less likely it is Linderbaum stays in Baltimore, especially because, look, I think that his agent and Linderbaum, they understand the market that is going to be out there for them, and every free agent prioritizes different things. Some prioritize money, others prioritize fit, championship odds, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, if Linderbaum does want to go out there and get the most money, because, again, a lot of people compare it to Ronnie Stanley's situation last year. The difference there, though, is that wasn't Stanley's first big contract, whereas Linderbaum has not gotten paid yet in the NFL in terms of big contract money. So we'll see on that one. And then for Isaiah Likely, it's a little tough to project him playing in Baltimore next year, especially because, you know, the Andrews extension, based off of Likely's comments, he wants to be somewhere where he can flourish and probably be that guy. I mean, I guess if you want like a crazy scenario that could happen that I've been kind of putting out there, it's if the Ravens go to Likely and say, we're giving you a 1-year deal to come back, you and Mark run it back for one more season, you can get off of that Mark Andrews deal if you're the Ravens after next year. there are a lot of different things that they can do with, all right, they run it back for a year, figure it out, and then it becomes Isaiah Likely's tight end room. But that's pretty unlikely because that essentially is a bunch of handshake deals and promises, and I don't think they want to go that way. So I think it's tough to project Likely coming back to Baltimore unless it is a team-friendly deal, and Likely just likes Baltimore.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Kevin. I think that, when they went to Isaiah in the summer last year, he wanted to go to free agency. Now, he's going to have the opportunity to go to free agency. And I think, and there's a lot of tight ends in the draft this year. So if he's not getting what he wants, then I'm guessing that he will go on a one-year deal somewhere.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see what his market is going to be because I think, again, the athletic potential is there. We've seen him have production, but it was just a down year in general for, the offense and the passing game, not named Zay Flowers. So there is some of that uncertainty with Likely's market, but at the end of the day, like you mentioned, the Ravens have a history of drafting tight ends in mid-rounds, Likely being one of them, that have worked out. And this is a tight end class I think they can find a lot of different guys in. And I'm not necessarily expecting them to spend their first-round pick there. But if they do go out there, they have 11 picks, so they have a lot of opportunities to do that. They have to figure out the Charlie Kohler situation as well, although I kind of expect him to stay. I feel like with Andrews, Kohler, and a mid-round tight end, you're still in position to be fine at that spot. But I just think the potential of Likely, if he goes to a Cincinnati or New England or one of those teams that Baltimore is in competition with and he gets a full role and he flourishes, I do know that's going to sting a little bit for a lot of people in Baltimore.
Hey, Kevin, who are guys that are free agents that are must re-signs?
I think for me, honestly, one of them is Jordan Stout. I feel you don't want to reset at the punter position again. And, for Stout, he had a couple of up and down seasons to start his career, and he's really come into his own. And obviously last season was incredible for him, and it'd be really tough to see him walk after you're finally getting the production that you wanted from him. And, he's going to be a guy that maybe he does get the highest paid punter contract right now, but I think that's worth it. And again, with the punter contracts, you're not talking about a Linderbaum deal. It's going to be a fine amount of money. So I think he's a guy that the Ravens should definitely be looking to bring back. I think if Likely goes, I think Kohler is definitely someone you do want to bring back. I think he's going to get a little more money than people anticipate because, he had a pretty good year last year, all things considered. Again, not like this huge stat year or anything, but I think he showed value and improvement at the very least in the pass catching department, which I think the Ravens, that's something they should value in the continuity there. If they don't bring back Likely and Kohler, you're probably looking at, is it two mid-round tight ends? Is it one vet like a David Njoku and then a mid-round guy? So I'd bring back Kohler as well. And outside of that, there aren't really a ton of guys. I would love Linderbaum back, but again, it just comes down to price point. And if they can get a deal that they feel comfortable with everything that goes on, because there are options available out there like a Connor McGovern, where do you just go like the 80-20 rule, 80% of production for 20% of the price. So we'll see there. But I think Stout and Kohler are probably the two. It'd be great if they brought back Awuzie, but I think his market is going to be good based off the year that he had. I think they're going to try to rock with Marlon as well this year. So we'll see. But I'd go Stout and Kohler.
Hey, Kevin, when we talk to you next Tuesday, where will Linderbaum be, and is Lamar Jackson have a contract done?
I think the Lamar contract situation will be done. In terms of will it be an extension, I don't know. There's that stuff that is really caught traction over these last couple of days, especially on Sunday after that report that, the Ravens can move some money around without Lamar's permission and all that stuff with the void years. So if it's not an extension, it's going to be something along those lines of just getting the money freed up. I'm not so sure an extension will be signed. I'm hoping it will be. I think Lamar understands the situation, but again, it's kind of a two-side thing here where, Lamar's not going to just give up money he thinks he's earned because of a deadline, and the Ravens aren't going to just pay him whatever because of a deadline when there is an option for them to kick the can down the road, if you will. So my prediction would be no, but hopefully it's just a reverse jinx and it actually does happen over the next 6 days. And then Linderbaum, I just, every day this has gone on for the last week or two, it's just been added pessimism for me, where it just feels like less and less likely that he's going to be in Baltimore. Again, there's still an option for it, and that Stanley deal did get signed pretty late up until the moratorium or the tampering period began. So I think that Linderbaum, my prediction right now would be he goes, because there are going to be teams out there. And look, if he does hit free agency, he is definitely going to go. I think that the deadline to get him in and are back in Baltimore is by the time free agency kicks off on Monday and that tampering period begins. But, for the Ravens, in every position, there is only so much you can kind of give to one guy. And with Linderbaum, I mean, he definitely deserves market-setting money. But if that is, $7 million above what the market was before and he shatters that, I think there's only so much the Ravens can do there, and then you might have to pivot. But if you feel like you can get them before free agency opens on a $21 million deal, I think that's something that you should really consider. But at this point, it just feels like there's a lot of smoke about the Raiders and Giants and all these other teams, Chargers. So if he gets the free agency, I think he's as good as gone.
All right, Kevin, because we're pressed for time, and I know you're a busy man yourself. Yes or no question. Hypothetically, would you trade a first and a third if you're Eric DaCosta for Max Crosby? Yes or no?
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today, Ravens Wire. Kevin, we appreciate it. Hey, when we talk to you next Tuesday, maybe they'll do some zany stuff like that. Who really knows? Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll catch up next week.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
You got it, Kevin Oestreicher. We'll come back, reset the program for you. Back to this free agent list. And he mentioned an interesting one. Jordan Stout is an unrestricted free agent. Boy, that would be a curveball of all curveballs if he walks and you don't have anyone to replace him. And Stout coming off, he was the best punter in the football in 2025. Arguably, we'll talk more about the Orioles, give you the lineup as they take on the Netherlands coming up within the half hour. And then Jerry Palm. PalmBrackets.com. Talk about March Madness is just a couple of weeks away. And even if Miami of Ohio, undefeated right now, does not win their conference tournament, do they deserve an at-large bid? Bruce Pearl says no because he wants his son's Auburn team to get it.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill are the only holdovers from last year's opening day roster of outfielders. How does this year's group compare to 2025? Also, the Ravens are reportedly monitoring Max Crosby's trade market. Do we think EDC would pull off a blockbuster move? And what could it cost? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Las Vegas Raiders would be crazy to not trade star pass rusher Max Crosby. The Raiders are at the beginning of a long rebuild with a new head coach and an absolutely stacked division. They're not ready to win this year, may not be ready to win next year. Crosby will be 29 by the start of the season. It's time to move Max Crosby, get some picks back, get young players back, and supercharge this rebuild in Las Vegas. I'm Nick Costos.
Checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off?
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Other side of the glass. NFL lunch coming up top of the hour. Get back to Jeff's Reback story in The Athletic this morning. 19 unrestricted free agents the Ravens have. Franchise tag day is today at 4, deadline. Don't anticipate any of that going down. But we'll talk about some free agents who could stay, who's likely out the door, no pun intended. So stick around for that. Give you the Orioles lineup as they're taking on the Netherlands today. Jurickson Profar, who was expected to lead off for the Netherlands, got popped for steroids today. He is suspended for the entirety of the 2026 season after missing 80 games last year. And yes, he was condiffed from the Netherlands lineup and will not be playing in the World Baseball Classic. And then we'll talk to Jerry Palm, palmbrackets.com, about upcoming March Madness. Maryland, unless there's a miracle 6-game run in the Big Ten tournament, will not be part of it. But Navy could get in, UMBC, if they win their conference tournaments. The big talking point will be watching Miami. Redhawks could make it a moot point, just win the tournament, get the automatic bid. But if they lose, does one of these 17 and 13 Power 4 conference schools get in instead? But let's get out to the phones. Go to Kansas City, get in Eddie. Eddie, what's happening?
How you guys doing? Everybody all right today?
Yeah, man.
All right, look, this might be a little controversial, but, you know, I haven't heard nobody else call and say this, but I'm going to. Let me caveat it by I'm a huge Lamar fan. I remember back with the draft when they drafted him, I didn't really know much about him, but I remember all the guys on the set and all the talking heads on TV saying, well, you know, you ought to be a wide receiver, and this guy can't pass, and he don't have the full package. Ozzie took a chance on him. He came. The growing pains were hard. But this guy has developed into be probably one of the greatest quarterbacks right now in the league. Now, I don't know what the holdup is with the contract, because the first thing he said when he came out the tunnel and met Deion Sanders, what can people in Baltimore expect of you? A Super Bowl. Now, that game against Kansas City, that's on Monk. We all know that. I work here in Kansas City. People came up to me all day. Why did your team not do this? Why did they stop doing that? I had no answers. But we could have got that could have been the first Super Bowl he got us to. All right, now let's fast forward to now. Last year was horrible. He was hurt. His body language wasn't all that great. Sometimes he gets a little upset. And I kind of like that. But why don't he just, somebody step up to the mic, say, all right, look, I know we need this and that and this and that. I'm going to cut my contract, push the money out like Brady did, Mahomes did. Let's get that done, because we're up against the wall here. I mean, does he want to get sacked 50 times and have to have a shootout every game because he got no defense? You're going to have to sacrifice some money now and get it later. But something has to be done now. So I don't know what the holdup is. Maybe this will get people fired up to call the show and blow me out because, they think I'm against Lamar. I'm not. I just want the Ravens to succeed, and he needs to move on it now. So thanks, guys, for taking my call.
All right. And why are you ragging on Lamar like that? I'm just joking. Eddie, in Kansas City, I think that's the question we've all been asking. What's the holdup? It hasn't gotten as contentious as it did 3 years ago when he literally demanded a trade.
Yep. As
John Harbaugh was eating his eggs Benedict. Oh, by the way, did you hear Lamar just posted he wants to trade out of Baltimore? He's like, what was that? Thanks for blindsiding me. I think it gets done, but to Ed's point and what we've talked about, Nolan, what the hell's taken so long? And Steve Bisciotti basically put the ball in Lamar's court a month ago in the end of season press conference. Like, come on, let's get this thing rolling, because we understand that the needs are plentiful. The money is limited. And if they could he's going to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, assuming things go according to plan. But once it gets into all that void year nonsense or whatever, then things might start getting a little bit ugly.
Yeah, and the thing about it is I mean, just from history, to me, what I've learned about Lamar, Bob, is when he's happy and his contract's good, he's all good. When he's got contract coming up, then injuries occur and the season isn't as good.
Yeah, and he's working out down in Florida. Saw that with Atwell and who was it? Zay. Nolan, are you getting to the point where this could be more dramatic than, say, we thought it was going to be a month ago? Lamar and the Ravens coming to some sort of contract resolution that makes both sides happy and the fan base happy, and we can just proceed with the offseason worrying about free agency and the draft, and this is now something that's in the rear view.
We try to think about it logically based on how you guys just mapped it out, right? There's no reason for there to really even be a sticking point here. There's no reason for, the Ravens to not make him the highest paid. The structure's already there, right? This is nothing like the negotiation last time.
Right.
But clearly there's something there. So what is it? It can't just be Lamar saying, well, I don't really feel like it. I mean, there's no benefit to that. He's not trying to leverage anything. If I'm looking for anything I could remotely see as a potential reason that this is taking long, again, goes back to how he mentioned Baker Mayfield needs a new contract. Jared Goff needs to be done. We already had the Pat Mahomes restructure, but he was a little bit different because he's always been under contract forever. Maybe it's a waiting game. Maybe he doesn't want to be the first to bite to ensure that he's the number one highest paid guy. But at that point, we're talking about the difference of a couple $1 million here. And look at how quickly he got one-upped last time. It's just the nature of the business. Like, yeah, you want the top money. You're going to get the top money. But that's part of the deal, is that you might only be that guy for a couple months, 1 year at most. That's the deal.
I just don't. Yeah, he's going to be the highest paid. But why does it have to be so complicated? And this is not a complicated situation, I don't think. I just think, you know what the problem is communication. I think Lamar gets back to Eric when he feels like it.
Well,
and he's in no hurry.
His phone wasn't working, wasn't that a couple years ago?
Yeah, and like they text. They text is how things get done.
Well, it's like when you go to your favorite appliance store to buy a TV. and you buy the brand new 5K television. I'm the man. I got a 5K. And as you're walking it out to the car, the truck with the 6Ks pull up. Yeah, he's going to he'll be the highest paid guy for a minute. But I think at this stage, he should understand how that all is going to work here.
Plus, you're okay, that's nice, a couple extra million. It's, not a drop in the bucket, but if that's going to prevent my team from building around me, at least from an urgency standpoint, like if the deal gets done, you can still make moves after that, but we need to wheel and deal right now. Like we need to be there at the starting line with all the other teams in the league. So that has to have some value to it that I would think, I'll speak personally, if I was in that situation, that's worth more than a couple $1 million for me.
Well, and just look at Josh Allen, Mahomes, Burrows, they all got it done whenever they needed to get it done for the team,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mahomes happened. It was like, oh, damn. No drama whatsoever. When we come back, NFL lunch, get back to the free agent list. You want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. Give you an Orioles update, give you their lineup, taking on the Netherlands, minus Jerks and Profar. We'll give you that news if you're just tuning in. And we'll preview March Madness with Jerry Palm. PalmBrackets.com. Right now, Duke's playing like it's unfair, but Arizona's starting to get it together. Michigan's good, but they lost a key piece. And watch out for UConn, as old Danny Hurley's got that Danny Hurley look on his face in early March.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. Be sure to visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all your favorite foods from the original Costas Inn. And when you do, make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Spring is almost here, and with it comes our notorious spring rain that can wreak havoc on an old, worn-out roof. Don't let your home fall victim to leaks, mold, and water damage. Honor, respect, and trust your roof with Valor. Call 833-83-VALOR. Tell them I sent you, and Valor will honor 50% off all materials, no interest or payments until 2027.
Honor, respect, trust your home to Valor.
Supporting our veterans.
833-83-VALOR.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Just a few years ago, the national narrative around the Orioles was their transition from rebuilding to competitive. All the prospects they had cultivated at the time was the biggest source of hope, but that hope quickly turned into expectations once the team won over 100 games in 2023. Now a lot of that goodwill has disappeared as the O's try to rebound from an extremely disappointing 75-win campaign a year ago. Adley Rutschman told MLB Network the team is looking forward to rising to the occasion.
I think there's definitely a difference in those first couple seasons where the expectations are low, but our expectations are high. And that is the tough part, is just keeping those expectations with the team and not letting the external noise kind of get to you. And, you know, we got a lot of good guys on this team who have experience with that, and I think we're built for it.
And after briefly contemplating retirement, veteran pass rusher Khalil Mack has announced that he intends to play again in 2026. He's set to become a free agent at the start of the new league year next week, just the second time in his 12-year career that he'll hit the open market. Despite missing a handful of games early in the 2025 schedule, he still finished the year with 5.5 sacks, bringing his total with LA to 36.5 across 4 seasons. This fan flash is sponsored by McDonald's. When the Caps score in the last minute of any regulation period, you get a free 6-piece McNuggets with a minimum $1 purchase on the McDonald's app the next day. Only at participating McDonald's. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with rain expected this evening, highs near 40. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Hurry up. They fake the toss to go bootleg. Pass got away from him, and it's intercepted. Bounced off the receiver's hands. And Ardarius Washington able to catch it on the rebound.
Jim Nance, CBS on the call there. Ardarius Washington with the interception, 26 years old. Came back late in the 2025 campaign after tearing his Achilles. Prior to the season, he was a key component in the second half of the 24 season as he took over as a starter for Zach Orr and Dean Pease' defense. That was way better after the bye than they were before the bye. But Vinny, one of the 19 Ravens free agents this year, and we'll get to Alohi Gilman as well. But Nolan, Vinny, Ardarius Washington, Ravens had priorities. Where would he rate on the priority list?
That one's probably going to be right price, right player, right price. The only negative you got is you got Harbs out there, you got Monken out there, you got people that know him, and he was productive for you. And, as a third safety kind of guy, he fit in and allowed Kyle Hamilton to do his thing. That's the thing. Now, is it more important for he or Gilman? And that may come down to whichever one you can get cheaper.
What do you think there, Nolan McGraw?
Yeah, that last part, probably the biggest key. We're talking about a role player type of guy. But you're absolutely right. I mean, you can't just ignore the importance of the third safety because they actually have thought that they could ignore that, or they thought that they could get by without it, really the last 2 years, right? I mean, well, we'll just talk about 25 in particular, because once Washington went down, it was actually still very early in the offseason. They had plenty of time to find a replacement outside the organization. They didn't see fit to do it. And then you start the season where
That's
Hamilton...
when they were playing Kane and all those other guys, remember?
Okay.
Sanusi, Kane. They were playing all the young guys.
Well, that's part of it, but the season rolls around, Kyle Hamilton's starting on the back end.
Yep.
And it's, you would think just on the surface that can't be something that is detrimental to the entire unit, but this is now multiple years that, yeah, it can be detrimental. Not because Hamilton's bad back there, but because his value roaming around raises the entire level of the entire defense. He's helping out with the pass rush when they were desperate for that. So for Kyle Hamilton to be at his best, and he is arguably the best player on the team, we're talking about individual talent, I need to do whatever it takes to get him to that level.
Now with Washington, smallish in size,
yes,
gets banged up a little bit, can't deny the effort in the fight and the productivity when he plays. Gilman, when he came over, that allowed, as we just talked about, Hamilton to be Kyle Hamilton, him and Starks in the back end. Gilman here, but tackling issues were there. Maybe not as bad as Nate Wiggins in that regard, but not exactly the most secure ball wrapper in the league. But as you mentioned and Nolan just talked about,
yes,
how much dough is Alohi Gilman looking at possibly in the open market? I mean, his former defensive coordinator is now taking over as the head coach and mentor here in Baltimore. But, I mean, is there enough to satisfy him contract-wise?
Yeah, that's going to be the thing is, and I thought Gilman, really, the defense got better when Gilman came in because it allowed, Hamilton to basically play linebacker and help in the run stuff because they were having problems with the run. And then all of a sudden the run, got much better because of Hamilton. And then what happened? Then Hamilton's getting the crap beat out of him physically, he's getting nicked all the time. So, I think it's an important piece that they have. But there's a lot of good safeties in the draft too. But I think you'd want a more of an experienced guy than just to bring in another safety there to play your third safety.
Jeff Zrebeck thinks Washington stays and Gilman goes.
I know that he's going to be cheaper, and he's younger.
Now, Jordan Stout was a name that was brought up by Kevin Allstriker last hour. Yeah. 27 years old, monster season, Pro Bowler, All-Pro, et cetera, et cetera. But he is free agent. And, when you think about the Ravens' needs or looking to secure a free agent or keep him around, this is a guy you don't even think about. No. But now all of a sudden it's like, oh, really? And now he could probably, teams need punters, and punters like him can be weapons for you in the field position battle. Is this one that maybe gets surprisingly interesting in a bad way for Eric DaCosta? When are you going to get this one done so it becomes one less thing to maybe wring your hands over the next 10 days?
Yeah, and he had a Pro Bowl season, and the thing that makes...
And he's your holder too, right?
Yeah, no doubt. So he gives you length on his punts, and he gives you hang time. And how about his punts inside the 10-yard line and stuff were pretty damn good this year. And the special teams was good. See, I wouldn't want to bring in a rookie punter or new punter. And then also I have questions on my kicker, too. Then I got
looper.
Yeah. And then, like you made a good point, Bob, then, my kicker, that's the only holder that he's had here and everything. So I think that is one of the more important additions, I think, in free agency that they're going to have. And I would anticipate that one being done before March 9th.
Jeff thinks he stays, by the way.
Yeah.
Tyler Huntley. This one becomes interesting all of a sudden. Has he done enough? I don't think he has, but to go maybe actually want to compete for a starting job or is his role here in Baltimore. He knows the value to it. He's familiar with the team. He's Lamar's buddy. I mean, Tyler Huntley, after the debacle that was Cooper Rush, actually made the Ravens competitive in games in which they the bottom out was the Houston game where they were just dreadful when Cooper Rush was the quarterback. But Huntley, they competed in games in which he played and won a couple of them, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. I think either you or Nolan said it last week. It may be where Declan Doyle wants a guy that knows his system, coming from either Denver or Chicago, that maybe he feels like would fit better. Just because here's the thing about here's the positive about doing that. Okay, because Lamar probably, more than likely, Lamar's not going to be here for a lot of the OTAs in the minicamp. So if I have a guy, that knows my system and terminology already, he actually can be like an assistant coach to Lamar when he comes back too, when he's sitting in the meetings and not in the meetings, that, hey, here's what they're thinking. Here's what the terminology is to help Lamar also in that way. That's kind of what you bring in Huntley, you're teaching everybody's new.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. We'll come back, take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Give you the Orioles lineup against the Netherlands as the Orioles helping them prepare for the World Baseball Classic. Birds taking on the Astros tomorrow. And then Jerry Palm, palmbrackets.com, talk about March Madness, was just a couple of weeks away. As a matter of fact, Selection Sunday is the 15th. What? That's
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill are the only holdovers from last year's opening day roster of outfielders. How does this year's group compare to 2025? Also, the Ravens are reportedly monitoring Max Crosby's trade market. Do we think EDC would pull off a blockbuster move? And what could it cost? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Are you in the market for a new Hyundai? Jones Hyundai? There is the place to go. Trust me when I tell you that. Save now on a huge selection of Hyundais. I drive by there all the time. They do have a huge selection. So when you go by and you look at it or you look at it online, there's a lot to choose from there. So ask for Kevin Brammer when you stop in. He's a sales director and he's a wheeler dealer deal maker. Jones, they make it real easy with low interest rates and banks on site for instant credit approval. And Kevin, he's going to get you top dollar, $500 more for your trade than CarMax. So visit jonesjunction.com. Check out what car truck is right for you. And as always, every new Hyundai comes with Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes. Got mine done last Saturday. Free car washes, got that too. And a lifetime or an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. Now, with over 2 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. We've had a bunch of them, and I've been at every department there is in Jones. Sales, service, parts, collision, all of them. And I bought in Jeeps, Genesis, so a lot of different types of cars too. A+ with everybody. Now, Jones Hyundai, they're part of Jones Junction. They're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. So pop up and see old Kevin Brammer. Get your Jones Junction tape frame, just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Do what the wealthy do. Have a tax-efficient plan for retirement. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast. Weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking. Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
For 100 years, we have had the honor of caring for Maryland families. The Center for Advanced Orthopedics Ortho Maryland is excited to announce the expansion and grand opening of our newest walk-in and therapy location, 120 Westminster Pike, Suite 200 in Reisterstown. Our practice is committed to offering prompt and accessible orthopedic care when you need it. No appointment, no problem. Simply walk in to be treated with orthopedic excellence. Visit orthomaryland.net to find our hours and locations.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Orioles taking on the Netherlands today. Dylan Beavers right field, Taylor Ward's in left, Pete Alonso's at first, Mounting's your DH, Basayo behind the plate, Leody Tavares center field, and Jeremiah Jackson's at shortstop because Gunner's with the U.S. team in the World Baseball Classic. Bri Ramos at third base, and Aaron Estrada, according to MLB.com, one of their top 10 prospects. He's at second base. Trevor Rogers is on the hill for the Orioles this afternoon. Also, D. Kramer, Yunier Cano, and Grant Wolfram are pitching for the Orioles this afternoon. For the Netherlands, Jurickson Profar was supposed to lead off and play left field, but he was, according to Jeff Passan, he's going to be facing a 162-game suspension after testing positive for a performance-enhancing drug for the second time, which will cost him the entirety of the year, including the playoffs, and all of his salary, which totals around $15 million.
Ooh. His wife's not going to be happy.
So Jurickson he's taking her estrogen pills, too, on top of that. So Jurickson Profar, it looks like he's going to be done for the year. And if we get a score for the Orioles, and hopefully we will by 2 o'clock, we'll give it to you. We've been talking a lot about Lamar and his contract here. Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, what's up?
What's good, Vinny and Bob?
How you doing, man?
Doing all right, man. If the rain would just go away, I'd be doing a lot better.
Right.
But I'm hanging in there. So for me, man, I think fellas, like, you know, all that stuff's all cute and all that EDC does about how he communicates with our star quarterback and all that, right? But, like, does that really get us closer to the ultimate goal of a championship? I mean, I don't, you know, for me, the moral victories don't mean nothing. You know, like, get them signed, buddy. Come on. You know, we're not talking like we're friends here when you talk to the media. People want to know the truth. But the Ravens have a good opportunity to make something of this season coming up. But, boy, we still got some work to do on the team roster, don't we, fellas?
Oh, yeah. You still got free agency, you got the draft. So there's a lot of ways to get things done. So it just got to be patient. You know, that's the thing about it isn't, you know what? The first thing that they can do, well, try to sign guys, number one, sign their own guys. And then free agency starts Monday.
Now, Vinny, is the NFL a little bit of like a almost like a tricky situation with that? Because, like, I was thinking about this. It's kind of wild how, like, the free agency starts before the draft, but ultimately the draft usually is more important than the free agency a lot of times, in my opinion. But how do you feel about that, the way it's kind of laid out?
Well, to me, it's been the same the whole time. So, I mean, you got to look at free agency. Okay, what's the strength of free agency? What's the strength of the draft? What do we need? You know, so if there's, you know, let's say there's no pass rushers in free agency. All right, we know we got to get those from the draft. O-lineman, Is there some guy, because we have 11 draft picks and, a lot of those draft picks are going to be 5th, 6th, 7th rounders. And, the odds on those guys panning out, probably not great percentage-wise. So, all right, what do we got to get for agency? Are we looking for a veteran backup? Offensive guard? Okay, because, maybe at 14, that's what we're kind of thinking about, that we can get somebody, in that vicinity. So they got to work hand in hand is what they do.
And getting back to Lamar versus Linderbaum, where Eric DeCosta said, look, me and Lamar have an agreement where we don't talk about contract particulars. But with Linderbaum, he basically laid it out there. We've made him a market-setting deal, which means he would be the highest-paid center in the National Football League. So why the difference in philosophies, popping off about one guy's cake, but being cagey about another one?
Well, I think with Lamar, there's no agent. You're just dealing with the player. And that seemed to be, where Lamar doesn't talk. And, if Eric comes out in the media and says, all you're doing is, you're fighting against your quarterback, makes no sense. Here, to me, what Eric was doing kind of maybe setting us up for, we made a great offer, but, it's gone hard. We made him an offer to be the highest paid center, but he took more.
Let's get back to the phones real quick. Let's go to Perry Hall. It's Gary. Gary, what's on your mind here on this Turn It Up Tuesday?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Wonderful.
Good. So I'm just going, look, I'm a huge Lamar fan, but I'm getting really kind of fed up with, I just like his commitment to making sure, I don't know, I'd like to see how many times has he missed practice over the last 5 years? And you think about that. I know he misses just about every Wednesday, which to me is unacceptable. That's 18 practices he's missing every week.
That was only this year. That was only this year.
And he doesn't show up for the OTAs, and you know what? You want to get paid like the highest paid quarterback. Put in the time like Patrick Mahomes does. Get in sync with your players. The rhythm. You can see sometimes he gets out there. He has the rhythm is just not like it is with a lot of other quarterbacks. He doesn't hit anybody. Most of his plays are made after he's scrambling. He hardly hits anybody when he's seeing them in the pocket on the first read. I just feel like he's just not. He's not 100% committed to being a team player. I think he's worried about himself. And I talked to a lot of people. I've been a season ticket holder since day one. There are so many people fed up with him, with his missing practice and, missing games. And, it's just, I just don't feel like he's committed.
All right, here's the thing that I always say. Is the production bigger than the headache? And right now it is. You deal with the headache. You take your 2 aspirin and you deal with it. Now, when it gets to be where, the headache is much bigger than the production, and you get rid of the headache.
I see a guy in Lamar Jackson that's pretty comfortable throwing out of the pocket.
Oh, I do
that
too.
might not have been the case, when he was, coming into the league. But his first MVP year, he led the league in touchdown passes.
Yeah.
Last year, or 2024, threw for over 40 at 4,000 yards. And it's not all on improvise and adapting plays. He comes out in gunslings. So
maybe
I
Eric
don't know.
can.
Maybe I'm watching something that other people are not.
Maybe Eric can send a new rugby dude down there, and just to work on his. If he doesn't want to lift a lot, just work on things to help your hamstrings and everything else, just so you stay healthier that way.
Teach him how to drop kick or something like Burt Reynolds in The Longest Yard. Pete Alonso, 2-run jack down at Ed Smith Stadium, scores Taylor Ward, so the Orioles 2-0 over the Netherlands as Trevor Rogers is on the hill for Baltimore. We'll come back, talk March Madness. NCAA tournament coming up in a little more than 2 weeks. Jerry Palm, palmbrackets.com, talk about what he sees so far. Are the number 1 seeds kind of entrenched? And who's that next level team that can make a deep run into March?
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
Save on seasonal produce at Whole Foods Market.
Get green and red seedless grapes for $2.49 per pound with Prime through March 3rd. Perfect to add to chicken salad or a charcuterie board. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Look, everybody's telling you how to live. Eat this, think that, do it their way. We don't buy all that. You know what works for you? Well, that's what helps you relax, what puts you in a better mood. And if something helps you get there, that's not a problem. It's just being human. That's Lions Den. No judging, no awkward energy, no pressure. Just people who know the gear and listen to what you want. For you, for your partner, and you owe nobody an explanation. Visit Lions Den in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Pasadena, or Severn, or go to lionsden.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. Got the Febreze car on the vents, living life with that just clean freshness. Febreze car, if you know, you know. Up to 40 days a scent on low. My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. That's right, breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
All month long, get into the frenzy with the Hoops at Horseshoe game at Horseshoe Casino, Baltimore. Every Friday in March, swipe in to reveal guaranteed prizes or take your shot at their Hoops at Horseshoe game while watching all of the Hoops action at Brew Brothers, adjacent to their Caesars Sportsbook. And you can also enjoy late-night fights and live entertainment every weekend at Poe's Nest. Horseshoe, Baltimore. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. If you're looking for a true Baltimore spot that does it all, check out Mount Washington Tavern. Whether you're catching college basketball with friends, hitting happy hour, or grabbing lunch during the week, the tavern delivers great food, cold drinks, and that neighborhood atmosphere everyone loves. So come watch all the college basketball action here. Great views, great crowd, and the perfect game day energy. And for St. Patrick's Day, expect festive food, drink specials, and a fun, can't-miss Baltimore celebration. Plus, don't miss Chesapeake Oyster Week, March 20th through the 31st. In collaboration with the Oyster Recovery Partnership, the tavern is celebrating local Chesapeake oysters with a specialty menu, all supporting shell recycling and oyster restoration. So join us from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and taste oysters that give back to the Bay. And of course, enjoy fresh oysters from Prince Edward Island and Cape Cod. Their oysters are great. It's one of my favorite things about the tavern. They always have a great selection, and that's a great event, the March 20th to March 31st. And when you're there, say hello to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
There are a lot of myths out there about how the Maryland Lottery works. Playing the lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not. Things like, some games are luckier than others. The fact is, the odds, prizes, and playstyles vary, but one game is just as lucky as the next. Check out the details for each game and make decisions based on the facts. Learn more facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly.
Every day, complete coverage of Orioles spring training with Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and the entire fan lineup as we gear up for opening day, March 26th, live from Pickles Pub against the Minnesota Twins. Baseball is back, and it's on 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Gunnar Henderson is one of many players in the Orioles organization leaving spring training this week to join their respective countries for the upcoming World Baseball Classic. This will be Henderson's first time competing in the event, and even though he'll have to change positions to make it work, he's all in on the opportunity. Here's him explaining to MLB Network how he changed up his offseason prep because of the WBC.
I think it's just being a little bit more intentional early, which, I mean, I'm intentional in all my work, but just I got down here the 2nd of February, so I've been down here for a little while trying to get my body ready to play back-to-back games because we're not having to do that until pretty much the end of the spring.
The United States will play their first game this Friday against Brazil. Manager Mark DeRosa has already announced that Logan Webb will start that game, while Tarek Skubal will make his one-off appearance on Saturday against Britain. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with rain expected this evening, highs near 40. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles taking on the Netherlands down at Ed Smith Stadium, Sarasota. Give you a score update there. We're 6 days away from legal tampering in the National Football League. Ravens have some things to decide financially. Lamar's contract's a big talking point as he's looking to get extended, or they need to extend him, renegotiate. Whatever it is, needs to be done. And March Madness, college basketball, right around the corner. Unless the Terps get hot in the Big Ten tournament, not going to be dancing 2 years in a row, I don't think. But next year, there's a lot of optimism with the talent that could be returning, and certainly a recruiting class that is highly regarded. But a lot of other teams are going to be part of it. And here to preview it, it's Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Let's welcome back to the show. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline from PalmBrackets.com. Jerry Palm. Jerry, good afternoon. How you feeling?
I'm all right. How are you?
Doing all right. And, a lot of hubbub about Bruce Pearl popping off. I believe it was on TNT about Miami of Ohio's worthiness of being an NCAA tournament at-large team, assuming they don't win the MAC. And the tournament's coming up. They play tonight, as a matter of fact. But they're undefeated. They're ranked as high as they've been in, almost over 70 years. And, Travis Steele, we know him from his days at Xavier. They run and gun. They have 8 guys averaging double digits, and that's all very touching. But Bruce Pearl was lobbying for the drill, Jerry. You've been covering this thing for a long, long time. So is Bruce Pearl onto something? Was that him just trying to cover his son's back because Auburn's having a down year? Is this the case where the Power Fours, even their mediocre, less than mediocre teams, would be more tournament worthy than a ball club that is just rolling through their conference?
Well, so they're very different, right? Bruce Pearl probably should not be stumping for Auburn in that role, or stumping against someone who should be competing with Auburn. Those are very, very different teams. But let's just talk about Miami. Miami has played one of the worst schedules in Division I, ranked 340 something as of this morning, 346. Out of 365. So that is a bottom 20 schedule in Division I. So from an at-large perspective, first of all, they have to lose a game to somebody in the conference tournament to be an at-large team.
Right.
So that's, if they win their league, they're in. We're talking about seed. But if they lose in their conference tournament, it's a bad loss because that's all they have in their league is bad losses. I suppose Akron might not be as bad as others, but that's about it. So, but as an at-large team, the worst strength of schedule for an at-large team since I started doing this in 1994 was that very year. It was like Charleston. They were something like 229. So over 120 spots higher, or about 120 spots higher in strength of schedule than Miami is now. So nothing like this has ever been reported as an at-large. And just, strength of schedule has always been a major component. There's just nothing here. Didn't play a non-conference game and probably complains that nobody would play him. I don't know that there's a lot of teams out there necessarily afraid of Miami going into the season. That it's, I don't know why, nobody would play them necessarily. Maybe they didn't ask the right people, but it's, your schedule's your schedule. And there isn't really anything there that indicates this would be an at-large team, regardless of what the other at-large candidates are. But the only metric at all that favors them even a little is called wins above bubble, which is new to the team sheets this year. And they're in the 20s of that, or the 30s. But they're like 80th in the net. So it's a weird resume, to say the least. They're 52nd in the net. So their wins above bubble is 32. And, so that's, I don't know if you know what that stat means. Basically, what the average bubble team would do with Miami's schedule is what that's measuring. And the number of wins the average bubble team would have against Miami's schedule. And so that ranks 32nd. And that's literally the only thing they have going for them in terms of a resume metric. So, if that means everything, then they could possibly get into the at-large team. If you look at everything else on their resume, then, other than their record, there's nothing here that would normally get a team into the NCAA tournament as an at-large team.
We'll just go win the tournament, and this is a moot point. All right, now, Jerry, in the Big Ten, Purdue, been on the struggle bus here as of late. What's happening to the Boilermakers there?
Yeah, I don't know if they just hit a wall or what, but, they haven't lost anybody that's no good. But there's a difference between losing to Michigan State at home and losing at Ohio State. The UCLA game back in January was a dead giveaway late. But it's, they just seem to be out of sorts. They destroyed Indiana and haven't been able to shoot since. And I don't know if they've hit a wall or what. Just need to, or some sort of a team meeting or something. But it's been weird but I don't know. They're too good to just let this, linger. This is a team that's got guys that are veteran guys that should be able to get this straightened out.
Jerry Palm, PalmBrackets.com, talking March Madness, which will be here in a couple of weeks. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. I was watching Duke last night against NC State. It was unfair, and they handled Virginia with relative ease. I mean, they've just kind of rolled. They beat Michigan right down the road here in D.C. a couple of weeks ago. Arizona's starting to percolate. Florida's red hot. UConn's on fire. So right now, is there a separation of maybe the top 4 or 5 teams? I know Michigan lost one of their key shooters to a season-ending knee injury. Is it 5 or 6 and then the rest, or is it going to be a little more balanced once those tournament games start in a little more than 2 weeks here?
I guess at least 6 for now, but this is a bracket that's going to have, I'd say, at least a dozen teams. You're going to have 4 seeds that you're going to look at and think that team could win the whole thing. If they play their best and they've got a guy, who could carry them a game or two if necessary. You're going to have teams as deep as 4 seeds that have already won the kinds of games that they need to win the NCAA tournament. It's remarkably deep, I think, this year. But there will be a separation, and right now it's funny. It'll be teams that have got maybe 2 or 3 losses, and then of course you've got Florida with 6, but early on before they got things figured out. But yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a deep bracket in the NCAA tournament. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 4 seed win the whole thing.
Now, Jared, what about Iowa State? Because they had a couple big wins early. Now they've had a couple losses. They seem a little bit like Purdue.
Yeah, well, they lost at BYU. They lost at Arizona. I mean, they lost to Texas Tech, which, by the way, doesn't seem to be missing JT Toppin at all. It's God. I mean, how do you lose a guy like that and just don't even miss a beat? You give them a lot of credit because they have just picked up and done better than just soldier on. I don't know. I'm not too worried about them. This is a team that can win big games. They won at Purdue. They beat Houston. They beat Kansas. I mean, that's one of those teams that I'm talking about that could go all the way or at least to a Final Four if they get the right draw and they play well enough. They can play well enough to do that. You know how the vagaries of a single elimination tournament are. That's why we see upsets and that's why sometimes strange things happen. But Iowa State getting to a Final Four, I don't think would be a strange thing happening.
Jerry, what's happening at palmbrackets.com here on this March 3rd?
Yeah, well, it's daily bracket updates now, at least when there's something happens that merits a change. And I've got conference tournament pages that you can follow. I've got Gory Details pages that has all the relevant information on a single line for each team. But I also have a team comparison tool. So if you want to compare the resumes of two teams side by side, I give you a way to do that. And that's how I compare teams all the time. So if you're curious about that sort of a thing, you're a little geeky about selection. This is a thing that you'll like.
Jerry Palm, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of your Turn It Up Tuesday. We'll talk to you before the tournament starts.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Jerry Palm, everybody. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Come back, give you an Orioles score update as they're losing to the Netherlands. And we'll talk about our wins above bubbles and go to the Funhouse with Nolan McGraw before Inside Access takes over.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill are the only holdovers from last year's opening day roster of outfielders. How does this year's group compare to 2025? Also, the Ravens are reportedly monitoring Max Crosby's trade market. Do we think EDC would pull off a blockbuster move? And what could it cost? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Team USA manager Mark DeRosa has announced the United States' starting rotation for the World Baseball Classic. Giants ace Logan Webb will take the mound versus Brazil on Friday, with Tarek Skubal, Paul Skeens, and Nolan McLean also in the rotation. It's going to be the best rotation heading into the tournament, hands down. Sorry, Japan. I'm Addie Bates.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Baltimore sports fans, it's time to celebrate you. Join 105.7 The Fan for our massive Faniversary celebration. We're taking over Barrel House Live in Falston on Saturday, April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities, talk shop, and enjoy the best atmosphere in Maryland. It's an all-ages event, so bring the whole crew for a day of prizes, sports talk, and pure Baltimore pride. Tickets are moving fast. Head over to 1057thefan.com/events right now to grab yours.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830. Eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13 and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/appliance delivery for more details.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles take it on the Netherlands down at Ed Smith Stadium, getting ready for the World Baseball Classic. And the Orioles trail 5-2. Did we put the early schlep rock on Trevor Rogers?
Yeah.
As he gives up 4 runs, a couple of bombs there. Ditter, who's in the lineup replacing the suspended Jurickson Profar, leads off the game with a home run. He's actually 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored and a ribby. Cedar Rafaela, who we're familiar with, he had a 3-run shot. So Trevor Rogers, he kind of gets touched up a little bit.
It tested the wrong guys.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
These other guys are juicing, too.
Inning and 2/3, 4 hits, 4 runs, 2 jacks. Only walked 1. We want to look for a positive in 4 Ks. Pete Alonso.
Well, one thing
hit a
Bob,
2-run jack for the Orioles.
His on his fastball, only got highest was 93.
Yeah, I'm not sweating about that just yet. I don't think we're in crisis mode.
No.
If it would have said he walks off with his arm in a sling, then we got a major problem. But he had been dealing. He had been dominating in his first couple of spring starts, but he got touched up a little bit today. Maybe it's the Netherlands playing for their teammate, their suspended buddy there, Nolan. They're coming out with a never say die attitude.
I'm already hating this fake exhibition game here. Even more fake an exhibition than your regular Grapefruit League games because, caveat here, one of Rogers' strikeouts on the day did come against Didi Gregorius, who hasn't played in the majors since 2022. So there's a little added extra context here.
I got to miss old Didi Gregorius, who was an interesting player, good player at his best in the major leagues. We'll be back tomorrow with Woman Crush Wednesday, and hopefully we'll have some positive Ravens news in regards to signing some dudes or getting contracts extended. Talk more about the Orioles, who'll be playing the Astros tomorrow. I believe that game's on the tube. Shane Boz scheduled to make the start for Baltimore, and all the other sports news that'll be happening in our world over the next 24 hours or so. Nolan, any closing thoughts for the people?
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Texter here says it sounds like the Ravens should have picked up Linderbaum's 5th-year option at $23 million if all this talk about him getting over 20 is actually true. I understand they didn't want to overpay, but the security of knowing you already have him for another year would make things entirely different for DaCosta this offseason.
Yeah, it's easy to say that now. I mean, because the highest paid center at the time was 18, which is $5 million less than that. So, I mean, I can definitely understand why they didn't do that.
More on the Ravens. This one here says a lot of Crosby trade talk, but what if the Ravens traded for a wide receiver upgrade, someone like DJ Moore? Go ahead and send Bateman out in the returning package. I think I would rather see that than them drafting a wide receiver.
Yeah, I like DJ Moore, and you know what you're going to get. The only thing is, if you draft one and what DJ Moore is making, you're just creating more issues with your finances.
One more texter on the Orioles says, mentioning Adley's plate discipline. Well, in my opinion, the entire team seemed to collectively decide we're going to swing at everything about a season and a half ago. It felt like it had to have been a direct coaching influence or directive to be more aggressive because it completely backfired all at once. Everyone basically regressing. Opposing pitchers could throw a curve in the dirt. Chances are the Orioles would probably swing right over it.
Look at Kowser, his regression in regards to plate discipline. I mean, because at the minor league level, he showed a little more patience at the plate. I mean, but the K rate was through the roof, astronomical. But Adley was that guy that when he went into the plate, up to the plate, he was, because he was so respected with the eye, borderline pitch, he's going to get the benefit of the doubt.
Yep.
Guys who are prone to the K, they're going to ring you up. But I mean, this guy's got a pretty good eye. That must be a ball. So he kind of got that level of respect. I mean, last year, not so much, but he created himself a lot of holes up there hacking away earlier in the counts, and it's the exit velo and launch angles, and, strikeouts aren't as frowned upon as they used to be. We were talking earlier about Anthony Volpe, how this new mindset has kind of ruined his swing, where he was more of a bat on the ball. Hits to all fields like Westberg is in his, when he's healthy and on the field. Westberg goes to all fields. He can do some great things there. I get it. Home runs are fun. And, that's instant runs on the board. But, come on, man. You're down 0-2 on the count. Make them work. It elevates pitch counts. I mean, this has been a time-honored thing for years and years and years. It's like they're up there like Bugs Bunny cartoons swinging away at the same slow curveball. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. That's going to do it for us. Inside Access is coming up next. It's still kind of crappy out there weather-wise, so if you're on the roads, stay safe, and then we'll see you. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. Woman Crush Wednesday. For now, class is dismissed over here.
Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you read the books with Lesson on Sports. The Thunder take on the Bulls in Chicago, and Chet Holmgren should feast on the boards. The Bulls are extremely undersized in their front court since the trade deadline, and they're a bottom 5 team in rebounding percentage because of it. Chicago has already ruled out their starting center Jalen Smith, and the Thunder have already ruled out Isaiah Hartenstein. That should mean more minutes for Chet Holmgren, so I'm going over on his rebounds. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery that you definitely need to know about. It's called Lux, as in deluxe or luxury. Or, hey, are you feeling luxy today? So what exactly makes this Lux scratch-off so luxurious? It has a top prize of $5 million instantly. Yep, you heard that right. You could win $5 million just by playing a scratch-off. So go ahead, try your Lux. Luck with the new Lux Scratch-Off. Please play responsibly.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The greatest insult the Colonel ever suffered was being served a wrap that was just a snack by a friend. So he took 2 crispy tenders, lettuce, tomatoes, and pepper mayo, and wrapped them in a soft tortilla. It wasn't a snack, it was a meal. He called it a twister, and never called that friend again. The Colonel lived, so we could chicken. The Twister, now back at KFC, classic or with bacon. Also try it spicy. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Just a few years ago, the national narrative around the Orioles was their transition from rebuilding to competitive. All the prospects they had cultivated at the time was the biggest source of hope, but that hope quickly turned into expectations once the team won over 100 games in 2023. Now a lot of that goodwill has disappeared as the O's try to rebound from an extremely disappointing 75-win campaign a year ago. Adley Rutschman told MLB Network the team is looking forward to rising to the occasion.
I think there's definitely a difference in those first couple seasons where the expectations are low, but our expectations are high. And that is the tough part, is just keeping those expectations with the team and not letting the external noise kind of get to you. And, you know, we got a lot of good guys on this team who have experience with that, and I think we're built for it.
And after briefly contemplating retirement, veteran pass rusher Khalil Mack has announced that he intends to play again in 2026. He's set to become a free agent at the start of the new league year next week, just the second time in his 12-year career that he'll hit the open market. Despite missing a handful of games early in the 2025 schedule, he still finished the year with 5.5 sacks, bringing his total with LA to 36.5 across 4 seasons. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with rain expected this evening, highs near 40. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
Well, I think camp's going to be informative towards how that's going to look in the regular season. We're going to, in terms of their playing time in camp, Tyler's going to be in the WBC for some stretch of it, so that might affect things. But I think those are kind of your 4 frontline outfielders going into camp. That's the plan. Leody Taveras, I think, is going to play a really important, versatile role for us with his defensive abilities, particularly in center field. And then, of course, the other 2 spots, also he's a switch hitter. And then, we've got Blaze Alexander in the mix now, so we'll mix him in and see how he looks and where he's most comfortable. We've also got Reed Trimble on the roster, Heston Kjerstad on the roster. So there's quite a bit of guys there, but I do think the first 4 that you mentioned are kind of front of mind as we think about apportioning the outfield playing time in a scenario where everyone's healthy and kind of doing their thing.
So that was Mike Elias talking about the outfield, and we've mentioned our concerns with the outfield, whether it be Colton Cowser every day in center field, or quite frankly, if it's O'Neill, Cowser, and Taylor Ward, like just how good is that outfield defense? That said, it's got to be better than last year's defense, isn't it? Last year's outfield, not defense.
Yeah, you look at the opening day outfield from last year. It was Colton Cowser, Heston Kjerstad, Ramon Laureano, Cedric Mullins, and Tyler O'Neill. And just comparing from that group, Kjerstad's not going to make the opening day roster this year. And Ramon Laureano's in San Diego, and Cedric Mullins is in Tampa. And, of course, both of those guys ended up getting traded at the deadline. Ramon Laureano, he got off to a pretty rough start, but then he was really, really good for the Orioles. He ended up with a 884 OPS in 82 games with the Birds prior to getting traded away. And then Cedric Mullins had a rough year offensively, ended up okay at the end, but 738 OPS for the Orioles before getting traded to the Mets. I think when you look at it defensively, Ken, Laureano had a ton of outfield assists for the Orioles last year. He had a cannon for an arm. You had Colton Cowser in a corner outfield spot, and Cedric Mullins, Ben and I were talking about this yesterday. The advanced analytics didn't love Ced in center field, and was he that great outfield defender like he was earlier in his career? Probably not, but I still thought he was a damn good defensive center fielder. So I think defensively, the concerns are there. Like, can it be as good as it was last year? Because you like Cowser in the corner more. You probably like Cedric Mullins defensively in center more than you like Cowser in center. And then Laureano was a corner. And look, Taylor Ward is more of a so-so defender. Dylan Beavers, maybe he could be a plus guy in a corner spot. Tyler O'Neill, I think he's limited range-wise, but he's got a cannon. And Cowser, we're just trying to see what that is defensively as an everyday center fielder. But with that being said, I think adding Taylor Ward gives this outfield a heck of a lot more thump than it did last year. Someone hitting more than 30 home runs last year. You swap in Leody Taveras as like a 4th outfielder, which I think you feel a lot better with him as a 4th outfielder as opposed to a Heston Kjerstad, for example. So it's kind of give and take for me comparing those outfields.
So there's a few levels to this. Number one, I've been off of the Cedric Mullins as a hitter train for a while. He's, to me, just the diminishing returns. That said, as a defensive center fielder, like if you imagine a world where Cowser's in left, Mullins in center, and Laureano's in right, that's a very good defensive outfit, at least above average to me. It's not going to get there this year. I don't know what Cowser is in center, and maybe if you have Beavers in right and Ward in left, it's not terrible. But that said, offensively, Cowser's got to be better.
Yeah.
Ward's going to be better. And the Beavers and O'Neill platoon, and that's the other part of it where you have to set aside, like, the if O'Neill is healthy part of this equation. Well, to me, that's just going to be a nice bonus because I have to assume he's going to be hurt until he's not hurt because that's just who he is. We spent a couple segments on this last week. He's had 2 years where he's hit 30 home runs. He's only hit double-digit home runs one other season. I think it was 14. So, like, I can't go to if he's healthy, he's going to do this because I don't know what the heck he's going to do, and I don't know if he's going to be healthy. But the fact that Beavers is part of that equation, and I was really impressed with the limited sample I saw from him a year ago. I am very intrigued by the outfield and Tavares with the other guy.
Yeah, right field is definitely the wild card, and we've kind of taken the temperature of various beat guys over the past week or so when it comes to Tyler O'Neill because we know O'Neill has gotten off to a hot start in spring, and it has been interesting hearing from some of those guys where, you play the if game like you bring up, Ken, like if he's healthy, like he could do some damage, but you can't count on that. No. And Dylan Beavers, we all love what we saw down the stretch from him, but this being his first full season, we know that there's inevitably going to be some growing pains for him. Like, is he going to be as consistent as he was in that limited sample size of 32 games last year? We shall see. But I think obviously this infield is going to have to really carry the weight when you talk about a Gunnar Henderson who's we fully expect to be that superstar Gunnar Henderson again. Pete Alonso, we know what he is. And then once Jackson and hopefully Jordan Westberg return from injury, like the infield is the strength, but this outfield, I do expect Cowser to be better. I do expect Taylor Ward in a contract year to have a big year. Right field's a bit of a question mark.
By the way, and we were talking in the bullpen before the show about like just topics, and you're in that down period of time. And to that point, just the video of Jordan Westberg and Jackson Holiday essentially exercising today. I'm sure you saw it on Twitter. Like you're sort of in that mode where you're searching for good news, and I don't know if there's any other way to take it, but seeing them in Orioles gear, it wasn't a uniform, but just running around doing stuff, it made me feel good to see that.
Well, it certainly beats the alternative of them hanging out on the bench eating sunflower seeds.
I like seeing them doing stuff. Like, again, I got not much going. They're playing the Netherlands today, and Trevor Rogers not I don't know if you know this. The Dutch own Trevor Rogers. They
that was well known heading into this.
Don't
you
let
knew
Ben,
it was uphill
the
climbing.
gambling markets knew it. That Trevor Rogers not good against the Dutch, but fortunately for him, he never is going to have to face them again. But rough day for him. Alas, we'll get to that. Pete Alonso 1 yard. But yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic about the outfield. By the way, Ben, where are you on this outfield compared to a year ago?
I think that they're going to be a lot better at the plate. The defense still scares me. I just don't like and we all know what Colton Cowser can be, but when you have a question mark in center field, it's always scary. With Cedric Mullins, you at least knew you were going to get the really good glove. And I think the bat absolutely was gone, and the at-bats weren't great, but at least you knew you had one. With Cowser, you could potentially have both. You could potentially have neither. Injury concerns, but no. Ward also, like 2 years ago, was at least an average defender. He took steps back last season, and I think you're fine if he's a little bit below average as an outfielder if his bat plays. And then right field, as you guys mentioned. I mean, O'Neill is starting to get in that spot in the field where, like, when balls are hit to him, you're a little scared. He was once getting Gold Glove.
Yes,
like that was a time.
He was a Gold Glove finalist.
Yeah, that was a time, and now it's just he's really strong, does a lot in the weight room, and we saw it with Stanton. I always talk about how you see this guy get strong and strong and strong. It's working at the plate, but for O'Neill, it's just a lot of injuries. I do like Beavers. You gotta have some expectation for a little bit of a sophomore slump, and he's probably not going to be as great as he once was. But I think they're going to be really good at the plate. The defense just scares me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be the doomsday guy. Like, am I crazy to think the defense is going to be horrible? I just think it's not going to be great. Is that weird? Like, I don't expect them to be the bad news bears out there. I just don't. Like, O'Neill's got no range. And Cowser, I still have that mental image of him running into a fence at full speed. Left field, Ward is limited range. But, like, if the ball's hit right to them, they're going to catch it.
Look, this is in terms of WAR, and it just tells you the low bar. And I get it. The trade deadline happened. You lost Ramon Laureano for the remaining couple months of the season. But in terms of Fangraphs WAR, they had 2.6 wins above replacement as an outfield last year. That was 25th in all of baseball. So I
can't get much worse.
I feel confident they're going to clear that bar.
Bone, what you're saying is they were pretty bad.
They were pretty bad.
Yeah, well, we were expecting good things from this Orioles baseball team this year. A busy Tuesday show. Very busy guest-wise. 2:30, we'll talk Ravens and Orioles. Morgan Hassett, Fox 45 Sports. Chad Reuter, NFL.com. It is mock draft season. It's in high gear. The combine is behind us. Where does he think the Ravens are going to go at 14? We'll talk to him at 3 o'clock. Kevin Brown, voice of the Orioles on Masson. We'll talk to him about the O's at 4 o'clock. And Jake Rill covering the O's for MLB.com. Get his thoughts on why Trevor Rogers is owned by the Dutch. That's at 5.
Yeah, a lot to get into. Franchise tag deadline at 4 today, so we'll keep you updated with that. Have a league at large. Could the Ravens actually be in on Max Crosby? We'll get into that. And we have a silly six-pack as well. I saw McDonald's in that extremely awkward video that involved their CEO eating the Big Arch product, as he called it.
What is the Big Arch? What's the difference between the Big Arch and like a quarter pounder or a Big Mac?
It's a good question. It's like 2 quarter-pound patties. They got the Arch sauce. We don't know what that is. I guess
like Arch Manning makes it?
I guess. I have no idea. And some various toppings. But did you see the CEO? Did you see that video?
I saw the start of the video.
Dude, it's a rough watch. It is a rough watch. You could tell he is just not comfortable, and he acted like he took a big bite of the burger, and it was like a tiny nibble. And he's like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna actually eat this for lunch. I'm not lying to you. I'm actually eating this." Like, it was pretty bizarre.
Coming up next, so a lot with the Orioles is going to depend on their closer, Ryan Helsley. They signed to close games for the Orioles. Coming off a rough season last year, especially the second half where it's allegedly tipping pitches. What do we expect from Helsley this year? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Join the sports talk conversation. The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
Get your car ready for spring adventures. This month at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service location, buy 3 select tires and get 1 free. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer ends March 31st. See store for details.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat, unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable, regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution, your local partner for resolving tax issues. You've heard me for years talking about addressing your taxes on your terms and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. When I'm looking for a trusted partner for my business or a personal project, I turn to the BBB and their membership of verified accredited businesses spanning an array of services and industries. If you are a trusted business that wants to expand your reach and visibility as an accredited business or a consumer looking for peace of mind, start today at bbb.org.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start March 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We're really tickled that we've added him. I think he will have a bounce back season. His track record leading into 2025, and then specifically that Mets part of 2025 was sterling, and so we view this as a little bit of a blip, and I know he's got the right attitude, and I think he's just going to fit in really well with us, and he was really excited about joining our team, so really glad we have that in place.
That's Mike Elias on the signing of Ryan Helsley. And Ryan Helsley, he got up to a good start to the season in St. Louis, but the time with the Mets, pitched to a 7.20 ERA, allegedly tipping pitches. Was that his walk-up music?
It was.
Well done, Beltway, Ben. The Hell's Bells, I'm like, that's got to be his walk-up music. But Ryan Helsley led the majors in saves in 2024. 2025, though, a bit of a struggle the second half. So, Bone, are you confident that he's figured things out and he will do a better than average job as the closer for the Orioles?
He's certainly going to be a lot better than he was with the Mets. And we had on Zach Britton on, Friday or Thursday last week, and I think you asked him about Helsley, and he brought up the possibility of, hey, man, New York's not for everybody. Sometimes the trade deadline is not for everybody, just changing that environment, and maybe that did more damage to him than we know. And I'm not fully absolving Helsley from all of his struggles, and it was really, really rough for him. What he needs to figure out, and this is probably more of the tipping pitches of it all, his fastball got hammered last year. Got absolutely hammered. Opposing batters hit 422 off his four-seamer. And that 422 batting average was the highest batters hit against a pitcher's specific pitch by 43 points last year. So it tells you how bad that was, and that's for a minimum of 400 times a pitch was thrown. Now, his slider was still really, really good. Batters hit just 140 off it, slug just 206 off of it. But if you're the Orioles, you're buying the bounce back. You said it, Ken. He led the majors in saves just 2 seasons ago in 2024. And this isn't someone like Craig Kimbrell at the end of his career, 37, 38 years old. He's still just 31 years old. And I am buying a bounce back.
And he was really good in 24.
Really good in 24, but really, really good for a 3-year sample size, 2022 through 2024. He had a 1.83 ERA and 82 saves.
Beltway Ben, where are you on Ryan Helsley?
I'm fully buying it. I think it's unfair. For relievers, again, we talk about it with roller coaster all the time, but this is a guy, the velocity is not the issue with the fastball. Where Craig Kimbrell, when he was in Baltimore, the fastball lost 5 ticks from when he was at his best, and that was easy to pick up for hitters when you don't have much else. And Helsley, for most of his career, hasn't really thrown much other than the fastball and the curveball.
He's working on a pitch. Yeah,
he's adding a splitter now, which a lot of people are talking up. And if he can get that down again, he's still got to figure the fastball out because last year was hit hard, but the velocity's there. I do, to an extent, trust this staff to figure it out with him. Because, like I said, it just when you have the velocity, it's a little bit easier to fix it versus losing the velocity and the stuff. I do think that new splitter will be pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, he averaged 99.3 miles per hour for velocity, 99th percentile last year. But Ben brings up the splitter, and we remember this time last year, Sir Anthony Dominguez added the splitter, and that ended up being one of the better pitches in baseball. And, he ended up getting traded to Toronto,
and pitched well for them and made some good money in free agency.
So you're hoping that, hey, if Helsley can add that to his repertoire and it can land, it gives him another weapon in his toolkit.
Hey, I would have had PTSD if the Orioles signed him, but good for Sir Anthony Dominguez. Pitched well in the postseason for the most part, and then got a 2-year deal, made some real money in free agency. But yeah, I feel like, and I thought Ben made a great point. With relief pitchers year to year, there's always some variance. And just because it's different, like Craig Kimbrell was near the end when the Orioles signed him. I didn't like the thing in real time. Though he pitched well for a couple months, but I was always in the back of my mind a little concerned, like that he might be close to washed. Relief pitchers aren't washed at 31 years old. So, I feel like if he's smart enough to make adjustments, adding a pitch, realize he's tipping pitches, I think he can get back to something close to what he was in that 3-year stretch where, quite frankly, he was dominant.
Well, he needs to, because this Orioles team, ever since Felix Bautista suffered that elbow injury in 2023, they've been chasing that closer. And 24 was a nightmare with Kimbrell. 25, you had Felix, and he was feeling out the process, and then he ended up hurting his shoulder, and then you were kind of just screwed at closer. So this has been a multi-season issue for them.
If you want to be critical with the Orioles, it's how they've handled the Bautista aftermath. Like Felix Bautista, you could argue, was as good a closer as there was in baseball that year until he got hurt. Like he was helping them win extra inning games, especially on the road, because
4, 5, 6 out saves.
Yeah, because he could go out there, shut them down. Then so on one hand, he was great, and you had this weapon. Once he got hurt, though, they did a horrible job. Like Craig Kimbrell being the answer to Felix Bautista was never, even if he was at 37-year-old peak or whatever the hell he was, it wasn't going to be a good answer. And then last year, to try to not have a real plan B for Felix Bautista was not a good answer.
Yeah, you put all your eggs in that basket, and it did not pan out at all. And I also think there's a ton of pressure on Helsley, because we have talked ad nauseum about this bullpen. We did yesterday again, our concerns for it, where these guys, him, Kittredge, they got to be dudes. Like, you can't be worrying about Helsley trying to regain his form. You can't be worrying about Kittredge, is he too old now at 37? Because if you have issues with either of those two guys, then you got problems.
Yeah, there's not the depth there that a lot of other bullpens, teams who are going to be contenders have. Like we were talking about it the other day, where starter comes out in the 5th, they're in big trouble, right? You can't rely on a lot of these guys. And yeah, the pressure is on Helsley. I do think they're looking at last year, and because everybody talked about one of the best closers in baseball, best reliever in baseball in 24, one of the best closers in baseball for a while. And all of a sudden, it wasn't great in St. Louis, but when he gets traded to New York is when it really exploded and got ugly. It's tough for relievers as it is, preparation, all those things. But now he has to move later in the year, get thrown into a New York bullpen that was crumbling, and he had to be the guy. And he's going to have to be the guy in Baltimore, but thrown into that, we know just how that went. I do think it'll be a little bit better for him to stay in the same spot from opening day.
And also, let's face it, and there's documented evidence of this. Some guys just can't handle the New York market. And Baltimore,
that's what Zach Britton said.
Yeah, and Baltimore and St. Louis are very similar as far as market size. So maybe he'll be more comfortable without the pressure that is New York City. We will get back to the Orioles in a bit, but coming up next, We haven't talked to Morgan Atzett in a while, Fox 45 Sports. We'll get her thoughts on everything that's going on with the Ravens as we're a week and a day away from the new league year. So that means the legal tampering period starts very soon. Also, Orioles spring training thus far. We'll ask Morgan her thoughts next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
You don't need approval. You don't need explanations. Now is the time to feel something good at Lion's Den. Canesville, Cockeysville, Severn, Pasadena. Doesn't matter where you go. It's great everywhere. Or check them out online at lionsden.com. But check them out. You're going to love it.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
For 100 years, we have had the honor of caring for Maryland families. The Center for Advanced Orthopedics, Ortho Maryland, is excited to announce the expansion and grand opening of our newest walk-in and therapy location, 120 Westminster Pike, Suite 200 in Reisterstown. Our practice is committed to offering prompt and accessible orthopedic care when you need it. No appointment, no problem. Simply walk in to be treated with orthopedic excellence. Visit orthomaryland.net to find our hours and locations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Faniversary is back. Saturday, April 4th, starting at 1 p.m. at our new location, Barrel House Live in Falston. Join the fans, hosts, and special guests along with food and fun. We'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet your favorite fan personalities. Ask questions. Get uncensored answers. Know Your Show returns with a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary. Celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 till 4. Tickets $25 on sale now at 1057thefan.com. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Gunnar Henderson is one of many players in the Orioles organization leaving spring training this week to join their respective countries for the upcoming World Baseball Classic. This will be Henderson's first time competing in the event, and even though he'll have to change positions to make it work, he's all in on the opportunity. Here's him explaining to MLB Network how he changed up his offseason prep because of the WBC.
I think it's just being a little bit more intentional early, which, I mean, I'm intentional in all my work, but just I got down here the 2nd of February, so I've been down here for a little while trying to get my body ready to play back-to-back games because we're not having to do that until pretty much the end of the spring.
The United States will play their first game this Friday against Brazil. Manager Mark DeRosa has already announced that Logan Webb will start that game, while Tarek Skubal will make his one-off appearance on Saturday against Britain. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with rain expected this evening, highs near 40. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 1057 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Tomorrow will be a week away from the new league year opening in the National Football League, which means the legal tampering period starts even sooner. Orioles, Trevor Rogers gets owned by the Netherlands. We knew that going in, did we not, Bone? So, unfortunately, he's not a good outing.
Always had his number.
Yeah, the bet on the Dutch when Trevor Rogers takes on the Netherlands. Alas, we can talk about all that and more with Morgan Atzett. Fox 45 Sports joins us now. Morgan, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. It feels like just yesterday the Ravens football season was ending, and now here we are. We're already to the new league year. Let's start with the Tyler Linderbaum of it all. When the dust settles, do you think he'll still be here?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I think it's interesting with some of their own that they have valued. I mean, obviously, like your Kyle Hamiltons. They're not afraid of these kind of like market-setting, record-setting deals in the moment that always get trumped months later, if not seasons later, when the salary cap goes up. And according to Eric DaCosta, that's on the table for Tyler Linderbaum, and he hasn't signed it yet. Doesn't mean he won't. Probably wants to see just maybe what comes his way Monday with the tampering period and then free agency on Wednesday. But that, to me, speaks a little bit of volume as you have a deal that he's calling market setting, which I believe the Ravens are not shy to do that with their own homegrown under the DaCosta realm of him being GM. And he hasn't signed it, which I do find interesting. Doesn't mean he won't. I think he comes back. Why wouldn't you? What greater place to be center than to be Lamar Jackson's center? So I think offensively, this is probably the best spot for him, and he has excelled to be this top free agent in this system that is, of course, changing with the coaching staff. But I still think this is probably the best place for him. And if he has that long-term money on the table, I think he'll sign it. But we'll see. It's interesting he hasn't.
Speaking of Lamar Jackson, Eric DaCosta would like to get a contract done with him prior to Monday when the legal tampering period opens. We know Steve Bisciotti, he's already on the record saying, hey, if a long-term deal doesn't get done, we're just going to restructure the contract, move some money around. Do you think a deal gets done prior to next week?
If it hasn't already, it doesn't mean it can't. Lamar Jackson kind of goes how Lamar Jackson wants to go in this negotiation period. And it's a polarizing person, and it always seems like it takes longer and is more challenging than it needs to be. And if you do want to win and you want to be great, and sometimes when you get up to that high-paid level, you have to play ball a little bit. We've seen Patrick Mahomes do it. Tom Brady did it. Joe Burrow. I mean, they put it all on offense. We'll see if he gets more friendly for them to put it on defense. But I still think this is probably the best fit for him, and a team that took a chance on him and aggressively went and got him and made him a first-rounder when nobody else did, including the Ravens in the first round of that draft in 2018 when they went back in and got him. But for some reason, these are always tricky. They always come down to money. You want to be the highest paid, if not the top 3 highest paid when that deal comes. And similar to what I said about Linderbaum, it's going to change months later. If not the next season, you will no longer be the highest paid. I don't think this is something that Lamar wants to test out what Jesse Minter is going to be like. I don't think it's anything like that. I just think it always comes down to money, and the player wants what is best for them. I do think in this particular situation, unlike his extension that he got after his rookie deal, and they had to tag him and everyone thought they were going to trade him and I want to trade and all that buzz, and they finally got the extension done. So Ravens have the ball a little bit more in their court. He's coming off not his best season. He's coming off an injured season. It's a season that the offense did not excel like we've seen in past with him being there. It's also a franchise that fired its coaching staff and changed because of last season's performance and because of how high you've made the expectations. And when Steve Bisciotti basically comes out and says, we want you, we want to extend you, we're going to make those efforts, but if you don't do it, we'll toss out void years and you'll play those 2 years, and next season will be not $74.5 million. It'll be similar to what he was this past season, just north of 54, I think it was. And that to me was interesting and was telling because they plan to have him on the roster, but it's going to be cap friendly, whether Lamar does it on his own with an extension or the Ravens do it with some finessing.
We're talking with Morgan Absitz, Inside Access here on the Fan. Morgan, I feel like Eric loves this time of year, and not only because he's came up as a scout, so he loves the draft and he loves watching film, but I also think he loves this misinformation season. And what I'm getting at here, he was just recently on a podcast. And I almost feel like when you hear what he says, maybe I'm crazy. I tend to go the opposite direction. And he was talking about how we never dabble in free agency. We're a draft and develop team. I heard him say that. I think it was with Todd France, who's an agent, Inner Circle podcast. Could this be the year? And I'm not saying they're going to be the Dan Snyder Commanders where they sign a bunch of old guys, but could this be the year where they actually make a splash? Because he's come out and said we don't dabble in free agency.
I hope the comment right after that is, what are you talking about? You do, and you certainly do under him more. The thing you got the most different thing you see immediately from Eric DeCosta and Ozzie Newsome as being general manager is the early signings of their own talent and spending on their own talent, whether it's kind of early or it is record-setting, market-setting. And again, the number keeps rising because the cap keeps rising. It's not like Ozzie wouldn't be doing that today if he wasn't running that. But you see that. Now, as far as going out and making a splash, it's what we just talked about. You got to create cap space. It's got to be on the defense, and it's got to be a smart move. You don't draft edge well, so maybe you should go buy it. And maybe what happened this season, missed field goal away from reaching the playoffs. Who knows what would have happened when the Ravens got in there and got a new season. But you don't have that, and it blew up the entire franchise and change we haven't seen in nearly 2 decades. So everyone should be a little bit more on the edge of their seat that makes these decisions, especially roster construction, because you're just as much a part of that as someone that's out there coaching the players that are in front of them. You put the players out in front of them. It's all about health. It's all about things getting hot and falling in the right place and a little bit of luck. But you have to do a little bit something different, in my opinion, especially on defense at edge. We can't keep seeing the same thing that we've been seeing, and we can't keep signing guys that are on the couch because they're older, and yes, they produce for you, but they're not producing, or you trade them away and then somehow they produce out with the Chargers. And yes, Jesse Minter's coming here, but I don't think Odafe Away is going to follow him. I don't think it's anything like that. So there's just got to be something to give, and maybe the coaching staff will be a big part of that as well, just something different defensively that can help the Ravens. But do it. He does great trades, great in-season trades. That as well, we could see that, but I think people want to see it sooner rather than later.
Morgan, before we let you go, I want to get your thoughts on the Orioles. I know we can sometimes get in trouble when you glean and look into too much into spring training production or lack thereof, but what are some of your biggest storylines, takeaways this early on into Grapefruit League action?
I just think when you see on paper they addressed needs they spent. I know they didn't get the frontline starter splash that they want, but I think their rotation 1 through 5 is great. You can also go 6-man. And if you don't go 6-man, you've improved your bullpen because you've got 2 starter caliber arms or what you've used for 2 starters that you can throw into the bullpen. So you've beefed that up. So I think on paper, everything looks better. The Pete Alonso, I mean, I would be absolutely shocked if this isn't just all-star, the best thing that we've seen. I mean, he's a leader. He's done the production on the biggest stage. He's already doing it in spring. Didn't he homer again today?
Yes.
Yeah, and he called a timeout, went up to the mound, I got to talk to these guys because we're defensively not playing well. So he's the grown-up in the room that they've needed. So that, to me, was a huge, huge move that I think will do wonders. But it's all about how is this going to come together? How are you going to do your rotation, and how will your bullpen fall? And then your young players that are still young, but some of them are approaching 30, that are supposed to be leading this franchise and getting record-setting deals either here or somewhere else, can't have the season that they had last season, and they can't collectively all have it together, and they have to stay healthy. And we're already seeing bad health with Jordan Westberg, who was the most important bat in the lineup for him last season when he was healthy because everyone else was flailing. So those are the things that I'm seeing. It's I think they got a lot better, and I think the moves are great, and people should be excited. And I think we need to just black out last year and look at the 2 previous years, but you just don't know how it's all going to shake out.
Morgan, always great. Thanks so much for your time, as always.
Thank you, boys. Appreciate it.
Morgan Atzett, you can check her out on Fox 45 Sports. Coming up next, though, we talk about, and Morgan just mentioned, Eric does like to make a trade. And I got an idea about a potential trade with the Ravens involved. Maybe a certain wide receiver up 95 a little bit. I'll hit Bone with it, see what he thinks. Maybe Beltway Ben check in as well. That's next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
1 week into the new year in the National Football League, will the Ravens and Lamar get a deal done? And Don Rovak from the Orioles will join us to tell us all the new bells and whistles at Camden Yards.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Duke Blue Devils are the ACC champions after a big 93-64 win at North Carolina State. But is anyone actually surprised? This team is led by arguably one of the best coaches in the sport and is carried by Cameron Boozer, who scored 26 points versus NC State. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but I think this Duke team has what it takes to win it. I'm Maddie Bates.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There are a lot of myths out there about how the Maryland Lottery works. Playing the lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not. Things like, you should keep playing to recover your losses. The fact is, you should never try to recover money by taking additional risks or making impulsive decisions. If it's not your day, just walk away. Learn more facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly.
It's the
comeback you've been waiting for. 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary is back. Join your favorite host and special guest on Saturday, April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. at Barrel House Live in Falston. $28.52 gets you in the door with light fare and 2 drink tickets. Come hungry because we're talking sports uncensored. Get your toughest questions ready for the hosts. Or play You Know Your Show to win concert tickets. This is an all-ages event, but space is limited. Get tickets at 1057thefan.com/events.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for the positions of police officer, experienced police officer, and cadet. We offer competitive starting salaries with sign-on bonuses, great medical benefits, tuition reimbursement, plus incentives for military veterans. For more information, visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County Police Department is an equal opportunity employer.
Today, cloudy with chances of rain and a high of 46. Tonight, cloudy with chances of rain and a low around 45. Tomorrow, high near 53.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
So, Bone, I hit you with this probably a week ago. Remember, a year ago, the Ravens and Rashad Bateman told us this. They were close to trading Bateman to the Cowboys. It did not happen. They signed him to that deal. It's cost-effective for the team and gives him some guaranteed money, but not exactly market-setting money. The Eagles have a wide receiver in A.J. Brown who seems like he doesn't want to be there anymore. How about this idea? Rashad Bateman and a 2 to the Eagles for A.J. Brown.
Throwing in a second-round pick as well.
Well, you're not getting A.J. Brown for Rashad Bateman.
No. But I saw that Jeremy Fowler, he said that some teams he spoke to believed the trade involving a second-round pick for Brown would be proper value. But Fowler added that he's not sure that it gets
how about
Howie Roseman? No, it's
Rashad Bateman in a 3 for A.J. Brown.
Now we're talking. I think right now it sounds like the asking price for A.J. Brown is a little high. But there's also the salary cap implications for A.J. Brown. He's, quite frankly, untradeable prior to June 1st. Mm-hmm. The Eagles would lose $20 million in cap space. And AJ's got $29 million fully guaranteed going his way this year. And he's got, 4 years on this deal, including this one. I thought it was interesting you bring it up because from the Eagles' perspective, it makes sense. You get a younger wide receiver, and you hope that you can unlock some things there. He's a cost-effective guy, like you said.
He also traded A.J. Brown out of the conference, which I think if they had their druthers.
Exactly. And then from the Ravens' perspective, heck, I know Derrick Henry was on with Kay Adams and saying, hey, come.
That's your girl.
Yeah, she is. Hey, come on, AJ. Like, we did some cool things in Tennessee. We could do some cool things in Baltimore. The only thing that gives me some hesitation is you're trading, let's just say, a volatile personality in Rashad Bateman for a volatile personality in A.J. Brown.
But one gives you consistent production.
Yes, you're right.
The other does not.
You're right.
Even in the midst of what it was a weird year. I had A.J. Brown on a fantasy team last year, and for about 5 weeks, he was a monster, even in the midst of whatever the hell was going on up there. Beltway Ben, what do you think?
Yeah, I would be willing to take that risk. I would take another need again. We then look at that wide receiver room as the best that the Ravens have had in a long time. Again, if you have Zay Flowers and A.J. Brown, Rashad Bateman, as Ken's talked about, it's probably a one-off. That's what we're going to get. And you're going to have to give something up. If you could do a third-round pick in Bateman for A.J. Brown, I would be willing to do it in a heartbeat.
I love the compensation for it. I'm with that. But I think another thing that Eric DeCosta has to consider if he makes this trade, what does this possibly mean for Zay Flowers? Are you going to be able to pay 2 wide receivers along with giving Lamar Jackson?
Teams are able to do that.
Yeah, you're right. And you're robbing. The Bengals did it. It didn't exactly work out well for you're kind of, you can do it. You're just robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're weakening yourself in some areas. So I there's ramifications to it. Like, yeah, the compensation, like Ben said, a 3 and Bateman, 100% I'm with that. And you bring in a player of A.J. Brown's upside. He's still in his 20s at 29 years old. Like, a lot of it makes sense, but there's a lot to consider there.
So he had a weird season. Then I'm talking about A.J. Brown. Week 1, he had 1 catch for 8 yards. Week 4, 2 catches for 7 yards. In November against Green Bay, 2 catches for 13 yards. But then 6 for 109, a touchdown against the Rams. 4 for 121, 2 touchdowns against the Vikings. 8 for $110 and a touchdown against the Cowboys. 10 for $132 and 2 touchdowns against the Bears. 6 for 100 against the Chargers, and 9 for 95 against the Commanders. Like, the guy, and down the stretch, he had 3 straight 100-yard games.
When he's right, when he's into it, A.J. Brown is a stud. And I've never been the biggest Jalen Hurts fan either.
I don't think he's the biggest Jalen Hurts fan.
I don't think he is.
If you shot him up with True Serum, I don't think he's the biggest Jalen Hurts fan.
And I know his first couple years in Philly, he did pop off, going for nearly 1,500 yards, in both of those seasons. I think he would do really, really well here if they're able to make the salary cap gymnastics work.
You'd have to restructure him.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Like, Ben, it's an obvious restructure candidate.
No, they should be able to get it done. Also, you guys didn't even. Libraries in Baltimore would get a lot.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
Enoch Pratt would be very busy. Yeah. Is that still open? I think it is.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure
it's
it is.
An uptick in libraries. Yes.
He'd be reading books on the sidelines.
But I think when Derrick Henry knows A.J. Brown inside and out. Like, he spent 3 seasons, his first 3 seasons with A.J. Brown. So if Eric DeCosta is even thinking about possibly pulling off this move, I'm sure he's vetting Derrick Henry, saying, hey, man, we bring in this guy. Like, this isn't going to torpedo the locker room. This is like, you can keep him in check, right? Like, you can help do that. Like, if the Ravens did pull off this move, I would feel confident in the fact that they would be able to keep all of that volatility to a minimum because Henry being in place.
Yeah, I'm all for it. And again, Rashad Bateman was a bit of a locker room issue a year ago. I just have this funny feeling the Ravens are out of the Rashad Bateman business. We'll see what happens when the dust settles. I just don't think he's going to be here.
But to the Brown of it all, I know we've seen the off the field stuff, and Jalen Hurts it is what it is. I don't like him showing the quarterback up like that. But again, playing with Lamar Jackson, I don't know that he would treat Lamar the same way. But everywhere he's gone, he's won. When he was in Tennessee, they were winning, and you could say with the off-the-field stuff. When he was in Philadelphia, as ugly as things got, he's won a Super Bowl there, and he made some big plays. The off-the-field stuff is concerning, but he's won. Where he's been, they won.
Coming up next, NFL draft. The combine's in the rear view. More mocks out there. And we'll talk to Chad Ryder, NFL.com. Where does he think the Ravens would like to go at 14? And we'll ask him next here on The Fan.
Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and Mike Bordick join the Fans team coverage of spring training in Sarasota. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for daily updates right to your phone.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
"Daddy, I'm cold,"
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
CALLA Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100.
Tired of fad diets and empty promises? At LifeMed Institute, we use science-backed solutions to help you lose weight and keep it off. LifeMed program features tirzepatide, a groundbreaking peptide designed to target weight loss at its core, combined with hormone optimization and IV infusions and nutritional guidance. LifeMed ensures your body gets exactly what it needs with expert medical providers by your side. Success has never been closer. Call 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com today. LifeMed clinics are available in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania. Tell Vinny sent you.
DMV, join us March 7th at 4:30 p.m. when DC United takes on MLS Cup champions Inter Miami CF in a must-see matchup at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. Experience the excitement of the black and red. And don't miss a day full of great soccer when Miami head coach Javier Marciano and company come to defend their title against Renee Weiler's DC United. The first 50,000 fans will receive a DC United rally towel. Grab your friends and family, put on your black and red colors, and get ready for an unforgettable match. Visit DCUnited.com/tickets to secure your tickets today. That's DCUnited.com/tickets.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Gunnar Henderson took a step forward in his defense last year. Henderson committed just one error in his last 93 games and 8 overall compared to 25 errors in 2024. He recently joined MLB Network and spoke about what changed defensively.
So early last year, I kind of got caught being a little too aggressive and then maybe a little too passive. So I felt like towards the middle of the year, I really got honed in on kind of stalking the ball. That was my thought process behind it, was hunting the ball and kind of it's my prey. So that was kind of my thought process to really slow myself down to get that good hop.
The Jets have placed their franchise tag on Breece Hall. Hall rushed for 1,065 yards with 4 touchdowns to go along with 36 catches for 350 yards and a touchdown. He will make just under $14.3 million on the tag. The deadline for teams to use the franchise tag is at 4. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 39. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 55. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
NFL Scouting Combine now in the rearview mirror. We're about 7 weeks away from the NFL Draft. It is prime mock season. So let's bring on Chad Ryder. He's with NFL.com covering the NFL Draft. And Chad, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So I'm curious, just I guess it's sort of an overview. Who were big risers and fallers for you coming out of the Combine? How much did the Combine influence how you're looking at this draft?
Well, I think the Combine is very good at tiebreaker situations where you have guys who have similar film in terms of strengths and weaknesses, but maybe one has the athleticism and the other does not. And you can also see small things in the way that they go about their business at the Combine as well. I mean, obviously a guy like Sonny Styles from Ohio State put up huge athleticism numbers that maybe weren't quite expected to be at that level. And so he's really helped himself move from maybe the 11th or 12th pick, as early as 5 to the Giants. And so he's one guy, like a guy like Chris Johnson, the cornerback from San Diego State, was the best looking corner in terms of movement, in addition to also doing very well in the drill. So he's in the first round conversation. Top 50, definitely a conversation now. He's just so smooth. He did a great job. And then you get some guys at smaller schools like John Michael Gillenberg from Wyoming, who went through an injury this year. And he looks so smooth at tight end, catching the ball, running, and things like that. So I think that put him back into the top 100 conversation that maybe we weren't sure about if he's going to be healthy and things like that. There's a lot of guys who help themselves, pretty much all elite, but that's just a few names. As far as guys that didn't help themselves, you got Malachi Fields, the Notre Dame wide receiver, who, running, even though he's a bigger receiver, if you're not in at least the mid 5.5 or more in the mid 4.55s in your 40, it's going to be tough to get back into that top 50. So he might be a late 2 now, early 3. And it's not just a 40 time, but his movement on the field during drills was pretty stilted. And, you don't have to worry about that when you're running in a straight line downfield, catching passes. But when you're asked to run routes and it looks pretty tough, it's going to be hard to pick him, earlier in the draft. And one more guy, I'll just say Emmett Johnson, the running back from Nebraska, had some really good tape this year, but the quickness just didn't translate on the field at the Combine. And I think he's going to be more in the 3rd round area now, maybe not as much in the 2nd round, seeing him up close as opposed to guys like Jeremiah Love. And kind of the gap widens between Love and all the other running backs in this draft class.
Chad, it seemed like last year a lot of mock drafts had Malachi Starks pegged to the Ravens in the first round, where this year they could go in so many different directions. Who are some names you think that Ravens fans should keep in mind when pick 14 arrives?
Well, this is an interesting year because really from pick, 4 to 15, you've got a lot of very similarly valued guys. So they're probably in typical Ravens fashion. You're going to have a guy that is falling a little bit further than you expect. You've got a Spencer Fano from Utah who, is considered a top 10 guy, but the length isn't there to stick at tackle. So he'll probably go more in the middle of the first round now. The Ravens could play him at guard or maybe give him a shot outside if they need him because of injuries, but you could be looking at him. Vega Ioane from Penn State's another guard they could be taking a strong look at this point. Cardinal Tate from Ohio State didn't put up a great 40, even if you think he may run a little bit faster than what the official 40 turned out to be. At 190 pounds running in the 4.5s, it's going to be tough for him to go much higher than 11 or 12. So if he ends up falling a little bit further than that, they could look his direction at 2. So, I think it's going to be one of these years where they sit there and somebody falls into their lap that maybe people didn't expect to.
We're talking with Chad Ryder. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Chad, the Ravens, we feel like they need to sort of rebuild their trenches, frankly, on both sides of the football. What do you think of this draft? Let's just start offensive line. Is this a deep draft for offensive linemen, especially on the interior? Yeah, I think on the interior, there's going to be probably 4 or 5 starting centers out of this draft, and I think depending on what happens with Linderbaum, I think you could find somebody in the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th round that could step in and start. And then guard is kind of the same day. The tackle class may be a little more top heavy. But I think there's deals to be had a little bit later. A guy like Isaiah World from Oregon could end up going 3rd or 4th round, and he's got some pretty good tape. He's just dealing with injury. So if you can hold on him, and Ravens have had some success with that over time, taking chances on guys like that. So he could be, that's a name I would look for in the middle of the draft.
Chad, where's the sweet spot in this draft? Is it top heavy? Do you think maybe there's a lot of value to be had in the 4th round per se? Where do you see the sweet spot?
Yeah, I think the 2nd and 3rd round is really where the value is going to be. I think the 1st round there's going to be teams taking some guys in the 1st round. They wish they wouldn't have to, but that's just kind of the way it's going to play out. Usually you can say there's 20-ish guys that have 1st round grades from most teams, and that number might be closer to 15. So I think really you're going to be looking at a lot of 2nd and 3rd round guys that are going to get opportunities to start as rookies, maybe even more than usual.
Chad, I want to go back to the trenches. And last year was considered by some scouts as one of the better D-line drafts, and the Ravens, they stayed away until they took an undersized guy in Aeneas Peebles in the 6th round. What do you think of this D-line in the draft?
I would not put it in that class as last year. I don't think it's nearly as deep. You're going to have one guy maybe in the top 20, and the day 2 will be some guys that you take a shot on, but have some issues in their game. So really, I think you're probably, again, better off waiting until a little bit later to find a guy that can stop the run. For example, a Tim Keenan from Alabama in the 4th round would make a lot of sense for them. Guys like that maybe don't have the stats or the recognizable names that fans are seeing, but are going to play and contribute right away. And again, Baltimore's been pretty good at finding those guys.
What about at edge rusher, Chad? Is there a value there?
Yeah, the problem is where they're picking in the middle of the 1st round, I'm not sure that there is going to be value, so you might be better off waiting until the 2nd or 3rd. If they can somehow get their hands on like R. Mason Thomas in the second round, or Derek Moore from Michigan, something like that, where maybe he doesn't have great length, but he's explosive. That kind of deal. You could be able to find somebody, a Joshua Josephs from Tennessee, for example, nice length. A third round guy that could step in. And again, the Ravens have found plenty of those kind of mid-round values as well. So they should be able to bring somebody in without a problem.
Chad, before I let you go, it just seems like as the NFL game and the college game get to be more and more similar, it seems like every draft is a good wide receiver draft. Is this a good wide receiver draft?
I would call it average. There's depth, but I think there's a lot of guys that are going to be picked sooner than picked fairly early. But watching the group at the Combine, I was pretty underwhelmed overall with their overall movement skills and things like that. So there'll be, 5 or 6 picked in the first round, and then some picked in the, obviously in the second round too. But I wouldn't say it's, I think there's a lot of issues with the guys. And so there'll be a lot picked, but I'm not sure that they're all going to contribute maybe as much as people think.
Selfishly, when's your next mock coming out?
Should be in 2 weeks from now. We let free agency run its course a little bit, and then I put out a 4-round mock Friday the 21st or whatever that day is.
Oh, so about a month away from the draft. Chad, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Coming up next, it's tag deadline day. 4:00's the deadline, and we do have some breaking news as far as the tag is concerned. We will get that to you. Another one from the morning. Also, the Lions made a trade. We got a lot of NFL news. We'll get it to you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
1 week into the new year in the National Football League, will the Ravens and Lamar get a deal done? And Don Rovak from the Orioles will join us to tell us all the new bells and whistles at Camden Yards.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Winter weather won't stop Petro from keeping you warm. With reliable delivery and 24/7 service in any weather, go to petro.com to get $125 free heating oil or call 877-230-0221.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. You have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100. Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Time for League at Large. Ken and Tim with inside access to the NFL's top stories. 105.7 The Fan.
So we have some semi-breaking news. The Colts are placing the transition tag on quarterback Daniel Jones. Transition tag is worth $37.8 million. It's $6 million cheaper than the franchise tag. Gives Jones the opportunity to shop his wares, get an offer sheet. The Colts would then have the right to match.
It's such a tricky situation because, remember, he blew out his Achilles in December. So how is that recovery coming along? Is he going to be ready for week 1? And it really does feel like forever ago when the Colts were on top of the world. They started the season 7-1.
Looked like the best team in the AFC.
Yeah, Daniel Jones was great. 13 touchdowns, 3 picks, a 109.5 passer rating in the first 8 games. And then the Steelers worked the dark magic in Pittsburgh where Jones threw 3 interceptions and the Colts season just got derailed tremendously. You go from starting 7-1 to not even making the playoffs, and the Jags end up winning that division.
One note from Adam Schefter, with Jones getting the transition tags, the Colts cannot tag Alec Pierce with the franchise tag. He said they're still hoping to work out long-term deals with both players. Alec Pierce is a guy that's sneakily going to make some money on the free agent market.
he had a really good year for sure, and you just wonder this is a big offseason for Indy. Like that division, the South, Texans, what is CJ Stroud? Are they even going to commit to him? He's eligible for a contract extension. The Jags, they ended up finishing the year as strong as the Colts started it, but they went one and done in the playoffs in a very winnable game against Buffalo. That the South is kind of wide open.
One other bit of breaking news before we continue with the tag situation. Bears Pro Bowl center Drew Dahlman, who's only been with Chicago for a year. Remember, they spent a lot of time, Joe Tooney, they reworked their whole offensive line, was part of the reason for their success this year. Dahlman had spent 4 years in Atlanta, then his first season with the Bears. He's 27, informed the Bears today that he's retiring. So the Bears now in the market for a center.
Yeah, Ben and I talked a lot on the show yesterday, obviously, about Lamar Jackson, but the Tyler Linderbaum of it all. The closer we get to the legal tampering, the more and more likely I think that he is gone. And look, we also brought up Ronnie Stanley. He signed right before the legal tampering opened last year. Maybe it's a deja vu situation, but if you're Tyler Linderbaum, it's a much different situation than it was for Ronnie Stanley. We know Stanley's had injury after injury, that ankle, but Linderbaum's in the prime of his career getting his first bite at the apple, where Stanley, that was his second contract extension in Baltimore. If he hits the open market, man, there's going to be a ton of suitors. You could really have a bidding war.
The Bengals will not be franchising Trey Hendrickson, so he becomes a free agent, but the Jets franchised Breece Hall, and that I don't know about you guys, but this is a weird. It's almost like the Jets and Breece Hall are in an abusive relationship because the Jets almost traded him, it seems like, a dozen times. And now they're like, well, he's probably so close to getting out the door. And they're like, not so fast, my friend. We can't quit you. You're tagged.
Yeah, and he's coming off a fine year. He ran for over 1,000 yards. He also had quite a few catches, 350 receiving yards. But that Jets team has just been such a dumpster fire, and Breece Hall is just attached to it.
Yeah, it feels unfair to him. As you see I know he had the funny post of Will Smith, like the only guy in the room. They trade away everybody, and Garrett Wilson's still there, but time's taking on when they're going to get rid of him. They're a joke. They always have been, and they're just going to
And it's just bizarre. Like, allegedly, they almost traded him to the Chiefs at the deadline last year.
They wouldn't take what the Chiefs were, like they wanted a little bit more. And which, again, makes no sense with where they are. Why would you not just take the pick? I guess now they see a future with Breece Hall still.
I'm sure Breece Hall sees that same future. Some new notes about guys that could be tradable as we get closer to the deadline. And we're going to spend a lot of time on Max Crosby in a few minutes. But Jonathan Grenard now available via trade from the Vikings, Bone.
Yeah, that's an interesting name where Grenard is not going to cost nearly as much as Max Crosby, but Grenard is the same age as Max Crosby, and he's had some serious production in his career. He's just a season removed from a 12-sack year in 2024. He had 12.5 sacks with the Texans the year prior to that. I think that this could be more of the Ravens' lane, where Crosby, you're going to have to get – I don't think they're going to get anywhere near what the Cowboys got from Micah, for example, where Crosby's older than Micah. They're not getting multiple first-round picks, but you're going to have to give up at least one first-round pick and then something else, whether it's another additional pick or a player like the Cowboys got with a big D tackle. But I think Grenard is more a day 2 pick, probably more Eric DeCosta's speed.
It is that allegedly the insiders are saying the Vikings would like a day 2 pick for Grenard, and Grenard is a guy, to your point, Bone, he's put up some decent sack seasons. Like he's 12.5 sacks in 23, 12 sacks in 24. He had 8 sacks in 21. So he has proven that he can get done. Coming off an injury-plagued season a year ago, only 3 sacks.
Yeah, and it's not as big of a price tag as Crosby, not just in terms of draft pick compensation, but money-wise. He's due $18.4 million this year in terms of base salary, where Crosby, it's nearly $30 million. So much easier to get under the cap. It's not just a one-year proposition either.
He's got 2
Grenard's
years,
under contract through 2027. So I think it definitely makes sense.
Is Jonathan Grenard something that you'd like to see someone you'd like to see the Ravens pursue?
Yeah, I do think they need a proven guy, and if you're not going to land one of the big fish in free agency, a trade would work. Would it be a later day 2 pick? They want an earlier day 2 pick. That would be interesting to see. But Grenard's a guy who, after being traded to Minnesota, we really did see the production fly up.
He's an interesting guy, and as you point out, Bone, he's not. We were talking in the bullpen about him. You think he's older than he is.
Yeah, it feels like Grenard's been in the league for a while. I was very surprised to see that he's just 29 years old. So, yeah, this isn't a pass rusher at the end, and someone who you brought up, in the past week, Ken, Khalil Mack, who, it sounds like it's official. He's coming back for his age 35 season. Like, that's a guy at the end. Yeah. I'm sure you can still get some production out of him, but I think there's probably more upside with Grenard at this point than a Mack at 35.
One more note. Late yesterday, the Texans acquired David Montgomery from the Lions for a 4, a 7, and reserve offensive lineman Juice Scruggs. It sounds like a lot.
That is a lot that they gave up for David Montgomery, and Montgomery in his late 20s, where I know we have so much discussion over the past 2 years about Derrick Henry. Oh my gosh, look at all of those carries. Look at his age at the running back position. Well, he's the unicorn. Montgomery He's getting up there in age to
Had a big
running
game
back
against the
standard.
Ravens.
Oh, a huge game against the Ravens. Look, Montgomery's been a very productive back, but I'm just saying for what they gave up for him and where he's at in his career, I don't know, man. I get what the Texans are trying to do, and they had Nick Chubb.
Do you get what they're trying to do?
Well, I'm saying they're trying to give Stroud a running game. They're
Yeah.
trying to give him a running back. I just don't know if that is the guy. Like, they had Nick Chubb, who's blown out his knee 17 times this past year, getting carries in playoff games. So you're trying to upgrade from that spot. I just don't know if Montgomery is that guy, considering the capital that you gave up.
By the way, Ben, they're trying to get a running game in Houston. They keep trading offensive linemen as well.
Yeah, they're in a weird spot, but also the Joe Mixon thing continues to be weird. It's his career's done. I did see a report about what could have happened. But no, they're going to try to ride with Montgomery. Montgomery seemed like he was very cool with the two-headed monster for a little while, and all of a sudden last year was frustrated he wasn't getting enough touches. And I know he didn't get as many as he was before that, but now he'll have the opportunity to be the top guy.
Coming up next, the Max Crosby of it all. Albert Breer is reporting, I think he's Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, reporting the Ravens are keeping tabs on Max Crosby, a man that he says is going to be traded within the next week. Could the Ravens actually swing a deal for Max Crosby? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
College hoop deals are tipping off, and so are slam dunk savings at Bob Bell Kia. Score a new Kia Sportage from just $27,557. We'll pay up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat, unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable, regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
For 100 years, we have had the honor of caring for Maryland families. The Center for Advanced Orthopedics Ortho Maryland is excited to announce the expansion and grand opening of our newest walk-in and therapy location, 120 Westminster Pike, Suite 200 in Reisterstown. Our practice is committed to offering prompt and accessible orthopedic care when you need it. No appointment? No problem. Simply walk in to be treated with orthopedic excellence. Visit orthomaryland.net to find our hours and locations.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
The Fan gives you a chance to see Metallica. Life Burns Faster. Coming to Sphere Las Vegas. This national contest hooks you up with travel, 3-night hotel stay, and tickets to see both nights of the opening weekend of Metallica's Sphere residency. All thanks to Q Prime. Download the free Odyssey app, create your account, and favorite our station. Listening for an hour is your daily entry. Then come back each day for more chances. Rules and info at 1057thefan.com. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Trevor Rogers was the Orioles' biggest bright spot in what was a disappointing 2025. Rogers pitched to a 1.81 ERA after being sent down to AAA soon after the 2024 trade deadline. He recently joined MLB Network and talked about how he was able to battle back following his demotion.
Separating the results from the process, really. I think early in my career, we want results right out of the gate, being young guys and, want to prove ourselves in the big leagues. And I didn't quite realize how result-oriented I was until I got sent down, and I really had to, reinvent myself.
The NFL announced that the Falcons will play one of their 9 home games in Madrid this season. Their opponent has not been announced yet, but the Ravens are scheduled to play a road game versus Atlanta in 2026. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 39. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 55. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Ravens aren't big on big game hunting. So this one kind of shocked me yesterday, and it's just a report. But Albert Breer, respected reporter, Monday Morning Quarterback, Sports Illustrated, says he expects Max Crosby to be traded in the next week. He said that the Bears, Lions, Cowboys, and Ravens among the teams keeping tabs on Max Crosby. So Ravens involved, listening. I guess if you keep tabs, you just call up Spy Tech. Say, hey, Max, you trading him?
No, what a great name. Spy Tech.
Yeah, it's a cool name. I guess that's technically keeping tabs. Could you see Eric DaCosta make I know they want a Micah Parsons package for Max Crosby. I don't think they'll get a Micah Parsons package for Max Crosby, but it'll take a first-round pick plus with the Ravens and Eric DaCosta swimming those waters.
Yeah, the difference between Parsons, he was getting his first bite at the apple. That was when he was on his 5th-year option, where Crosby's a little older. Crosby, he's already been paid. He was paid again last season, and he's 29 years old. It's going to take a first-round pick and then something.
Yes.
Another pick, a player, what have you. Do I think Eric DeCosta is going to do it? No. Would I be upset or mad if he did it? No. This is the type of move that I think I would like to see because it's different. Now, would it sting because the Ravens, you're picking 14th for the first time since 2022? Absolutely. But you know what? Bird in hand, like, we know what Max Crosby is, and this guy's a stud. And what makes Crosby really special compared to other pass rushers, this guy never comes off the field.
No. He's got a motor.
He played 93.8% of the snaps last year. And remember, when the Raiders were tanking and they were trying to get the number 1 overall pick, they shut him down.
And he didn't like it.
He did not like it. He left the facility due to what they were saying was a lingering knee issue. His last 5 games that he played, he didn't miss a snap. He played 100% of the snaps his last 5 games despite dealing with that knee injury. And obviously playing every single snap, he was really good against the run. He had 28 tackles for loss last year to go along with 10 sacks, 20 quarterback hits. Like, this is the marquee pass rusher that the Ravens haven't had in quite some time.
His low for sacks in a season is 7 in year 2. He's consistently 10, 7, 8, 12.5, 14.5, 7.5, 10. As you mentioned, the motor. And it's amazing because, let's be honest, he's played for a lot of bad football teams in this period of time, yet he still seems to bring it every single week. Now put him in a situation with a good football team and maybe makes a defense that, quite frankly, was bad a year ago. You've added Jesse Mitchell, you added Anthony Weaver, you draft some guys, and you add a Max Crosby. I think the defense gets considerably better.
Yes, without question.
Now, I don't think I don't believe Eric DeCosta would swing a trade like this because he values draft picks too much.
Yeah, and this is an organization. They've only traded a future first-round pick once, and it was to trade up and get Kyle Bowler, and that did not turn out well for them. And Eric, his biggest trade in terms of premium draft capital was Roquan Smith, where he gave up a second-round pick and a fifth-round pick. And when you look at the salary cap ramifications of this move, Crosby's making $30 million this year, and he's under contract through 2029, and he's someone that just got a brand new deal last year. So to have that cost certainty, that there's a lot of value in doing that as well. I fully expect Eric DeCosta to invest at the edge position.
He's got no choice.
Like, he neglected it last year, and he's talked openly about the need. They got to be a heck of a lot better getting after the quarterback next year to have a chance at being a better defense. And bringing in a Crosby would go a long way in doing that. But like you said, I don't expect it. I think it would be more in the Grenard waters that we were just talking about if they do swing a trade for a pass rusher.
Yeah, I think what we saw, first of all, you had it was a confluence of events. You drafted a couple guys. Mike Green wasn't ready yet. David Ajabo's never been ready. Adese Isaac's never been ready. You invested draft capital in the edge position. It didn't work. Oweh you traded, and then he played very well for the Chargers. Let's not forget that. You didn't. You ran it back with Kyle Van Noy, and that, diminishing returns. Your pass rush was, and then Matabika got hurt, which held the whole thing together, and that's not edge, but he was so good on the interior, made everybody else look better, and we still don't know what his status is. But their pass rush was embarrassing, and we watched it that game against New England. We watched it the last week against the Steelers, 2 primetime games where quarterbacks who we saw in the postseason with the Patriots, he didn't like getting hit. We saw Aaron Rodgers all year. He didn't like getting hit. Drake May doesn't like getting hit. Nobody likes getting hit. But, like, you saw Drake May.
I would like to find that guy that says, oh, man, I love getting blindsided.
I think it's Jackson Dart. He likes to get hit.
Yeah, well, that's true.
He likes to get hit. But Drake May was terrible in the postseason. And you watched him, especially in the second half of that football game against the Ravens, having all day to throw and just making throw after throw after throw. And Rodgers twice.
Here's what I'll say. It's cliche, but it's true. You get what you pay for. And you give Eric DeCosta credit in getting value plays at edge. Houston was good until he wasn't and got old. Jadeveon Clowney in the 1-year run here, he was very good. Kyle Van Noy was really good his first 2 years until last year. Like, you can't expect to bat 1,000 on all of these value plays. And pass rush is a premium position. We talked a lot about Odafe Owe last week, where, Ravens fans, I'm sure, feel some type of way about Odafe Owe, but the reality is him having a double-digit sack season under his belt, and this year having double-digit sacks, including the playoff game, he's going to make $20 million per year. That's just the going rate for pass rushers. It's a premium position, and you got to pay up to get quality.
By the way, when you bargain basement shop, the odds of going over are considerably greater than the odds of going 100, hitting on all of them.
Of course.
Like and that's what happened this year.
Yeah.
You hit on nothing. You hit on nothing this year.
Well, and
now Mike Green, he could be something eventually, but not this year.
You look at 2023. 2023 was the perfect example where all of those plays worked.
Yeah. Clowney, Van Noy, Darby.
Van Noy, Ronald Darby, Arthur Millette.
Yes.
Like they didn't spend any money in 2023. But those signings, Eric, I know Rock Ya-Sin, like that was a miss, but like that was his only miss in the offseason. But to expect that year in and year out.
Rock Ya-Sin.
Yeah.
Still playing.
Yeah, he is. To expect that year in and year out is just not realistic. Like that's why you need to take a swing every now and then to try and get an impact player, whether that's giving out a big long-term deal in free agency or swinging this type of trade.
We'll get back to the Ravens in a little bit, but coming up next, and by the way, Dean Kramer, 4 scoreless innings in his last Orioles outing against the Netherlands today before heading to his WBC duties. We're going to take a look at who on the Orioles will be not with the Orioles for the next little bit. I think are the first games Friday? Is that right, Ben?
Well, the U.S. The first games in Japan and Korea are Wednesday.
Okay, so this whole thing kicks off on Wednesday. I knew Ben would know because, of course, he might have a little dabble in there. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But U.S. starts on Friday. WBC about to get started. So who's leaving? Who's going to be participating as far as the Orioles are concerned? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
1 week into the new year in the National Football League, will the Ravens and Lamar get a deal done? And Don Rovak from the Orioles will join us to tell us all the new bells and whistles at Camden Yards.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The Miami of Ohio athletic director has responded to Bruce Pearl's controversial comments about the undefeated Red Hawks' legitimacy. The AD said it was disrespect, and I have to agree with him. You can't say an undefeated team doesn't belong in the big dance. Strength of schedule matters, but being undefeated should matter more. The Red Hawks belong in the tournament. I'm Maddie Bates.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is
more at skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
DMV, join us March 7th at 4:30 p.m. when DC United takes on MLS Cup champions Inter Miami CF in a must-see matchup at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. Experience the excitement of the black and red. And don't miss a day full of great soccer when Miami head coach Javier Marciano and company come to defend their title against Renee Weiler's DC United. The first 50,000 fans will receive a DC United rally towel. Grab your friends and family, put on your black and red colors, and get ready for an unforgettable match. Visit DCUnited.com/tickets to secure your tickets today. That's DCUnited.com/tickets.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Tonight, cloudy with chances of rain and a low around 45. Tomorrow, high near 53.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, SKY-RIZZY Risankizumab Rizza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, SKY-RIZZY is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. SKY-RIZZY is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to SKY-RIZZY. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about SKY-RIZZY, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles are playing the Netherlands today, and then we see a bunch of guys leave, including one who I think already left. I saw Gunnar Henderson in his USA threads. The Orioles posted it today, looking spiffy.
Yeah, and Gunnar's going to be playing third base for the U.S., and it was kind of a funny situation on Sunday during the Grapefruit League game against the Red Sox because they moved Gunnar from shortstop to third base, and Kobe Mayo got that inning at shortstop, which was pretty amazing.
Yeah, I remember Kobe thought they were pranking him at first.
Albert Naz was like, come on, man. Like, why not? Like, give it a try.
So the Orioles, if you look, they've got guys. Obviously, Gunnar is the peak, but Enrique Bradfield Jr. is playing in the World Baseball Classic for Panama. Tyler O'Neill is in the Classic for Canada. You've got a few guys playing, I think, for Puerto Rico. Jose Espada, Rico Garcia, who could be part of this bullpen. Luis Vasquez. Got a minor leaguer in Ryan Long for Great Britain. And then, obviously, Gunnar and Dean Kramer for Israel.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool seeing it. And obviously, I think we're the most excited about Gunnar Henderson for obvious reasons, playing for the United States. And it'll be cool because it's such a star-studded group, right? And to see an Oriole, to see Gunnar Henderson in his prime. And also, it'll be cool seeing him play third base again because his first couple of years, 2022 when he got brought up, and then 2023, he would toggle back and forth between third and shortstop. And I can remember a couple games in particular in Tampa where he made some unbelievable plays at third base defensively.
Yeah, there were some people upset today about the lineup, the exhibition with Terang being at second. Gunnar's not playing second. Mm-hmm. He was pretty adamant when they asked him where he thinks he's going to play because it would be awesome if you in the field, who knows, but if you were, because we know the run that he had at second, it wasn't great at the major league level. No. It's different for him. But if you were able to have Bregman, Witt, and Gunnar, I think it'll make more sense to move Bregman to second. But again, I don't think either of those guys plan on it. They're going to be rotating. I don't know that Witt's being taken out of the lineup. I think the competition is more third base for Gunnar with Bregman. But yeah, Terang is going to be the second baseman guy. Gunnar is not playing on the right side of the infield whatsoever.
How fired up are you for the WBC, Ben?
I'm very excited. I'm upset about what happened to Puerto Rico because they were an exciting team. They were a team that battled with the U.S. And you lose Lindor to insurance, then he would have been out anyways with the Hammett
bone.
You lose Javi Baez. Don't even give me that. That whole situation is unbelievable.
For people who don't know,
marijuana. He tested positive last World Baseball Classic, and they decided to let him finish, but suspend him for this one. But it only came out when it also came out that Correa was not going to be able to perform. So Puerto Rico is definitely taking a step back in this one, which is unfortunate for them. The Dominican Republic roster, I think the U.S. probably has the best World Baseball Classic or best baseball roster of all time, and I think second to them is Dominican Republic. Now, with all that being said, Japan is still in a really good spot to win it because Japan, they don't Ohtani, Yamamoto, they have some of the best players in baseball, but there's other guys who are good in the NPB and handle their things there and just play well together. Like Japan has been a roster that just joins really well together.
Yeah, I got the odds up right in front of me. United States minus 110 to win it all. Japan is second at plus 380, and then the DR at plus 410 to win it all.
Go ahead, Ben. I'm sorry.
I bet the U.S. It's definitely a bias. I mean, I think they're going to get the revenge factor in, but the DR at that value, and their starting pitching isn't that good. And like Austin Wells being the DR catcher, he's trash. But no, I don't know. I think this is a good spot for the U.S., but again, it's minus 110 in the future. It's not fun.
And maybe I'm off base on this, but I know I was poking you a little bit before the show. Like Scooble's going to throw 55 pitches in his one start and then leave and maybe come back for the end if they need him. It seems like the Japanese team doesn't really care about these kind of numbers as much as the
think Yamamoto would start every game if they asked him to.
So in the World Series.
Dude. He might value the WBC even more than the World Series, just being quite honest with you with how Japan handles things. That scares me. And Nolan McLean is a dog. The Orioles, it would have been nice if they were able to get that done. Two-way guy then, but he's like a stud on the mound. And right now, he's in pencil. If they make it to the championship, he will be the guy. It's not a slouch. This is a big game pitcher. I know he hasn't pitched in a game like that yet. It's going to be a lot thrown on his plate. But just when you're sold Scooble and Skeens and you're like, all right, well, those guys, and quite honestly, they need 7 starters if they're able to make it. Webb's going to give you 2. Skeens is going to give you 2. Scooble's giving you 1. And then McLean's probably going to give you the other 2. But I don't know. I just wish we could have a Skeens or Scooble set for that.
Is there any kind of WBC futures that you're dabbling in? Just U.S. to win it all?
U.S. I said DR's value is pretty crazy with that. Most years I'd be considering Puerto Rico. This year, again, with the way that they were screwed, I'm staying away from them. I don't think they'll be very good. I did play the U.S., and then if you don't want to play minus 110, DR's the other one.
Have you looked at any of the individual games yet, like the initial run of the slate?
They're not giving you much yet.
Yeah.
And I also, the last go-around, I know I could not bet player props until we were out of pool play. I'll be interested, like, they do hits, runs, RBIs. The U.S. against Brazil Friday. I mean, what, Judge 3.5, and does he get pulled? Like, it'll be interesting. I don't know that they're going to have a lot of player props, but it'll be interesting to see. Yeah.
We'll get back to the Orioles coming up next. Kevin Brown, voice of the Orioles on Mass, and we'll get his thoughts on what he's seen in spring training thus far. How excited is he for this season to get going? 3 weeks from Thursday. Kevin Brown joins us next here on The Fan.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Talent Appliances celebrating their 47th anniversary right now, and that means big savings on select appliances for your home. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Frigidaire, Professional, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just upgrading, now's the time. With nationwide delivery, it's easy to shop their beautiful showroom or online. And when you stop in, ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop today at townappliance.com.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Planet Fitness, we're getting strong for the season's biggest games. Join now and your first month is free. Whether you're chasing a buzzer beater or your everyday goals, we've got next level amenities like red light recovery and hydro massage to help you rebound and recover. Plus, with the PF Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime and access over 2,800 locations. Join now for $1 down, $24.99 a month and get your first month free. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, March 13th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
Baltimore sports fans, it's time to celebrate you. Join 105.7 The Fan for our massive Faniversary celebration. We're taking over Barrel House Live in Falston on Saturday, April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities, talk shop, and enjoy the best atmosphere in Maryland. It's an all-ages event, so bring the whole crew for a day of prizes, sports talk, and pure Baltimore pride. Tickets are moving fast. Head over to 105.7thefan.com/events right now to grab yours.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Get ready to succeed again with our affordable online programs. Classes start March 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13 and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The tradition continues at Laurel Park on Saturday, May 16th for the 151st running of the Preakness Stakes. The middle jewel of the Triple Crown comes to Laurel Park for the first time ever with extremely limited seating. Purchase your tickets now at Preakness.com.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free non-alcoholic drinks or beer or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Gunnar Henderson took a step forward in his defense last year. Henderson committed just 1 error in his last 93 games and 8 overall compared to 25 errors in 2024. He recently joined MLB Network and spoke about what changed defensively.
So early last year, I kind of got caught being a little too aggressive and then maybe a little too passive. So I felt like towards the middle of the year, I really got honed in on kind of stalking the ball. That was my thought process behind it, was hunting the ball and kind of it's my prey. So that was kind of my thought process to really slow myself down to get that good hop.
The NFL's franchise tag window is officially closed. Today, the Jets tagged Breece Hall, while the Colts used the transition tag on Daniel Jones. That gives Jones the ability to talk to other teams, but Indy has the right to match any offer. Other players that have been tagged include George Pickens and Kyle Pitts. Teams have until July 15th to negotiate long-term deals with players that were tagged. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 39. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 55. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Off, carry me on.
Man, baseball season. Spring training's going on right now. Orioles lost to the Netherlands today, but as we documented earlier, Bone, we know that the Dutch own Trevor Rogers. Alas, he won't have to face them during the regular season, which starts 3 weeks from Thursday. And joining us now to talk some Orioles baseball, the voice on Mass and Sports, it's Kevin Brown. And Kevin, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So we haven't talked to you. Hi, guys. Yeah, great to talk to you. We haven't talked to you in a minute.
Talk to you.
What did you think? A very eventful offseason for this Orioles club.
Did something happen?
Well, they got a bear, I think, and
I've been napping for several months. It was great. It was a really exciting offseason, especially because a lot of the stuff got done early enough that you didn't have to sit around and go, are they going to get this? Are they going to get the big bat? No, they got Pete Alonso at the winter meetings. And I think the one, quote unquote incomplete box would be you waited around saying, are they going to get Robert Valdez or a big starter? And I think there's a lot to like about Shane Baz's stuff and Chris Bassett and Zach Eflin. Their rotation is way deeper. Are they going to go get a big starter in season? I wonder if that's still going to be a need when they get to June and July. I think it's a rotation with real upside, but you could certainly see where things can go the other way, right? If Kyle Bradish isn't fully healthy, if guys get hurt, if Shane Baz doesn't quite take the step forward, but the depth is so much better. And even with Jordan Westberg out, which is such a bummer, I think Pete Alonso is just going to make a world of difference on this team. So it was great. Again, they got Ryan Helsley done so early. I feel like we've all forgotten about Ryan Helsley because that was such an early move in the offseason, but that was absolutely necessary, and I'm glad they got that deal done before the relief market got pretty barren, which it seemed to dry up pretty quickly. It's been great fun, and he hit another home run today. So, man, it's a world of difference having that guy around.
Kevin, I know Ken was joking about Trevor Rogers.
Dutch own him.
Yeah, exactly. But he was the bright spot in what was a very disappointing 2025. And I think everyone is just waiting to see what is the encore for Trevor Rogers. What are you expecting out of him?
It's a really good question. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess what I expect him to be a very good pitcher. He's not going to have a 181 ERA in 30 starts, and I'll eat my words if he does. But it's an interesting career, right? It's a guy who in his first year came up for 7 games, cup of coffee. First full year, second year in the big leagues, is an all-star, has a 2.64 ERA. Looks like a real ace. Then really struggled at a 5.47 ERA. Then pitched through injuries for a couple of years. And then last year, after a kneecap dislocation in the offseason, by the time he came back, he was an ace again. So it's 2 tremendous seasons, and the 3 seasons in between, not great and marred by injuries. Now, he seems to be past all those injuries. So what is the real Trevor Rogers? Based on the stuff and the command early in spring, and I know he got knocked around a little today, though reportedly there were some real defensive miscues around him. I think based on the stuff and the command I've seen early, he looks like the same Trevor Rogers from last year. And if he can make 30 starts, like that's the big number to me. If it's 30 starts for Trevor Rogers, he's got too good a pitch mix now and too good a feel for it to go so south that this is a guy with like a 5 ERA. I don't see that happening at all. And I think he's legitimately an all-star caliber pitcher, even if his ERA is 1.5 points higher. It's a 3.30. As long as he can stay healthy, he is like a legit number 2 type pitcher to me, along with Kyle Bradish.
We're talking with Kevin Brown. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Kevin, the Orioles wanted to get a frontline starter. They did not, but they did add Chris Bassett, who has postseason experience, has pitched very well in this division. What do you think that addition means to this team?
It's funny looking at the guys they added this offseason. I wonder how much of this was by design. I think probably a lot of it was by design. Chris Bassett, Pete Alonso, Ryan Helsley, Zach Eflin is back. Like guys who are known as legitimate clubhouse guys, cliche as that may sound. So I've talked to folks who've had Chris Bassett, and he's very well liked. So that's a great start. And then to me, it looks like the natural progression of, some of the pitchers the Orioles have brought in over the years, your quote unquote innings eaters. I think the Orioles have really valued that with young teams and young rotations. Remember in 22, they got Jordan Lyles, who didn't have a great ERA, but covered a ton of innings for a team
the boys.
That needed that. For the boys. Yeah. That's right. Kyle Gibson was 23, and Kyle Gibson in 23 was a better version of Jordan Lyles. 24 is a little different. Obviously, they went out and made the trade for Corbin Burns. Last year, tried it with Charlie Morton. It didn't really work. Chris Bassett's the most recently accomplished of those guys. I'm not saying he's necessarily had the full career of Charlie Morton, who's pitched for a long time, but it's pretty close. And Chris Bassett, the last 4 years, is one of 7 pitchers to make 30 starts a year. ERAs have been good. Like you said, pitched for a postseason team, like went into the bullpen. And I thought when the Jays put him in the bullpen in the playoffs, he'd just be the long man. And here he is getting big outs in the 8th inning, like the World Series and the LCS. So there's a lot to like about having him. He's a real floor raiser. He didn't make the Jays playoff rotation. But the Jays had a very deep pitching staff. And if he doesn't make the Orioles playoff rotation, 1, that means the Orioles are in the playoffs, which is good. And 2, it probably means Shane Baz took a step forward. But I think for a guy who's going to help you get through the regular season and try to get into the playoffs, he will give you innings and good innings. And lots of innings that are good innings, that's a really hard commodity to find.
Kevin, a lot of this roster has undergone a makeover this offseason, but looking at the outfield compared to last year, and of course Cedric Mullins gone, Ramon Laureano gone, Colton Cowser expected to be the everyday center fielder. You bring in Taylor Ward, Tyler O'Neill's back, Dylan Beavers, he was able to make his debut down the stretch. How do you view this outfield as a whole?
Interesting is the word I would use. I view it as an interesting group. I think it's another really high ceiling group, and the floor could be lowered because of injuries. I mean, Tyler O'Neill's hit 30 home runs 2 of the last 5 years, and he's hit 9 in 2 of those years. And last year was a 9. he's to me, he's looked better than anybody else at the plate in camp. The swing looks cleaner. His body looks really good. He has said his swing feels better and his body feels better. Could the Orioles get 120 games out of Tyler O'Neill this year? We'll see. Folks know about his injury issues, and he had 3 different stints last year. He just looks the part. It sounds different off his bat, and we all know how spring training goes, right? It's easy to fall into the temptation of the guy in the best shape of his life and that kind of thing. But it's noticeable for everybody who's seen him or who's looked at his swing. I've had folks tell me, like, the barrel control and the plane of the bat are really, really good. That know better than me. Colton Cowser, I hope he's healthy. He wasn't healthy after the 4th game of the year last year. I'm pretty high on Dylan Beavers at the plate. I think Taylor Ward is really going to not surprise folks, but he's going to be a real standout. He kind of got buried by the Pete Alonso news this offseason, but he was one of the best bats moved this offseason. So I think if it goes well, guys, like, it's 4 really, really strong bats. And Colton Cowser has got a lot of great coaching in center field and some experience there and has all the skills, becomes a good center fielder, and Dylan Beavers takes a step forward. You know, if O'Neill gets hurt again, then you're in a different world. And is Dylan Beavers going to continue his breakout in the second year? Or will he face, the adversity some young players face? I think the good news with the Orioles this year is, like, they've just built a lot more depth to where they have more options. Stuff will go wrong. It goes wrong for everybody. Every team has injuries. Every team has unexpected successes and unexpected failures. But I think the floor, again, of the roster is much higher, to where, the last couple of years, if Heston Kjerstad was doing what he was doing in camp and he looks great and he's lowered the leg kick, he'd be a lock. Right now, there's no spot for him on the team. But if that guy is your no spot on the team guy, it's a problem. It's a good problem to have, and it's like a problem that the Orioles necessarily haven't had in their outfield in years past.
Kevin, I assume we're going to get a chance to talk to you during baseball season, so we have a lot of time to talk. So we have a lot of time to talk baseball. I selfishly want to know what the whole Oasis experience was like for you. I'm pretty sure I saw you got to see them when they toured in the country. Like, what was that like for you?
Oh man, I saw them Labor Day, MetLife Stadium, and this is an insane statement to make, maybe, for folks who aren't as into music and live music as I am. But it was one of the single most fun nights of my life. Some people know, I think, I've been around long enough now. Some people know about my love of that band.
Yes.
And my obsession with Oasis, for better or worse. They're my favorite artist. And I genuinely, truly, in my heart, did not believe they would reunite until the news broke that they were, 15 years on. And we were on the floor. They sounded great. The band was great. The atmosphere was incredible. It was the most, European American crowd I've seen at a concert, which means a lot of jumping up and down and occasional throwing of beer. But the really special thing to me was we had a group. We had a huge group. We managed to get lucky and get GA tickets. There were 13 of us down there, and it was a lot of college friends of mine and one of my high school buddies and one of my cousins. And people I've been friends with for a long time now, and in one case, family. And in some of these relationships, when you're friends with somebody, it can start over the simplest thing. It can start over your favorite sports team, which is one of the reasons I love sports so much, the connector that is. It can start with a movie. It can start with, a mutual friend, or it can start with a band. Like a couple of my friends that I've known since college, and since high school, we love Oasis, and it's one of the things that brought us together. When in 2008 or whatever, it wasn't as big in the United States to love Oasis. They weren't his indie band, but that's like a thing that brought us together. And so, here we were 17 years later, together, still friends after all these years, and getting to celebrate the joy of this thing that brought us together with thousands of screaming people around us. And so that made it an extra special and an extra unforgettable experience for me. And it's just a night that will be hard for me to top.
That's awesome. Kevin, thank you so much for your time as always.
I want to see him again. Oh,
yeah.
man.
Hey, as someone who gets it, I'm going to see Springsteen for the 50th time in May. So, like,
I am a little envious. I've seen him only 4 times. I want to go, but, I have this other job.
Yeah, this baseball thing.
You got a gig.
Oh, one more thing. Who's the best college basketball team you've seen this year in person?
Oh, man, my gosh, that's easy. It's Duke. I haven't seen... So there are top 5 right now. I think it's Duke, Michigan, Florida, Arizona, UConn. I think that's the clear top 5. So I am in the ACC. I've only seen Duke in person of that group. I saw Duke last Tuesday. They beat Notre Dame so badly.
Yeah.
It was Notre Dame's worst loss since the 4th game in Notre Dame history, worst home loss. 1898 against the Chicago 1st Regiment. So
they were good.
Duke is better than the second. Duke is astonishing. They had 5 starters get drafted in the NBA, and not a soul on earth thought they'd be better this year. And right now, they are better than last year's team. John Shire has done the best coaching job in the country. So, love or hate Duke, Duke is the best team I've seen. They're the best team in the country right now. And if they don't make the Final Four, I will be stunned. But I have a good one tonight. I have Clemson, North Carolina, which will be a lot of fun.
Nice.
Awesome.
Back in the triangle.
One last thing real quick, because I'm flipping back and forth between the O's game Sunday and the Terps on Sunday. What was the shrinking thing? What was that? You and Rock getting into what?
Okay. So people who've been watching baseball or reading about it know that Major League Baseball is adopting the ABS system, the automated ball strike system.
Yes.
For players to be able to challenge ball strike calls this year. So every player in the big leagues is measured now so they can have a correct height that corresponds to their individual strike zone, right? So Major League Baseball has thought this through to such a specific degree that players from every team are measured between 10 a.m. and 12 noon. And the reason for that is that human beings are tallest in the morning and shrink as the day goes on. And when you go to sleep and you stretch out a little bit, the discs in your body stretch out, and you're ever so slightly taller in the morning. So that's why players are measured in the morning at the same time. So, some team's not going to measure somebody at 8 p.m. and gain a couple of centimeters in their strike zone. So Rock and I, in the 8th inning, we lowered our chairs dramatically, and then we came back on camera, and it was revealed that we had also shrank during the day.
Kevin Brown, you're the best, man. Thank you so much for your time, as always.
It's always a pleasure.
Kevin, of course, once baseball season gets kicked off 3 weeks from Thursday, Orioles baseball. You can see him, hear him on Mass, and you can see him doing Carolina Clemson on ESPN. Coming up next, let's go around the Beltway. I don't know how you follow that, but I know you will, and you'll be your best.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Jerks and Profar. Not many guys have been suspended in the MLB in recent years for PEDs, but Jerks and Profar has twice, so we'll get into that next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
1 week into the new year in the National Football League, will the Ravens and Lamar get a deal done? And Don Rovak from the Orioles will join us to tell us all the new bells and whistles at Camden Yards.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Traffic sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. 833-83-VALOR.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
Make an easy weeknight dinner with Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on Rayo's pastas, soups, frozen items, and 24-ounce pasta sauces with Prime. Perfect for an Italian-inspired meal with the family. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows from 83 the Harrisburg Expressway to Delaney Valley Road. I-70 eastbound before Route 32. Sykesville Road, right side's blocked by an accident involving a truck. Watch for police direction there. 95 northbound, no delays to the Fort McHenry Tunnel from the Beltway. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Let's go around the Beltway with Ben Hall. 105.7 The Fan.
Yes, time to check in with our guy, Beltway Ben Hall, and what's been, rolling around his big brain. Today, it's Jurickson Profar, correct?
Yeah, Jurickson Profar, who we know had the PED suspension last year, apologizes, really did not know. He didn't know, wasn't sure what he was taking, and all of a sudden, now it comes out today when he's supposed to lead off against the Orioles that he's being suspended again for testing positive for PEDs. 162 game suspension now, the new rules in 2014, the second offense for him. And it's just like, this was a guy, he was the top prospect in baseball a long time ago. We know the outbreak that he had in San Diego, and he was a little feistier, which kind of makes more sense now. Probably doing things then as well. But since March 31st, 2025, last year, Jurickson Profar has 2 PED suspensions. The other 1,469 players to appear in an MLB game have combined for 2. So
that's a lot.
It does feel like we're getting away from guys using it and testing positive. But Jurickson Profar, after again apologizing, acknowledging that it was a mistake, he by no means was he trying to do this. Here we are.
Of course not. Yeah, of course not.
By the way, there's an interview that was just posted in the last few hours by Allison Mastronglio, who's from Atlanta. Says she asked him, did you do anything this offseason to make sure the mix-up that happened before never happens again? And he said, yes. And
he got to it.
Yeah.
Well, now it's just like, which one of these is not like the other? Like his year in 2024 where he was an all-star and then got popped last year and then popped again this year. Like it's very obvious, not to say that this has been like a scrub his entire career, but you can clearly see the year that he was on PED.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%. And that was awesome what he did with the Padres. Then he signs this fat deal with the Braves.
Yes.
They think they're getting a good player, and now he's going to forfeit. It's going to be a horrendous contract. Not all on them. Again, it's hard to...
getting some of it back.
Yeah, you're right. They're going to get all 15 back, and he's also going to be ineligible for the World Baseball Classic this year. But the MLBPA did say they're going to be appealing this one.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I mean, come on. I believe him. I think this might have been an accident.
You think? Yeah, this time.
I don't know.
He's trustworthy.
Yeah, maybe the first time you give him like, okay, well, maybe, but nah, this time. Come on.
So last year he had to give half back. This year he's giving it all back.
He's a giver. But he's a taker when it comes to PEDs.
Yeah. Takes PEDs, gives salary.
3-year, $42 million deal. He could have went up there and struck out every at-bat. He would have taken 15 regardless with the guarantees. But instead, even though he switched things up this offseason, still gets dinged.
Any best bets for the people Beltway, Ben?
Yeah, look at the Wizards. Paolo Banchero, triple-double, long odds, close to plus 2,000 you can find. That does interest me a little bit. I think they're going to beat the Wizards pretty handily, but Paolo is a guy who's going to be handling the rock, bringing it up the court and all of those things. And then Jackson State on the money line against Pine Bluff, a smaller game here. Jackson State's due for one of these wins. They lost 3 in a row. Last time they won was at home, though. They played 3 straight on the road. At home, they've been good in conference play. And their last win was at home against Bethune-Cookman, who's going to win the SWAC. So I do like Jackson State on the money line.
Where can people find you, Beltway, Ben?
At BH Journalist. You can find everything on Twitter, everything I do there. Very active with sports. And listen, 6 to 8 this week, Cordell and I.
Oh, very nice. Is that what, all week or Thursday?
Thursday.
Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Coming up next, you're back to 6 because the Hot Stove League is their season has ended.
Yep.
Coming up next, in honor of the Big Arch, which is this new McDonald's burger that just dropped. I saw our friend from our sister station, Life FM, Greg Carpenter, tried the Big Arch. I don't know what it is. I know that the CEO tried it.
And he's as awkward as can be and call the burger a product.
So we have our 6-pack, the 6 best fast food items. We'll give you our list next here on The Fan.
Hi, this is Jim Palmer. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage, Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Baltimore County Police Department.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for our upcoming academy classes. Visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County PD is an equal opportunity employer.
College Hoop deals are tipping off at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home a brand new Kia K4 for as low as $21,512. Credit challenges? We've got options. Hurry in for slam dunk deals. Visit BobBellKia.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Everybody's got an opinion about how you should live your life. We say, do it your way. At Lion's Den, there's no judging, no pressure, just a comfortable space where you can explore what feels right to you. Whether it's about relaxing, reconnecting, or just feeling good. You already know what works, and we're here to help, not tell. Lion's Den, for you, for your partner. Visit Lion's Den in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Pasadena, or Severn, or go to lionsden.com. No matter where you go, check it out. It's a great place, seriously.
It's the President's Month Sales Event at Jones Beller Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer for a great deal. Get 0% financing and make no payments till May 2026. Visit Jones Hyundai or go to BellerHyundai.com today.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard. And then the inner loop slows from the Harrisburg Expressway, I-83 to Dulaney Valley Road through Towson. 70 eastbound before Route 32, Sykesville Road. Right side's blocked by an accident. Truck involved there to stay to the left. 95 northbound, no delays to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Looks pretty good from the Beltway. 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Trevor Rogers was the Orioles' biggest bright spot in what was a disappointing 2025. Rogers pitched to a 1.81 ERA after being sent down to AAA soon after the 2024 trade deadline. He recently joined MLB Network and talked about how he was able to battle back following his demotion.
Separating the results from the process, really. I think early in my career, we want results right out of the gate, being young guys and, want to prove ourselves in the big leagues. And I didn't quite realize how result-oriented I was until I got sent down, and I really had to, reinvent myself.
The NFL announced that the Falcons will play one of their 9 home games in Madrid this season. Their opponent has not been announced yet, but the Ravens are scheduled to play a road game versus Atlanta in 2026. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 39. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 55. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Time for the Inside Access Six Pack.
Today's six-pack in honor of the Big Arch. The Big Arch is my mic. Are we better? Yeah, we are. The Big Arch. And Bone, for people who may not know.
Yeah, the Big Arch is live today for a limited time at McDonald's. 2 quarter-pound patties, 3 slices of white cheddar.
Nice.
Toppings, so like lettuce, pickles, all that. And a new tangy Big Arch sauce on a sesame poppy seed bun.
Wow.
And McDonald's CEO went viral over the past couple of days because he is very awkward, and he called the burger product, and he took the tiniest bite out of it and was just all around weird. So I thought this would be a good time to reveal our favorite fast food item.
So it's the 6-pack of our favorite fast food. And just a clarification, for it to be fast food, you need a drive-thru.
Yes.
So no offense to the Chipotles and the Paneras and pizza places. You don't have a drive-thru, you're not fast food.
You're not in. You're not in the club.
So Beltway Ben, let's get started.
Number 6.
So 2 others receiving votes that I want to get in here because there were just too many to choose. A fountain Coke from McDonald's just missed the cut. There's something special about a fountain Coke from McDonald's.
That's fair.
And a Wendy's Frosty just missed the cut. So,
I do have an ice cream on mine.
I do too. So my 6 is the only breakfast item, and I get it maybe 2 or 3 times a year. It's a McDonald's sausage McGriddle.
McGriddle. Okay.
It is. It's pancakes, and it's got syrup in the pancakes. We can't cure cancer, but we're able to create this thing that has syrup inside the pancakes.
Yeah.
It's delicious. It's probably 1.5 million calories. I can only handle it maybe once a year, but it's my 6.
McDonald's breakfast is really good, and my McDonald's breakfast item is slightly higher. I felt like, and it's interesting, my 6, all of them different restaurants. I'm starting with Taco Bell. I am. The cheesy gordita crunch always does me well. Especially if it's a late night, you have some adult beverages mixed in with you. The cheesy gordita crunch has always been there for me.
Number 5.
And this is where the McDonald's breakfast comes in because it is typically there for you the morning after drinking. And I have the sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin.
You should try the McGriddle, bud.
The McGriddle's good.
It's amazing.
It's just a little much for me.
It's amazing.
It's a little heavy.
I need to sleep afterwards.
Dude, you eat a McGriddle, you know what your day is at that point. Like, you're going to be on the couch. It is going to be lazy. You're going to be watching Netflix. If you look up
the calories, it just says too many.
Yeah, it's just look away from the nutrition facts on the McGriddle. So the McMuffin is the McGriddle's better friend in terms of it's not going to make you feel as terrible, but it still gets you all the saltiness to bring you back to life from the hangover. So that's what makes my 5.
My 5, I went old school. The original Burger King chicken sandwich. It's the long one. It's the long one. Now, I get it without mayonnaise because I think mayonnaise is disgusting. But the original OG Burger King chicken sandwich is my 5.
Number 4.
There's a lot of chicken on this list.
Mine are at the top.
My 4 is the Popeye spicy chicken sandwich, which I have, admittedly, have not had for a while. But when I did have it for the first time, it blew my mind.
My 4 is the ice cream, and we're going to Dairy Queen now. The Mint Oreo Blizzard. Blizzards just rock in general, and ice cream rocks in general. I'm a huge mint chocolate chip fan, and the better mint chocolate chip is you throw some Oreos into that bad boy. So mint and Oreo, can't go wrong with it.
Lee and Ken, if I'm going to McDonald's, I'm not going there. All right,
You're not half-assing it. You need the McGriddle.
Have you had a McGriddle?
Yes, absolutely.
It's incredible.
Ken, you know my diet. You know me. Yeah, absolutely. I've had a McGriddle. I'm not gonna. Well, the sausage, and if I would prefer the biscuit to the McMuffin.
Yeah, that's fair.
But no, I would.
Yeah, me too.
And I do like the Popeye chicken sandwich a lot.
Yeah. By the way, I think I was distracted. I want to remind you that the 6-pack's brought to you by the Good Feet Store. Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet Store. Go to goodfeet.com for more details. The 6-pack of our favorite fast food items. And Beltway Ben, please continue.
Number 3.
Now we're going to Wendy's, and I need that Dave's Double. And I think when
I had a horrible experience with a Dave's Double recently.
Really?
Yeah. I'm very picky, and you go through the drive-thru.
Yeah.
I just want ketchup and cheese.
Oh, you were telling me about this.
I got home and had
You got
everything
all
on it, which means I don't eat it.
Wendy's rocks, and I don't get it nearly enough. It's a little pricier, but it's worth it because it's a damn good burger.
It
I
is.
love the
I like their
toppings on
burgers.
it as well. The Dave's Double is my 3.
I will tell you that it was on my original list.
And then that experience.
No, because that
okay.
didn't happen a week ago, but it did get pushed out.
Okay.
I got pushed out by the McGriddle, as a matter of fact. My 3
Damn pancake.
is where my ice cream comes in. It's the Dairy Queen Blizzard. The Dairy Queen Blizzard is I think it's the Rolls Royce of dessert items at fast food. Me particularly, I want vanilla ice cream, Oreos, and Reese cups.
Oh, that's a really good
And
combo.
you'll need a nap afterwards, but that's my 3.
Number 2.
One more chicken item, and it is the king of the chicken items. It's the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich. It is fantastic. It has never done me wrong. I usually get I think they call it the plus because it has cheese on it.
The cheese, you're making it better.
It's a pepper jack cheese, which gives a little kick even more. That's my 2.
We're the same.
Really?
I have the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken.
You get it
at
with the
number
cheese?
2. I usually just plain Jane it. I raw dog that bad boy.
Wow.
I don't put any sauce on it. I enjoy it.
No sauce.
I enjoy how it was intended with the pickles on it, all of it. It's great flavor. And I remember when it first came out, and Chick-fil-A would just give away sandwiches all the time. And I remember my dad and my brother, we would drive to various different Chick-fil-A restaurants and just have 17 spicy chicken sandwiches on deck. It was awesome.
Number 1.
My number 1 is your 4. It is the Popeyes spicy chicken sandwich. How many sandwiches involve people getting killed over them? Remember that during the pandemic? People would literally get into fist fights, and that's how good this sandwich is. They found a way to somehow make the spicy chicken from Chick-fil-A better because it's just crispier, it's super flavorful, it's even more chicken. It's awesome.
So that's a great list, but you missed one very important item. McDonald's fries is the number 1 item.
Yeah.
McDonald's fries.
I was trying to get it in there.
McDonald's fries. They are
great.
That is, and I know because Beltway Ben, like me, has the taste buds of a child. He has to love McDonald's fries.
Yeah, I don't eat McDonald's a ton. When I do, I make sure that there are fries.
Yes, ends up being mostly what I eat.
It does. It's a lean to Ken. I do like the Popeye chicken sandwich, and I have to rate it on my own. You guys are talking about spicy for everything. I don't get spicy.
Yeah, that's true.
I get regular.
You have a very immature palate.
Yeah. Ken always knows what it is.
So what do you take the Popeyes chicken sandwich over Chick-fil-A? Or what?
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, real quick, blackened chicken tenders at Popeyes, it takes them a while to make.
I have not had those, but I like blackened chicken.
No. I'm telling you, if you get those, and again, they'll roll their eyes at you because they have to do something that they don't usually, and it's like, dang, I feel bad, but they're extremely good.
Interesting.
By the way, pro move, and this is not fast food, but if I go to a restaurant and get a chicken Caesar salad or a chicken on a Greek salad, I ask them to blacken the chicken.
Blackened chicken is superior of the different grilled chicken varieties, for sure.
Yeah, blackened chicken is where it's at, but you know what's where it's at next? This Orioles outfield, we've been voicing our concerns about it, but is it possible it's better than last year's outfield? We'll explain next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
1 week into the new year in the National Football League, will the Ravens and Lamar get a deal done? And Don Rovak from the Orioles will join us to tell us all the new bells and whistles at Camden Yards.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Should the Raiders trade Max Crosby? That's the question. He's their best player, their tone setter, their culture. But if you're rebuilding, this is when you cash in. 2 first-rounders, a 1 and a 2 and a young starter. That's the conversation. The danger is trading your only sure thing and hoping you draft another Max Crosby. If you move him, you better hit. I'm John Lund.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You got to check out Elephant in the Room in Millersville on Veterans Highway. My new go-to spot is locally and veteran-owned, featuring a menu of Southern-inspired comfort food with a Maryland twist. Visit eatdrinkelephant.com and tell them Rob sent you.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. If you went to the Maryland RV show and didn't make a decision, that's okay. RV shopping takes time, and the show doesn't have to be the final step. You can still browse RVs and see the same show pricing without feeling rushed, without feeling pressured, with a team that's here to help you when you're ready. That's how we do things here. That's the Beckley's difference. Fair, honest, trusted. Continue your search at Beckley'sRVs.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard. Inner loop slows from the Harrisburg Expressway 83 to Dulaney Valley Road. I-70 eastbound before Route 32. Right side's blocked by an accident involving a truck. Watch for police direction there. And 95 northbound, no delays to the Fort McHenry Tunnel now from the Beltway. 895 northbound, that's heavy off and on from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Great song. Before we get to the Orioles, I do have to mention, I've gotten a lot of texts from our six-pack, including many texts from IA Hall of Famer, our friend Jimmy Sunshine Patsos.
Love Jimmy.
One text says, Wendy's double, extra pickles, ketchup. That's it.
List.
Say it a few times. He says, I'm now going to McDonald's to get fries. He says, you can announce Popeye's chicken sandwich, most underrated. He also liked Ben's thoughts. He said,
chicken?
go Ben. Yes, fantastic. Go Ben. He then sent me a screenshot of his order from McDonald's with the caption, my fault. So
he's going to pick and choose. Maybe hit all the restaurants that we were mentioning.
Yes.
Might as well get both of our six-packs.
Some people on their birthday do that because you get all the free stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So it was good. Good call. Full disclosure, that was Bones' idea. I was at jury duty yesterday, so I saw it and I was like, I didn't even know about the big arch.
The big arch, man. It looks good. Like, it genuinely does look good.
Yeah.
I think.
It looks like a double quarter pounder with cheese, but with different cheese.
There's a lot happening
There
on
is
the
a
big
lot
arch.
happening. But here's the thing. Where Ben and I agree, I don't like when a lot's happening. I like things more simple. Yeah. I like the simple things. I don't like when a lot's happening.
Yeah. Sometimes I can get behind it. So it looks like the big arch.
So watch what I do
looks like
here.
It's fun.
Watch this segue. There's a lot happening in the Orioles outfield this year. Yeah.
I've done this thing a time or two.
Gone is Cedric Mullins. Gone is Colton Cowser from left field because he'll now be in center. Tyler O'Neill will be in right field some. Taylor Ward will be in left field. You got Leota Taveras here now. Ramon Laureano was traded. So while we are concerned about the outfield defense, is it possible that the outfield offense could be better this year?
I would definitely expect the offense to be better.
Oh, and I mentioned Dylan Beavers.
Yeah, there's so many factors to it where Laureano was an awesome find by Mike Elias. And I remember kicking around at the trade deadline. Should they trade him? Should they not? Because he had the team option, which was a friendly number for them. They ended up trading him, and that along with Ryan O'Hearn, and they got a decent haul in return from San Diego.
Yes.
But you're subbing out, you're bringing in Taylor Ward, someone who's played a lot of baseball these past couple of years, 152 games each in both of them, 157 last year.
Yeah.
And he brings a ton of thump to this lineup. And Laureano, he had an 884 OPS, which is nothing to sneeze at. 15 home runs as an Oriole. I think Taylor Ward is going to have better power numbers than Ramon Laureano ended up finishing up with. Laureano had 24 home runs on the season between the O's and Padres. Colton Cowser, we talked about him last week. Like, can he get back to what he was his rookie year? I definitely expect him to be better than he was last year. And Tyler O'Neill, for as many games as he's missed in his career, which is a ton.
He misses a lot of games.
He played in 54 games last season, not counting the COVID year because it was a 60-game season.
Yeah.
That was the fewest amount of games that he's played in his career. So you'd expect him to play more there. So, like, I think this outfield, it's different than last year.
That's for sure.
I think last year you would take the defense, even with Ced and his slumping bat. Like, something Ben and I were talking about yesterday. Like, there's no real glove first guys for the most part, at least in this starting lineup.
Yeah.
I'd say starting lineup. Tavares, yes, I'll give you. But like in this lineup, and maybe Blaze Alexander, but that's circumstances because of the injuries. Like Cedric was that, and that was fine because his range was really, really great. We know his limitations from his arm, but they don't have that type of defender in the outfield.
Yeah, I've been, to use a term, bone out on Cedric's bat for a while, but Cedric's glove, despite what I guess the analytics didn't like his glove, but I loved his glove. You could count on his glove. And Kowser in left was a plus glove. Now he's an unknown glove. And we all remember what happened last year where he didn't see the warning track and just ran full speed into a wall. And that was a fun moment. But yeah, I feel like Kowser's bat has to be better.
Yes, I do too.
And I think Taylor Ward, if I didn't want to ask Oasis questions to Kevin Brown, I was going to ask him about Taylor Ward because I think he's like the low-key guy now. He was the first acquisition. Alonso gets all the headlines. Now they acquired some pitching late. I feel like Ward is a guy that in this lineup, if he stays healthy, it's going to hit 25 to 30 bombs.
And in a contract year, you know he's going to want to show out, of course. And even when that acquisition happened at the time, we were waiting for that other domino to fall, and that ended up being Pete Alonso because bringing in Pete just makes Taylor Ward that much more effective. You're lengthening this lineup.
We are a little over 3 weeks away from opening day, so it's a perfect time to check in with Jake Rill. Jake Rill covers the O's for MLB.com. He's down in Sarasota, and he joins us next.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Kirsto's here helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Big game tonight in the Big Ten late night as UCLA about a 1-point home favorite against Nebraska. Total of the game 143.5. And UCLA coming off a super disappointing loss on Saturday against Minnesota. And I think UCLA bounces back here. I think UCLA better than its record indicates. Give me UCLA to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery called Lux, and it has a top prize of $5 million. Yeah, $5 million. So go ahead, try your luck with the new Lux scratch-off. And please play responsibly.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
Daddy, I'm cold,
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
C-A-L-L-A, amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Gunnar Henderson took a step forward in his defense last year. Henderson committed just one error in his last 93 games and 8 overall compared to 25 errors in 2024. He recently joined MLB Network and spoke about what changed defensively.
So early last year, I kind of got caught being a little too aggressive and then maybe a little too passive. So I felt like towards the middle of the year, I really got honed in on kind of stalking the ball. That was my thought process behind it, was hunting the ball and kind of it's my prey. So that was kind of my thought process to really slow myself down to get that good hop.
The NFL's franchise tag window is officially closed. Today, the Jets tagged Breece Hall, while the Colts used the transition tag on Daniel Jones. That gives Jones the ability to talk to other teams, but Indy has the right to match any offer. Other players that have been tagged include George Pickens and Kyle Pitts. Teams have until July 15th to negotiate long-term deals with players that were tagged. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 39. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 55. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles lost to the Netherlands today. We're a little over 3 weeks away from opening day. It's a perfect time to check in with Jake Rill. Jake covers the O's for MLB.com and joins us now. And Jake, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. We tried to tell the people earlier the Netherlands own Trevor Rogers, and that happened today. He said he wasn't concerned about his outing. Anything concern you about what you saw today?
No, not really. I mean, it's one of those spring training outings where maybe a guy doesn't have, his sharpest stuff. Although I will say the stuff didn't look that bad. He certainly wasn't helped out by the defense behind him. There were some plays here or there that, could have been cleaned up a little bit and maybe could have led to a different result. A couple home runs, just balls he left over the middle of the plate. So I don't think it's anything too concerning. I think, next time out, he'll get back on track. It's just one of those days at this kind of midpoint of spring where, guys are still trying to get a feel for certain pitches and work through some stuff and figure out pitch mix, sequencing, that kind of stuff. So I think today was just one of those days for him. The defense was a little sloppy behind him, and I don't think there's anything to be concerned about long term.
Well, Jake, you bring up the defense. What is your concern level with it overall?
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge concern. I think there's some spots where, there can be some concerning things. The corner outfield needs to be cleaned up maybe a little bit. There was a ball today hit to the right center field gap that Dylan Beavers probably should have gotten to or made a play on. So that's something that he's still a young guy. He's working on. He's getting those reps in center, which they think will help him in the corners. Taylor Ward had a play a couple days ago where he misplayed it and left a little bit. Obviously, he's more of a bat first guy anyways, but I think the corner outfield's a spot where they could shore it up a little bit. Maybe clean some things up. I think that's something that's been a focus of camp, is just the fundamentals of defense. You see these guys out here a lot on the backfields, on the main stadium field, every day trying to polish things up. So I think they realize it's an area where they could sharpen it a little bit, and I think that's going to continue to be a focus here these last few weeks in Sarasota, so that by the time the season starts, they do feel better about their defense just as a whole for the team.
We're talking with Jake Rilt, Inside Access here on The Fan. Jake, I saw a video today of Jordan Westburg and Jackson Holliday doing some kind of baseball-ish drills. Obviously, the Westburg part of it is more nebulous, but do you feel like we're getting closer to maybe knowing when Jackson Holliday could be back?
I feel like the timeline still hasn't changed. Albie said today that he doesn't really expect him to play in games before they break camp down here in Sarasota. So it feels like if that's not happening, then he's not going to come back any sooner than what they had originally said. I think they want him to get to that point where he's 100% and he feels like he's the best version of himself. And he kind of said the same thing to me last week, that he doesn't want to rush it back and, try to get an extra 10, 15 games or whatever it would be. And, try and play hurt or try to play where he's not 100% or he hasn't gotten enough ABs to get his timing down. So I think they're going to be cautious with him down here in Sarasota. They're going to play it slow this spring. And then once the season actually gets rolling, they'll get him into games. Once the minor league season starts, they'll get him in some complex games or something like that. So I don't think the timeline has really changed. I still feel like it's kind of that mid-April timeline before, he's up in Baltimore playing big league games this year.
Jake, we were talking about Ryan Helsley earlier in the show, and he was one of the better relievers in all of baseball, 2022 through 2024, but it was really rough for him when he got traded to the Mets last year. Talks of tipping pitches, but his fastball got hammered. What are you expecting from him this year, and how much pressure is he under, considering that bullpen's a question mark in general with this club?
Yeah, I was going to say the bullpen probably is the biggest concern I would have looking at the roster on paper. So it really is important for them to have a guy who can handle the ninth inning and solidify that back end. So it'd be huge if they could get him back to the form that he showed a couple years ago in St. Louis. I do feel like the pitch tipping was a big part of it in New York, and I think he believes he's figured it out. Watching him just early in camp, it seemed like his motion was a little bit different. He was setting up with the glove a little bit lower rather than up high. It seemed like there were just minor things he did that he feels like it's going to erase the pitch tipping issue, which I think could get rid of it. We'll see. But like you said, I think it would be huge for them to have him at the back end, back at that form that he showed in St. Louis, or even if he's not quite that lights out, still like a top level closer. Because there is some concern. I don't really know who's going to be the high leverage guy setting him up. That's something that's probably going to develop throughout the season. We'll see, who can kind of seize those roles. But it would obviously be very big if they could get Helsley back to what he had shown in that period in St. Louis when he was just so dominant.
Jake, with that in mind, all the questions with the bullpen, are you surprised they already sent Chase McDermott to minor league camp?
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that, just because it looked like his stuff was really good. The velo had ticked up. I know he got hit hard that one sequence in his one outing where he gave the 3 home runs on 3 pitches. But, I mean, you take away those 3 pitches, and he had a pretty good spring. It looked like his stuff was there. The breaking stuff was impressive. the velo was the most impressive thing, obviously. But maybe they just want to get him to minor league camp, get him over there. Maybe they didn't feel like he was going to break camp with the team, so they can maybe work with him a little bit closer, work on the fine-tuning some of the stuff. Because I do feel like he's a guy who could impact this bullpen at some point, especially at the velo sitting up there 97, 98. That's something maybe the bullpen's missing a little bit, is a guy who can really rear back and throw that hard, at least in the setup spots. So I feel like get him over there, keep working with him, have the pitching department keep trying to, fine-tune things so that he's able to finally have results at the big league level. And I'm sure he'll be up in the big leagues at some point this year as they try to give him a runway to try to solidify himself up there, which he hasn't been able to do so far.
Jake, how would you handicap Albert Suarez's chances at making this club?
Yeah, he's an interesting guy just because, we've seen him serve in so many roles. It'll be interesting to see kind of how that bullpen is put together just because they have some other guys who could provide length. Tyler Wells could be one of them, although we've only seen him in one-inning spurts this spring, which makes me feel like maybe they're going to try him as one of the high-leverage guys, or at least not a guy who's going to give you length. But there are obviously some other guys. It'll be interesting to see if Cade Povich is a guy they consider for the bullpen rather than send to AAA, because if they want to move him to the bullpen, he becomes that length guy, then it becomes less likely there's going to be room for Albert Suarez, or there won't be as many innings where he could, be in that bulk role. So I think it kind of depends on the pieces around him. It kind of depends on how they want to put that bullpen together. It also, he's a guy who doesn't have to make the big league team because he's here on a minor league deal. You just kind of stash him in AAA, keep him stretched out, and put him in the rotation down there so that if there's starting pitching injuries, you can easily just bring him up, or if there's bullpen injuries, you can bring him up. So I think he's obviously a valuable piece of this organization just because he can fill so many different roles. But I don't think it's a guarantee that he breaks camp with the team. I think it would make a lot of sense to start him in the minors, just keep him around for depth, and just kind of see how things go those first couple weeks of the season before deciding whether he's a guy they want to bring up.
Jake, did Pete Alonso call his own mound visit today?
He did. Yes, he did. As I said before, the game was pretty sloppy. There were some guys, some errors, plays that just weren't as sharp as they could have been. So Pete called it together and just kind of rallied the guys and said, let's keep the energy up. And they need to keep the energy up at this point in spring training, just because we're at that point where we're a couple weeks in now. The beginning of spring excitement's gone a little bit, but we're still a few weeks away from the season. And I think it's just a continuation of what we've seen from Pete the whole time he's been down here. He's kind of been as advertised. He's come in and been this vocal leader. He's been this guy who's getting along with everybody in the clubhouse. And I think that's great to, for him to do something like that on the field, because maybe that's something that's been lacking the last couple of years, or something that's been missing. So, I think it's a great sign that he is a guy who's going to try and rally the guys and keep the energy up. And, even on March 3rd, apparently it's not too early to do something like that. So I think it's just a great sign of maybe what we could see throughout the season as he kind of tries to keep this team together and through any, adversity or difficult things that come their way.
Jake Rowe covers the OSRMLB.com. Jake, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
We'll switch to Ravens next. By the way, Gunnar Henderson just hit I think a 2-run double for Team USA against the San Francisco Giants. A little spring training warm-up for the WBC. Gunnar didn't start the game, but he ripped a double into the gap. Ravens and trade front. I told Bone this idea I had of a possible deal for a receiver in the other conference. I'll throw it at you. What do you think? We'll give you our thoughts next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
1 week into the new year in the National Football League, will the Ravens and Lamar get a deal done? And Don Rovak from the Orioles will join us to tell us all the new bells and whistles at Camden Yards.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Baltimore County Police Department.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for our upcoming academy classes. Visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County PD is an equal opportunity employer.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Steele makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. Do you have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot, 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard, and on the inner loop of the Beltway at Reisterstown Road, clearing a disabled vehicle from the right side. Inner loop of the Beltway slows from the Harrisburg Expressway to Delaney Valley Road. I-70 eastbound before Route 32. Right side's blocked by an accident involving a truck. Just stay to the left there. And 95 northbound. No delays to the Fort McHenry Tunnel from the Beltway. 895 northbound. Still heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalase. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
So, Bone, I've been vocal saying that I think that Rashad Bateman will not be here when the dust settles this offseason. I just think that the year before last was the outlier. I think he's become just, it's just been a little more trouble than it's worth. He's got cost certainty. That's the good news. And he's shown he can do it. They were close. Bateman told reporters that he was close to becoming a Dallas Cowboy last year. The Ravens almost traded him to the Cowboys. How about this, Bum? And I'll adjust what I told you earlier. How about Bateman and a 3 for A.J. Brown?
In terms of the compensation, I'm for it. You're not giving up a super premium pick. Yeah, it's a day 2 pick, but it's a 3rd round pick. And the swap for Bateman for Brown, like that's a big upgrade. And I was a huge Rashad Bateman guy, especially in 2024. I thought that he was so big for that offense and stretching the field and in the red zone. But A.J. Brown also is that receiver that I was bringing up, they haven't had that big bodied guy for a while. Where Brown's 6'1", 225. I know Bateman's a little taller, but he's a slender guy. And we know Zay's a little dude, but Zay's really effective. It would kind of help balance out Zay Flowers. But this isn't going to be an easy process, in large part because of how A.J. Brown's contract is structured. It's going to be really difficult for Howie Roseman to facilitate a trade prior to June 1st, and that really complicates a lot of things because the Eagles would take on a significant dead cap hit. It would be $43.4 million in dead money. So it seems like that has really ran its course, and Nick Sirianni far from guaranteeing that A.J. Brown
I do not think
A.J.
Brown will be an Eagle.
I would be very, very surprised if it would happen. And seeing it from the Eagles' perspective, I think Bateman would intrigue them a lot, in large part because of the cost certainty. You have him for this year and 3 additional years. Bateman is still a young football player. He's 27 years old, which is 2 years younger than A.J. Brown, and it gives him a different type of option.
The other thing is, I don't know if you've been reading it. It was one of the insiders was talking about Devonta Smith. The Eagles love Devonta Smith. They've gone so far as to say, and it might have been Policero, one of these, Garofalo, one of them, that they think if he were the main alpha guy, he's got a JSN season in him. So if you trade A.J. Brown, you bring in Bateman. Bateman's obviously not the alpha. Smith becomes the alpha. And maybe, just maybe, that's what they want anyway, because they can see if he can become the guy that JSN. And remember, Devonta Smith won a Heisman Trophy. He's no slouch. They think there's more in that tank, and not getting rid of, but trading A.J. Brown could help facilitate that.
Absolutely. And you said it, Bateman's going in and he's going to be Robin. Like, no one's under the illusion, disillusion that Bateman's going to be Batman. But the A.J. Brown part of it all, and we know that Bateman can be a little volatile, and we know A.J. Brown can absolutely be volatile. This is something where the Ravens have an advantage in the fact that Derrick Henry played with A.J. Brown for 3 years in Tennessee prior to him getting traded to Philadelphia. And you're right, he was campaigning on with Kay Adams on her show. Yeah, come on, A.J., like bring it on. It would be a massive move for the Ravens because we brought up the topic, could the Ravens draft a wide receiver? And yeah, that's a distinct
probably will anyway.
Yeah, probably will. But we were saying it possibly pick 14. Yeah. You've said Carnell Tate, if he's there, you're running up that card.
Me and Ben are going to fight over who runs the card up if Carnell Tate's there at 14.
But I think A.J. Brown at that price, and who knows if Howie would take it. It sounds like they're rumored for wanting at least a second-round pick, but it's intriguing. It's certainly intriguing.
Yeah, they want a second-round pick, but if you trade him a player...
Yeah, exactly. And Bateman with the cost certainty.
He's super cheap.
Yes.
Football-wise.
And you're dumping the A.J. Brown contract, which is a big-time contract. He signed a 4-year, $100 million deal.
I also want to remind you again that Bateman was almost dealt a year ago, coming off his best year.
Yeah, the Ravens and Cowboys were reportedly talking there, and it's so weird with Bateman, man. Like, you just look at the beginning of his career where he never dealt with injuries in college, and he was very open about that. He had that surgery his rookie year that really ate up a chunk of it. He missed the first handful of games, and then 2022, he had the Liz Frank injury, got off to the hot start. 23 was a disaster. 24, he was great, and then this past year, it just didn't happen. And am I putting all of that on Bateman? Probably not. I mean, I think the offensive line certainly played a role. Lamar didn't have much time, so you weren't able to really push the ball downfield like you were in 2024. But it was also more of them not being on the same page.
Which has been the case every year but one.
Yeah. And that's where it just looks like the outlier.
Yeah, every year, but the year before last now, they've been not on the same page. That's what this has become. That's what this is. By the way, A.J. Brown, for all of his mishigosh, Italian word,
great word.
You look at his game logs from last year, and you've got 6 for $109 against the Rams. You got 4 for $121 and 2 tutties. 6 for 80 against the Giants. The 2 tutties was against the 6 for 4. It was against the Vikings. Sorry. You have 8 for $110 and a tutty against the Cowboys. 10 for 132 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Bears. 9 for 95 against the Commanders. Now you put that with week 1 for 8 against the Cowboys, 2 for 7 against Tampa. 2 for 13 against Green Bay.
When he's right, when he's into it, he's one of the better receivers in football. And he's been that for a while. And you see it, especially his first couple of years in Philly. He almost had 1,500 yards in his first year and over 1,400 yards in his second year. And doing it in that offense as well. And I'm not the biggest Jalen Hurts guy in the world either.
I think there's a Jalen Hurts problem, and
and look, he's just kind of a bizarre because his Super Bowls have been fantastic, and you give him a ton of credit there. But there's so many Eagles games that you watch where you're just like, I don't get it.
Continue with the Ravens talk coming up next. Albert Breer from Sports Illustrated said the Ravens keeping tabs on Max Crosby, one of a handful of teams keeping tabs on Crosby, who he says is going to be dealt in the next week. Could EDC really pull this off and trade for Max Crosby? We'll give you our thoughts next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a shit, and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Brought to you by Staples. Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help your packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
AC unit or heat pump cranking, but your home's still uncomfortable? Window Nation keeps your home comfortable no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com to schedule your free consultation today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
There are a lot of myths out there about how the Maryland lottery works. Playing the lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not. Things like playing the lottery is a good way to relieve stress. The fact is, you shouldn't play the lottery when you're stressed. If you've got a lot on your mind, just play another day. Learn more facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Thinking about selling your home? The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will make you a cash offer for fair market value. Learn more on LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway at Reisterstown Road, clearing a disabled vehicle from the right side. All lanes are open. Still some heavy volume there. Inner loop slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard. Inner loop of the Beltway slows from 83 to Harrisburg Expressway to Delaney Valley Road. 95 northbound heavy approaching the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and 895 northbound. That's heavy off and on from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Trevor Rogers was the Orioles' biggest bright spot in what was a disappointing 2025. Rogers pitched to a 1.81 ERA after being sent down to AAA soon after the 2024 trade deadline. He recently joined MLB Network and talked about how he was able to battle back following his demotion.
Separating the results from the process, really. I think early in my career, we want results right out of the gate, being young guys and, want to prove ourselves in the big leagues. And I didn't quite realize how result-oriented I was until I got sent down, and I really had to, reinvent myself.
The NFL announced that the Falcons will play one of their 9 Madrid this season. Their opponent has not been announced yet, but the Ravens are scheduled to play a road game versus Atlanta in 2026. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 39. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 55. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
So I usually don't pay a lot of attention to this kind of stuff, but Albert Breer, Monday morning quarterback, took that over, I think, from Peter King when he retired. Posted over the weekend that he thinks that Max Crosby is going to be traded the next week. And he listed a handful of teams, the Bears, Lions, I think the Cowboys, and the Ravens were keeping tabs on Crosby as this potential trade approaches. So, Albert Breer's not some fly-by-night goofball. Do you buy it? Could you see the Ravens? This is not something that usually is in the EDC or, frankly, Ozzy wheelhouse. Could they take that massive swing and trade for Max Crosby?
Yeah, we just haven't seen this organization give up that type of draft capital. It's only happened once, trading a future one, and that was the trade up and get Kyle Bowler, and that was a swing and a miss. With Eric DeCosta, he gave up a second-round pick for Roquan Smith at the trade deadline a couple of years ago. Yeah, Albert Breer here was also saying he's not expecting, the Raiders to get a haul like Khalil Mack, Micah Parsons, those pass rushers, of course, that was fronted with 2 first-round picks and then some. So I'm not giving up 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby. If it's a first-round pick and then something else, a lesser thing, whether it's a pick or a player, sure, I'll do that. And reason being, Crosby's not near the end. He's going to turn 29 years old in August. And Max Crosby, this also isn't a player that's just, a pure pass rusher. He plays every single snap. You can look at his game logs. His last 5 games last year before he was shut down due to a knee injury, otherwise known as the Raiders tanking.
Yes. And he was not thrilled about that.
He played 100% of the snaps in his last 5 games. You don't see that in the NFL. Guys on the edge playing all of those snaps. So he plays the run really well. He obviously can get after the quarterback. And it's also not a guy that you're trading for, and it's him on his last year of his deal. He's got 3 more years after this year and set to make $30 million this year, and you could always play with that number and restructure it to lower it and fit inside the cap. The Ravens need an impact pass rusher, and they need pass rushers, plural. If you got a Max Crosby, that would be a hell of a start to the offseason. Do I expect it to happen? No.
I just can't imagine, and I know that I love to try to parse what Eric DeCosta says out loud because I think he loves misinformation season, but I do believe it when he says we're a draft and develop team. I don't see them trading a first-round pick for anything. I just don't think that their tenets of what they believe in say that makes sense. Even if they think that one guy is the difference, they think they can find another way to find a guy that gives them close.
Well, and I think it's even more unlikely this year because this isn't a year where they're picking 27th, Ken. You're picking 14th.
Yeah.
That's the top half of the draft. This organization doesn't draft in the top half all that often. The last time was Kyle Hamilton, and heck, before that, Eric wasn't even the GM. It was still Ozzy at that point. So I think they're going to cling to that. I think that Eric DeCosta, and he's referenced this in recent years too, where you obviously always value draft picks, but you value it even more when you're paying Lamar Jackson. You're valuing it even more, hopefully, if this organization comes to terms with a contract extension to give him another record-setting deal.
So, if I'm going to be honest, if they traded for Max Crosby, I'd be super fired up because the guy's a dog and they need a dog. And you know what? Your defense, as we've been trying to say on this show for a while, Your defense is a lot better when you get guys at the quarterback and they make the quarterback make uncomfortable decisions. Something they didn't do. We saw with Aaron Rodgers and we saw with Drake May late in the season.
Like you're thinking edge guys that they've paid even $10 million per year. They were set to pay that for Oweh on his 5th-year option, but they traded him. So the Chargers paid the bulk of that freight.
And they got the bulk of the output.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. And the last guy that they did was Matt Judon on the franchise tag. You give Eric credit piecing a lot of this together. And the pass rush was really bad this past year, but they led the league in sacks in 23. They were second in the league in sacks in 24. And they did it without having that dude that scares you. And that's with all due respect to Kyle Van Noy. He had back-to-back double-digit sack seasons, and they were the best sack-productive seasons of his career. But even during that, it's not like Kyle Van Noy was a game wrecker. Max Crosby at his best is a game wrecker.
Yes, he's absolutely.
Like we saw the Raiders come to Baltimore with Gardner Minshew and win that football game. Max Crosby was beating the Ravens offensive line like a drum that game and had some big time moments against the Ravens. They just haven't had that guy.
So let me bring up an option that might be more in the Ravens brass's wheelhouse as far as compensation. Jonathan Grenard, Vikings have made him available for trade. Word is they want a day 2 pick for Jonathan Grenard.
This makes a lot more sense. And what's going on with the Vikings? They're in a tough cap situation. They entered March $43 million over the cap. Now, they don't have to be cap compliant until the new league year starts, which is next Wednesday. But you're already seeing reports, Aaron Jones, their running back, Javon Hargrave, they're going to be gone one way or another, and those are salary cap cuts there. That's what Grenard would be. Now, him being a pass rusher, you're hoping to get some draft capital, and moving on from him would clear $12.25 million for the Vikings. This makes a lot of sense. I think the day 2 is more Eric's wheelhouse. And Grenard, he'll be the same age as Crosby to begin the year. He'll be 29 years old. And he's only a couple years removed from a 12-sack season. Mm-hmm. And even
injuries last year
where he only had 3 sacks in 12 games, but he still had a strong pressure rate. He had a 13.5% pressure rate, which was number 7 in the NFL. I think there's a lot of value in going after Grenard, and he's also a lot cheaper too. He's making $18.4 million compared to Crosby's $30.
I'll give you one more name if you want to take a big swing. Trey Hendrickson, officially a free agent. The Bengals did not tag him. For what it's worth, ESPN lists him as their number 1 free agent available. They just posted their top 100 with the tag window closed. Maybe he likes the idea of playing the Bengals twice. Now that's just money. It could affect a formula later, and we'll get into that a little bit tomorrow. But Trey Hendrickson.
I think you absolutely need to be on the phone with his agent. Like, what is this going to cost? And Spot Track has him at $25.4 million annually. And Hendrickson, another guy, a couple years removed from a really strong season.
Back-to-back 17.5 sack seasons.
Yeah, led the NFL in sacks a couple of years ago. This past year was so bizarre all the way around for Trey Hendrickson. Clearly, he didn't want to be there anymore. You wonder how hurt he really was at the end, knowing that he was set to hit the open market and you don't want to suffer a more serious injury. I think you bring up the point. Him getting a crack at the Bengals twice a year, I am sure deep down he would love that.
I think that it's odd what motivates people, but money motivates them too.
Well, with
how
ugly that situation was,
they also could have traded him at the deadline. Instead, they get no compensation except for a future compensatory pick.
Yeah, they get a third-round comp pick. Not even this year. It's for 2027.
We will come back. We'll get the text of the day with Beltway Ben. We'll preview tomorrow's show and get you ready for Westwood One Radio coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
1 week into the new year in the National Football League, will the Ravens and Lamar get a deal done? And Don Rovak from the Orioles will join us to tell us all the new bells and whistles at Camden Yards.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
We just watched Canada get knocked off in hockey, their sport. So what if Team USA doesn't win the World Baseball Classic? Is that the same thing? Baseball is our game, right? But the world's caught up. Japan, the Dominican, Venezuela. Not winning wouldn't embarrass the United States. It'd be reality. The gap is gone. If the U.S. loses, it's not failure. It's proof that the sport has truly gone global. I'm John Lund.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong.